Chapter 1, The God-Level Martial Artist System. Qin Chen. A voice like thunder exploded in his ears. Qin Chen suddenly woke up from his desk, sweat pouring down his face, his eyes still filled with fear. But soon, as he looked around at the people and the middle-aged woman at the podium, the fear in his eyes turned to confusion. There are less than 100 days left until the college entrance exam. Normally, I wouldn't care about you, but from now on, no one is allowed to sleep in my class. The middle-aged woman looked at Qin Chen, whose gaze was blank, and spoke sternly, disappointed at his lack of focus. At this moment, Qin Chen had completely missed her words. After a long while, he finally snapped out of his confusion. I've traveled to another world, he suddenly thought, his heart racing. This was a parallel world. The people around him, just like in his past life, were his classmates. The middle-aged woman at the podium was his homeroom teacher. However, the background of this world was different from his previous life. Here, technology was no longer the dominant force. 300 years ago, this world underwent a great change, with all kinds of strange and terrifying monsters appearing. The hot weapons that humanity once prided themselves on lost much of their effectiveness. Perhaps under the tremendous pressure of facing the extinction of their race, humans finally began to undergo miraculous changes. Some people developed heightened sensitivity to various elements of the world. From then on, humanity entered the era of martial artists. As long as you became a martial artist, you would earn respect. With strength came endless wealth, even unimaginable power. Martial artists were classified from 1 star to 9 stars, a total of 9 ranks. However, to become a martial artist, you first needed to have the talent for cultivation, and second, you had to pass through the body refining stage. But right now, Qin Chen didn't have any cultivation talent in his memory. He was only sensitive to the fire element, but it was a mere 0.9, less than 1, so it was impossible for him to cultivate. The most infuriating part was that he was just 0.1 short. Ding, detected host presence. God-level martial artist system activating. Ding, system activation successful. System panel generated. You better take care of yourself. The homeroom teacher, seeing Qin Chen still in a daze, shook her head helplessly. The other students no longer paid attention to him, except for the chubby boy sitting next to him, who quietly whispered, "What's wrong with you?" "Nothing?" Qin Chen shook his head. The chubby boy, named Wang Hai, seeing that Qin Chen was fine, went back to playing on his phone. At this point, Qin Chen turned his attention to the system panel. Name, Qin Chen. Fire sensitivity, 0.9. Battle power, 5. Ding, detected that host has not reached the cultivation talent requirement. A beginner's gift pack is being offered. Would you like to give up? Upon hearing the system's prompt, Qin Chen was stunned. Give up my foot, he couldn't help but curse under his breath. This system was playing by its own rules, directly asking whether to give up. If you weren't paying attention, you might just say yes by mistake. I'll use it. Qin Chen became nervous, unsure whether this beginner's gift pack would be of any value. If it couldn't give him the talent for cultivation, he would truly be finished. Without the ability to cultivate, he would be nothing more than an ordinary person, and in this world, life for ordinary people was not easy. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving 1 fire sensitivity enhancement pill. In an instant, Qin Chen saw a fiery red pill lying in the system space. With a thought, the pill appeared in his hand. Without hesitation, he swallowed it in one gulp. The pill dissolved instantly in his mouth, and a warm current spread throughout his body, constantly transforming him. He could clearly feel his sensitivity to the fire element rapidly increasing. Ding, your fire sensitivity has increased and reached 9. Ding, your fire element talent has been upgraded to SSS level. Upon hearing the prompt, Qin Chen eagerly opened the system panel. Name, Qin Chen. Fire element talent, SSS. Battle power, 5. Sure enough. Qin Chen couldn't help but feel overjoyed. The increase was so enormous that it turned him from a useless person into an unparalleled genius. Talent is divided into 9 levels, from the lowest F to the highest SSS. The higher the level, the faster the cultivation speed. He quickly activated the elemental perception mental method and, to his surprise, found that the comprehension speed was very fast. Just as he was about to continue his comprehension, suddenly, the system's voice sounded again. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the talent skill, Devour. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 wind element sensitivity enhancement pill. More. Qin Chen was overjoyed. There was still something in the beginner's gift pack. Talent skills, aren't they supposed to awaken only after becoming a martial artist? After calming down, Qin Chen felt confused inside. Humans, apart from learning martial arts, also awaken talent skills, but to awaken a talent skill, it usually happens only after becoming a 1-star martial artist. He had never heard of anyone awakening a talent skill before starting body refining. At that moment, he looked at the system panel, and sure enough, an additional line of information appeared. Talent skill, Devour. The host can devour corresponding energy objects and convert them into their own abilities. When he saw energy objects, the first thing that came to Qin Chen's mind was the beast crystal. Some demonic beasts have beast crystals inside them. After humans kill them, they extract these crystals, refine them into weapons or equipment, and use them to increase their own power. However, from his memory, once a beast crystal is devoured, it will have a huge impact on human cultivation, as humans' cultivation is different from beasts. Therefore, humans have a common understanding: no beast crystal should ever be devoured. Never mind, if I get the chance to try, I'll know. Afterward, he took advantage of the moment when no one was paying attention and swallowed the wind element sensitivity enhancement pill. The familiar sensation returned, and soon he felt his sensitivity to the wind element rapidly increase. Ding, your sensitivity to wind has increased, reaching level 7. Ding, your wind element talent has been upgraded to S level. Only S level? Qin Chen furrowed his brow. The host's original wind sensitivity value was only 0.7, so it can only be upgraded to S level. The host can improve it through other methods later. The system's voice rang out but did not specify what methods could be used. I see. Qin Chen nodded secretly and no longer thought about it. S level is still very good. In his memory, no one had an S level talent. Of course, there might be someone he didn't know about, but those who could reach S level would definitely be rare geniuses, 1 in 10,000. After school, Qin Chen walked out of the classroom and hurriedly headed toward the school gate. Qin Chen, I know a really good hot pot place. Want to go? I'll treat you, let's drink a little and relax. Wang Hai caught up with Qin Chen, placing his hand on his shoulder. I'm not going, I need to go back. Qin Chen shook his head. Wang Hai was one of his few friends. The two of them used to often find a place to drink after school. Wang Hai had money in his family, but his cultivation talent wasn't great. As he would say, he wanted to enjoy life. As for Qin Chen, he felt that his life was hopeless and had somewhat given up on himself. But now things were different. With the system, he had to use this time to improve himself. Chapter 2, The Enemy Returns, Mid-Body Refining. Half an hour later, Qin Chen pushed open the door to his room. He saw his father, Qin, sitting on the sofa watching TV, and his mother, Li Xiaofan, walking out of the kitchen, holding some freshly brewed medicine. Xiaochen, you're back? His mother was surprised to see Qin Chen come back and quickly said, Are you hungry? If you are, I'll make you something to eat. Qin Chen shook his head. Don't bother. How's it going? He looked at Qin. His father, Qin, had been injured a year ago. Now, every 3 days, he needed medicine to maintain his health, but even so, his body was getting worse and worse. Same as before. If you ask me, this illness can't be cured, it's useless. Qin shook his head. Because of his illness, the family had been living hard. He had always held on to this thought, but Li Xiaofan never agreed. Stop talking nonsense. It's hopeless, should I just watch you die? Li Xiaofan said angrily. If I die, I die. The sooner I die, the sooner I can be reborn. Then before you die, go to the Zhao family and make them pay. Qin Chen watched them argue, shaking his head helplessly as he walked towards his room. But just as he entered, he inadvertently glanced up at the calendar, and his whole body froze. March 18th. He suddenly remembered that in his previous life, the day he died was March 25th, and although the background of this world was different, the people and events had not changed much. That means, when March 25th comes, I will still die? Because in his previous life, his death was not an accident, but someone had planned it. Similarly, in his previous life, Qin Chen's father, Qin, was also killed. And the reason was that on his way home from work, he was hit by a car, and the driver was Zhao Quan, the young master of the Zhao family from Rongqing. And in this life, according to his memory, his father was also harmed by Zhao Quan. Originally, in this life, his father was a soldier on the front line, and during a battle with a beast, a captain unfortunately died. That captain had no relatives, and he and Qin were the best of friends. Before dying, the captain gave Qin the most valuable beast crystal from a peak beast. In this world, beasts are divided into fierce beasts and demon beasts. Fierce beasts are equivalent to body refining human powerhouses, divided into 4 stages: initial, middle, late, and peak. And demon beasts, like warriors, are divided into 9 levels, from 1st to 9th rank. Therefore, this beast crystal from a peak beast is a rare treasure. It was this beast crystal that caught Zhao Quan's attention. Zhao Quan found someone to buy it, but he offered only 1/10 of the market price, basically trying to get something for nothing. Zhao Quan often did this kind of thing. Of course, Qin would not sell it. This beast crystal meant a lot to him. Even if the price was higher than market value, he still wouldn't sell. Thus, he offended Zhao Quan. Later, his father was hit by a car, though there was no evidence to prove Zhao Quan was behind it. Qin Chen knew the person behind it was Zhao Quan. Because later, when he confronted Zhao Quan, the latter privately admitted it. Although in the previous life, it was Zhao Quan who personally drove the car to hit Qin Dai, in this life, he only instructed someone to do it. The situation was different. But the killer was still Zhao Quan. So, in his previous life, Zhao Quan had killed him, and in this life, Zhao Quan would definitely kill him too. As for the reason, it didn't really matter. Of course, he might be overthinking it. Perhaps because of his time travel, the direction of this world would change, but he would not put his life on that hope. Besides, his father's vengeance must be avenged. Only 7 days left, he looked at the calendar. To seek revenge, the first step is to survive until the 25th, so he must have the ability to protect himself. In 7 days, I must not only have the ability to protect myself but also ensure my family's safety. Qin Chen suddenly felt a huge pressure. Having the ability to protect himself wasn't enough, after all, he couldn't guarantee that Zhao Quan wouldn't harm his family if he failed to harm him. The only way to make Zhao Quan not dare to act is to become a warrior. Qin Chen's eyes suddenly revealed determination. In this world, even a first-star warrior is incredibly noble, considered almost as royalty. Because every warrior is of immense importance to human safety. So, as long as he becomes a warrior, even a powerful family like the Zhao family wouldn't dare to act rashly. Moreover, after becoming a warrior, his family would be under great protection. After all, warriors fight for human safety. If their loved ones were harmed while they were fighting, it would be something all warriors could not tolerate. So, if anything happened to the family of a warrior, it would be a matter of great concern. The investigation will be strict. Once it's discovered that someone is harmed, all martial artists will see them as enemies. Even if you are the city lord, they will absolutely pull you down from your position, unless you are strong enough to ignore all martial artists or make it impossible for anyone to trace. Thinking of this, Qin Chen stepped out of the room. Dad, where is that beast crystal of yours? He remembered that the captain had given him a beast crystal, which was of the fire element. Now, he needed to test if his talent skill could devour that beast crystal and make him stronger. Beast crystal? Qin Dai was stunned for a moment, but didn't think much of it, pointing towards his bedroom. It's in the cabinet. It's not safe there, better put it in my room. Qin Chen walked directly to Qin Dai's bedroom. You brat! Li Xiufan cursed angrily. Ever since Qin Dai got injured, their family's financial situation had been very poor. Adding to Qin Dai's injury, they were now living very hard. So, she often suggested selling that beast crystal, but Qin Dai always disagreed. When Qin Chen suddenly said to put the beast crystal in his room, she naturally thought that Qin Chen was trying to prevent her from secretly selling it. Qin Chen quickly grabbed a wooden box and walked to his room. As soon as he entered, the door slammed shut with a bang. Qin Dai smiled. Still, my son understands me. Qin Chen's ability to protect the beast crystal made him very happy. In the bedroom, Qin Chen opened the wooden box and saw a red beast crystal lying inside, emitting bursts of fire aura. He reached out and took the beast crystal. Immediately, an information appeared in his eyes. Ferocious beast crystal, fire element, excellent, can be devoured. Seeing the information, Qin Chen was overjoyed and his heart relaxed. Originally, he was thinking of taking a risk, as devouring the beast crystal had a huge impact on future cultivation, but with the system's prompt, he had no worries. Without hesitation, he swallowed it in one bite. The talent skill Devour began to operate on its own at that moment. The beast crystal quickly melted inside his body and started to spread throughout him. In just a few seconds, he felt his body changing, his strength continuously growing, while his 5 senses also kept enhancing. Ding, fire element beast crystal devoured successfully, your physical fire elemental force has reached 60% enhancement. This mid-level body refining. Qin Chen was overjoyed inside. Chapter 3, Martial Arts Association, 50,000 reward. The body refining realm is actually the body tempering stage before becoming a martial artist. It is the process of laying the foundation for a martial artist. The type of martial artist one will be requires tempering with the corresponding element during the body refining stage. The usual method is to use elemental comprehension techniques to feel the elements, then refine the body. But now, Qin Chen could refine his body directly by devouring it, which was much faster than comprehension. According to his calculations, even if he were an SSS-level martial artist, it would take at least 3 days to reach 60% body refinement. But now, it took him less than 3 minutes. Ding, congratulations to the host for stepping into the threshold of cultivation, tasks unlocked. Qin Chen was startled and quickly looked at the screen. Task 1, within 7 days, reach the peak of body refining, reward, a low-level wind elemental ferocious beast crystal, normal mode, but Task 2, within 3 days, reach the peak of body refining, reward, a low-level wind elemental ferocious beast crystal, an intermediate-level wind elemental ferocious beast crystal, hard mode, but. Task 3, within 1 day, reach the peak of body refining, reward, a top-tier wind elemental ferocious beast crystal, an ice sensitivity enhancement pill, hell mode, but. Ding, choose one of the tasks, rewards will be granted upon completion, no rewards for failure. Qin Chen carefully looked at the tasks. Of course, the hell mode was the best. It would not only allow him to refine his body with the wind element again, but also grant him the qualification to cultivate the ice element. But the 1-day time limit made him hesitate, it was too short. To reach the peak of body refining, I still need a high-level fire elemental ferocious beast crystal. Qin Chen thought to himself. Reaching 100% body refinement. Even at the peak of body refining, however, the market price of a high-level beast crystal is around 50,000. For his family, forget about 50,000, even 5,000 is difficult. The little money they have is all used for essential family expenses. Should I choose the hard mode? Qin Chen frowned. The hard mode gives 3 days, enough for him to figure something out, but he is unwilling. If it takes 3 days to reach the peak of body refining, then to become a warrior in 7 days would be too hard. Wait. Suddenly, he thought of something and smiled. Without hesitation, he directly chose task 3. Ding, task selection successful. He opened the door and walked directly outside. I'm going out for a while. This child. Li Xiufen looked at Qin Chen leaving and helplessly shook her head. Let him go. Qin Dai sighed. In his life, he could not provide Qin Chen with a good life, and he felt guilty. That's why, in the past, when Qin Chen came back late after school, they never really minded. Outside the door, Qin Chen hailed a taxi and went straight to the city's martial arts association. The martial arts association is the place that certifies warriors. As long as one steps into the cultivation threshold, they can go for certification. Moreover, those under 18 years old will receive generous rewards once they succeed in certification. Half an hour later, Qin Chen arrived outside the martial arts association. After registering his identity, he quickly arrived at the certification hall. At this moment, there were quite a few people in the certification hall, but they all seemed to be older. Sir, are you here for warrior certification? A female staff member, seeing how young Qin Chen was, immediately walked over and asked enthusiastically. The staff here also receive commissions for their business. Since Qin Chen was so young, if he had really entered the cultivation threshold and successfully got certified, she would receive a hefty commission. Of course. Qin Chen nodded. The staff member was delighted. Sir, may I see your ID? Qin Chen took out his ID card, and the staff member saw that he was indeed under 18. She quickly said, Sir, please follow me. She led Qin Chen to a window. He doesn't need to wait in line? Someone saw this and said dissatisfied. Lower your voice. Someone hurriedly reminded, under 18, no need to wait in line for certification. These are all talented individuals. The person's face changed upon hearing this and quickly shut up. Talented individuals, if offended, it wouldn't be pleasant in the future. At the certification window, the staff immediately took out a device. Sir, place your hand here and just use the elemental power you have comprehended. Qin Chen didn't delay and immediately placed his palm on it. Soon, a flame symbol appeared on the device. Fire element body refining, early stage. The staff member was overjoyed. It really succeeded. The fire element, though common, could not overshadow Qin Chen's youth, and she would receive her commission. She eagerly said, Congratulations, sir. Your certification was successful. You will receive a 20,000 yuan reward. Sir, please give me your bank card, and I will report it. The money will be in your account in a few minutes. Qin Chen handed over his bank card. At this moment, the people in the hall saw Qin Chen's success in certification, and their expressions varied, surprise, envy, and jealousy. Just as the staff member was about to leave to report, Qin Chen stopped her. I want to certify again. Ah? The staff member was stunned. Without further explanation, Qin Chen placed his hand on the device again. 20,000 yuan was not even enough to buy a high-level beast crystal, he needed more rewards. This time, he used all his power, and immediately, 2 flame symbols appeared on the device. Middle stage. The staff member's eyes widened. At this, the people in the hall showed a change in their expressions, many showing awe. When you are excellent, others will envy and be jealous. But when you are a true genius, showing great potential, many people will become awed and even try to flatter you. In that case, the reward should be even more, right? Qin Chen smiled as he looked at the staff member. The staff member quickly reacted, yes. First, no, sir, there is a rule, under 18, certified at mid-stage body refining, can receive a reward of 50,000 yuan. Qin Chen smiled with satisfaction. 50,000 yuan, just enough. Go, I need the money urgently. Qin Chen said with a smile. Okay. The staff member quickly turned and jogged away. A few minutes later, Qin Chen received a message on his phone showing the money had arrived. After getting his bank card back, he turned around to leave. Sir, let me see you off. The staff member quickly followed him. Qin Chen didn't refuse, and after they walked out of the hall, he suddenly asked, around here, where can I buy beast crystals? Beast crystals? She was a bit curious, but didn't dare to ask why Qin Chen wanted to buy beast crystals. If Sir wants to buy beast crystals, our martial arts association has them. Oh? Qin Chen was surprised. The martial arts association sold beast crystals? He had never heard of that before. The staff explained, Sir should know, in the market, there are fake beast crystals. Many people were tricked before, so later, only official channels were trusted, and our martial arts association is one of them. Buying here, although the price isn't the lowest, it won't be falsely marked, and there are no fakes. Buying here gives peace of mind. Qin Chen nodded, take me to see. Chapter 4, here again, peak body refining. The beast crystal sales of the Martial Arts Association were in another building, not far away. 10 minutes later, the two of them arrived. Sir, the first floor is for ferocious beast crystals, the upper floors are for demon beast crystals. The staff explained. Qin Chen nodded, looked around, and walked directly to the fire-type beast crystal section. Here, the beast crystals had clearly marked prices and qualities. He directly looked at a high-level beast crystal. The price was exactly 50,000. Sir, do you want to buy this beast crystal? The seller asked with a professional smile. At this moment, the staff behind Qin Chen stepped up. Xiao Zhou, Sir has just been certified as a martial artist, he gets a 20% discount. Seller Xiao Zhou was shocked. Under 18 and certified, buying beast crystals could get a discount. This was a benefit for geniuses. Certified at early stage body refining gets 10% off. 20% off means mid-stage. Sir. She immediately corrected herself, you only need to pay 40,000 for this beast crystal. Qin Chen was also surprised, but he was very satisfied with the price. 40,000 was already below market price. Pack it for me. All right. Xiao Zhou answered excitedly. After taking the beast crystal, Qin Chen walked out of the building and turned to the staff, where is the restroom? Sir, just ahead. The staff pointed forward. Wait for me here. Qin Chen said and walked toward the restroom with the beast crystal. He didn't go into the restroom but found a place with no people, took out the beast crystal, and swallowed it whole. Immediately, that familiar feeling came again. Ding, fire-type ferocious beast crystal successfully devoured. Your body's fire elemental refining has reached 100%. Peak body refining. Qin Chen was overjoyed, he directly crossed from late stage to peak. Ding, you have completed task 3, Hell Mode, reward has been issued. He looked at the system space. A wind-type ferocious beast crystal and an ice element sensitivity enhancement pill had appeared. With a flip of his hand, the beast crystal appeared in his palm. Without hesitation, he threw it into his mouth. Ding, devouring successful. Your body's wind elemental refining has reached 45%. Only 45%. It seems this refining degree is related to talent. His wind-type talent was S-level, 2 levels lower than fire-type, which affected the refining progress. But the refining progress had just reached the mid-stage threshold. Then, he swallowed the ice element sensitivity enhancement pill. Ding, your ice element sensitivity has increased, reaching 8. Ding, your ice-type talent has increased to SS level. 3 elements now. Qin Chen smiled. Although he hadn't started cultivating the ice element yet, now that he had the qualification, it was only a matter of time. Next, he looked at the information panel. Name, Qin Chen. Fire System Realm, Peak Body Refining. Wind System Realm, Mid-Stage Body Refining Progress 45%. Ice System Realm, None. Talent Skill, Devouring. Combat Power, 150. My combat power has already surpassed the peak of Single System Body Refining. Qin Chen was both surprised and delighted. Usually, cultivators are single system, and those who are dual system are almost unheard of. As for 3 systems, there is no record of such a person until now. The peak of single system body refining is normally around 100, while mid-stage body refining is about 25. He has reached the peak of body refining in one system and mid-stage in another. Normally, the total would be 125, but now it has exceeded that, showing that the combination of dual systems is not just a simple 1+1. Moreover, his wind system has not yet reached its peak. Once it does, his combat power will become even more terrifying. What's even scarier is that he is a triple system cultivator. If the ice system is also cultivated, his true combat power could very well approach that of a 1-star warrior. The combat power threshold for a 1-star warrior is 300, which is entirely possible. With this thought, he focused his mind, and the panel information shifted to display his talent information. Fire System Talent, SSS. Wind System Talent, S. Ice System Talent, SS. The Ice System talent is better than the Wind System, so next, I'll aim to bring both realms to their peak. Qin Chen smiled, full of confidence. As for breaking through to a 1-star warrior, that can only be done slowly over the next 7 days. After all, breaking through to a 1-star warrior requires condensing an elemental mark, which cannot be achieved in an instant. My lord. The staff member saw Qin Chen walking over. The exit is this way. Let me drive you back. No need. What is your name? Qin Chen asked. My name is Wu Feng, and you can call me Xiao Feng, my lord. The staff member was secretly pleased and quickly replied. Qin Chen asking for her name meant that he had left an impression on her. Qin Chen nodded. Xiao Feng, if a person under 18 has verified the later stage of body refining, how much reward do they get? And how much for the peak? My lord, the reward for the later stage of body refining is 100,000, and for the peak, it is 200,000. Wu Feng answered. If you come back for certification next time and are still under 18, you can receive 100,000 again. She also noticed that Qin Chen wasn't some rich young master and seemed to be in a hurry to get money. Though she didn't quite understand why he was buying beast crystals, there must be a reason. Wrong city announcement. Suddenly, a voice echoed through the entire city sky. A young talent in this city, Zhao Quan, has become a 1-star warrior. He will be rewarded with 1 million and a second-grade martial skill. At this moment, the people of Rome City couldn't help but look up with expressions of envy. The reward wasn't particularly impressive, but once this announcement was made, the person's fame was no longer the same. The city lord personally giving a reward was an honor in itself. Zhao Quan must be the Zhao Quan from the Zhao family. The Zhao family is truly impressive, with Zhao Liang first, and now Zhao Quan. Zhao Quan is probably only 20 years old. Wu Feng couldn't help but marvel after hearing the announcement. You know the Zhao family well? Qin Chen asked. Isn't Zhao Quan that enemy of mine? I don't know the Zhao family specifically, but I do know a bit about the 2 brothers from the Zhao family. Wu Feng had worked at the Martial Artist Association for many years and had encountered both brothers during their certification. 3 years ago, Zhao Liang came to certify as a 2-star warrior, and he was 23 at the time. As for Zhao Quan, he certified as peak body refining at 19. Peak body refining at 19 is extremely rare in Rome City. His cultivation talent must be at least A grade. Having worked in certification for so many years, she was quite knowledgeable about the talented individuals in Rome City. Let's go to the certification hall. Qin Chen said. A 1-star warrior at 20, peak body refining at 19, is that impressive? Wu Feng looked at Qin Chen's back, a bit puzzled, but she hurried to follow him. Take me to certify again. This. My lord, if the certification fails, there will be a certification fee. Wu Feng reminded. She thought the citywide announcement must have provoked Qin Chen. Bring the instrument. Qin Chen didn't explain. Wu Feng reluctantly took the instrument from the staff at the window. At this moment, the people in the hall saw Qin Chen coming for another certification and were all surprised. He's back again. How interesting. Could it be that he broke through after going out for just a while? The person who spoke smiled, but even he didn't believe his own words. At this moment, Qin Chen's palm was already pressed onto the device. Chapter 5, Continuous Certification, Shocking the Director. As Qin Chen's palm pressed onto the device, everyone couldn't help but watch carefully. On the device, the first flame symbol appeared instantly, followed by the second one. Late stage of body refinement. When the third flame symbol appeared, someone couldn't help but shout out loud. Qin Chen went out and came back, and he actually got certified in the late stage of body refinement. Could it be that he really broke through just by going out? The person from before said in astonishment. Nonsense, he must have hidden his strength before. Someone next to him spoke up. Wu Feng, who was beside Qin Chen, looked at the device in surprise, then looked at Qin Chen. Master. Don't rush. Qin Chen smiled, then his fire element force was completely released. On the device, the fourth flame symbol appeared. At this moment, the entire hall erupted, and everyone looked at Qin Chen with eyes filled with disbelief. A peak body refinement at less than 18. Who is he? Could he be the illegitimate son of the city lord? Various exclamations and discussions immediately echoed in the hall. At this moment, a man dressed in formal attire walked toward them, came to Qin Chen, and warmly extended his hand. Hello, sir, I am the director here, Su Hua. Director Su. Qin Chen extended his hand and shook his. "Sir, may I have a word with you?" Su Hua appeared very polite. With his position, it was rare for him to show such courtesy, but Qin Chen's appearance made him unusually warm. Qin Chen nodded. Su Hua smiled. "Please follow me, sir." Then he looked at Wu Fong. "You come too." Wu Fong had been attending to Qin Chen, and with her by his side, it wouldn't seem out of place. Soon, the three of them arrived at an empty VIP room. After sitting down, Su Hua said, "Wu Fong, go make a cup of tea for Mr. Qin." Wu Fong quickly moved aside to get busy. Qin Chen smiled. "Director Su, there's no need to call me sir." With his current student status, being called sir felt a bit awkward. Also, he could tell that the man in front of him was already a martial artist. Su Hua smiled. "Then I'll call you Brother Qin. I invited you here. Actually there's nothing else, it's just that you passed the continuous certification, and you can receive a reward of 300,000. This is not a small amount, so I need to handle it personally. Of course, it will only take a few minutes." At this moment, Wu Fong brought the tea to Qin Chen. Hearing Su Hua's words, she looked at him in surprise. For martial artists, the process of awarding a reward is straightforward. Once confirmed, even if it's 300,000, the director doesn't need to personally handle it. Su Hua glanced at Wu Fong and gave a subtle look. Of course, he didn't have to handle it personally, but Qin Chen was worth the extra attention. With such talent, he naturally wanted to get to know him better. "Then I'll trouble Director Su." Qin Chen nodded. The 300,000 was beyond his expectations. It was the combined reward for both late stage and peak stage certification. Su Hua smiled and quickly operated the computer. Soon, Qin Chen's phone received a payment notification. "By the way, Brother Qin, you're still a senior in high school, right?" Su Hua suddenly asked. "Yes, Rongqing number 1 high school." Qin Chen nodded. "Number 1 high, what a coincidence. We are schoolmates, I also graduated from number 1 high." The two exchanged a few pleasantries. Qin Chen suddenly asked, "Director Su, if a dual-element person comes for certification, would they receive an additional reward?" Upon hearing this, Su Hua was stunned, while Wu Fong next to him trembled and looked at Qin Chen in surprise. She was somewhat familiar with Qin Chen's tactics. Generally, when someone asks such a question, it's highly likely that they themselves are dual-element. Dual system, there is no additional reward. In fact, dual system, although rare, is really difficult to cultivate, and it requires a large amount of time. So, the official does not recommend practicing both systems. Su Hua shook his head. After all, for dual system, different elements need to be sensed, which requires double the time and greatly slows down the cultivation speed. So, when a dual system appears, the official usually recommends cultivating one system first, and then considering the other system once the cultivation reaches a bottleneck. This is also the reason why the official does not set up rewards for dual system certification. "Brother Qin, you are a dual system?" Su Hua suddenly realized and asked in surprise. Qin Chen just picked up his teacup and took a sip, not answering. Since there is no reward, there is no need to expose it. He decided to keep it hidden. In the future, when dealing with the Zhao family, it could be a trump card. Su Hua saw Qin Chen's expression and couldn't figure out whether he was a dual system or not, but he didn't press the issue. He began looking for some common topics. Half an hour later, Qin Chen stood up. "Director Su, don't announce the certification for now." Many people in the hall saw this certification, but none of them knew him. Even if it spread, it would only be in a small circle. He didn't want everyone to know just yet. "No problem, but your information has already been uploaded to the computer. The high-level people in Rome City will notice it sooner or later. All certification information will eventually be compiled, which is essentially a person's file." "That's fine." Qin Chen waved his hand, then left. Wu Fong tried to send him off, but he refused. After Qin Chen left, Wu Fong couldn't help but speak. "Lord Qin is the most talented person I've ever seen. Compared to him, Zhao Quan is nothing." Su Hua nodded. He thought the same. A peak body refinement at under 18, there were probably few in Rome City who could compare. But he said, "Don't say that outside." "I know, Director." Wu Fong nodded. "Lord Qin wants us to keep it confidential, so I won't spread it around. But I feel that Lord Qin and Zhao Quan seem to have a grudge." "What do you mean?" Su Hua was startled. He knew about the Zhao family. Even he wouldn't easily offend them. In Rome City, he knew most of the influential families, but there was no Qin family, and given Qin Chen's appearance, he didn't seem like a rich young master. In this case, he was curious as to why Qin Chen would have a grudge against the Zhao family. Just now, Lord Qin had finished buying the beast crystal and was about to leave when the city announcement suddenly sounded. When Lord Qin heard that Zhao Quan was mentioned in the announcement, he immediately changed his mind and came back for certification. So, I think Lord Qin exposed himself because of Zhao Quan. He didn't want to lose to Zhao Quan. She could feel that Qin Chen was a very low-key person. If not for the announcement, he probably wouldn't have come for the certification. If that were the case, everyone would have only thought he was at the mid-level of body refinement. Of course, she also thought too much. Qin Chen's main goal was still money. After hearing this, Su Hua also thought it made sense. His eyes flashed. He really has a grudge against the Zhao family. If that's true, he thought he might be able to take a risk. Xiao Feng, find someone to investigate the grudge between Brother Qin and the Zhao family. The more detailed, the better. Remember, be subtle. Su Hua suddenly said. Chapter 6, Practical Training. After Qin Chen left the Martial Arts Association, the sky was already dark. He took a taxi and returned home. As soon as he entered the house, he saw Qin and Li Xiufen sitting on the sofa, apparently waiting for him to return. Xiao Chun, there's something we need to discuss with you. Li Xiufen spoke first. Qin Chen sat down and looked at them, waiting for them to continue. Xiao Chen, where did you put the beast crystal? We've decided to sell it. The top-grade beast crystal should be able to sell for around 80,000. We can buy some supplements for you with that, so you can improve before the college entrance exam. Achieve the standard of cultivation. They originally planned to handle this secretly and then buy supplements to surprise Qin Chen. But when they went to Qin Chen's room, they only found an empty box and couldn't find the beast crystal. Qin Chen looked at Qin Dai. Didn't you always insist on not selling it? Sigh. Qin Dai sighed, I was too stubborn before, not considering the family situation. When the captain gave me the beast crystal, he asked me to sell it for some money, but I couldn't get past that mental hurdle. But now, I understand. This past year, life at home has been getting harder and harder. He also knows that Qin Chen's sensitivity to fire has reached 0.9, just 0.1 away. Perhaps with some special supplements, it can be made up. If Qin Chen really gains the qualification for cultivation, then it's worth everything. Now, there are only 3 months left until the college entrance exam, and the threshold for entering university is having the qualification for cultivation. As long as the sensitivity reaches 1, they can enter university. Even the worst university is still a university, and after graduation, at least they can reach the early stage of physical cultivation. By then, they could live a decent life. Not selling. Qin Chen waved his hand. Sell what? He swallowed it all himself. How could he sell it? It would be easier to sell himself. Huh? The two of them looked at Qin Chen in confusion. When they argued about this matter before, although Qin Chen didn't support it, he didn't oppose it either. Why did he suddenly change his attitude? It's impossible to sell, and don't worry about me. I can already cultivate. Qin Chen no longer hid it. The two of them had been worried about him for the past year, and now, it was time to let them relax and be happy. You can cultivate? The two of them stared at Qin Chen, completely stunned. After a moment, Li Xiufen stood up and walked to Qin Chen, raising her hand to touch his forehead. Xiao Chen, what's going on with you today? Qin Chen knew they wouldn't believe it, so he took out a certification. Take a look. Li Xiufen took the certificate. Early stage of physical cultivation certification? Looking at the certificate, her hand couldn't help but tremble. Let me see, let me see. Qin Dai, whose body wasn't convenient, could only shout from the sofa. Li Xiufen walked over and handed the certificate to him. Looking at the certificate, he excitedly said, it really is the early stage of physical cultivation. His expression was very complex. With 3 months left before the college entrance exam, reaching the early stage of physical cultivation is something only top students can achieve. Ordinary students would only truly succeed in physical cultivation after entering university. Qin Chen looked at their expressions and just smiled. This time, he had received 4 certificates. Luckily, he didn't take out the peak of physical cultivation one. Otherwise, he feared the two of them might faint from excitement. He stood up and went back to his room, no longer disturbing their excitement. The next day. In class, the homeroom teacher came to the podium and looked at everyone below. Today, we will conduct a practical training, which will also be a test of what you've learned during this period. The college entrance exam is just around the corner. I hope you all show your true abilities. The school will record the results of this training, and some excellent students will receive special training in the future. Now is the crucial period for the college entrance exam, and the school has set some targets. So, how many excellent students a school produces is not just a matter of individual students, but also the school's responsibility. Alright, go to the practical training field to assemble. This time, it's for the whole grade, don't embarrass me. The homeroom teacher gave everyone one last look. The training field was less than 20 minutes away from the teaching building. When Qin Chen arrived, he saw that more than 1,000 people had already gathered there. Soon, everyone was divided into 10 groups by class. Qin Chen's class, Class 7, was assigned to the second group. Each group had a teacher as a guide. My name is Fang Lei, and I am your instructor. Now, who will step forward first? Teacher, are we going to fight you? A student asked aloud. Fang Lei smiled, want to fight me? I am at the peak of physical training, if you want to fight, that's fine. Hearing this, everyone's faces changed. The peak of physical training, even the top genius of the first high school wouldn't have that kind of strength. The first one to step forward is the challenger. What? No one has the courage? Fang Lei scanned the crowd. At that moment, a student stood up and walked to the center of the arena. My name is Liao Yang. It's Liao Yang. The students around looked at Liao Yang, their faces changing. Liao Yang, a senior in high school, ranked 5th among the top 10 geniuses. Liao Yang is actually in our group, how are we supposed to fight this? Someone muttered. Liao Yang is the first to step up, if we go up, we'll just get beaten. Fang Lei looked at Liao Yang stepping up, nodded in satisfaction, and then looked at the others, finding no one daring to step forward, so he started calling people. There's no choice, I need to record the combat ability of some outstanding students, I can only judge roughly after someone steps up. You, come. He pointed to a student. The student's face changed, but he had no choice but to step up, trembling. Bang! As soon as the fight started, he was knocked to the ground. You. Fang Lei continued to point. As time passed, one by one, they were defeated by Liao Yang, even the strongest couldn't last more than 3 moves. You. Fang Lei continued to point. Class monitor, go for it. Suddenly, the students of Class 7 shouted. The class monitor, who was called, smiled bitterly and shook his head. He knew Liao Yang, he definitely wasn't a match. Sure enough, after stepping up, he lasted 10 moves before being defeated. The students of Class 7 instantly felt dejected. Liao Yang is just too strong, it's practically bullying. Someone shook their head and said helplessly. Some of the girls around looked at Liao Yang with admiring eyes. He's really impressive. Fang Lei also looked at Liao Yang and nodded in satisfaction. Liao Yang must have already stepped into the threshold of the early stage of physical training. Then, he scanned the remaining people who hadn't fought yet. You, come. He pointed at Qin Chen. Qin Chen stood up, and Wang Hai beside him pulled him and said, just go up and fall down, don't let him beat you too badly. Qin Chen nodded and after stepping into the arena, he spoke, Qin Chen. His expression was very calm, making the surrounding students look surprised. He doesn't seem nervous at all. There's no way, he's been called, he has to go up, anyway, he'll be beaten, he's probably prepared for it mentally. At this point, after defeating so many people, Liao Yang was obviously feeling a bit bored. He looked at Qin Chen and nonchalantly said, ready? I'm ready. Qin Chen nodded. The moment Qin Chen finished speaking, Liao Yang rushed over. He wanted to quickly end this boring fight. At this moment, he pounced like a leopard, with speed so fast that in the blink of an eye, he was already close to Qin Chen. Some of the girls around couldn't help but scream. Liao Yang! Liao Yang! In an instant, the scene reached its climax. Bang! A figure was sent flying. Liao Yang! Liao Yang! Leah! Just as some of the girls were shouting excitedly, suddenly, they clearly saw the figure flying out, and their voices instantly got stuck, as if they had swallowed chicken poop. The whole arena instantly became quiet, everyone stared in disbelief at the scene. The Liao Yang who had just been praised by everyone was now lying on the ground, pale, with a painful expression. At this moment, Qin Chen stood in the center of the arena, still in the same position. Everyone's minds went blank, the 5th-ranked genius Liao Yang was defeated in one move, not even making Qin Chen move a single step. Qin Chen! Qin Chen! Wang Hai was the first to react and suddenly shouted. Qin Chen! Qin Chen! At this moment, the students of Class 7 were all shouting. Fang Lei was also shocked, his pupils shrank. In that brief moment, even he hadn't seen what realm Qin Chen was at. Quick, 2 people, take him to the infirmary. Fang Lei saw Liao Yang, lying on the ground, becoming more and more agonized. Hastily, he shouted. After Liao Yang was carried away, Qin Chen looked at Fang Lei, and Fang Lei also looked at Qin Chen. Qin Chen awkwardly said, Teacher, it's my first time, I couldn't control it. Fang Lei waved his hand, about to speak. Qin Chen continued, Teacher, pick the next one, I will definitely take him down this time. As soon as he spoke, the students around them changed their expressions drastically. Fang Lei froze for a moment. Pick another one? Liao Yang was already knocked down with one move, picking anyone else would make no sense. Qin Chen, come with me. Fong Lei looked at the others. You continue, spar with each other, wait for me to come back. After saying that, he took Qin Chen and walked towards a certain direction of the school. The group of students were left dumbfounded. Once they regained their senses, they couldn't help but begin to discuss. What level is Qin Chen? He should be in the middle stage of body refining. Middle stage of body refining. The whole school, only that class leader, Wang Chang, reached it recently. Damn, this Qin Chen is really sly, hiding his strength until now. In the center of the group, Wang Hai was surrounded by people, all students from class 7, who knew that he and Qin Chen had a good relationship, and everyone was curious. Actually, I've known my brother's strength for a long time. Let me tell you, he's not in the middle stage of body refining, he's in the late stage. The chubby boy proudly said, but inside, he was completely stunned. Damn, that guy actually hid it from me, secretly becoming a master. What? Late stage of body refining. When the people around heard Wang Hai's words, they gasped in shock. Hiss. A cold gasp echoed. People looked at Qin Chen's receding figure, their eyes filled with disbelief. In the school's martial arts building, this is usually where students spar and practice on their own, as well as a place for them to test their combat strength. Qin Chen, what is your realm? Fong Lei looked at Qin Chen, asking seriously. His expression was very serious. Don't hide anything, this is related to the school's arrangements for you next. During the college entrance exam sprint phase, the school has different plans for different students. If you hide something now, you'll be the one at a disadvantage. Peak of body refining. Qin Chen nodded. As for the matter of the 3 systems, he certainly wouldn't reveal it, but the peak of body refining was enough to shock people. Sure enough, peak of body refining. Fong Lei became excited. He grabbed Qin Chen's arms. Do you mind testing your combat strength? Teacher Fong, don't get too excited. Qin Chen said helplessly, let's test it then. He was also curious whether the strength measured by the device would match the one shown on the system. Wait. Suddenly, Fong Lei took out his phone, dialed a number, and made a call. Soon, a man who looked to be in his 50s walked over. Fong Lei, what's going on? Why did you call me over so quickly? The man spoke with some displeasure. Principal, something big, there's a student about to test his combat strength, come over and take a look. Fong Lei said excitedly. The principal was about to get angry. What was the big deal with a student testing their strength? Suddenly, a loud crash sounded. The principal looked over immediately. The device showed the combat strength numbers jumping continuously, finally stopping. He stared in disbelief at the number. 150. Even Fong Lei, who already knew Qin Chen was at the peak of body refining, widened his eyes in shock. This number was far beyond the peak of body refining. Although the peak of body refining might exceed 100, some people were born with stronger physical attributes, but reaching 150 was practically impossible. Fong Lei, which school is this student from? The principal looked at Qin Chen and, confirming he didn't recognize him, loudly asked Fong Lei. As the principal, he didn't know many students from the school, but he was familiar with the outstanding ones. He had no idea who Qin Chen was. Principal, Qin Chen is from our school, a student from class 7 of senior year 3. Otherwise, how could he be testing here? Fong Lei snapped out of his shock, feeling somewhat speechless. Why would he bring a student from another school here? At this moment, the principal finally looked seriously at Qin Chen, his own school student, and the more he looked, the more he found him pleasing to the eye. Qin, come. The principal pulled Qin Chen aside and sat down. Qin, are you a dual system? He suddenly asked. Peak body refinement, battle power 150, there are only 2 possibilities, one is a super freak, the other is dual system. The chances of both are incredibly low, but comparing the two, he felt that the dual system possibility was higher. After all, Qin Chen didn't look like the type with a freakish muscular body. Qin Chen nodded and didn't deny it. Dual systems, although rare, aren't non-existent. Ah, great. The principal laughed heartily. Dual system, 150, that means Qin Chen's other system has already reached the middle stage of body refinement. This cultivation speed is simply terrifying. However, I suggest you still focus on the peak body refinement system. The college entrance examination is approaching, and if you can become a 1-star warrior by then, this Dragon Country University will be yours to choose. The principal seriously reminded him. Having worked at the school for so long, the principal had never seen a talent like Qin Chen. He had to take him seriously, as he would definitely be a trump card in the college entrance exam. I understand. Qin Chen nodded, without offering any further explanation. By the way, how would you like the school to train you? The principal suddenly asked. Although the school had previously prepared specific training for top students, with Qin Chen's appearance, it was no longer just about being a top student. The so-called geniuses at the school had already been left far behind. The training plans for them were no longer suitable for Qin Chen. Actually, I don't have any special requirements. Qin Chen shook his head slightly. The school's training plan would definitely not be as effective as his system, there was no need for it at all. Principal, I heard the school has special reward money? Qin Chen asked. Hearing this, the principal looked at Qin Chen. This child was truly straightforward. He nodded. Indeed, there is, but the maximum reward is not that much. How much? 100,000. That's great. I would like to apply for that reward. My family situation, you might not know, is very poor. Qin Chen said seriously. Good kid. The principal sighed inwardly. He spoke, I will apply for the reward for you, and try to get it for you within 3 days. There is a set process for applying for rewards at the school, and the shortest time is 3 days. Then thank you, principal. Qin Chen smiled. 100,000, combined with what was in his card, would make a total of 420,000. This amount was more than most families could save in a lifetime. Chapter 8, 3 Systems of Cultivation, the Limit of the Human Body. Is there anything else you need? The principal continued. The reward money should have gone to the best students, and Qin Chen deserved it. I hope to have more free study time. My cultivation method is a little different. Qin Chen thought for a moment and said. Coming to school didn't really matter much now. He wanted to use his time to improve his cultivation. No problem. The principal didn't hesitate at all. Since Qin Chen had only just revealed his strength, it was clear he had been relying on his own cultivation methods before. In this case, the principal certainly didn't want him to be delayed by the school's way of teaching. After leaving, Qin Chen didn't go to the practical combat class but directly left the school. He took a taxi to the largest energy market in the city center. The so-called energy market was a place where beast crystals, beast skins, corpses, and various elixirs were bought and sold. And this largest market was also owned by the government, so he could get discounts here as well. With 320,000, he could upgrade his wind system to its peak, and the ice system could also begin proper cultivation. One top-grade beast crystal from the wind system will get my body refinement progress to 45%. So, to reach 100%, I still need 2 more top-grade beast crystals. His wind system talent was only S, so the effect of high-level beast crystals would be much less. Even with 4 high-level beast crystals, it might not be enough to push him to the peak. But with 2 top-grade beast crystals, that would definitely work. The 2 top-grade beast crystals, after the discount, would cost 160,000. He still has 160,000 left, enough to buy 2 high-quality ice-type beast crystals. On the second floor of the mall is the area dedicated to selling beast crystals, and he quickly found the section for wind-type beast crystals. 120,000? Qin Chen frowned when he asked the price. Yes, sir. Wind-type beast crystals are a bit more expensive than fire-type ones because these beasts are rarer, the salesperson explained. Qin Chen then understood that the prices of beast crystals vary depending on the type of ferocious beast. Give me 2. Qin Chen took out his peak-level body training certification and said. The salesperson looked at the certificate and her expression changed. Master, you. What's wrong? Qin Chen frowned. Nothing, I just wanted to say, Master, you can enjoy a 40% discount. 40%? Qin Chen was taken aback, then suddenly remembered. When he had been at the Martial Arts Association, he had been certified for mid-stage body training and received a 20% discount. This meant that late-stage body training would get 30%, and peak body training would get 40%. Wrap it up for me. Qin Chen smiled. With the 40% off, each beast crystal would only cost 72,000. This was quite a big benefit. Gee. Good. The salesperson hurriedly wrapped up the beast crystals. After receiving the beast crystals, Qin Chen glanced at the salesperson. Keep it a secret. The salesperson immediately nodded non-stop, like a chick pecking rice. Next, Qin Chen went to the ice-type beast crystal section and also bought 2 high-quality ice-type beast crystals. After counting, he still had 32,000 on his card. He decided to keep 2,000 for himself and give the rest to his family for living expenses. That should be enough for now. Once the school bonus came through in a few days, he would send it all to his family, improving their living conditions significantly. Once everything was done, he headed downstairs and walked toward the exit of the mall. Just as he reached the ground floor, 2 people entered the mall, a man and a woman. The man froze when he saw Qin Chen. Then, noticing what Qin Chen was holding, he frowned. Quan Xiao, what's wrong? The dazzling woman beside him asked in confusion when she saw Zhao Quan's expression. I see someone familiar. He carefully observed the approaching Qin Chen. At that moment, he remembered. This was the person who had come to him a while ago. Back then, Qin Chen had asked him if he had instructed someone to harm Qin Dai, and he had admitted it without hesitation. Zhao Quan knew Qin Chen's family. They didn't have much money, but seeing what Qin Chen was holding, his expression changed. Did he record the conversation and then go threaten my family? His mind started to race. Though he couldn't see the quality of the beast crystals in Qin Chen's hand, buying 4 at once, no matter how basic they were, was something Qin Chen's family couldn't afford. The only possibility was that Qin Chen had used the recording to threaten his family. Zhao Quan was powerful, but not enough to ignore the rules. This person must die. He suddenly became ruthless. If Qin Chen was holding a recording, it would be a ticking time bomb. While it wouldn't destroy the Zhao family, it would certainly make things difficult, especially since Qin Dai was a retired soldier. How could Quan Shao have such a friend? The woman glanced at Qin Chen, speaking with disdain. Qin Chen was the kind of person who could easily be identified as ordinary, wearing clothes that had no charm whatsoever. At this moment, Qin Chen also saw Zhao Quan ahead. He just glanced at him and didn't bother to acknowledge him. Qin Chen. Zhao Quan called out as he approached. It really is you. He looked surprised. Qin brother, when you came to find me last time, I was in a bad mood at the time. Qin brother, do you have time now? If so, I'd like to make it up to you. Qin Chen looked at him. How do you plan to make it up to me? Hearing Qin Chen's words, Zhao Quan's heart lifted. Come, let's talk in the car. Qin Chen smiled and didn't refuse. He followed him outside the mall. Qin brother, I don't have any money on my card, but I have a villa in the suburbs. All my money is there. If you come with me, I'll give it to you, how about it? On the way to the car, Zhao Quan said with a smile. I see. Qin Chen hesitated for a moment. Zhao Quan's heart raced. Brother Qin, don't worry. When we get there, whatever you want, it's all negotiable. Qin Chen showed a moment of hesitation, but finally gritted his teeth and nodded. All right, but we must come back early. Sure, my car runs very fast. Zhao Quan laughed heartily. Get out. He turned coldly to the woman next to him. The woman reluctantly said, Quan Shao, I don't know where your villa is, I want to go too. My villa, not only do you not know, nobody knows besides me. Zhao Quan's expression turned icy. What do you want to go for? We agreed from the start, if we break up, we can't interfere. So it's better you don't know about the villa. The woman furrowed her brow in anger, just about to speak when Qin Chen suddenly said, It's fine, Quan Shao, let her go. 2 big men going alone, how does that look? Zhao Quan was taken aback. He wanted to refuse but feared that Qin Chen wouldn't come if he did, so he reluctantly nodded. All right then. Without further delay, he pressed the accelerator, and the car sped towards the outskirts. Half an hour later, the car reached a more remote area, and in the end, it arrived at a desolate path where, at a glance, no houses could be seen nearby. Not to mention people, not even a ghost's shadow. Soon, the car came to a slow stop, and Zhao Quan said, We can't drive any further, we have to get out and walk. As he spoke, he got out of the car, and the woman followed him without any sense of abnormality. Qin Chen smiled slightly. He quickly took out 4 beast crystals and swallowed them in one go, then casually opened the car door. Ding, absorption successful, your physical wind elemental refinement progress reaches 100%. Ding, absorption successful, your physical ice elemental refinement progress reaches 100%. At this moment, Qin Chen felt his physical power reach an unprecedented level. Name, Qin Chen. Fire elemental realm, peak body refinement. Wind elemental realm, peak body refinement. Ice elemental realm, peak body refinement. Combat power, 500. Ding, congratulations to the host, Trinity of Cultivation, physical refinement reaches human limit, God level task initiated. Chapter 9, God level task, a punch to defeat the enemy. Damn. Qin Chen was shocked by his own combat power. The reason he dared to follow Zhao Quan here was that he guessed that by swallowing 2 top-quality ice elemental beast crystals, he could reach the peak. After all, his ice elemental talent was S-grade. He also guessed that his combat power would definitely reach the threshold of a 1-star warrior's 300 combat power, even exceeding it by quite a bit. But he didn't expect it to exceed the 1-star warrior threshold by a whopping 200. As for Zhao Quan, he had just become a 1-star warrior, and his combat power couldn't be too high. Tremble, Zhao Quan. After Qin Chen got out of the car, he looked at Zhao Quan in front of him with a smile. Ding, God-level task successfully initiated. Task 1, become a 1-star warrior within 6 months, reward 1 fire elemental mark fragment, normal mode. Task 2, become a 1-star warrior within 3 months, reward 1 fire elemental and 1 wind elemental mark fragment, hard mode. Task 3, become a 1-star warrior within 1 month, reward 1 fire elemental, ice elemental, wind elemental mark fragment, and 1 second tier martial art, hell mode. Task 4, become a 1-star warrior within 3 days, reward 2 random mark fragments and 1 martial arts gift pack, god level mode. Qin Chen looked directly at task 4, the one that opened was the god-level task, and what he cared about was only that level. Mark fragments, needless to say, were fragments of elemental marks. To break through to a 1-star warrior, one needed to condense elemental marks, and he had the ability to absorb, so as long as he swallowed enough mark fragments, he could condense elemental marks. What was most important was that martial arts gift pack. He couldn't guess what type of martial art it was, but since it was a god-level task, it had to be extraordinary. This god-level task is just too difficult. 3 days' time, this was basically a challenge against the heavens. Ding, task acceptance time 3 seconds. If the host does not accept, a random passive task will be assigned. Countdown begins. Damn! Qin Chen's face changed, and he hurriedly accepted task 4. Brother Qin, hurry up and catch up. It's almost here. Zhao Quan turned to call out to Qin Chen. Hurry up! The woman had an impatient look, filled with disgust in her eyes. It would be so much better if it were just her and Zhao Quan. Right now, Qin Chen was simply their unwanted third wheel. Coming! Qin Chen stopped delaying and quickly followed them. Soon after, they came across an abandoned reservoir, surrounded by desolate woods. Quan Xiao? Where is your villa? The woman looked around. Ahead was a dilapidated little house, where the caretaker of the reservoir must have lived when it was still in use. As for the villa, not a single shadow could be seen. Zhao Quan suddenly turned around and grabbed the woman's neck. Villa? This big reservoir will be your grave, much better than any villa. The woman's face changed dramatically. She tried to speak but couldn't make a sound as her neck was being choked. Zhao Quan showed no mercy. With a twist of his hand, there was a crack, and the woman's neck was broken. He then tossed her aside. With a thud, her body was thrown into the reservoir. Qin Chen watched the entire scene of him killing the woman and disposing of the body without any expression. He had agreed to let the woman come for this very result. The woman was connected to Zhao Quan. Once she didn't show up, the Zhao family would easily trace it back. But now that she was dead, even if he killed Zhao Quan, the Zhao family would need some time to trace it back to him. And right now, what he needed most was time. At this moment, Zhao Quan looked at Qin Chen. You didn't run? He thought Qin Chen would flee after seeing the murder, but Qin Chen stood there without any reaction. Well, he must be scared silly. He walked in front of Qin Chen. Now it's your turn. Saying this, he threw a punch, his fist glowing bright red. A fire-type 1-star warrior. Qin Chen stared at the fist, neither dodging nor avoiding, and at the moment it reached him, he also threw a punch. Boom! A huge sound echoed. Zhao Quan, who had been smug, suddenly screamed in pain as his body flew back, crashing to the ground with a thud. You broke through to a warrior? He turned pale, looking at Qin Chen in terror. After breaking through to a 1-star warrior, his combat strength reached 320, yet he was severely injured by Qin Chen's punch, surprisingly from someone who must have broken through long ago. Thinking of this, he showed an expression of disbelief. Qin Chen swiftly approached him and slapped his hand toward his forehead. Die. Feeling death approaching, Zhao Quan's face changed dramatically. No, I am a Zhao family member. You can't kill me, or the Zhao family won't spare you or your family. Bang! Qin Chen's palm slammed down on his forehead without hesitation. Zhao Quan's eyes widened in terror, his whole body went limp, and he fell to the ground. Qin Chen grabbed his corpse and hurled it into the reservoir. Watching the two bodies slowly sink to the bottom, he then turned to leave. Not long after, he drove Zhao Quan's car to the reservoir, disposed of the scene, and then turned to leave. Everything was done swiftly and neatly. Back home, night had already fallen. Qin Chen went directly to his room, then sat cross-legged on the bed to begin his training. First, consolidate the fire element mark. Buzz. A flame appeared in his palm, then began to dance wildly. Consolidating the mark meant completely transforming the elemental force into his own mark. Through the mark, he would then control the elemental power. A 1-star warrior means consolidating one divine pattern mark. Qin Chen's talent for fire elements was the highest, SSS rank. At this moment, he felt an alarming closeness to the fire element. It wasn't until the next morning that he opened his eyes and looked at the system. His fire element mark had already condensed to 2%. Name, Qin Chen. Fire System Realm, Peak Body Refining, Element Mark Progress 2%. Wind System Realm, Peak Body Refining. Ice System Realm, Peak Body Refining. Combat Power, 504. At this rate, it will take 50 days to break through to 1 star. Qin Chen shook his head. He still has an SSS level talent. If it were a lower grade, it would take years. There is a place that can speed up my imprinting process, but that place is just too expensive. He remembered that in the Martial Arts Association, there were elemental training rooms where the power of elements was dense. As long as you entered for training, you could speed up the imprinting process. But to get in, you had to spend a lot of money. It was said that one night could cost hundreds of thousands, and the prices for different elemental training rooms varied based on the type and density of the elements. Even calculating the shortest time of 3 days, he would still need to spend over $1 million. and there was no guarantee of breaking through in that time. Just then, his phone suddenly rang. "Qin Chen, come to school." The principal's voice came from the other end of the line. Qin Chen was stunned. "Principal, I have the right to study freely." "I know, but this is important, hurry up." The principal did not explain, but his tone sounded urgent. After hanging up the phone, Qin Chen went out and headed straight to the school. Chapter 10, A Kick That Blasts Open the Car Door. "Principal, what's the hurry?" After arriving at the school, Qin Chen went directly to the principal's office. At that moment in the office, there was not just the principal but also the school director present. Come. The principal smiled and gestured for Qin Chen to sit down. "Have you heard of the Genius Training Camp?" After Qin Chen sat down, the principal finally asked. Qin Chen nodded. In his memory, the Genius Training Camp was a special camp for high school seniors. Before every college entrance examination, it would be established, and then one outstanding student would be selected from every high school in the city to participate. By the timing of previous years, it was just about that time now. "This time, the person selected from our school is you." The principal looked at Qin Chen with expectation in his eyes. There are over 150 high schools in Rome City, and after every Genius Training Camp begins, every school will make comparisons. In past years, people from Rome City number 1 didn't finish at the bottom, but they also never got in the top 10. Now with Qin Chen, entering the top 10 seems guaranteed, and he may even contend for the top 3 or even first place, bringing honor to Rome City number 1. "So, how about it? Are you interested?" the principal asked. The director beside him also looked at Qin Chen with complex emotions. In the past, students had to fight fiercely to get into this Genius Training Camp, but now, it felt like the principal was pleading with Qin Chen, the difference was just too big. "When does it start?" "It starts at noon." "So soon?" Qin Chen frowned. He was quite interested in the Genius Training Camp, but he now had to consider how to break through to a one-star warrior in 3 days. After entering the training camp, he wouldn't have that much freedom. Seeing Qin Chen hesitating, the principal felt anxious and quickly said, "Qin Chen, once you enter this Genius Training Camp, the city will provide a talent bonus of 100,000. Additionally, you will receive guidance from instructors, and not only that, if you have the ability, you can enter the elemental training room." "Elemental training room? The training camp has an elemental training room?" Qin Chen was taken aback, then showed excitement. What he needed the most right now was the elemental training room. "Of course." The principal smiled. Knowing Qin Chen was at the peak of body refining, he realized that as soon as he mentioned the elemental training room, the other party would agree without hesitation. Without waiting for Qin Chen to ask, he continued, "Moreover, this elemental training room is newly developed, and training inside is 15 times more effective than outside." 15 times? Qin Chen was shocked. He remembered that the elemental training rooms humans had created could only achieve a maximum of 13 times, and even that was in the capital with very few available. 15 times, calculated at a 2% increase per night, means a 30% increase in one night. Just staying in the training room for 2 days could allow his fire element level to break through to a one-star warrior. "So, how about it? Are you interested in participating?" the principal asked again. "Of course." Qin Chen nodded. With the element training room, he had no reason to refuse. "Ah, great." The principal laughed heartily. "Qin Chen, I promise you, as long as you can win first place in the Genius Camp this time, I will raise your reward to 150,000. The maximum reward set by the school was 100,000, but if Qin Chen could really secure first place, he decided to break this rule. Even if he couldn't, he would take out an extra 50,000 himself. "Then thank you, principal." Qin Chen smiled. Money is always better in greater amounts, and he would welcome any amount. The principal nodded and glanced at the time. "You can set off now." "Now?" Qin Chen looked confused. "Yes, now. The original time to head to the training camp is today. By noon is the latest, and I think the chosen ones from other schools have already set off," the principal explained. "Where is it?" Qin Chen asked in puzzlement. The principal shook his head. "I don't know exactly where. You all need to find it yourselves and go. You must arrive at the training camp before dark. If you're late, it will be considered as giving up." "What a game!" Qin Chen turned and walked away. Watching Qin Chen leave in a hurry, the principal and the director both laughed. This was indeed a test, not only of strength but also of wits. If they couldn't find the training camp's location within a day, they wouldn't qualify to be a part of it. "Do you think Qin Chen can get first place?" the director suddenly asked. Based on past experiences, it seemed certain that Qin Chen would secure first place. But this time, they knew there were 2 other geniuses emerging, one from the 7th school and one from the 9th school. Those two were Qin Chen's biggest competitors, and it was said they had also reached the peak of body training. I don't know. It's good to have pressure. If there was no pressure, I wouldn't recommend him. The principal shook his head. Qin Chen, reaching such a height quietly, must have his own training methods. If the genius training camp was going to be like those in previous years, he wouldn't bother to make the recommendation. At that moment, Qin Chen had already exited the school. He didn't leave right away but took out his phone and opened the map. In Rome City, there are 3 places with element training rooms. He looked at the 3 locations on the map. One is the Martial Arts Association, one is the City Sports Center, and the other is the Ming Mountain Training Ground. All 3 places were possible, for in previous genius training camps, all 3 had been used and there was no fixed location. The 3 places are in 3 different directions. Qin Chen looked at the map, frowning. The 3 directions were very far apart. If he went to each one, a day wouldn't be enough. He zoomed in on the map and found the addresses of every high school in the city, suddenly smiling. High schools were spread across the city, some very close to the Martial Arts Association, and others near the City Sports Center, but none were close to the Ming Mountain Training Ground. Even the nearest high school would take over 3 hours to reach the Ming Mountain Training Camp, while the farthest would take nearly 6 hours. If fairness was to be a consideration, Ming Mountain was the best choice. There's a high probability it's the Ming Mountain Training Ground. Qin Chen directly looked at the Ming Mountain Training Ground on the map. It was the farthest from him, probably taking 5 to 6 hours to get there. However, he didn't decide to go to the Ming Mountain Training Ground right away but instead headed toward the Martial Arts Association. The Martial Arts Association was only half an hour away from him, so going there wouldn't take much time. Young man, need a ride? A taxi suddenly stopped next to Qin Chen, and the driver leaned out the window to ask. Qin Chen directly opened the front passenger door. Martial Arts Association. All right. The driver slammed the accelerator and sped off. Young man, are you going for certification at the Martial Arts Association? It's not easy to get certified at such a young age. After getting in the car, the driver glanced at Qin Chen and smiled as he asked. I guess so. Qin Chen nodded. Really going for certification? Young man, do you have a girlfriend? I have a daughter. The driver kept talking while Qin Chen responded sporadically. But soon, Qin Chen squinted his eyes. Driver, this isn't the way to the Martial Arts Association, right? He looked ahead and noticed that the driver had unknowingly taken 2 wrong turns, and now they were getting farther from the Martial Arts Association. Young man, I've been driving a taxi for 3 years. Trust me, this direction is the martial arts. Bang! Without saying a word, Qin Chen kicked the car door hard, sending it flying open, and jumped out. The driver's face changed, but he didn't stop, continuing to drive. He glanced at the rearview mirror and saw Qin Chen standing steadily behind, showing surprise. Kicking the car door off, at least at the mid-level of body training, this generation's talents are indeed better than the last. Saying this, he pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Number 37 has slipped out of control. Cultivation at the mid-level of body training, at least. Chapter 11, Climbing the Mountain. After jumping out of the car, Qin Chen watched the taxi not stop at all and smiled slightly. Looks like the trial of the genius training camp has already begun. He turned and headed towards the direction of the Ming Mountain Training Camp. At this moment, the taxi began to pull over, and the driver got out, seeing that Qin Chen had not continued towards the Martial Arts Association but left directly, showing surprise. He was indeed an instructor at the Genius Training Camp. Although the Genius Training Camp consisted of talents selected from each school, it wasn't something anyone could casually enter. Only those who truly found the location of the training camp and arrived within the specified time could be considered official members. And he was one of the people creating challenges for these geniuses, specifically responsible for Qin Chen. Qin Chen's number was 37, originally given to a Wang Chang, based on the performance of over 150 students, ranking them approximately. Now that Wang Chang was replaced by Qin Chen, this number naturally became Qin Chen's. Not following the usual pattern? He stared at Qin Chen's retreating figure, momentarily stunned. Qin Chen's ability to kick the car door off surprised him, but even more surprising was that Qin Chen did not head to the Martial Arts Association but rather to the Ming Mountain Training Ground. Common sense would suggest that blocking Qin Chen from going to the Martial Arts Association would only make him try harder to go, but Qin Chen gave up the idea without hesitation, a decisiveness he had not anticipated. Not long after, Qin Chen hailed another taxi. This time he carefully watched the front, confirming they were heading toward the Ming Mountain Training Ground before relaxing. Hours later, he arrived at the foot of Ming Mountain, looking up at the peak that seemed unreachable. Just as Qin Chen arrived at the foot of the mountain, among the woods of Ming Mountain, a boy and a girl were struggling to climb. This Ming Mountain is really hard to climb. I barely completed a third of it. If I don't reach the top before dark, I'll fail this time and return to school. Won't I be laughed at to death, said the girl, stopping to catch her breath. The school had selected her for the Genius Training Camp, and she was confident at first but now couldn't help but worry. Ming Mountain, known as impossible for ordinary people to climb, is naturally not easy, the boy said. He appeared to struggle less, but he wasn't moving easily. Compared to when they first started climbing, his speed had slowed significantly. Xiaoyan, I can't wait for you anymore, I need to head up first. It gets harder the higher we go, and I'm afraid I won't make it either, the boy suddenly said. Upon hearing this, the girl named Xiaoyan turned angry. Zhou, you're leaving me behind just like that? And you want to pursue me? Zhou felt awkward. He had always liked Jin Xiaoyan. It would be too much of a loss to miss this opportunity to enter the genius training camp. What are you afraid of? Our two schools are the closest to the Ming Mountain training grounds, and we got here first. If we can't reach the top on time, others definitely won't be able to either. Then the genius training camp will have no one at all, and won't they have to let everyone in? They are the best from their respective schools, and they arrived at Ming Mountain before anyone else. If they can't make it within the given time, others from different schools will surely struggle even more. If the training camp isn't here, then it's just our bad luck. But if you abandon me, then don't talk to me again in the future, the girl said firmly. Zhou Lei's face changed, and as he took a deep breath to speak, he suddenly looked down the mountain, revealing a shocked expression. Xiaoyan, look quickly. Look? What am I looking at? The girl replied somewhat dissatisfied, but couldn't help turning to look down. They saw a figure rapidly moving upwards, at a speed that was astonishing. After an hour of climbing, they had covered almost a third of the distance, but the distance was quickly shrinking under that person's feet. You have to know, Ming Mountain is not a tourist spot, there's only a training ground at the top, specifically for training some geniuses. So, Ming Mountain doesn't have well-maintained paths, it's just dense forest, with loose rocks and muddy terrain that are very difficult to navigate. However, under that person's feet, it was as easy as walking on flat ground. The trees posed no hindrance to the person at all, and those loose stones, which would roll under any normal person's steps, were as if touched lightly, making no sound. This. The girl was completely stunned. Could it be an instructor? Zhou looked puzzled, but this was the only explanation he could come up with. Not an instructor. The girl suddenly screamed. Zhou looked carefully, and as he caught a glimpse of Qin Chen's face, his expression changed. He looked too young, just like them, he looked like a student. How is that possible? He's at least in the late stage of body refinement. How could a late-stage body refinement student enter the training camp with us? I heard that this year's group has a few monsters, could it be true? While the two were in shock, the figure was getting closer, and eventually, they could see Qin Chen's appearance clearly. Senior, which school are you from? Zhou couldn't help but ask as Qin Chen approached. Swish. In the moment the boy spoke, Qin Chen's figure swiftly passed in front of them. First high school. Qin Chen's voice rang out. When the two of them reacted and looked up, Qin Chen was already 100 meters away. Wow! The boy couldn't help but curse. So fast. It was a struggle for them to climb the mountain, while Qin Chen seemed to be flying. Wind element, it's definitely the late stage of body refinement with the wind element. The girl murmured. When Qin Chen passed by them, it felt like a gust of wind. The body refinement stage is when one has not yet trained in martial arts, only those practicing the wind element can reach such speed. At this time, Qin Chen was climbing the mountain while breathing evenly, looking less like he was climbing and more like he was enjoying it. As expected of a mountain that ordinary people cannot climb, here, it feels like cultivation is speeding up. Qin Chen thought in surprise. It seemed as if there was legendary spiritual energy here, making him feel that with every breath he took, he was cultivating. If he stayed here for a long time, it would definitely be better than cultivating down the mountain. I only saw two people on the way up, it seems I'm the first one here. He looked up, still unable to see the mountain top, but he knew he had reached the halfway point. As he climbed higher, things felt increasingly difficult, but he did not slow down even a little. At first, he only used the peak power of the wind element, and when he felt it was tough, he activated the fire element. By the end, all three elements were activated. Boom! Finally, he took the last step and reached the top of Ming Mountain. At this moment, his blood seemed to be boiling, and after a moment, it slowly calmed down. Chapter 12, Elimination Rate Exceeds 50%. Who? Qin Chen let out a long breath, feeling completely refreshed. I didn't expect that after climbing a mountain, my 3-element mark would have condensed some. He looked at the system, and at this moment, his 3-element mark had condensed again by 2%. With this, the fire element mark had condensed to a total of 4%. My battle power has also increased to 516. Watching his changes, he was very satisfied. Before the genius training camp even started, he had already made some progress. Although it wasn't much, it was still a good beginning. The training camp should be ahead. He looked ahead. At the top of Ming Mountain was a huge platform. No matter how hard he looked, he couldn't see its end. About 200 meters ahead, there were some buildings, and even a tall building. He walked step by step toward it, and just as he was about to approach, two men in military uniforms came out from inside. One of the men glanced at the time and then looked up at Qin Chen. "Not bad, you're the first to arrive and took little time. Which school are you from?" "First High." Qin Chen looked at the two men. "First High?" The two were immediately surprised. They sized Qin Chen up and one of them said, "Really, from First High? No fake, no need to pretend, right?" Qin Chen shrugged his shoulders. The two men examined Qin Chen again, and one said, "First High is at least a 5-hour drive from here." "So you mean you climbed the mountain in less than 2 hours?" the other continued. Their tone was filled with surprise. Hearing their words, Qin Chen did not respond. He was arranged here at the last minute and set off later than others. In reality, he had climbed for less than an hour. "Not bad, really not bad. Welcome to the Genius Training Camp. We are the personnel in charge of safety here." The two began to introduce themselves. "May I ask what your name is?" One of them extended his hand, speaking naturally. Qin Chen also extended his hand. "Qin Chen." Their hands instantly shook together. But soon, Qin Chen frowned. He felt the force in the other party's hand gradually increasing. "Qin Chen, not bad." The man nodded, but he didn't mean to let go, and the force kept increasing. Qin Chen's expression remained calm as he gradually increased the force in his hand. The man's face changed slightly. He did not expect Qin Chen to counterattack. He unhesitatingly exerted force again. Thus, the two were secretly competing in strength, and as the force grew stronger, when Qin Chen used the peak strength of body tempering, the man stared in shock. The person beside them was also surprised. He could see that his side's person had reached the peak strength of body tempering, yet Qin Chen showed no signs of pain on his face. Peak body tempering. He was startled inside. At this moment, the man shaking hands with Qin Chen was also extremely shocked, but soon he relaxed. After all, Qin Chen was the first to arrive, so peak body tempering was entirely possible. He smiled slightly and increased the force in his hand again. This time, their task was very simple: to give these geniuses a warning so that after entering the training camp, they would let go of their arrogant attitudes, and also conveniently eliminate some people. However, soon his expression changed. He felt that the force coming from Qin Chen's hand was also increasing, showing no signs of weakness. "I don't believe it." Boom! He directly unleashed the power of a 1-star martial artist, which, calculated by battle power, reached at least 350 in a single strike. But in the next moment, just when he was about to feel proud, his expression suddenly changed. The same force surged toward his palm, and it was even increasing. A drop of sweat appeared on his forehead. But he did not slow down even a little. At first, he only used the peak power of the wind element, and when he felt it was tough, he activated the fire element. By the end, all 3 elements were activated. Boom! Finally, he took the last step and reached the top of Ming Mountain. At this moment, his blood seemed to be boiling, and after a moment, it slowly calmed down. Chapter 12, Elimination Rate Exceeds 50%. Who? Qin Chen let out a long breath, feeling completely refreshed. "I didn't expect that after climbing a mountain, my 3-element mark would have condensed some." He looked at the system, and at this moment, his 3-element mark had condensed again by 2%. With this, the fire element mark had condensed to a total of 4%. My battle power has also increased to 516. Watching his changes, he was very satisfied. Before the Genius Training Camp even started, he had already made some progress. Although it wasn't much, it was still a good beginning. The training camp should be ahead. He looked ahead. At the top of Ming Mountain was a huge platform. No matter how hard he looked, he couldn't see its end. About 200 meters ahead, there were some buildings, and even a tall building. He walked step by step toward it, and just as he was about to approach, two men in military uniforms came out from inside. One of the men glanced at the time and then looked up at Qin Chen. "Not bad, you're the first to arrive and took little time. Which school are you from?" "First High." Qin Chen looked at the two men. "First High?" The two were immediately surprised. They sized Qin Chen up and one of them said, "Really, from First High? No fake, no need to pretend, right?" Qin Chen shrugged his shoulders. The two men examined Qin Chen again, and one said, "First High is at least a 5-hour drive from here." "So you mean you climbed the mountain in less than 2 hours?" the other continued. Their tone was filled with surprise. Hearing their words, Qin Chen did not respond. He was arranged here at the last minute and set off later than others. In reality, he had climbed for less than an hour. "Not bad, really not bad. Welcome to the Genius Training Camp. We are the personnel in charge of safety here." The two began to introduce themselves. "May I ask what your name is?" One of them extended his hand, speaking naturally. Qin Chen also extended his hand. "Qin Chen." Their hands instantly shook together. But soon, Qin Chen frowned. He felt the force in the other party's hand gradually increasing. Qin Chen, not bad. The man nodded, but he didn't mean to let go, and the force kept increasing. Qin Chen's expression remained calm as he gradually increased the force in his hand. The man's face changed slightly. He did not expect Qin Chen to counterattack. He unhesitatingly exerted force again. Thus, the two were secretly competing in strength, and as the force grew stronger, when Qin Chen used the peak strength of body tempering, the man stared in shock. The person beside them was also surprised. He could see that his side's person had reached the peak strength of body tempering, yet Qin Chen showed no signs of pain on his face. Peak body tempering. He was startled inside. At this moment, the man shaking hands with Qin Chen was also extremely shocked, but soon he relaxed. After all, Qin Chen was the first to arrive, so peak body tempering was entirely possible. He smiled slightly and increased the force in his hand again. This time, their task was very simple, to give these geniuses a warning so that after entering the training camp, they would let go of their arrogant attitudes, and also conveniently eliminate some people. However, soon his expression changed. He felt that the force coming from Qin Chen's hand was also increasing, showing no signs of weakness. I don't believe it. Boom! He directly unleashed the power of a one-star martial artist, which, calculated by battle power, reached at least 350 in a single strike. But in the next moment, just when he was about to feel proud, his expression suddenly changed. The same force surged toward his palm, and it was even increasing. A drop of sweat appeared on his forehead. He felt a little tingling on his scalp. As the force continued to surge, he found it hard to bear. Classmate Qin, welcome to the genius training camp, he quickly spoke, retracting his hand. Qin Chen smiled and let go. Thank you for your trouble. Ha, not a trouble at all. The man laughed, his voice trembling a bit, then pointed to a spot. Go over there first. When others arrive, gather there. Your instructor is over there too. Thank you. Qin Chen walked directly toward that direction. What happened? After Qin Chen left, the other person asked with confusion. He had noticed that Qin Chen was evenly matched with the other, but later felt somewhat dazed. One-star martial artist, his strength reached a one-star martial artist, even stronger than me. He just nearly killed me. The man shook his palm, speaking with lingering fear. He had already broken through to one-star martial artist, with a combat power of around 350, but the strength that Qin Chen had just shown, if calculated as combat power, was at least 380. A combat power of 380, unless it's someone with an exceptionally strong physique, it definitely exceeded one-star martial artist. Thinking about this, the two turned to look at Qin Chen's silhouette. Their hearts stirred. It was rarely seen in Rongqing's history for a minor to be a one-star martial artist. Should we report the situation? No need, after all, it was just a secret test. Whether this guy has truly broken through to a one-star martial artist is still uncertain. Are you saying he might be dual system? Yes, so better not report it. With that person's temperament, if we say it wrong, we won't have a good time. He thought of his superior's dominance. If they reported without certainty, they could be scolded at the least, and heavily punished at most, which wouldn't be worth it. After their decision, the two continued to wait for other students to arrive. At this moment, Qin Chen had arrived at the designated place, which was a square, looking like a usual training ground without any special features. After a while, people started to arrive at the top of the mountain one after another. Hold for 5 seconds without screaming, and you pass. A voice came out. It was the person who had just shaken hands with Qin Chen. Immediately, a student walked toward Qin Chen. Ah! Not long after, a scream echoed. Eliminated. In the following time, the most common word Qin Chen heard was eliminated. Almost every few minutes someone would be eliminated. Until the sky gradually began to darken, there were fewer people who made it to the top of the mountain. At this time, another man in military uniform walked from afar to the square. He took a careful look at the crowd standing in the square. There are 72 people left, at least it's better than the previous session. From now on, everyone who hasn't arrived will be eliminated. Congratulations to you, you have officially entered the Genius Training Camp. My name is Ma Jun, and I am one of your instructors. As soon as he finished speaking, the square erupted. More than 150 people, with only 72 remaining. The elimination rate had exceeded half. Additionally, Ma Jun suddenly said loudly, entering the training camp does not mean you will stay here indefinitely. The training camp lasts for 2 months, and during this time, points will be given based on your daily performance. The one with the least points each day will be eliminated. Hearing this, everyone's expression changed. Being eliminated each day meant that at the end of the training camp, about 60 would be eliminated. Chapter 13, Strong People Fear Nothing. Who arrived first? Step forward. Ma Jun suddenly asked loudly. Everyone looked around, and soon saw Qin Chen stepping out from the crowd. They were all curious about which school he came from. Ma Jun saw Qin Chen coming, took out a list, and asked, which school are you from? Instructor, I am from the first high school. First high school? The instructor was slightly surprised. It was unexpected that First High School had a student who arrived first. At this moment, the other students also looked at Qin Chen, some in surprise, some in doubt, and others admiringly. First High School was probably the farthest from here, being the first to arrive also proved his strength. Ma Jun looked at the list in his hand and found the column for School 1. Are you Wang Chang? Qin Chen was taken aback for a moment, then quickly understood. He had replaced Wang Chang. The principal also didn't know why and hadn't called to explain. The information here hadn't been changed yet. My name is Qin Chen. Qin Chen corrected him. Qin Chen? Has someone been temporarily replaced at School 1? Ma Jun frowned. This kind of temporary replacement had happened before. The reasons were complex, but most of the time it was due to connections. Yes, I was temporarily replaced. Qin Chen nodded. As soon as he said this, the faces of the other students changed suddenly. Connection network? It seems it's true, no wonder he was the first to arrive. He must have connections. Maybe an elder helped him climb up. Everyone began to murmur. The only one who didn't speak was a boy. He was the same one Qin Chen had met before on the mountainside, along with a girl who had evidently been eliminated. He had made it into the training camp. Hearing the discussions around him and recalling Qin Chen's terrifying speed while climbing, he felt as if he were listening to a joke. A bunch of fools, soon you'll know how terrifying he really is, he thought to himself. Shut up! Ma Jun's face darkened as he shouted loudly. The group immediately fell silent. School 1, Qin Chen. He crossed out Wang Chang's name on the list and replaced it with Qin Chen's. Then he took out a number tag. Since you've replaced Wang Chang, this number belongs to you. Take it and go wait outside Area 4's main gate. As he spoke, he pointed into the distance. Qin Chen glanced over and saw 10 areas, each with a main gate labeled with numbers. The first gate had the numbers 1 to 10. The second had 11 to 20. And so on. Without hesitation, Qin Chen headed straight over, though he didn't let his guard down. This was definitely not a resting place for them. The training camp provided individual rooms for rest, ensuring no one interrupted each other's training. So, these 10 areas must have other purposes. Soon, everyone arrived at the corresponding rooms according to their numbers. Those with numbers over 100 were automatically filled in for those not eliminated. At this moment, Ma Jun also approached and announced loudly, "You all just completed a day of entry assessment, and you are all geniuses entering the training camp. Next, we will conduct the first score assessment. Those who do not come out within half an hour after entering the gates will be eliminated. In the end, those with the least points will also be eliminated." What? Upon hearing this, someone couldn't help but shout. They had just eliminated more than half the participants and hadn't even caught their breath before this new test was announced. Crack! Seeing the dim lights inside, everyone felt anxious, unsure of what kind of assessments awaited them. The unknown was the most terrifying. Go in! Ma Jun ordered. Everyone dared not hesitate and cautiously walked inside. Qin Chen walked among the crowd. As soon as he entered, a wave of cold air rushed over him. He passed by one room after another until he arrived at the door of room 37. At this time, many others had also found their corresponding numbered rooms. Some were even pressing their ears against the door to listen for sounds inside. The rule is to stay here for half an hour. I thought it would be difficult, but it seems there's nothing in this room. It's very quiet. A burly man listened for a moment and found the room very quiet, with no anomalies. It can't be simple inside. Do you really think the assessment will be that easy? Why don't we just stay here and wait for the time to pass, someone suddenly suggested. Everyone looked at him as if he were an idiot. How could a genius training camp have such loopholes? Moreover, if we don't enter the room, our points will all be 0, and we'll probably be eliminated collectively. Don't underestimate the determination of the training camp instructors to eliminate people. They can definitely do it. Who will open the door first to see what's inside? Someone spoke up. At this moment, everyone unintentionally looked towards Qin Chen. Brother Qin, you ranked first in this camp, your strength should be the strongest, right? You should open the door and check. If there's anything unusual, you have the best chance to deal with it, said a tall, thin, and somewhat handsome young man. Yes, Qin classmate, we are counting on you. On the other side, a girl with a good figure, but an ordinary appearance, smiled and spoke up. The others remained silent, but no one objected. They all knew Qin Chen had entered through connections, and they were all happy to push him out as a scout. Qin Chen glanced at them slightly, then directly stepped forward and pressed the switch on the door. I will naturally open the door, but it is not for you to take a path. The strong fear nothing, only the weak shrink back. After speaking, his finger had already pressed down on the switch beside him. The door slowly opened, and without any hesitation, he walked in. Everyone was taken aback by Qin Chen's words, then they reacted. Did he just say we are weak? Someone's face turned ugly. Forget it, let's go see what's inside. After Qin Chen entered, the door began to slowly close, and everyone quickly ran over to look inside. That is, a mechanical puppet? Someone's expression changed. Mechanical puppets, in various forms, some human-shaped and some beast-shaped, are specially made by humans to act as training partners. The weakest mechanical puppet is generally at the early stage of the body refining realm. The most important thing is that the mechanical puppet is a combination of technology and martial arts. Within the mechanical puppet is a chip, which contains the essence of human martial arts. A mechanical puppet at the early stage of body refining is definitely stronger than a human at the same stage, because a person cannot compare to the martial arts experience stored in the chip. Boom! A loud sound came, and everyone saw Qin Chen punch a mechanical puppet in front of him and send it flying. At that moment, the door had completely closed. He sent the mechanical puppet flying? Someone exclaimed. How is that possible? He's just a connection-based player. He couldn't have really made it here on his own talent, right? In an instant, some people's impression of Qin Chen changed. Perhaps he was not as they initially thought and truly had strength. Haha, suddenly, a loud laugh echoed. The previously tall, thin, and handsome young man laughed. What real strength? I'm from the second high school. I'm not far from the first high school. Do you think I don't know their situation? The strongest one, Wang Chang, has always been first from freshman year to senior year. I'm very clear on this. The second high school is the closest to the first high school, and he has indeed been paying attention to the strongest at the first high school because that is his rival. So he has always known about Wang Chang. I speculate that this mechanical puppet hasn't even had the chip installed, it's just a half-finished product. The young man was incredibly confident. Don't believe me? You are all the number ones from your respective schools. Some of you should know about the number one from the first high school. Have you heard of the name Qin Chen? He sneered. No one spoke. They indeed had not heard of Qin Chen, but some knew about Wang Chang. Chapter 14, Mechanical Puppets, 9 at a time. Forget it, I see some people still don't believe it, so I will prove it to you. Remember my name, second high school, Yang Shuai. Yang Shuai shook his hand and directly returned to his room's door. He hesitated no longer and pressed the switch for the door. Everyone quickly followed, and then saw Yang Shuai walk inside. The door is about to close. Everyone, hurry up and take a look. Yang Shuai's voice came out from the room. Immediately, everyone saw him rushing towards a mechanical puppet in the room. At the moment he got close, a red light lit up on the mechanical puppet. Yang Shuai smirked, knowing the mechanical puppet had been triggered, and he threw a punch. At the same time, the mechanical puppet reacted without delay and threw a punch back. Boom! A person and a puppet collided in an instant. Everyone focused their eyes and saw a figure flying backward. The person at the door changed their expression and quickly dodged, their figure flying out before the door closed. Damn! It's not a prototype. Yang Shuai tilted his head and fainted. Beep, beep, beep. Suddenly, an alarm sounded, and soon two people came in from outside. Seeing Yang Shuai on the ground, they directly lifted him and headed out. In less than 5 minutes, this is the second one eliminated. It looks like half will be eliminated this time, one of them spoke softly. When this was heard by everyone, their faces all changed. They looked again at room 37, their eyes filled with shock. Bang! In room 37, Qin Chen punched the mechanical puppet in front of him, causing it to emit smoke and completely lose its fighting ability. They have already started eliminating people. Qin Chen walked towards the broken mechanical puppet with a slight smile. He naturally heard the reset alarm and guessed it was triggered after someone was eliminated. These mechanical puppets were not easy to deal with. Among the students ranked 30 and onwards, very few were at the mid-stage of body refinement, making it not easy to avoid elimination. After defeating a mechanical puppet, Qin Chen looked ahead, where there were still 9 mechanical puppets. It's impossible for all of them to be at the early stage of body refinement, otherwise, it would be too easy. Qin Chen analyzed to himself. Mechanical puppets would be activated as soon as an attack reached within 2 meters of them. He speculated that as long as they were activated, regardless of whether they were harmed, if one could survive half an hour, they would earn points. If they were all at the early stage of body refinement and you only had to activate one to survive half an hour, that would be too simple. Moreover, by fighting one by one, many students could still disable some, so points wouldn't be that easy to obtain. He raised his head and saw several cameras in the room, smiling slightly. Points were assigned by the instructors here based on performance, therefore, to earn more points, one not only had to defeat more mechanical puppets but also think about how to win. Thinking of this, he had no hesitation and directly charged to within 2 meters of one of the mechanical puppets. The mechanical puppet flashed a red light and was instantly activated, rushing towards Qin Chen. However, Qin Chen did not engage it, instead, he ran towards another one. In this way, he rushed at each one, and soon, all 9 mechanical puppets were activated, causing the entire room to go into chaos. At the same time, alarms were constantly ringing from other rooms, and the staff responsible for lifting people came in. Hearing the huge commotion from Qin Chen's room, they couldn't help but look over in surprise. What's happening? Such a big noise, could all the mechanical puppets have been activated? Thinking of this, he shook his head again. If all the mechanical puppets were activated, the students inside would probably not be able to get up. Being eliminated, it was impossible to create such a big noise. Could it be that the mechanical puppets are out of control? They are fighting each other? His expression changed. However, he did not have permission. Once someone was inside this room, he could not force it open, so he could only walk to the door and peek through the peephole. Damn! After seeing the situation in the room, he couldn't help but shout. In the room, 4 mechanical puppets were already lying on the ground, and a young figure was moving freely among the attacks of the other mechanical puppets. At the same time, every punch from the young boy landed like a heavy hammer. A punch took down a mechanical puppet. What is this monster? He couldn't help but exclaim. More terrifying than his surprise was the youth's mercilessness. The mechanical puppet was costly to make, so its defense was stronger than its attack. During the assessment, as long as it was injured to a certain extent, it would stop attacking, preventing too much loss. However, every punch from that youth nearly blew the mechanical puppet apart, utterly ruining it, making repair impossible. At the same time, a man dressed in military uniform was walking toward a control room with a stack of documents. Instructor Yang, here are the documents of the people entering the training camp this time. The man placed the documents in front of a woman and said, Instructor Luo, have you looked over these documents? Yang Shui did not rush to examine them but glanced at the man. Luo Bin nodded. I skimmed through. This group is indeed better than the last one, but there are no particularly outstanding individuals. Didn't you make it to the peak of body refinement? Yang Shui smiled. Being at the peak of body refinement before the college entrance examination means they have a good chance of becoming a 1-star warrior during it. Such talent is quite excellent. I know, if this were in the past, I'd find these 2 pretty good, but nowadays. Luo Bin shook his head. Are you talking about the first selection of war stars? Yang Shui asked. Luo Bin nodded. I've learned that in the Western War Zone, some provinces have already produced 1-star warriors, but in Jiang Province, not only in Rong City, but in other cities as well, there are none. So, Jiang Province has no competitiveness in this war star selection. It's a pity since this is the first session. The Dragon Nation has several major war zones, each encompassing multiple provinces. And Jiang Province belongs to the Western War Zone. This time, each major war zone will select a war star from within their area. The selection criteria are that candidates must be high school seniors who are under 18 and haven't taken the college entrance examination yet. Since this is the first session, both the higher-ups of the war zone and the instructors of training camps like them take it very seriously. If a war star could emerge from their ranks, it would bring great honor, and the war zone would focus on training them, leading to immense future potential. For them, having taught such individuals is something to be proud of. Yang Shui didn't speak further but picked up the documents to skim through, starting with the profiles of the 2 peak body refinement students. Yu Yang, Su Fei. After glancing at the 2 profiles, she suddenly said, pull up the video from their rooms. Chapter 15, The Shocked Instructors. Okay. Luo Bin nodded, walked to the big screen, and then pulled up and enlarged the surveillance from Room 1 and Room 2. Room 1 is Yu Yang, a student from the 7th middle school, who entered the peak of body refinement a month ago. Room 2 is Su Fei, a student from the 9th middle school, who got certified as a peak body refiner half a month ago, causing quite a stir at that time. Luo Bin looked at the big screen and began to explain. At that moment, on the big screen, both Yu Yang and Su Fei had taken down 3 mechanical puppets and were currently fighting the 4th, with both of them having the upper hand. It wouldn't be long before they would win. These 2 activated 3 mechanical puppets at the same time, including one at the late stage of body refinement, which is already quite impressive. It is indeed impressive. Yang Shui also nodded, but her expression showed little change. For her, although they were excellent, they weren't stunning yet. These 2 should be cultivated with priority. Additionally, notify the other training camps in Jiang Province to focus on developing 1 or 2 more individuals. Before the war star selection, let them compete to see who is stronger. The stronger one should be recommended for participation. Even if they can't get the war star title, they mustn't bring shame to Jiang Province. Yang Shui thought for a moment and said. She was responsible for the overall guidance of this Jiang Province genius selection, and if the results of the selected candidates this time were too poor, it would be. The lost was also her face. Understood. Luo Bin nodded, and suddenly said, should we take a look at the other rooms? Yang Shui waved her hand. This time the numbers were all assigned based on how these people usually performed in school and their real abilities. Even if there were discrepancies, they wouldn't be large, and the others, who didn't even reach the peak of body refining, she really had no interest in. Report. At that moment, a staff member rushed over. Aren't you responsible for taking the students who fainted after being eliminated out of the room? Why are you here, flustered? Luo Bin looked at the newcomer and asked sternly. The newcomer didn't care about being scolded. He hurriedly spoke, "Two officers, something has happened?" Luo Bin and Yang Shue's expressions changed. Is there a problem with a student? They both thought at the same time that in the genius training camp, sometimes, some people came in through connections, but their actual abilities were very low. Later, during the test with the mechanical puppets, they might be seriously injured, and one cohort even had a student die. No, it's not that, it's a problem with the mechanical puppets. The staff member quickly explained. Yang Shue's expression darkened. These mechanical puppets are all brand new, how can there be a problem? How did you check them when you bought them? The staff member became anxious upon hearing this. He didn't bother explaining further and said directly, "You two officers should check the surveillance footage, room 37. Luo Bin glanced at him, shook his head, and then began to pull up the surveillance from room 37. As soon as he pulled it up, his expression changed. What's going on? All the mechanical puppets have problems? Yang Shui suddenly stood up, staring at the screen, at Qin Chen standing in the center of the room, and took a deep breath. Playback, she said faintly. Luo Bin also noticed something unusual. The mechanical puppets lying on the ground clearly didn't lose power due to malfunction but were destroyed by someone. He quickly played back the surveillance footage. Soon they saw the crazy maneuvers of Qin Chen, activating 9 mechanical puppets at once. Such strong power, look at his punches, they carry fire attributes. This is the comprehension of the fire element, plus, to deliver such strong attacks, has he broken through to become a warrior? Luo Bin looked at Qin Chen striking the mechanical puppets in astonishment. And his agility. Yang Shui reminded from the side. Luo Bin then realized that in the beginning, while being attacked by 9 mechanical puppets, Qin Chen didn't receive a single hit, he cleverly dodged every attack. Fire shouldn't have such good agility. Luo Bin frowned and turned to Yang Shui, speaking, could it be he learned body techniques? Martial arts could only be learned after breaking through to become a warrior. With Qin Chen's strength, it was clear he had broken through to that level. Look more closely. Yang Shui focused on the screen, where the mechanical puppets kept falling before Qin Chen, her expression extremely serious. Luo Bin turned to look. Gradually, shock reappeared in his eyes. There's no elemental imprint, he's still at the peak of body refining. This is wind element. Yang Shui nodded. Dual element peak, no wonder he has the strength of a 1-star warrior. Luo Bin enlightened. Wind and fire dual cultivation, whether in terms of power or agility, surpassed the peak of body refining and crossed into the threshold of a 1-star warrior. The footage quickly finished playing, lasting no more than 10 minutes. If I had known, I would have sent in a mechanical puppet of a 1-star warrior. Luo Bin said somewhat regretfully. In the room, there were 3 early-stage mechanical puppets, 3 mid-stage, 2 late-stage, and 2 at the peak. Such a test would be nearly impossible for those at the body-refining stage. But for those who reached warrior strength, it would be much easier. Major Yang Shui, it seems we can compete for this cohort star. Luo Bin suddenly smiled. Yang Shui gave him a sideways glance. Don't celebrate too early, the dual element peak is impressive, but there's still a gap compared to a true warrior. Dual elements take time to cultivate. Even though Qin Chen's strength has reached the level of a 1-star warrior, advancing further will be very slow. In other provinces, those who have already broken through to become warriors are still progressing, and at a faster pace, who knows, maybe someone will break through to become a 2-star warrior. You are right, but don't forget, one of his elements is fire, and we happen to have a fire element training room here. He is able to reach the peak of body refining at this age, his talent is very strong. As long as we allow him into the fire element training room, I believe it won't be long before he breaks through to become a fire element warrior, and his strength will naturally increase, making opportunities possible. Luo Bin looked at Qin Chen in the video, already starting to plan how to train him. Everything will follow the rules. Also, Yu Yang and Su Fei should be focused on for training, Yang Shui said as she began flipping through the documents in her hands. Do you want to use Su Fei and Yu Yang to put pressure on him? Luo Bin instantly understood Yang Shui's intention. He understood Yang Shui, the more outstanding a person is, the more pressure she applies to help them fully unleash their potential. Yang Shui nodded. Jade must be carved to become a useful tool. Although the hope of taking the title of General Star is still slim for him, at least this time, our Jiang province will not rank at the bottom and can strive for a good result. I'm just afraid that instead of giving them pressure, we might break them. Luo Bin said with a smile. Yang Shui ignored him and turned to the information provided by the middle school. Wang Chang? Only at the late stage of body refining? What kind of information is this from the middle school? Her tone was somewhat dissatisfied. Was this a joke? Commander Yang, at this moment, a soldier spoke up. His name is not Wang Chang, the middle school has temporarily replaced him, and his name is Qin Chen. The middle school replaced someone and just called, stating that he reached the peak of body refining, but still did not clarify that he was at the dual system peak. Chapter 16, Restroom Number 1. In room 37, Qin Chen had already come out. Ma Jun already knew about Qin Chen's achievements. He looked at Qin Chen with surprise in his eyes. Qin Chen, very good. Now your number has changed to number 1. Here is the key, you can go back to the number 1 restroom to rest. Tomorrow you will get your points. Ma Jun handed a key to Qin Chen. After receiving the key, Qin Chen headed toward the rest area. In the examination room. In room number 1. Yu Yang had defeated 2 late-stage body refining mechanical puppets, and his face had turned pale. I was careless. The mechanical puppets have chips, their combat experience is far superior to mine. Now I am exhausted, and it is impossible to defeat the peak body refining ones. However, this time's results are enough. What I cannot defeat, others cannot possibly defeat either, so the most points must be mine. He thought for a moment and no longer forced himself to defeat the peak body refining mechanical puppets, instead directly opened the door and walked out. At the same time, in room number 2. Su Fei was in the same situation. He also chose not to persist and made the same decision as Yu Yang to give up on completely passing the challenge and turned to walk out of the room. The two almost opened their doors at the same time and looked at each other, both with a proud glint in their eyes. This time I still have 2 peak body refining mechanical puppets left to defeat, how about you? Yu Yang asked. Same. Interesting, but this time the restroom allocation will be based on this round's results. Starting from number 1, we will see who is number 1. This will also help us judge who the instructor considers to be the top. Yu Yang smiled confidently. Su Fei remained expressionless, completely ignoring Yu Yang's pride. Soon, the two walked out the main door and looked at Ma Jun, who was waiting for them. The two stood straight in front of Ma Jun, both revealing hopeful expressions. Ma Jun looked at them and smiled slightly. Not bad, both have defeated 7 mechanical puppets. It is normal that you couldn't defeat the remaining 2 peak body refining ones. You are already very outstanding. Instructor, you flatter us, the two of them shouted loudly at the same time. It was clear they were both very excited. You two have the same record. This lounge room, however, is a bit of trouble, Ma Jun suddenly said. Instructor Ma, my number was originally number 1, just give me number 1, no need for trouble, Yu Yang spoke first. Ma Jun was about to say something, but Su Fei disagreed. He quickly said, Instructor Ma, although Yu Yang was number 1 at the start, this time the lounge room numbers affect the rest environment. I also want the number 1 lounge room. The lounge rooms were not the same. Lounge room number 1, in terms of space, facilities, and soundproofing, was the best. Everyone wanted such a rest environment. If one was weaker than others, it would be fine. But now, in the mechanical puppet assessment, he didn't think he lost to Yu Yang. You want it, beat me next time, and I'll give it to you. No way, I want it now. The two started to argue. Ma Jun saw this and directly raised his hand to interrupt them. Are you done talking? The two instantly shut their mouths obediently. Seems like you're done, Ma Jun nodded. Since you're done, I'll say a few words. The number 1 lounge room you both want already has someone. Now, I decide, number 2 lounge room, Yu Yang. Number 3 lounge room, Su Fei. As soon as he spoke, the two of them froze. After a long time, they finally reacted, number 1 lounge room is gone? Instructor Ma, I want to know, who exactly got the number 1 lounge room? They didn't care at all about who got the 2nd or 3rd lounge rooms. People only remember the champion. As for 2nd and 3rd place, no one cares. Number 1 high school, Qin Chen. Ma Jun said calmly. The two were stunned and couldn't believe it. Yu Yang was about to speak. Ma Jun suddenly became serious. Alright, take your keys and go to your lounge rooms. Now. Immediately. The two had no choice but to take their keys and walk toward the rest area. But in their eyes, there was unwillingness. Once they walked far away, Yu Yang said, Qin Chen, isn't he the one who got in through connections? Right, but what kind of connection does he have? He actually got the training camp to arrange the number 1 lounge room for him. Su Fei was confused. Number 1 lounge room wasn't just about the environment, it was also a symbol of strength. The genius training camp valued geniuses greatly. To come in through connections and still get number 1 lounge room, the background must be terrifying. No matter what kind of connection he has, in the days ahead at the training camp, he'll have to rely on his own ability. When real tests come in front of everyone, I'll see how he takes first place, Yu Yang said unwillingly. Right now, in the assessments, no one could see each other's performance. But later, there would be chances. If he embarrassed himself and still took first, that wouldn't make sense. Ma Jun looked at their backs and smiled. This was exactly the effect he wanted. The next day. I heard last night, another 38 people were eliminated. Now only 34 are left in the training camp. From now on, one person will be eliminated each day. This is too scary. Early in the morning, the training camp cafeteria was filled with discussions. So what? Among the 34 left, I heard more than half are injured. I'm one of them. I still feel pain all over. Those mechanical puppets are really strong. Luckily, I was smart and only activated the early stage body refining one. And I still passed, ha. You think you're smart? I'd say almost everyone activated the puppet based on their own strength. Who just beat up 10 of them directly? Nonsense. In our assessment zone, there was a room where all the puppets were blown up, someone suddenly said. As soon as he said that, everyone looked at him. Someone recognized he was from the room 31 to 40 area. Their eyes changed immediately, as if looking at a fool. They all knew even Yu Yang and Su Fei hadn't fully defeated the mechanical puppets. How could someone ranked after 30 possibly do it? Don't believe it, fine. That person wanted to argue, but ultimately gave up. In this area, only he and Qin Chen passed the assessment, the others were all eliminated, and it was impossible to find someone to prove it. I believe in you. Suddenly, a boy walked up to him and said firmly. Who are you? My name is Zhou Lei, the boy explained. Hello, my name is Huang Jian. Why do you believe me? Huang Jian was very surprised. One person bursting all the mechanical puppets, he himself wouldn't even believe it without seeing it with his own eyes. Are you talking about number 37, that student from Qi School, Qin Chen? Zhou Lei asked quietly. Huang Jian nodded in astonishment. That's right, when we were climbing the mountain before, I witnessed it. Climbing the mountain for him was no different from walking on flat ground. Zhou Lei recalled how impressed he was by Qin Chen's mountain climbing, feeling his heart tremble again. He's here. Zhou Lei suddenly saw Qin Chen walking into the cafeteria. As Qin Chen sat down after getting his food, he stood up and said to Huang Jian, shall we go over? Huang Jian's expression changed, no. He looked at Qin Chen with some fear in his eyes. Earlier during the assessment, he caught a glimpse of Qin Chen knocking the mechanical puppets away. Although he was surprised at the time, he thought nothing of it, as they were just mechanical puppets in the early stages of body training. However, after he passed the assessment and walked out the door, he took a look at the room where Qin Chen was, discovering it had all been destroyed. He felt a little scared of Qin Chen, it was too brutal. Chapter 17, Taking a Little Brother. Qin Chen, hello. Zhou Lei came to sit opposite Qin Chen, politely greeting him. Who are you? Qin Chen asked, looking at him with confusion. Since entering the training camp, he hadn't talked to any student, so the sudden call surprised him. You might not remember, but during the mountain climb, I asked you which school you were from? Zhou Lei said with a smile. Qin Chen thought for a moment, nodded, and picked up a piece of meat to eat. Is there something? Zhou Lei felt a bit awkward. He initially just wanted to get to know Qin Chen, and now he didn't know what to say. After a moment of silence, he took a deep breath and looked at Qin Chen, who was eating, and said, I want to be your little brother. After saying this, he lowered his head, afraid to look at Qin Chen. Qin Chen looked up, smiled slightly. Being my little brother, I'm seen as someone with connections by others. Aren't you afraid of what they will say? Everyone in the training camp now looked down on him. At this moment, approaching him and willingly wanting to be a little brother would surely lead to everyone despising him. Zhou Lei thought Qin Chen would ignore him, but to his surprise, Qin Chen responded, and he quickly raised his head, saying, Others don't know, but I do. You're totally relying on your own strength, and I'm not afraid of how others see me. Just like you, others think you have connections, but you never explain yourself, nor do you care to explain. Zhou Lei admired this about Qin Chen. If it were someone else, they would undoubtedly lose their composure and try to explain, but Qin Chen did not, as if he didn't care about others at all. What they said was just a joke. Not a bad mindset. Qin Chen put down his chopsticks and smiled. Taking a little brother isn't impossible, but what's in it for me? Zhou Lei was taken aback. He thought having someone as his little brother was already a benefit. But Qin Chen seemed indifferent, leaving him momentarily at a loss. From now on, whatever information you need, I can find out for you. After thinking for a while, he felt that this was all he could offer. Alright, let me give you a task now. Find out what element training rooms are in this training camp, as well as any special training rooms and who is in charge of this training camp, Qin Chen said immediately. This was something he was concerned about, as the element training rooms were related to his breakthrough as a warrior. And special training rooms related to his strength increase. As for who was in charge of this training camp, it was purely his curiosity. This. I know. Zhou Lei suddenly said. Qin Chen looked at him in astonishment. Well, I learned about it last night. Zhou Lei said slightly embarrassed. I have a distant relative who is in charge of trivial matters at this training camp. I asked him last night, and he told me everything he knew. At this point, he lowered his voice and whispered, "There are 5 elemental training rooms in this camp, one for each of the 5 elemental categories. Actually, this is a basic setup. Generally, elements outside the 5 are called special elements, and training rooms for these are usually only available in Yang City." Qin Chen nodded after hearing this. Yang City is a technological city, and Jiang Province's elemental training rooms are all developed there. Special elemental training rooms are rare. Not only is research slow, but updates are also very slow. And for the training camp, all requirements are for brand new setups, so it is understandable that there are no special elemental training rooms this time. Moreover, the other training rooms, aside from the gravity room and infrared room from previous sessions, have added a combat room this time, but the specific purpose is not clear. Zhou Lei said seriously. The gravity room and infrared room are easy to understand. The gravity room simply increases weight, and its purpose is to increase one's pressure tolerance. The infrared room trains speed and body sensitivity. The combat room is established for the first time. From the name, it seems to be a training room for fighting opponents, but it's hard to say the specifics. As for the person in charge you asked about, her name is Yang Shui, and she is something else. When it came to Yang Shui, Zhou Lei's interest was clearly piqued. He spoke excitedly as if gossiping. She also came from the Genius training camp and was the top one in her session. After graduating from university, she joined the Western Theater Command, and now she is in her 30s, already holding the rank of colonel. There was evident admiration in Zhou Lei's eyes. Achieving the rank of colonel is not only about talent, it also requires significant achievements on the front lines. Not bad, not bad. Qin Chen nodded in satisfaction. He needed to learn these things, and now he had saved himself some time. Everyone, arrive at the training camp square within 10 minutes. Latecomers will be eliminated. Suddenly, a loudspeaker broadcast echoed in the mess hall, instantly prompting everyone to put down their chopsticks and rush toward the square. Qin Chen also stood up, and Zhou Lei followed closely behind him. A few minutes later, everyone arrived at the square and stood in line. Shortly after, a man and a woman in military uniforms walked from a distance to stand before the crowd. "My name is Luo Bin." As soon as he arrived, Luo Bin spoke loudly, "This is your overall commander for this training camp, as well as your chief instructor, Colonel Yang Shui." Next, she will say a few words. Without any unnecessary chatter, everyone instantly fell silent. Yang Shui scanned the crowd. "First of all, congratulations to all of you for entering the training camp. Next, I will explain the rules of training. First, you will earn points during training. Points have many uses, one of which is for the use of various training rooms. Another purpose is for you to explore on your own. The way to earn points is very simple. There are only 2 ways. First, based on your usual performance, evaluated by either me or Colonel Luobin. Second, you can challenge those who have points. If you win, the points are yours. If you lose, the points go to others. Each challenge stakes all your points as the wager. If your points drop to 0, you will be eliminated from the training camp." After hearing this, everyone's expression changed. The first method is very vague. No one knows if their performance will catch the eyes of the two, as there are no standards. And the second method is extremely brutal. If someone loses, they will be eliminated. "Instructor Yang, are there any restrictions on challenges?" Suddenly someone asked. Everyone showed serious expressions. Without limits, these challenges could lead to. At the peak of body refining, to challenge those at the initial stage, and still unable to refuse, it is likely that among them, those with weaker cultivation will soon be eliminated. Good question. Yang Shui smiled. For the sake of fairness, those with higher cultivation must first challenge 2 opponents of the same level consecutively, and only after winning can they challenge. And those with lower cultivation can challenge anyone with higher cultivation freely, and the same applies within the same level. Everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief, especially those with lower cultivation. This way, those with higher cultivation cannot just challenge them at will. After all, they must defeat 2 opponents of the same level, and no one dares to try easily. For example, at the peak of body refining, there are only Yu Yang and Su Fei, and they have no opportunity to challenge others as they cannot find enough opponents. Chapter 18, Should I challenge him? Now, I will distribute your student cards. Yang Shui said finally. At this moment, Ma Jun walked over and looked at everyone. Instructors Yang and Luo have given out points based on your performance yesterday in the puppet room, and these points have been credited to your student cards. After you receive your student cards, you can return to your rooms, where there are machines to check the points. Also, yesterday's lounge numbers do not represent now. After you receive your student cards, the number on the card will be your lounge number, so some people's lounges may change this time. Yesterday's lounges were just roughly arranged, while today's are based on the specific rankings given by the 2 instructors after reviewing all the surveillance footage. Upon hearing this, some people showed anticipation, especially Yu Yang and Su Fei. They felt that their chances of getting the number 1 lounge had come again. You guys say, who will get number 1 this time? I guess it's Yu Yang. Not necessarily. What if it's Qin Chen? That's unlikely. This time the public distribution of student cards is not so simple. As soon as this was said, the expressions of the crowd changed slightly. Everyone was smart and quickly realized. This public card distribution means everyone knows each other's card numbers, and the card numbers represent the points. Card number 1 absolutely has the most points, and as the numbers go down, the points must decrease. Moreover, this also represents everyone's strength. After all, those with the most points must be the strongest. Even if there are differences, they probably won't be too large. Also, just now Yang Shui announced the rules of the training camp, allowing challenges to others. Knowing others' point ranges and roughly their strengths is to encourage everyone to challenge each other. In this way, if Qin Chen still has card number 1, then his points are the highest, but he got in through connections without the corresponding strength, he might end up being challenged by everyone. Someone said with great interest. This time, everyone wanted to see if Qin Chen dared to rely on connections to take the most points. Number 34, Xiao Ming. At this moment, Ma Jun started distributing student cards. Xiao Ming stepped out of the crowd and went up to receive his student card, feeling relief internally. Although he was ranked last and probably performed the worst in the eyes of the instructors, the lowest points meant he would be challenged the least, as others might not take him seriously with so few points. And everyone here is talented, it would also be hard to challenge him, the last one, without losing face. Number 33. Number 32. Ma Jun continued to call out numbers and names, and as more and more people received their student cards, the expressions of the crowd began to change. They looked at Qin Chen with surprise, revealing confusion. He really dares to take first? Now it was already down to the top 5, and Qin Chen still hadn't been called. Number 4, Du Hui. Number 3, Su Fei. Humph. Su Fei snorted coldly. He quickly got his student card and returned to his position, looking very unwilling. Losing to Yu Yang was one thing, after all, Yu Yang's strength was there. But losing to Qin Chen made him feel very uncomfortable. Fei Gu. A student nearby whispered, "Do you want me to challenge him?" Su Fei turned to look at him. This person had been flattering him since he entered the training camp yesterday. He remembered that the other person's name was Mo Qing. He had already gotten used to others flattering him, not paying much attention to the other party before, but now, he felt a stir in his heart. Alright, if you win against him, I won't take any points, all of it is yours. Furthermore, in the future, if anyone challenges you in the training camp, you can report my name. Su Fei nodded. Originally, he wanted to challenge Qin Chen himself, but now that someone actively sought his favor, it was even better. Moreover, if everyone knew that the person who defeated Qin Chen was his younger brother, it would further prove his low profile and strength. Thank you, Fei Gu. Mo Qing said, delighted. His current ranking was 17. This ranking had just enough points, making it the most dangerous. There would definitely be many people wanting to challenge him. With Su Fei's protection, those who wanted to challenge him in the future would likely have to think twice about the consequences. Number 2, Yu Yang. Number 1, Qin Chen. Ma Jun continued to read. After Yu Yang returned with his student card, Qin Chen stepped forward to Ma Jun. This training camp will be different from before. In the coming time, try to become stronger, Ma Jun said seriously, patting Qin Chen's shoulder. Qin Chen nodded, not thinking too much about it. From now on, how you perform in the training camp depends on yourself. If you have any questions about your training, you can come and ask me. If I don't know, you can ask Instructor Luo and Instructor Yang. Of course, this isn't unconditional guidance, each time, points will be deducted. Ma Jun's voice echoed, making everyone's faces change. At this moment, they finally understood the importance of points. Even asking questions about training would cost points. Alright, you can disperse. Ma Jun waved his hand. Instructor. Suddenly, a voice drew everyone's attention. Mo Qing saw that everyone was looking at him and raised his head. Instructor, the previous challenge rules weren't specific. I want to know, when challenging someone, can they refuse, and how can one issue their own challenge? It's my fault for not being clear before. Yang Shui stepped forward with a smile. Besides the rules I've mentioned earlier, if you challenge someone and they are being challenged for the first time in a day, they cannot refuse. Hearing this, everyone understood. The meaning was simple. Within a day, aside from the first challenge that couldn't be refused, the rest was up to each person to accept or decline. Of course, if you lose the first time, no one would continue challenging you because losing once would cause you to lose all your points. No one would challenge someone with no points, who would soon be eliminated. Furthermore, let me remind everyone, once your points reach 0, you will be eliminated the next morning at 8 o'clock. So, if you lose a challenge, it's best to find a way to gain points within the specified time, even if it's just 1 point, it might help you stay. As for how to issue a challenge, it's simple. Do you see over there? Yang Shui pointed into the distance. Everyone turned to look and saw a platform. That platform is specially set up for your challenges. There is a gong next to it. Once you strike the gong and call out who you want to challenge, someone will bring your challenged person to you. Any questions? Everyone fell silent. Yang Shui waited for 3 seconds, then left with Luo Bin. Ma Jun waved his hand, disperse. Qin Chen turned and walked towards his resting room. He wanted to check how many points he had and then quickly go to the fire element training room to condense the elemental mark. But he hadn't taken a few steps when, bang, the sound of the gong being struck echoed. Immediately, everyone who was about to leave stopped. Even Ma Jun, who had already walked far away, turned back with interest to look. I want to challenge, number 1 high school, Qin Chen. Mo Cheng struck the gong. After shouting this sentence, seeing everyone looking over, he revealed a hint of pride. The first person to issue the challenge definitely attracted the most attention. The key is that he challenged Qin Chen, showing that he is unafraid of power, eliminating this person with connections, and others will thank him in the future. Let's go, let's take a look. Someone became interested. Many of them actually wanted to challenge Qin Chen, they just hadn't made a decision so quickly. Now that someone had taken action, they naturally wanted to see how the person with connections was eliminated. Is he an idiot? Ma Jun glanced at the proud Mo Cheng, frowning. He certainly knew that many people thought Qin Chen was someone with connections. It's normal for such people to exist. However, since Qin Chen entered the training camp, he had always been first in everything. Could it be that Qin Chen's strength wasn't real? Furthermore, this time the overall commander is Yang Shui. A little inquiry will show that with Yang Shui around, there couldn't be someone with connections. In the entire Rome city, anyone trying to use connections to get someone in wouldn't be able to persuade Yang Shui. Having talent but no brains. He shook his head, leaving directly, too lazy to watch this challenge, it had no suspense at all. At this moment, Qin Chen also looked at Mo Cheng at the arena. He narrowed his eyes and, without waiting for someone to call him, walked over himself. Are you sure you want to challenge me? He stared at Mo Cheng, speaking seriously. Of course, you have no right to refuse. Mo Cheng smiled. Qin Chen nodded and directly walked onto the stage. Since everyone thinks he is someone with connections, it's good to use this opportunity to show his strength with one punch to avoid 100. At this time, a man in military uniform also walked onto the stage. From now on, I will be the referee for all your challenges. For challenges on stage, there are no rules except for death. Now, 3 seconds to prepare. Start. The man announced loudly without any unnecessary words. At this moment, the spectators below showed signs of tension. Except for death, there are no rules, it is very simple. This challenge is just about not letting anyone die. Many people felt it was somewhat cruel. Qin Chen, you and I have no grievances, and we didn't even know each other before. However, the resources of the genius training camp should be kept for geniuses, so you should just go back. Mo Cheng spoke indifferently. As soon as he finished speaking, with a thud, he stomped down and his whole body charged out. Very strong. Seeing Mo Cheng's speed and explosiveness, some people's faces changed slightly. Why isn't Qin Chen moving? Someone noticed that Mo Cheng was only about 5 meters away from Qin Chen, but Qin Chen still stood there motionless. He hasn't reacted yet. Someone shook their head. What do you mean he hasn't reacted? My boss standing still can knock that kid down. Zhou Lei from the crowd finally couldn't help but shout. Haha, boss? You acknowledge him as your boss? You must be after his background, right? Everyone looked at Zhou Lei with disdain in their eyes. A genius catering to someone with connections is pitiful, to say the least. If this person with connections had good strength, it would be understandable. But if the strength is not good, what good is the background? They are geniuses, and sooner or later can create their own background and cater to others, that made them look down on him. Zhou Lei's face turned pale, and he had no choice but to walk over to Huang Jian. Probably only he and Huang Jian among all the students had the same thoughts. Don't mind them, they will soon realize his horror. Huang Jian looked at Qin Chen on the stage, showing expectations. Just when the crowd wanted to see how Qin Chen would be defeated, Mo Cheng was already only 2 meters away from Qin Chen. And he raised his fist. This punch will send you to the hospital. Don't worry, by the time the college entrance examination comes, you will definitely be out of the hospital. While speaking, Mo Cheng's fist had already smashed forward, directly aiming for Qin Chen's chest. Qin Chen's expression was calm. Just as the fist was about to arrive, he grabbed it in one go. Bang! A punch and a palm collided together. Mo Cheng's body instantly stopped, his eyes widened, about to speak, when his face suddenly changed dramatically. Let's crack! A crisp sound rang out, and then everyone was astonished to see Qin Chen raise his arm, making Mo Cheng's body fly up, then crash down on the stage with a bang. Ah! A heart-wrenching scream erupted, and then everything returned to silence. When the crowd below reacted, they saw Mo Qing, who had fainted on the stage, and the completely calm Qin Chen. Qin Chen wins. The referee's voice broke the silence of the scene. Qin Chen ignored everyone and directly walked off the stage. The opponent's points will be credited to your student card within an hour, the referee said, looking at Qin Chen's back. He was also extremely shocked inside. He knew that Yang Shui was the overall commander this time, and there couldn't be any connections. So, he thought of Qin Chen as the strongest in this session, but did not expect him to be this strong. Thank you. Qin Chen walked step by step down the stage. At this moment, everyone instinctively made way. Qin Chen's expression was calm, and when he walked out of the crowd, he did not look back and said, "The next person to challenge me, tomorrow, please. I am very busy, and will not accept a second challenge within one day." Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent, with complex expressions on their faces. Challenge? What a joke! After that performance just now, none of them could do it. Even Yu Yang and Su Fei stared at Qin Chen's back with serious expressions, without speaking. After Qin Chen walked far away, everyone began to discuss. Who the hell said he had connections? Come out. Wow, what he just did was too scary, even seeing it made me feel pain. The first to arrive at the training camp, the first to pass the mechanism puppets, the first to get to the lounge, all of this is actually his strength. At this moment, no one spoke of connections anymore. Ha ha. Suddenly, a loud laugh rang out. Everyone turned to look and saw an extremely proud face. I said my boss only needs to stand there and can directly knock down his opponent. Now, is there anyone who still doubts? Zhou Lei scanned the crowd with a condescending expression. But no one spoke up to refute him, and some even had a hint of envy in their eyes. Brother Zhou, can you introduce your big brother to me? Yeah, Brother Zhou, I really want to meet classmate Qin. Some began to get close to Zhou Lei. Although they were all geniuses, some had already seen the gap between themselves and Qin Chen. It was too big. Even if they practiced body refinement, at their age, whether it was early stage or mid-stage body refinement, the gap with the peak could not be explained by just 2 or 3 small realms. This represented the size of talent and potential. Sure. Zhou Lei said with a happy smile. In this genius training camp, I can also be the boss. Let's see if that old man at home dares to say I'm not capable anymore. He lifted his head, prideful with his nose in the air. Chapter 20, Zhou Lei's Moment of Glory. 10,000 points. After Qin Chen returned to the lounge to check his points, he was quite satisfied. In the puppet room yesterday, the maximum points he could earn was just 10,000, which meant he got a full score. As for the points from defeating Mo Qing, he had no expectations. After knowing his points, he did not delay and directly walked out of the lounge, heading towards the training room building. The training room building housed both the elemental training rooms and other special training rooms. After 10 minutes, he arrived on the first floor of the building, where there was an office. To train, one needed to register at the office first. The elemental training room requires 2,000 points for one training session, while other training rooms require 1,000 points for one session, a staff member explained to Qin Chen. Qin Chen's heart suddenly trembled. The points needed for this training room were beyond his expectations. Although 1 or 2,000 points was not much for him, it was different for others. He could be certain that among more than 30 students, probably less than half had enough points to train here. I need the fire element training room. Qin Chen took out his student card and said. The staff member directly took the student card, saw that it was number 1, and couldn't help but look up at Qin Chen before swiping the card on the machine, deducting 2,000 points, and returning it to Qin Chen. The fire element training room is on the first floor. After you exit, turn left. There are a total of 5 rooms, you can choose any one. Additionally, your student card already has access rights to the training room, but you can only enter once. If you come out after entering, the access will expire. So once you go in, try not to come out. Otherwise, you'll need to come back to me to deduct another 2,000 points to enter again, the staff member reminded. Thank you. Qin Chen nodded and turned to leave. Watching Qin Chen walk out of the office, the staff member immediately said to a few others, Number 1 has come. How long do you think he can stay inside? Based on past experience, the longest anyone has stayed inside was 3 hours. And this number 1, I heard, has passed all the mechanical puppets. He will probably last around 3 hours too, another staff member speculated. In previous genius training camps, there had been those who defeated all mechanical puppets at the peak of body refinement. I guess he can last 5 hours, one person suddenly said. Everyone looked at him in surprise. Oldly, 5 hours? That's exaggerated. The man called Oldly smiled. The element training room not only tests sensitivity to elements but also one's own willpower. This kid gives me a very determined feeling. I believe in him. A few people shook their heads, still not believing Qin Chen could last 5 hours. At this moment, Qin Chen had already arrived outside one of the element training rooms. He swiped his student card at the entrance, and with a click, the door opened. Suddenly, a wave of heat rushed towards him. What strong fire element! 15 times the training speed, it's no joke. Qin Chen exclaimed as he felt the heat wave. Once he entered the room, his entire body was enveloped in fire element, and the intense heat unexpectedly faded away, replaced by a refreshing feeling. He did not delay and quickly sat down, then activated his element perception technique. Instantly, the fire element he refined earlier and the fire element outside underwent a wonderful transformation. He placed his hands on his knees and once again tried to condense the mark. Boom! 2 balls of flame appeared at the palms, continuously pulsating and then becoming smaller. After continuous condensation, the flames transformed into fire elemental power, surging from his palms into his body. Inside his body, a mark was rapidly taking shape. The speed was more than 10 times faster than when he trained outside. Time passed little by little. An hour later, the mark inside Qin Chen's body had completed 80%. Excluding the 4% he had previously condensed, it meant he completed 4% in just 1 hour. As time passed, beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, and the temperature inside the training room rose a bit higher than before. It seems staying here for a long time is not easy. The temperature will keep rising until it's unbearable. Qin Chen finally understood what the staff member meant by trying to stay here longer. The training room was not a place where one could just stay endlessly after entering. 2 hours later, the sweat on Qin Chen's forehead increased significantly, and after 3 hours, the sweat began to drip down. But he had no worries at all. Instead, he was delighted, as at that moment, the element mark he had condensed had completed 24%. As the temperature rises, the speed of condensation is getting faster and faster. The so-called 15 times speed is actually not accurate, it should be the initial speed. He feels a surge of excitement inside. At this moment, he does not know that outside the training room, more than 10 people have gathered, including staff and students. They are all here to see how long Qin Chen can stay inside. It's been 3 hours. Tying the previous record, impressive. Some staff members had previously guessed that Qin Chen could stay for 3 hours, and now he has done it. What's the rush? He hasn't come out yet. I said he could stay for 5 hours, he will definitely make it. Oldly said confidently. Everyone started to discuss animatedly. 4 hours later, some people showed surprise. When the 5th hour approached, the crowd grew restless. I told you, 5 hours is definitely not a problem. This kid just gives off a feeling of being so steady. Everyone, step back, don't block the way. When he comes out, we need to cool him down immediately. Oldly pushed the people around him back. He should be coming out soon. He stared at the door, nervously waiting. But time continued to pass, second by second. The door remained shut, with no sign of movement. Could he really stay in there for 6 hours? Someone's face changed. 6 hours, that's twice the record. Don't panic, maybe he'll come out soon. Oldly said awkwardly. What are you all worried about? My boss can stay in there for at least 10 hours. Suddenly, a proud voice rang out. Everyone looked over. Zhou Lei was smugly saying, "What's wrong? Is 10 hours a long time?" While saying this, he felt a bit guilty. He had never been inside the elemental training room either, but he just believed that Qin Chen could make it. Young man, do you know how high the temperature will reach after 10 hours inside? Oldly looked at Zhou Lei. 60 degrees. And it's like being exposed to 60 degrees of heat. We can't even cool off by blowing the wind or anything. Moreover, he had already experienced 30 degrees, 40 degrees, and 50 degrees, with increasingly higher temperatures. Do you think this is something a peak body refiner can withstand? He was optimistic about Qin Chen, but upon hearing 10 hours, he felt uneasy. Even those who are newly initiated warriors often struggle with this. The students revealed their surprise after listening to his words. So what? Zhou Lei raised his head, stubbornly responding. Damn. Everyone suddenly looked at him as if he were a fool. Chapter 21, Crazy 12 Hours, 1-Star Warrior. I've reached my limit. Inside the training room, Qin Chen was soaked in sweat, his skin turning red, with veins bulging on his forehead. About an hour ago, he was almost at his limit. This also made him realize that the limit of peak body refiner is about an hour ago. But he stubbornly held on for another hour. 50%. Looking at the mark he had condensed, he frowned. He could go out now, recover, and spend 2,000 points to come back in, which would almost allow him to completely condense the mark and break through to a 1-star warrior. But points are just a small matter, he didn't want to waste more time. Thinking of this, he softly called out, "Wind!" Suddenly, it felt like a gentle breeze blew through his body, refreshing his already exhausted self. The redness in his skin began to fade, and the sweat started to lessen. This is also the benefit of multi-element warriors. Qin Chen smiled and began to condense the mark again. Outside, people were still discussing when Qin Chen would come out, but even after 8 hours, the door remained completely still. What if he fainted in there? A student whispered. Impossible, if someone faints inside, the room will sound an alarm, a staff member shook his head. What if the alarm is broken? As soon as this was said, several staff members' faces changed. I told you, my boss could stay in there for 10 hours, it's still early, Jolie said proudly. Let's wait a bit longer. Oldley stared at the door, finally speaking. It's unlikely the alarm is broken, this is a newly upgraded elemental training room. He had never used it before, one could say it was completely new. 2 hours later, Oldley's expression changed, it had been 10 hours. How do you know he can stay in there for 10 hours? Oldley turned to look at Jolie. Jolie was confused, of course he didn't know why, he just had an unconditional admiration for Qin Chen. I just know, he spoke firmly. But why hasn't he come out yet? Oldley asked again. He believed Jolie's words, but the door remained silent. Actually, 10 hours is just an estimate. If my boss really has to hold on, 1 more hour is no problem at all. Jolie thought for a moment, he couldn't let others see he was talking nonsense, so he explained. Oldley nodded, showing shock. To hold on for 11 hours, he had seen so many talents here, and he hadn't even thought about it. Others also believed Jolie's words, after all, a genius willing to be a junior to someone must be someone who knows Qin Chen well. At this moment, everyone looked at the big door. Although they couldn't see inside, they couldn't help but show admiration. Seeing that everyone stopped asking, Jolie secretly breathed a sigh of relief and wished Qin Chen would come out quickly, otherwise, he wouldn't know how to explain it. In the training room, Qin Chen's body reached its limit again, and his elemental mark was already 90% complete. Ice! He softly shouted, and instantly, the temperature inside and outside his body dropped rapidly, even the temperature around him decreased a few degrees. Refreshing! After the extreme heat, the sudden coolness made him incredibly comfortable. The mark inside his body was gradually taking shape. Although the final formation was the most challenging, the current speed was not much slower than before. Why hasn't he come out yet? Out in the world, 11 hours had passed, and the door remained still, raising doubts among the crowd. What if the alarm really broke? Oldley's expression suddenly changed. It had gone over 11 hours, almost 12, this was something most one-star warriors could not withstand. At this moment, he looked at Jolie again, and Jolie replied, maybe the alarm really broke. Quick, notify Commander Yang. Oldley shouted. In the elemental training room, once there was someone inside, except for Yang Shui, no one else had permission to enter, this was also to prevent disturbances during training. Instructor Yang is here. Suddenly a student shouted. Everyone watched as Yang Shui and Luo Bin hurried over from a distance. Commander Yang, quickly open the door. Number 1 has been inside for almost 12 hours, I suspect the alarm is broken. Oldley quickly spoke. Why didn't you notify me earlier? Yang Shui said coldly. 12 hours, this was a time that pushed the limits of 2-star warriors. Oldley trembled, he didn't know how to explain, then looked at Jolie. Jolie was already scared stiff, he didn't even dare to lift his head. Yang Shui couldn't be bothered with them and instead pulled out a door card and walked towards the door. In the room, boom. When Qin Chen's mark reached 100%, a surge of power surged inside him, instantly exploding. 1-star warrior. Qin Chen stood up, feeling that powerful strength. Name, Qin Chen. Fire system level, 1-star warrior, 2nd divine pattern progress, 0. Wind system level, peak body refinement. Ice system level, peak body refinement. Combat power, 704. After becoming a warrior, elemental marks would create divine patterns. At this moment, the fire elemental mark within Qin Chen had formed a divine pattern, which he created himself during the breakthrough to 1-star warrior. To break through to a 2-star warrior, he needed to form another divine pattern. Combat power has directly surpassed the 2-star warrior threshold. Qin Chen looked at his combat power, completely astonished. The standard combat power for 2-star warriors is 700, and he had just broken that threshold. Now he couldn't say he could defeat a 2-star warrior, but he could definitely be invincible among 1-star warriors. Ding, you have completed task 4, God level mode, the reward has been issued. Qin Chen quickly looked at the system space, and sure enough, there were 2 fragments of the imprint lying inside, one was wind element, and the other was ice element. The system said the rewards were random, but it was obviously still based on his actual situation to randomize. It could be one of each or both could be wind element or ice element. In addition, there was a special box, which should be the martial arts gift package. As long as Qin Chen moved his mind, the box would open, but he did not open it immediately, instead, he tidied up his clothes and walked toward the door. Opening it here clearly was not appropriate, as the temperature was rising higher and higher, soon to reach the level of a 2-star warrior. Although it could also speed up the condensation of divine patterns, he found that condensing an imprint and condensing divine patterns were completely 2 different concepts. Even here, to condense the second divine pattern, he felt it would take at least half a month. It was unclear whether the elemental training room had limited speed for condensing divine patterns or if it was just that divine patterns were too hard to condense. In any case, it was impossible for him to stay here for half a month. Not to mention whether he could endure the increasingly high temperature. A one-star warrior had not yet reached the level of not eating for half a month. Arriving at the door, just as he was about to open it, suddenly, with a click, the door opened by itself. He was surprised and looked up to see Yang Shui outside the door. Chapter 22, Breathing Technique, Master Level Martial Arts. Instructor Yang, why are you here? Qin Chen looked at Yang Shui and asked in surprise. At this moment, the people outside the door, upon seeing Qin Chen, retreated involuntarily as if they had seen a ghost. Yang Shui stared at Qin Chen. She noticed that at this moment, his eyes were like two flames dancing. A warrior. She felt a shock in her heart. Qin Chen had broken through to a one-star warrior. Based on her experience, she absolutely would not be mistaken. It's nothing, just came to see if you were dead. Yang Shui said expressionlessly. Before Qin Chen could react, she turned to the crowd. What are you all doing here? Disperse. Suddenly, everyone scattered in a rush, not daring to linger for a moment. As for her, she took a glance at Luo Bin. Let's go. The two did not pause at all and left directly. The originally lively place suddenly became just Qin Chen alone. How strange. Qin Chen shook his head. Outside the building, Luo Bin followed behind Yang Shui and couldn't help but ask, did he break through? Just now he wanted to ask Qin Chen, but Yang Shui made everyone leave, so he didn't stay behind to ask. Yang Shui nodded. He should have broken through. This kid is impressive. He stayed in there for 12 hours, simply abnormal. Luo Bin was also surprised. But he is dual element, and one of them is wind element. He should be able to offset some of the high temperatures. 12 hours is still understandable. Maybe. They were neither fire element nor dual element, so they couldn't specifically guess how Qin Chen managed to endure for 12 hours. So, do we still let Yu Yang and Su Fei put pressure on him? Luo Bin said with a smile. Entering the genius training camp on the second day, breaking through to a one-star warrior would make it really difficult for the others to catch up. This pressure would really turn back on those two. Yang Shui gave him a glance, too lazy to respond. Luo Bin shook his head, quietly saying, he must be bursting with happiness inside. Yang Shui's personality was like this, but the colder she appeared on the outside, the more it proved the greater turmoil inside. What did you say? Yang Shui turned and asked. Nothing. Luo Bin trembled all over and hurriedly spoke. In the number 1 lounge, Qin Chen placed the 2 fragments of the imprint into his mouth. There is no taste at all. The 2 fragments melted in his mouth, as if he hadn't swallowed anything. But once they entered his body, he could feel that his wind element imprint and ice element imprint were beginning to form. Ding, successfully devoured wind element imprint fragment. Ding, successfully devoured the ice element mark fragment. After a moment, Qin Chen glanced at the system information panel again, and the 2 element details had changed. Wind realm, peak body refinement, element mark progress 25%. Ice realm, peak body refinement, element mark progress 35%. Looking at the information, Qin Chen felt no surprise. The talent of wind elements was low, falling behind in many aspects, so it was not odd. Time to open the blind box. Looking at the martial arts gift package, he showed an eager expression. God-level task, please don't disappoint me. With a thought, the box vanished on its own, followed by several rays of light appearing in front of him. Before he could react, these lights surged into his mind and transformed into bits of information, which he quickly absorbed. Breath of the Flame. Martial Arts Introduction, 7th grade technique, can be evolved, limited to fire warriors. Breath of the Wind. Martial Arts Introduction, 7th grade martial arts, can be evolved, limited to wind warriors. Breath of the Ice. Martial Arts Introduction, 7th grade martial arts, can be evolved, limited to ice warriors. In an instant, 3 techniques appeared in Qin Chen's mind. The introduction was simple, but the word 7th grade filled Qin Chen with joy. Martial arts and techniques share levels like warriors, one is a star level, the other is a grade level. And the 7th grade is known as the master martial art, because 7-star warriors are called masters. Master martial arts do not mean they were created by masters, but rather that among all martial arts, this particular art is extremely powerful, worthy of being called a master among martial arts. It's important to note that in the previous announcement of Rong City, Zhou Quan, as a genius, became a warrior and only received a 2nd grade martial art as a reward. Moreover, 7th grade martial arts techniques that a 1-star warrior can practice are very rare. These techniques are all considered the finest among the same grade martial arts techniques. To cultivate, having good talent is not enough, one must also contribute to humanity. Generally, talents like Qin Chen's do not get the chance to learn, but those in the military who have made achievements qualify, even if they are not exactly called geniuses. Some even become warriors and enter the army after the age of 30, yet they earn their opportunity to practice such martial arts with blood and life. What surprised Qin Chen even more were the words "can be evolved," proving that this technique could be upgraded to a higher grade in the future. It was like a perfect martial arts technique. Furthermore, he focused on the breath techniques of wind and ice, and was thrilled to discover that even though he had not yet broken through as a warrior in these two elements, he could still cultivate them. Raging Sun Fist. Martial Arts Introduction, 7th Grade Martial Arts, limited to fire warriors. Another master martial arts, which greatly excited Qin Chen. Raging Sun Fist could greatly increase his strength. Next, Qin Chen began to digest these martial arts techniques. Only after firmly imprinting them in his mind did he step out of the lounge. After leaving, he headed straight for the office area where Yang Shui was. "Instructor Yang, I would like to ask for a leave." Once Qin Chen saw Yang Shui, he stated his purpose directly. "Leave?" Yang Shui frowned slightly. "Today is the second day of the training camp. What's the matter with your leave?" "Instructor Yang, you may not know, my family situation is a bit complex. I want to quickly move my parents to the warrior family area so that I can concentrate on my cultivation." Qin Chen didn't explain too much. Although he was excellent, he wasn't at a level where someone like Yang Shui would actively solve Zhao family's issues for him. So, it all depended on him. As long as he moved his parents to a safe place, even if Zhao family found out that Zhao Quan was killed by him, no matter how turbulent things got, he could handle it step by step. Yang Shui looked at Qin Chen seriously and finally nodded. "How long do you need to be on leave?" "Not sure, about a week." Qin Chen gave a rough estimate. This time he returned to authenticate as a warrior and also to move. "There are definitely many things. I give you 10 days, try to solve your own matters," Yang Shui said without much thought. "All right." Qin Chen didn't expect the other party to be so generous. 10 days was completely enough. After Qin Chen left, Yang Shui made a phone call and called Luo Bin over. "Find someone to check Qin Chen's family background, including everyone related to his family, the more detailed, the better," Yang Shui said while sorting through documents. "What's going on?" Luo Bin was a bit surprised. It was the first time he saw Yang Shui care so much about a student. Yang Shui fell silent for a moment, not raising her head as she said, "Preparing for the general star selection." Upon hearing this, Luo Bin was taken aback. Indeed, the star selection required the background of students to be clean. In this world, not all humans are united, so anyone entering the army must undergo background checks, especially for the general star selection. However, there was still plenty of time before the selection, and it only took 2 days to figure out a person's background. There was no need to do it so early, which was unlike Yang Shui. But seeing that Yang Shui didn't intend to explain, he nodded and said, "Okay." Chapter 23 Descending the Mountain, Returning to the Martial Arts Association. Master, Martial Arts Association. The next morning, after descending the mountain, Qin Chen waited almost half an hour before finally catching a taxi. "All right," the driver exclaimed, slamming the accelerator and speeding away. "You look a bit familiar." The driver glanced at Qin Chen a few times. "Oh right, I remember now, you went to the Martial Arts Association a few days ago. I was the one who took you there." Qin Chen also glanced at the driver but didn't recall much. He still said, "You do run your business quite far." "Ha, it's a job. As long as the customer needs it, I will drive anywhere," the driver chuckled. "Well said." Qin Chen smiled. "By the way, young man, you went to get certified at the Martial Arts Association last time, right? Did you fail? Going back so soon?" "Sort of." Qin Chen nodded, not explaining further. The driver took a look at Qin Chen and noticed he wasn't in high spirits, comforting him. Failing isn't a big deal. The key is not to give up after failure. When I was young, I was just like you. I failed my first attempt at certification too." Qin Chen looked at him in surprise, not expecting him to be someone who could cultivate. He curiously asked, "What happened later?" Most people in this profession talk a lot, and this driver was no exception. Seeing that Qin Chen was interested, he continued, "Later, I just didn't give up. After each failure, I practiced hard and went for certification again and again." Saying this, he held a bit of pride. "I believe that persistence is victory." Qin Chen was taken aback and asked, "Then how did you end up as a driver?" "After failing certification numerous times and with no other skills, I had no choice but to drive. However, even though I failed, I persisted for a long time, so don't give up easily." Qin Chen felt speechless. He thought it was a bowl of uplifting soup, but it turned out to be poisonous soup. A few hours later, the car slowly approached the entrance of the Martial Arts Association. "Young man, this is your second certification, right? Remember my previous words, even if you fail again, don't easily give up," the driver encouraged again as he looked ahead at the Martial Arts Association. Soon, the car stopped in front of the Martial Arts Association, and at that moment, several staff members were rapidly coming out, the one at the forefront wearing a suit. "Oh, I remember, that's the director of the Martial Arts Association. What's his name?" the driver exclaimed in surprise upon seeing the leading man. "Su Hua." Qin Chen said. Yes, it's Su Hua, he's the second in command of the Martial Arts Association. Looking at him, is he here to welcome some important figure? The driver showed shock. The director of the Martial Arts Association rarely made appearances. After driving for so many years, he had hardly seen him, but had heard a lot about him. At this moment, Qin Chen also opened the car door as soon as he got out. Su Hua quickly welcomed him, Brother Qin. Even at this time, I have just about arrived. Thankfully, I didn't come out late. Su Hua's tone was very polite and his voice was loud. The taxi driver heard it clearly. He shivered all over, stepped on the gas, and zoomed away, fearing that he would be slow by a moment. What kind of monster did I pick up? The driver had a shocked expression. To have the director of the Martial Arts Association come out with a group of staff in Rome City, even the mayor's son couldn't do that. There's only one possibility: his talent reached a level that the Martial Arts Association valued. Are taxis this fierce now? Su Hua glanced at the taxi's taillights, surprised. Qin Chen smiled and changed the topic, saying, "This time I've troubled Director Su, but your personal welcome has surprised me." As soon as he got down from the mountain, he called Su Hua, saying he wanted to come to the Martial Arts Association. The reason was simple: he wanted to get certified quickly. Because the certification of martial artists is different from that of body refiners, martial artist certification requires an appointment since there are many people certifying each day, and his time wasn't much, so he had to trouble Su Hua. Let's not be polite with each other, Su Hua said with a smile. Before Qin Chen came, he had called Su Hua saying he wanted to certify as a martial artist, not to mention that he and Qin Chen already knew each other. Being a formal martial artist before the age of 18, such a genius, he had to personally welcome. It's worth noting that there hasn't been such a genius appearing in Rome City for a long time. Although Qin Chen had not yet officially been certified, judging by his understanding of Qin Chen, if he wasn't confident, he wouldn't have come. The certification building has the first floor certification hall specifically for the body refining realm, and above the second floor is where official martial artists are certified. After entering the building, Su Hua dismissed the other staff and took Qin Chen alone to the second floor. The second floor is for certifying 1-star to 3-star martial artists, the third floor is for 4-star to 6-star, above the fourth floor is for 7 stars and above, but it's rarely used. Up on the second floor, Su Hua introduced to Qin Chen. Qin Chen nodded. 7-star martial artists were already very rare in Rome City, so it was normal that it was rarely used. Upon reaching the second floor, Qin Chen saw that a few people were already waiting for certification. A staff member in charge of certification saw Su Hua and hurried over to greet him. "Director Su, why did you come personally?" In the Martial Arts Association, Su Hua is considered the second in command. Usually, he wouldn't come out for these certification matters. "I brought a friend." Su Hua didn't explain further. However, upon hearing the word friend, the other person's heart sank, and the certification officer's gaze towards Qin Chen changed. He could tell at a glance that Qin Chen was very young, and Su Hua referred to him as a friend, not a junior or any other term. "Then Director Su, should we cut in line?" Martial artist certification requires appointment registration first, so those who register first certify first, but with Su Hua appearing, it seems inappropriate for Qin Chen to wait. Yet, he didn't directly ask Qin Chen, instead, he asked Su Hua. After all, he didn't know Qin Chen's character. Some people like this kind of power play to cut in line, while others are low-key or value rules and don't like to jump the line. "No need, let's go one by one." Qin Chen spoke directly. "Alright, there are 5 people ahead, it will be quick." The person quickly nodded. Soon, he entered work mode again. "Everyone, the certification continues. I'll go over the certification method again. It's very simple. First, we test your cultivation, then we test your combat strength." The 5 people waiting in line looked at him in surprise. This certification method had been explained before. Someone suddenly looked at Qin Chen, who was standing at the back of the line, realizing that this was specially being explained for him. "I just heard the certification officer call that person director. Is he a relative of the director?" someone murmured. "The first one, Zhang Xing, certification level. First level warrior." When the certification officer announced this, a man who looked to be in his late 20s stood up from the first bench in the waiting area and walked over. "Place your hand on it and try to release the yuan power you have mastered," the certification officer pointed to a machine beside him and reminded. The man approached the machine, took a deep breath, slowly raised his hand, then placed it on the device. Chapter 24 Normal Combat Power. Don't be nervous, relax your mind, bring out your best state. Seeing the man was tense, the certification officer immediately spoke up. The man's expression was serious. After placing his hand on the machine, he quietly used his yuan power. Soon, a soil element mark appeared on the device, and a divine pattern flickered within it. Certification of cultivation successful, the certification officer announced upon seeing the mark. Only then did the man breathe a sigh of relief and take his hand away. The cultivation certification is very simple. As long as there's nothing wrong, there won't be any issues, a man in line whispered. The cultivation certification is meant to confirm, if someone hasn't broken through to a 1-star warrior, they wouldn't come here to certify unless they're here to create trouble, and they would be caught. Next, it's about combat power. Don't be nervous, as long as your combat power reaches the threshold of 300, you will be officially recognized as a first-level warrior, and if you do not go into business, you can receive a monthly allowance of 10,000. To encourage the man, the certification officer reiterated the benefits of becoming a warrior. This is also the welfare that the Dragon Country offers to the warriors, of course, with some prerequisites. Some people, after becoming warriors, do not join the army or official organizations, but choose to open martial arts schools and the like. Such people generally only seek their own interests and thus do not receive any allowances. Moreover, there are those who, after becoming warriors, receive allowances but then just vegetate, so the authorities conduct investigations. If confirmed, they will lose their allowances, too. Hit the combat power device with all your strength. The certification officer instructed the man. The man prepared for 3 seconds and then struck with a punch. Bang! A number appeared on the combat power device, then kept jumping. The man nervously stared at the machine. Finally, the number stopped at 283. The certification officer frowned. Certification failed. No, it's impossible. I clearly condensed the element mark and became a 1-star warrior. The man's face went pale, revealing frustration and despair. Sigh, this is clearly a warrior who relied completely on some special drugs. Such warriors won't be recognized by the Martial Arts Association. Someone shook their head. Some people, in order to become warriors, crazily consume drugs, which actually have significant side effects, and their combat power is very weak, so the authorities won't recognize them. The allowances aren't as easy to obtain as people imagine. Second one. Next, the certification officer called out names one by one. And these people all successfully passed the certification. After all, only a few like Zheng Xing rely on drugs to stack their power, and many know they won't be recognized by the authorities even if they use drugs, so they wouldn't come here to seek humiliation. Fifth one, Lu Yun, certification level, 2-star warrior. Finally, we have a 2-star warrior. The few who successfully completed their certifications, except for Zheng Xing, did not leave. People naturally have a curious mentality, especially after a successful assessment. They want to see how others perform. Just like ordinary people taking a driving test, once they pass, they relax and look at others with comparative eyes. Lu Yun's cultivation certification had no issues. After that, he punched the combat power device. 710. Passed. Seeing this number, everyone gasped. This also meant that the man named Lu Yun would now be officially recognized as a 2-star warrior and could receive a monthly allowance of 20,000. 20,000. For an ordinary person, how much work would it take to earn that income? Becoming a warrior just requires not to live off the allowance. It's much easier. Those who passed the 1-star warrior certification cast envious looks at him. They wanted to become 2-star warriors, but they didn't know how long it would take. Perhaps they would never achieve it in their lifetime. The certification officer also nodded at Lu Yun. A 2-star warrior was already worthy of his respect. Next, Qin Chen, certification level, 1-star warrior. The certification officer looked at Qin Chen, his eyes full of expectation. Su Hua personally brought him, even called him a friend. He was very curious. He understood their director well. He never deliberately favored any relatives, especially bringing one in person. Not only the certification officer was curious, but others were too. However, their thoughts were different. They wanted to see if this director's relative would embarrass himself. Qin Shen's expression was calm. He stood up from the stool and walked step by step to the machine. Without any nonsense, he placed his hand directly on it. A fire element mark soon appeared. Cultivation certification successful. The certification officer looked at Qin Chen and spoke seriously. Success. The others also looked over, showing surprise. Qin Chen appeared to be just a 17 or 18-year-old person. He really succeeded. Qin Chen, why haven't I heard this name? Is there a Qin family in Rong City? Someone couldn't help but ask. For such a talented person, they first thought of a genius descendant from a big family. Could it be he also climbed up with drugs? Someone whispered. 17 or 18-year-old warriors were not unheard of, but they didn't come out every year. Having one every 10 years was already good enough. It was hard for them to believe they encountered one. The key was, they thought long and hard, and couldn't recall any prominent family with the surname Qin, and they had never heard of Qin Chen before. Generally, such a genius would have been noticed long ago. At this moment, Su Hua saw Qin Chen and showed a happy smile. Although he knew there wouldn't be any accidents, he was still a bit excited when the success was real. Building a good relationship with him was indeed the right choice. Su Hua thought to himself. While everyone was lost in their thoughts, Qin Chen stood in front of the strength testing machine. His breathing was incredibly even. He used the flame breathing technique, then delivered a punch. Boom! A loud noise startled everyone, and they fixed their eyes on the rapidly changing numbers. 780. Buzz. Everyone's brains suddenly went blank, and then the hall erupted in chaos. Even Su Hua, a bit further away, nearly jumped up. 780, I can't be seeing this wrong. What the hell, he really is Director Su's relative. Didn't they say certification was for a one-star warrior? Everyone stared at that number that shouldn't have appeared, their faces filled with disbelief. Is the machine broken? Even the certification officer fell into confusion. At this time, Su Hua quickly walked over, he looked at the machine, and there was no way it could be broken. The Martial Arts Association was not incompetent enough to make such a basic mistake. He looked at Qin Chen and said, Brother Qin, this. He didn't know what to say, it was the first time he had encountered a one-star warrior certification directly showing the combat power of a two-star warrior. Qin Chen smiled, it's just normal strength. This was indeed normal strength, he had previously devoured fragments of wind and ice element marks. Although it didn't lead to a breakthrough, it did increase his strength. Moreover, the martial artist certification evaluation tested regular strength, not explosive power, so he couldn't use martial arts. He could only use the breathing technique and didn't use the blazing sun fist. If he used it, his explosive power would have directly soared above 1,000, that would be master-level martial arts. Normal strength. Hearing Qin Chen's words, the others looked at him as if he were a monster. This was downright abnormal. Chapter 25 The President of the Association pays a visit. Examiner, please announce. Seeing the examiner still not speaking, Qin Chen had to remind him. The certification officer finally snapped back from his shock. Qin Chen, certified 1. At this point, he suddenly remembered that Qin Chen was certified as a one-star warrior, but his strength had directly reached a two-star warrior. If one directly says that Qin Chen is a one-star warrior, it seems like Qin Chen has lost out. After all, the subsidy for a two-star warrior is different, and it's brought by Su Hua personally. If Qin Chen is unhappy and offends such a genius, just thinking about it feels terrifying. However, if one directly says he is a two-star warrior, it seems to contradict the rules. Unconsciously, he looked at Su Hua with a pleading gaze. Clearly, he could not make this decision and could only seek help. Su Hua glared at him and thought for a moment before saying to Qin Chen, Brother Qin, the certification matter will probably take some time, tomorrow. The results will come out tomorrow. At that time, we will notify you directly, how about that? He was also a bit confused, but he still wanted to give Qin Chen the two-star warrior title, after all, he knew Qin Chen's family situation. However, with his authority, he could not make the final decision. He needed to report the matter to the chairman. The only thing he could do was to suggest to the chairman and strive to let Qin Chen enjoy the treatment of a two-star warrior. Then I'll trouble Director Su. One day's time, Qin Chen wasn't in a hurry. Not a trouble. Su Hua quickly waved his hand. Director Su, then I'll head back first. You can continue with your work. After Qin Chen finished speaking, he did not linger any longer and rejected the other's kind offer to see him off. Everyone watched Qin Chen's departing figure. Those who had just passed the certification wanted to step forward to get to know him but hesitated. After all, with a genius like him, he might not think highly of them. In front of Qin Chen, they couldn't help but feel some inferiority from within. When he returned home, Qin Chen saw Li Xiufan giving Qin Dai a massage. Xiao Chen, why are you back? Did the training camp end so soon? Both of them looked at Qin Chen with confusion, the genius training camp shouldn't have ended so quickly. I took a leave. By the way, pack some necessary things, we'll move in 2 days at the latest. Move? Move where? Li Xiufan asked, puzzled. You'll know tomorrow. Qin Chen did not explain. At first, Qin Dai didn't understand, but soon he looked at Qin Chen seriously as he thought of something. Quick! Go pack things. Qin Dai hurriedly told Li Xiufan. Although he still found it hard to believe, seeing Qin Chen's serious expression didn't seem like a joke. A warrior, could it be that my son really became a warrior? For ordinary families like theirs, without money or power, moving only had one possibility, that is, someone became a warrior and moved to the city center. You're also going crazy. Li Xiufan said to Qin Dai with a frown, completely ignoring the moving matter. Qin Dai smiled wryly, he figured if he said his son became a warrior now, Li Xiufan would scold him to death. Qin Chen smiled, not saying much for now. Without the certificate, everything would be explained once it was settled tomorrow. Now, gather the ice element mark. At night, Qin Chen did not sleep, but sat on the bed, conjuring ice flowers in his hands, then started to focus on completing the ice element mark. The ice talent is better than the wind talent, so, once the ice talent breaks through to 1 star, it won't be too late to practice the wind talent. Cultivating both at the same time would instead increase the time cost. Furthermore, the fire element divine rune must also keep up with the progress. Breaking through to 1-star warrior with wind and ice at the same time, while the fire element cannot lag, must push towards 2 stars. No wonder having dual talents is not as popular as imagined, indeed, the time is too tight. Qin Chen shook his head. Having dual talents is indeed a powerful gift, but in the eyes of those big figures, it is not as valued as a genius who became a warrior before 18. Because many dual talent geniuses are very proud and do not follow the proper order of initially cultivating one system but do it simultaneously, leading those geniuses to ultimately fall behind. Sister Xiofan, what good day is it today? Why buy so many vegetables? Early in the morning, Li Xiofan returned with a pile of vegetables, attracting the curiosity of the neighbor next door who asked. Sigh, my little guy is back, what a hassle. Li Xiofan said the words hassle, but her expression looked very happy. Xiao Cheng is back? The person was taken aback. Didn't you just say yesterday that he went to some genius training camp? He's back so soon? Yesterday, Li Xiofan had talked about Qin Chen with some neighbors, as Qin Chen had certified his body refining, and Li Xiofan and Qin Dai had already spread the word. I didn't ask, but since he's back, he must have finished training over there. Li Xiofan said uncertainly. She wasn't clear about what the genius training camp was, only knowing it had the word genius, and that her son was indeed a genius, so the genius was back. Naturally, they should have a good meal. I heard that they eliminate people at the genius training camp. Suddenly, a man spoke up. This person was another neighbor of the Qin family, also one of the wealthiest in the area, named Zhou Yi, who usually wore a suit. Zhou Yi, don't talk nonsense. Other neighbors quickly stopped him when they saw Li Xiufan's change in expression. The Qin couple was usually nice, but life was hard, especially since Qin Dai was not in good health. Recently, because Qin Chen had certified his body refining, the couple was very happy, and the nearby neighbors all knew. If now, because of Qin Chen's matter, Qin Dai's already poor health had more problems, that would really be a hassle. What nonsense am I saying? Joey said unhappily, in Yang City, I have a friend whose older brother's son's classmate was selected for the genius training camp in previous years, but he was eliminated on the same day. Joey didn't care about Qin Dai and Li Xiufan's feelings. Originally, he was the one everyone envied among these families. However, recently, when Qin Dai and Li Xiufan brought out Qin Chen's early certification of body refining, everyone began to get close to the couple, which made Joey feel a bit uncomfortable these days. Even if Qin Chen gets eliminated, he is still a genius. A neighbor spoke up for Li Xiufan. I know, but right now Xiao Cheng might be feeling down, not wanting the adults to know. I'm just telling Sister Xiufan the reality so she can advise Xiao Cheng, not let him bear it alone. That wouldn't be good. Joey said with a caring surface. However, he was very happy inside, although Qin Chen was excluded, still being a genius, but in the neighbor's eyes, with such a sudden drop, everyone would definitely not envy Li Xiufan and Qin Dai as before. Thank you, Joey. Li Xiufan, with a simple mind, unaware of Joey's thoughts, thanked him and quickly headed home. Just then, a horn sounded, and everyone turned in surprise to look. A luxury car was slowly driving towards them. Who is this, driving a car here? In this community, where the population was dense, cars were all parked in the parking lot, not allowed to drive in unless it was a special vehicle. This is the car of the Martial Arts Association. Someone exclaimed upon seeing the character for martial arts on the side of the car. Everyone looked over in surprise. Even though they were ordinary people, they knew what the Martial Arts Association represented. This was a place specifically for serving and managing martial artists in a city. It could be said to be the most powerful organization in the city. Quick, move aside. Joey shouted as he saw the car coming. He was the most knowledgeable about the Martial Arts Association here, and it was absolutely necessary to avoid conflict with these people, or one wouldn't even know how they would die. As the car stopped before them, everyone felt confused. Soon, the car door opened, and then, a person got out of the car. Director Su. Joey trembled all over. But soon, he was even more shocked. After Su Hua got out of the car, he quickly walked to the other side of the car and slowly opened the car door. Joey was stunned to see Su Hua personally opening the door, and then he saw an elderly man dressed in a long robe get out of the car. Su Hua was respectfully standing aside. President, it's right here. Su Hua said to the old man. Joey widened his eyes in disbelief, looking at the old man. The president of the Martial Arts Association. How could he come to such a small place? Chapter 26, 2-Star Warrior Certificate. Just here? The old man glanced up at the building next to them. It was all old houses, only 7 stories tall, with no elevator, and it looked very worn from the outside. It's right here, on the 3rd floor. Su Hua said. After Qin Chen's body refinement certification, he had already found someone to investigate, so he was very clear about Qin Chen's family's situation now. Are they going inside the building? Joey saw Su Hua and the old man preparing to enter and quickly stepped forward to lead the way for them. He lived here and was very familiar with the situation. This was a chance to meet important people. But before he could show off, Su Hua suddenly said in front, "Ms. Li Xiufen?" Su Hua saw Li Xiufen ahead and shouted loudly. Li Xiufen was also surprised that people from the Martial Arts Association would come here, but Qin Chen's matter was the most important. When she saw Su Hua and the old man get out of the car, she stopped watching and prepared to go upstairs. Suddenly called out, she turned around in confusion and asked, "Did you call me?" "It really is Ms. Li." Su Hua quickly stepped forward upon seeing Li Xiufen. When he looked into Qin Chen's family situation, he had naturally seen a photo of Li Xiufen, including Qin Dai, during their investigation. "My name is Su Hua." Su Hua stood in front of Li Xiufen. "This is our President Zhu." "Hello, Ms. Li, you can just call me Zhu Yuan." President Zhu approached Li Xiufen, speaking calmly. Hello, President Zhu, do you have something to find me for?" Li Xiufen was quite nervous. Having lived for over half her life, it was her first time speaking to such a person. "We are here to find Qin Chen, he should be at home now, right?" Su Hua asked. He had told Qin Chen to wait yesterday. Today he would confirm the warrior level certification and issue the certificate. This. Li Xiufen tightened up upon hearing Qin Chen's name, recalling Zhou Yi's earlier words. Did Xiao Chen make some big mistake? He is still young, is there anything he did wrong? Can you not find him? I can take the responsibility. Qin Chen was eliminated from the genius training camp, which must have been due to a mistake. Now the president of the Martial Arts Association had personally come, the mistake was too big. Zhu Yuan and Su Hua both paused upon hearing this, and Zhu Yuan chuckled, "You misunderstood, Qin Chen has not made a mistake. If there were a mistake, it would be that he is too astonishing." Ah? Li Xiufen looked puzzled. Zhu Yuan smiled, "It seems he did not tell you, he really is a low-key little guy." Zhu Yuan did not immediately explain but instead asked Li Xiufen to take him and Su Hua to the house to meet Qin Chen. Behind, all the neighbors were puzzled, unable to understand why the president of the Martial Arts Association would come to find Qin Chen. Qin Chen wouldn't have gotten into big trouble at that genius training camp, would he? Someone suddenly said. When others heard this, they felt it was very possible. After all, Qin Chen had suddenly returned, which must mean he was eliminated, perhaps because of causing trouble, and now the president of the Martial Arts Association was personally coming to seek accountability. "Let's go, let's listen in," Zhou Yi suddenly shouted. Thus, driven by curiosity, many people came to sneak a listen outside Qin Chen's house. In the living room, Qin Chen heard Su Hua's introduction and looked at Zhu Yuan in surprise, not expecting that the other party would come in person. Zhu Yuan took out a certificate. "This is the certification issued to you by the Martial Arts Association." Qin Chen took the certificate, opened it, and saw that it was a 2-star warrior certificate. Qin Dai and Li Xiufen couldn't wait to look over, discovering it was a 2-star warrior certificate. They were so excited they couldn't speak for a moment. At the same time, they looked at Qin Chen as if they were getting to know their son for the first time. "Thank you, President." Qin Chen was also surprised. This time he took leave to meet a 1-star warrior, and a 2-star warrior was a pleasant surprise from the Martial Arts Association. "This is all that you deserve." Zhu Yuan waved his hand. "By the way, you suddenly returned this time. Aside from certifying as a warrior, the main reason is to move, right?" he suddenly asked. Qin Chen nodded. "The sooner, the better." On the Zhao family's side, they might discover Zhao Quan's death at any time and quickly find out that he was the one who killed him. Once they uncover this, they will probably act immediately. With the power of the Zhao family, making some ordinary families disappear without a trace is too easy. "I already know about your father's situation." Zhu Yuan glanced at Qin Dai, who was still discussing the certification with his wife, completely unaware of their conversation. "I've prepared everything for your move. As for the other troubles, you need to handle them yourself." Zhu Yuan had thought about directly resolving the conflict between the Zhao family and Qin Chen, but after thinking for a long time, he felt that Qin Chen would not let it go so easily. Moreover, this is Qin Chen's personal matter, and he felt it was inappropriate to intervene too much. Prepared? Qin Chen was surprised. He had planned to deal with the Zhao family's matter himself. He had no background, the only person he knew with some power was Su Hua, but the identity of the Martial Arts Association could not casually meddle in certain affairs. Besides, even if he could intervene, it would be at most mediation, not directly resolving the Zhao family's issues. "You should know very soon." Zhu Yuan smiled. Outside the door, a group of neighbors were stretching their heads, pressing their ears against the door to eavesdrop. "Can you hear anything?" Zhou Yi asked. The voices inside the room were too soft, he could not make out what the president of the Martial Arts Association and Qin Chen were talking about. "I think I heard something about a 2-star warrior," one person suddenly said. 2-star warrior? Did Qin Chen offend a 2-star warrior at the genius training camp this time? But even if he did offend a 2-star warrior, it wouldn't warrant the president of the Martial Arts Association coming to ask for an explanation, right? Everyone was puzzled. The thought that Qin Chen was certified as a 2-star warrior never crossed their minds. After all, a person under 18 can hardly even reach the peak of body refinement, let alone become a 2-star warrior. Announcement from Rongqing. In this city, the genius from number 1 high school, Qin Chen, certified as a 2-star warrior, hereby rewarded with a set of properties in Qingyuan, a bonus of 2 million, and a 4th-grade martial arts technique. A voice rang out over the city, causing many citizens of Rongqing to involuntarily look up, followed by discussions everywhere in the city. City announcements are issued by official departments all over the city. The volume is so loud that almost everyone in the urban area can hear it. Qin Chen? Which Qin Chen? Outside Qin Chen's house, the neighbors were a bit confused. Isn't he from number 1 high school? Someone just heard the president say 2-star warrior. This. Everyone quickly realized that the city announcement was talking about the very person they were eavesdropping on. Who said he was eliminated for making mistakes? As soon as this was said, everyone turned in unison to look at Zhou Yi. Swish. Zhou Yi's face instantly turned pale, he turned and left, and everyone saw that his body couldn't help but tremble, walking unsteadily. Hurry up, let's go. Everyone scattered, no one dared to eavesdrop any longer. Chapter 27, New Task, Money in Hand. A set of properties in Qingyuan. In the room, Qin and Li Xiufen were excited after hearing the city announcement. In the center of Rongqing, there are many neighborhoods specially built for the families of warriors. These neighborhoods are all upscale, but there are also distinctions. Qingyuan is the highest end among all neighborhoods, both in terms of environment and other aspects. There are even rumors that the security guards are warriors. Thank you, President. Qin Chen said to Zhu Yuan. Just now he said it was arranged, and the announcement came right after, clearly timed. I said this is what you deserve. Moreover, I simply informed the city lord's residents about your situation. The release of this announcement is not the matter of the Warriors Association. Zhu Yuan said with a smile. Qin Chen chuckled and didn't put on any airs. How could he not understand? It must have been the Martial Arts Association that informed the city lord's residents about his and the Zhao family's matters. So this reward provided a set of property, allowing him to move as quickly as possible. Otherwise, the reward might have only been bonuses in martial arts skills, while he would have needed to buy a house on his own. Moreover, it would probably be very hard to purchase a place in Qinghe Courtyard. Additionally, there's something I need to tell you. Zhu Yuan suddenly became serious, showing a solemn expression. Qin Chen did not speak, just waiting for his words. Do you know about the Star General selection? Zhu Yuan first asked. Star General selection? Qin Chen shook his head, but inside he felt a stir. Just from the name, this selection sounded quite prestigious. It seems your instructor hasn't revealed this matter yet. The Star General is a proposal from our Dragon Country, where this year the 4 major war zones will each select 1 Star General. If they later enter the army, they will receive focused training. You have a grudge against the Zhao family, right? Just obtaining the martial artist certification would only ensure your family's safety, but if you want to completely resolve it, becoming a Star General might be an option? Zhu Yuan suggested. Qin Chen instantly became interested, but also puzzled. The Zhao family had a 4-star martial artist. He hadn't expected that merely becoming a Star General could completely solve the issue. Zhu Yuan smiled and explained, once you become a Star General, the military will immediately grant you the rank of Major General. Of course, before truly entering the army, the rank is merely a title and won't actually give you real power, but having this title will surely provide ways to deal with the Zhao family. Qin Chen instantly understood his meaning. Even if it were just a temporary title without real power, there would surely be numerous ways to please him, allowing him to tackle the Zhao family in countless ways. Is there a process for the Star General selection? Qin Chen expressed his interest. To be honest, he could take his time with the Zhao family, resolving it slowly after he gained enough strength, but that would require time, and he precisely didn't want to wait. If he could solve it sooner, he would wish to do so immediately. Seeing Qin Chen's interest, Zhu Yuan smiled. He had come here mainly to tell Qin Chen this, even though it was not guaranteed that Qin Chen could be selected for the Star General. However, it was still an opportunity. If he really got selected, he, as the president of the Chengdu Martial Arts Association, would benefit greatly. To be selected as a Star General, the first requirement is to achieve the first place in the Chengdu Genius Training Camp. Ding, the Star General selection task has been activated. Task Phase 1, achieve first place in the Chengdu Genius Training Camp. Task reward, 1 piece of Wind Element Mark Fragment, 1 piece of Ice Element Mark Fragment, Martial Arts, and the first volume of the Star Refining Body Technique. The sudden system task left Qin Chen stunned. This task, is it a gift question? Qin Chen looked at the task, puzzled. With his current strength, even against Yu Yang and Su Fei, he could punch them to death, with no real competition. However, it was unlikely. Based on the difficulty of previous tasks, the system wouldn't just give away free points. But for now, he couldn't think of anything else and could only accept the task. Secondly, you need to achieve first place among all genius training camps in Zheng Province. Finally, you must rank first among all geniuses in the Western War Zone. That will be the first star general. Zhu Yuan looked at Qin Chen, who was deep in thought, and said slowly. To become a star general, one would need to clear levels and defeat rivals, as the competition would be fierce among the talents. Qin Chen was sure to take the first in Chengdu, and Jiang province was almost a sure win, but the entire Western War Zone would be difficult. With dozens of provinces and hundreds of cities, there were too many geniuses. After talking for a few more minutes, Zhu Yuan stood up. I won't disturb you any longer. Also, Su Hua will arrange for the moving company to come. You can move to Qinghe Courtyard today. Xiao Chen, quick, see the president off. Qin Dai said hurriedly when he saw Zhu Yuan was about to leave. Zhu Yuan waved his hand. No need, you all tidy up your things. Saying this, he left with great decisiveness. 2 hours later, the moving company arrived downstairs. At that moment, Qin Chen received a call from the principal of the school, asking him to come by, saying the bonus had arrived, not just the school's bonus, but also 2 million from the city lord's mansion, all transferred to the first high school's account, and they would give it to him together. Qin Chen thought for a moment and decided to go right away, as moving now wouldn't require him to lift a finger. Director Su, I'll trouble you to send me. Qin Chen said to Su Hua. Moving to Qinghe Garden, once there, he still needed to confirm his identity, but with Su Hua, the director of the Martial Arts Association, there would be no problem. It's no trouble, you go ahead and do your things. Su Hua was very willing to help. Being able to get closer to a talent like Qin Chen was something he greatly desired. Qin Chen wasted no time, and half an hour later, he arrived at the school. You brat, you come back and don't even say hello. If it weren't for the city announcement, I would have thought you were still suffering in the genius training camp. Principal Luo Jianwei looked at Qin Chen and said. The recent city announcement nearly scared him. Qin Chen returned quietly and even directly obtained a 2-star martial artist certification. If it weren't for the call from the city lord's mansion later, he would have thought he heard wrong. Isn't this busy? First high is my alma mater, of course, I have to come back. I just didn't have the time before you called. If it weren't for the money, would you be this active? The principal was not fooled by his words, replying somewhat unamused. Alright, give me the account number, and I'll have the finance department transfer the money to you. About 10 minutes later, Qin Chen heard the message alert tone. 225,000, he looked at the principal, and indeed, the principal had given him a reward of 150,000. Out of the 225,000, 200,000 came from the city lord's mansion, which was an official reward. Additionally, there was 100,000 for entering the genius training camp, also an official reward. The last 50,000 was the bonus from first high. Originally, it was a maximum of 100,000, but the principal personally took out an extra 50,000 for Qin Chen. Although 50,000 wasn't much, as the principal, being able to get the school bonus approved so quickly was already greatly favoring him, giving an extra 50,000 showed how much he valued Qin Chen. Don't get emotional. The principal waved his hand when he saw Qin Chen's expression. I'm not emotional, I just think, isn't it a bit too little? Qin Chen smiled. The principal shot him a glare. 50,000 was his several months' salary. Also, the 4th grade martial arts reward will be mailed directly to your home. 4th grade martial arts, kid, practice diligently. If you can master it to the utmost, with your current strength, you will be among the best in 2nd grade. The principal reminded him. Qin Chen certified as a 2-star martial artist, even if it was the lowest fighting power of 2 stars, plus the 4th grade martial arts would surpass many 2-star martial artists. Generally, 2-star martial artists have no 4th grade martial arts. But it all depends on how Qin Chen chooses to practice. Geniuses also need to continuously strive to grow. There are many talents who start off proud and end up blending into the crowd. Chapter 28 The End of High School. Principal, I want to attend another class. Qin Chen suddenly said. Class? You can go directly, you haven't graduated yet, you can attend any time. The principal waved his hand. Qin Chen shook his head. I want to attend a class taught by the homeroom teacher. He remembered today's class. At this time, it was not the homeroom teacher's class. The principal looked at him in confusion. He knew the homeroom teacher of class 7 had a bit of a strange temper and was privately referred to as the female Yama by students. Qin Chen smiled without explanation. The homeroom teacher had always had a bad impression of him. Her temper was odd, but Qin Chen felt there was nothing wrong with her. On the contrary, she was very responsible. Her temper was strange, but it's all fair, and it has never been because of your poor grades that they targeted you on purpose. This is very rare. As for this homeroom teacher, Qin Chen actually feels quite grateful. Previously, when his father had an accident and the family was in extreme difficulty, she called on everyone to donate and never pushed him for tuition, otherwise, he would have dropped out long ago. Moreover, he still hadn't studied hard after that. Sleeping in class was a common thing. The homeroom teacher often had talks with him but had never said anything excessive. Rather, she patiently advised him. Additionally, this might be his last time coming to school. No matter if he can participate in the star selection or not, after the training camp, it would be time for the college entrance examination. When he went to the genius training camp before, it was too rushed, and now he wants to attend the last class, finishing what he started. You go ahead, I will call your homeroom teacher. The principal took out his phone. Qin Chen's homeroom teacher is a middle-aged woman named Wang Su. She is not pretty, and is even a bit fat, usually wearing a stern face. All her students are somewhat afraid of her when they see her. However, right now, she walked out of the office with a hint of excitement on her face. She walked quickly towards class 7 just as the bell rang. The next class was physical education, and many students were preparing to go to the playground. At this moment, Wang Su directly entered the classroom. Everyone, quiet down. Seeing Wang Su appear, all the students' expressions changed. Even the class monitor got anxious and spoke first. Teacher Wang, the PE teacher isn't sick again, right? This excuse was worn out by the school. The PE teacher was always the one with the worst health among all the teachers. You guessed it right, for the next class, I will be teaching, so everyone get ready. What the hell? Instantly, all the students felt a chill in their hearts. Wang Su looked at everyone's expressions, smiled, and didn't explain immediately. Teacher Wang smiled. Someone noticed Wang Su and exclaimed in surprise. What's going on today? I suddenly find Teacher Wang is different. If it were before, she would have made us quiet already. Wang Su heard everyone's discussions and waited until they were almost through before she seriously said. It's not that I want to take your PE class, but because, for this class, someone is coming to join you. When they heard this, the students were all dumbfounded. Someone suddenly thought of something, but was a bit uncertain. Especially Wang Hai, who looked at this with immense anticipation in his eyes. Wang Su did not explain but turned to look outside the classroom. Everyone was also very curious, who could make their homeroom teacher so serious and so excited. Soon, a young man appeared in front of them, and seeing him, someone jumped straight up from their seat. Qin Chen, it's Qin Chen who has come back. It's really Qin Chen. Wow, my idol is back. 2-star warrior, he has just been certified as a 2-star warrior, and he's not even 18, he's from our class 7, my classmate. Signature, we must get a signature. The classroom erupted. Before, when Qin Chen left quietly, they later learned he had gone to the genius training camp. This made them very proud as classmates, and just not long ago, the city announced Qin Chen had been certified as a 2-star warrior, which made them extremely excited. Even if it wasn't themselves, just being from class 7 in the school felt prestigious. He's back, my brother is back. The chubby Wang Hai watched Qin Chen walk step by step to the classroom, equally excited. During these past days without Qin Chen, he wanted to call but was afraid of causing trouble, so he had no contact at all. After Qin Chen entered the classroom, he first looked at Wang Su on the podium. Hello, Teacher Wang. Good, it's great that you're back. Wang Su revealed a smile she had never shown before. Qin Chen then looked at everyone, fellow classmates. This class, I wanted to attend Teacher Wang's class, taking away everyone's physical education time. You won't blame me, right? Of course not. The class leader was the first to speak. Yeah, blame what? We love attending Teacher Wang's class. To be in class with a warrior, huh? This is the first time, probably the last time in my life. What an honor. Telling others will make them so envious. Students began to speak one after another, and no one was thinking about physical education anymore. In fact, everyone knew deep down, this was probably the last class they would attend together with Qin Chen. However, no one pointed it out. Class begins. As soon as the class bell rang, Wang Su shouted loudly. In an instant, she returned to being that cold, unsmiling head teacher. Qin Chen listened from below, occasionally looking at all his classmates. This was his last class, and likewise, for many here, it might also be the last time they see each other. After the college entrance examination, everyone would go their separate ways. The world isn't big, but wanting to meet again truly depends on fate. 45 minutes passed, and everyone listened to the class with unprecedented seriousness, not because of Wang Su, but because of Qin Chen. Time flew by, and when the class bell rang once more, Wang Su reluctantly said the words class dismissed. However, below, no classmate got up immediately. They quietly sat in their seats, showing reluctance in their eyes. Wang Su took out her phone and snapped a photo of everyone, glanced at Qin Chen, then walked out of the classroom. Qin Chen, sign my name. The class leader pulled out a beautiful piece of notepaper and was the first to approach Qin Chen. I want a signature too. Me too. Classmates flocked to Qin Chen. Everyone gets it. Qin Chen said with a smile, vowing this was the most he had ever written in one sitting, even if it was just repeating his own name, yet, it was also the happiest he had ever felt writing. Goodbye, everyone. After signing, Qin Chen walked to the classroom door, said one last line, and turned to leave. At that moment, everyone hurriedly chased out of the classroom, watching Qin Chen leave until his figure disappeared. Chapter 29, The Zhao Family's Reaction. Qin Chen. After leaving the school, Wang Hai rushed out. What's up? Are you going to drink again? Look how fat you've gotten. Qin Chen looked at Wang Hai with a smile. Drink? I've quit that long ago. Really? Really, ever since you knocked Liao Tao away with one punch, I've quit. Wang Hai replied seriously. That day in the practical class, Qin Chen shocked all the classmates. As his best friend, Wang Hai reflected for a long time before finally deciding to change his habits of indulgence and playfulness. I came to find you because there's something important. Wang Hai suddenly said. Seeing his serious expression, Qin Chen was surprised but happy, nodding. Speak. Wang Hai organized his words. You know, my family runs a martial arts school. I couldn't train before, so I often played around, but just yesterday, I reached the qualification to train. Great news. Qin Chen nodded. Reaching the qualification to train before the college entrance exam was indeed great news. At least he could go to college now. It's good news, but I don't plan to go to college. After my dad found out I could train, he also told me not to go to college, but to take over the martial arts school directly, and he will help me from behind. Wang Hai said. Qin Chen nodded. That sounds good. Even though he could now train, going to an average university might not be as beneficial as being a martial arts school director, and perhaps even a small martial arts school would have better resources than a regular college. After all, no matter how small a martial arts school is, it would still be his own, and all the resources would be devoted to him. I support you. Qin Chen patted him on the shoulder, encouragingly. Really? Wang Hai was overjoyed, immediately saying, then, since you sincerely support me, I want you to hang a name in my Shanghai martial arts school. Just to be clear, now that you have money and skills, there won't be a salary. Wang Hai's eyes revealed a clever glint after he finished speaking. Qin Chen looked at him in surprise, not expecting this kid was trying to pull him into a scheme. How is it? Wang Hai nervously stared at Qin Chen. He knew that Qin Chen's future achievements would surely be very high, and by having his name attached, he gained a great advantage. The reason he said this was because their relationship was very good. But a relationship is a relationship. Qin Chen had the power to refuse, and it was not Qin Chen's responsibility. Qin Chen looked at Wang Hai. It was rare for this fat guy to care about these things, so he naturally wouldn't refuse. You can just put my name. The reason for hanging a name at the martial arts school was simply to use the fame of the named person to attract some business. So, after his name was added, he didn't need to do anything at the martial arts school. This kind of favor, both emotionally and reasonably, he wouldn't refuse. Good brother. Wang Hai, seeing that Qin Chen agreed, immediately grabbed his hand. Let's go, I treat you. I've quit, and school hasn't finished yet. Next time, come to Shanghai Martial Arts School. I'll let Wang Shanhai treat you. Go to class. Qin Chen smiled and waved his hand. Not long after, he arrived at Qinghe Garden. I must say, Su Hua was very efficient. By the time Qin Chen returned, he had already left, and his new home was all tidied up. The city lord's mansion not only provided a house but also furnished it with everything needed. The safety of my parents has been resolved, and the next step is to become a star of generals and completely deal with the Zhao family. I need to go back to the training camp early. Qin Chen thought to himself. Initially, he had taken 10 days off, thinking that moving would take a lot of time, but it turned out that the city lord's mansion and the Martial Arts Association had everything arranged, taking only 2 days. However, afterward, Qin Chen spent 3 more days accompanying his parents, so this time down the mountain, he spent a total of 5 days. On the 6th day, early in the morning, he took a taxi to the training camp. Meanwhile, at the Zhao family. At this moment, in the Zhao family's main hall, a corpse lay in the center. The corpse was that of Zhao Quan, the Zhao family's young master, who had been killed by Qin Chen's punch days ago. Wan Shi, you must avenge Quan. A woman looked at the dead Zhao Quan, her face filled with sorrow, tears still in her eyes. Have you found out? Zhao Wanshi looked at the subordinates in the main hall, speaking coldly. Head of the family, we found out. The surveillance shows that young Master Quan's last appearance was at the energy market, and at that time, he got into a car with a woman and a young man. Before Zhao Wanshi could ask further, the subordinate continued, that woman is now dead, but that young man is still alive. Who? A young man in the hall quickly asked. The subordinate glanced at the young man and hurriedly replied respectfully, in response to young Master Liang, that young man is called Qin Chen. Qin Chen? Zhao Liang and Zhao Wanshi frowned. This name sounded very familiar. Is he the Qin Chen mentioned in the recent city announcement? Zhao Liang suddenly reacted, his face changing slightly. Yes. Moreover, this Qin Chen actually has some grievances with our Zhao family. The person young Master Quan hired to hit was Qin Chen's father. The subordinate recounted the details of the investigation clearly. Zhao Wanshi and Zhao Liang's expressions changed. They knew that Zhao Quan had hired someone to hit Qin Dai. However, at that time, no one paid attention since Qin Dai was just an ordinary person. So it seems, the one who killed my brother is that Qin Chen. Zhao Liang frowned. Qin Chen was now certified as a 2-star warrior, having that strength, and with such a great grievance against Zhao Quan, he also had the motive. But he never expected that a normal family they didn't care about would give birth to such a genius that even attracted the attention of the city lord's mansion. The difference between this city announcement and Zhao Quan's previous one was too great. From the announcement, one could feel how much the city lord's mansion valued Qin Chen. Additionally, Qin Chen only went to the Martial Arts Association for certification yesterday, and early this morning the announcement came out, clearly indicating that the Martial Arts Association was also exerting effort. I don't care who he is, he must die. Not only does he have to die, but I want his whole family to die. The woman suddenly shouted loudly. Woman's kindness. Zhao Wanshi glared at the woman and coldly shouted. Zhao Wanshi, he is also your son. He has been killed by someone. Aren't you going to take revenge for him? The woman looked at Zhao Wanshi, her eyes red. Who says I won't take revenge? My Zhao Wanshi's son did not die in vain. Zhao Wanshi replied coldly. The Zhao family had never suffered such losses before. However, Qin Chen had just begun to receive attention from the city lord's mansion and the Martial Arts Association. Attacking now would undoubtedly carry the greatest risk. He believed that the city lord's mansion and the Martial Arts Association must have known about the grievances between Qin Chen and his Zhao family. If they killed Qin Chen and it was discovered, his Zhao family would surely be uprooted. So, acting now was not the best time. They had to wait for an opportunity, a foolproof opportunity that left no evidence. Dad, let me handle this? Zhao Liang spoke up actively. You? Zhao Wanshi frowned. Zhao Liang was now a 3-star martial artist, but he was also his only son, the hope of the Zhao family. If anything happened to him, the Zhao family would truly have no chance to grow and would only gradually decline. Don't worry, I won't act personally, but I have a way to kill him. Zhao Liang said confidently. In the end, Zhao Wanshi nodded. He was quite reassured about Zhao Liang's capabilities. Chapter 30, Boss, come out quickly, I can't hold on anymore. Mingshan Training Ground. At this moment, there were only 30 students left in the training ground. In the days since Qin Chen left, a few more had been eliminated. But this was still good. It seemed everyone had developed a certain understanding and wouldn't randomly challenge each other, otherwise, the eliminations would only increase. Now, the students focused more on the gravity room and infrared room for practice. As for the combat room, inside were various automatons, but these automatons could adjust their difficulty to match their opponent's levels, making it more practical. However, everyone felt that there was no need to spend points on this for now, as they had not yet faced their college entrance exams. Entering college was the real beginning of practical training. At present, improving cultivation was the most important task. Have you heard? Yu Yang has already broken through to 1 star. Who doesn't know about this? It's so sensational. I heard he can now endure 4 times the gravity in the gravity room, and Su Fei has made progress too, but he hasn't become a martial artist yet. Don't underestimate Su Fei. He has been continuously training his movement skills. He knows he can't break through to a martial artist yet but refuses to give up, so he has worked hard on his movement skills. I heard he has now adjusted the infrared level in the infrared room to level 3 and is close to passing it. After entering the training camp, everyone realized that the geniuses they had thought they were before were nothing compared to the many geniuses in the world. If you don't work hard, you will soon be left behind by others. So, in these days, everyone devoted all their energy to crazy training, especially Yu Yang and Su Fei, who were secretly competing against each other. Even after Yu Yang broke through to 1 star, he showed no signs of relaxation, spending every day in the gravity room. What do you think happened to Qin Chen recently? We haven't seen him for several days? Suddenly, one person asked curiously. Since the last time Qin Chen came out of the elemental training room, no one had seen him again, leaving everyone puzzled at first. However, after Yu Yang broke through to 1-star martial artist, it completely attracted everyone's attention, and for a moment, they forgot about Qin Chen. Now, hearing this suddenly piqued everyone's interest. No one knows what he's doing. He was so intense before, directly staying in the elemental training room for an unprecedented 12 hours, and now he has suddenly vanished. Do you think he still dares to come out? After all, now that Yu Yang has broken through, Su Fei has also made significant progress and could break through at any time. Speaking of Qin Chen, many people now feel that he has likely been surpassed by these 2 individuals. Ha, are you idiots? My boss is so easy to surpass? You are too useless, he doesn't feel any pressure at all. My boss is just waiting for someone to catch up. Have you heard a saying? I give you time to catch up until you can't see me anymore. My boss is in that state right now. Zhou Lei, who was listening to the discussions nearby, turned and shouted. People's expressions changed slightly upon seeing Zhou Lei. In recent days, he had been very high profile, and many wanted to challenge him, but thinking of him being Qin Chen's little brother, they gave up. However, this person was very annoying, always talking about how great Qin Chen is, their ears were almost sore from hearing it. Don't worry, my big brother will be back soon, and then you all can just wait to tremble. Zhou Lei smiled and then turned to leave as if he had only come to say these words to the crowd. After leaving, Zhou Lei quickly returned to his room and let out a sigh of relief. Boss, come out soon. I can't hold on much longer. These days, because of Yu Yang and Su Fei's progress, everyone was about to forget Qin Chen, and when mentioned, they felt he was not as good as those two. Meanwhile, he occasionally whispered in their ears about Qin Chen to maintain his authority. Of course, it was also for himself. If Qin Chen truly fell from grace, it would be a heavy blow for him as well. Gravitational room. A young man stood inside, shirtless, with muscles that looked incredibly solid. At this moment, inside the gravitational room, with double gravity, he felt at ease, throwing punches without any sign of discomfort. He adjusted the gravity to triple, still throwing punches with the same ease, flowing like water. When quadruple gravity was activated, his body showed slight misalignment, but he quickly adjusted and slowly adapted. To throw punches freely under quadruple gravity, I'm still a bit short, but I'm confident I'll be fully adapted within 3 days. The young man persevered under quadruple gravity for a while, then opened the door. Yang Xiao, Instructor Yang is looking for you. One student exclaimed upon seeing Yu Yang come out. His eyes shimmered with admiration. Yu Yang had just broken through 2 days ago and was already close to adapting to quadruple gravity. Such a rapid progress was astonishing, no wonder he was at the top among the talented. Instructor Yang is looking for me? Yu Yang nodded. In the past few days, Luo Bin and Yang Shui had also sought him out several times, mainly to ask if he needed any guidance. He felt that after breaking through to a 1-star warrior, the instructors started to pay great attention to him, giving him completely different treatment. A few minutes later, Yu Yang arrived at the command room, saw Yang Shui and Luo Bin, and softly said, Instructor Yang, Instructor Luo. This time I called you here to assign you a task. Yang Shui stated directly without any extra words. I will definitely complete the task. Yu Yang straightened up and said immediately. Luo Bin smiled, don't agree so quickly. We don't expect you to truly complete the task, we only want you to carry it out. As for the outcome, there are no punishments or rewards. Yu Yang showed a look of surprise. Being given a task without a requirement for completion was something he had never heard of before. Luo Bin didn't waste time and directly said, you have broken through to a 1-star warrior, and now you are qualified to know about something. In our Western War Zone, there will soon be a selection for the General Stars. Luo Bin explained the details about the General Stars selection. As Yu Yang listened, excitement gradually appeared on his face. He wanted to give it a try for the General Star. Instructor, is the task for me to represent Jiang Province in the General Stars selection? He asked. To represent Jiang Province meant he had to become the top talent of Jiang Province for this year. And he, after becoming a martial artist, is completely qualified for this. Luo Bin smiled, yes, and we are preparing to hold a competition in half a month. At that time, we will select the strongest student of this training camp, who will then participate in the genius competition of the entire Jiang Province. Half a month. Yu Yang was shocked. Half a month is enough. By then, you will have been in the training camp for nearly a month. If you are not first by then, the little time left won't make you first either. So, half a month later, the spots for the Rongqing Genius Training Camp will be decided. Luo Bin explained. Instructor, it's not that I think half a month is too short. Oh? Yu Yang said confidently, I am already first here. Half a month seems too long. Of course, it doesn't matter, during this half month, I will only grow stronger, and the gap between me and others will only widen. At first, he just felt it was unnecessary to hold the competition after half a month, but thinking about it, this might be a good thing, allowing him to leave others further behind. Confidence, not bad. Luo Bin nodded, go prepare. After Yu Yang left, Luo Bin looked at Yang Shui, is this useful? Yu Yang's training speed is faster than Qin Chen's. Yang Shui said. Luo Bin was stunned, do you want Yu Yang to pressure Qin Chen into temporarily giving up his wind element cultivation? He quickly understood that he could see Qin Chen's great ambition. He wanted to cultivate both elements, but doing so would likely delay his fire element training. And Yang Shui wanted Yu Yang to put pressure on Qin Chen, making him focus on fire element cultivation. I'm just afraid it will hurt Yu Yang's confidence. Luo Bin said with concern. If Qin Chen could simultaneously cultivate both elements to the peak of body refinement, he might indeed break through the wind element in a short time, leaving Yu Yang without any chance. Yang Shui didn't speak. If a genius couldn't withstand even a single setback, she didn't want to say anything more. Chapter 31, Qin Chen returns, Gravity Room. In the infrared room, as a figure dodged the last infrared scan, all the infrared rays in the room completely disappeared. Congratulations, you passed the level 3 body technique test. A mechanical voice sounded, and Su Fei, drenched in sweat, smiled. Level 4 body technique, once I recover, I will come back to see just how difficult it is. He walked directly toward the gate of the training room. The so-called levels of body technique are based on the grades in the infrared room, not a standardized terminology. Level 1 body technique has 3 infrared rays sweeping across the room. You only need to persist for a certain amount of time without getting hit to pass. Level 4 body technique uses 15 infrared rays. He certainly couldn't pass it now. Only after he recovers can he slowly train. Congratulations, Brother Fei, you passed the level 3 body technique test. You matched the record. As soon as Su Fei came out, a student hurried over to say. In the Rongqing Genius Training Camp, there have only been 7 people who passed the level 3 body technique before, and now Su Fei is the 8th to achieve this. As for level 4 body technique, no one has passed it to this day. I'm of the wind element, so I have an advantage. Su Fei shook his head. Brother Fei is being modest, matching the record is matching the record. The wind element is your talent. The student flattered. There's no choice, nowadays, while few people challenge each other, some students still worry about being challenged unexpectedly. So, some people specially flatter Yu Yang and Su Fei, feeling that as long as they can continue in the Genius Training Camp, they won't lose face. If they get eliminated, they'll be laughed at when they return to school. Su Fei heard his words and smiled, feeling very pleased. He also thought this way, the wind element was indeed his talent, and it wasn't taking advantage of anything. During my training, has anything major happened? Su Fei suddenly asked. The flattering student quickly replied, nothing major, it's just that Yu Yang was called over by 2 instructors again. Called him again? Su Fei frowned. In these past 2 days, the 2 instructors repeatedly called Yu Yang to the command room, which really made him a bit jealous. Brother Fei, don't worry. With your current speed, even facing Yu Yang, he might not be able to do anything to you, right? Once you break through to a 1-star warrior, you will definitely surpass him. The sycophant student continued to flatter. While everyone was praising Yu Yang and Su Fei, almost forgetting Qin Chen, on the hillside of Ming Mountain, a figure was swiftly advancing. His speed was not only fast but also very consistent, without any changes. His chest rose and fell continuously, breathing exceedingly naturally. With the breathing technique, combined with the nature of climbing, the training effect is much faster than usual. With every inhalation and exhalation, Qin Chen constantly switched between the wind breathing technique and the ice breathing technique. At the same time, the speed at which the mark within him was condensing accelerated significantly, as if every breath was a moment of cultivation. Boom! The moment he stepped onto Ming Mountain's peak, he stopped. When he looked at the system, the wind mark had already condensed to 40%, and the ice mark had reached an impressive 45%. Moreover, his battle power had reached 830. If he used the Fierce Sun Fist, he estimated he could unleash a battle power of 1200. At this rate, after completing the mission and devouring 2 mark shards, maybe I can break through both wind and ice marks together. At that time, I could kill a 2-star warrior with 1 punch. So unfair. He smiled, then looked towards the training camp. He didn't want to waste a moment. After hesitating for just 2 seconds, he decided not to report to Yang Shui. After all, she would find out he was back sooner or later. He walked directly towards the training room building. Each step seemed ordinary, but for those with insight, they would notice that each step was exceptionally light, as if he were walking on air. The gravity room and infrared room were located on the 2nd floor of the training building. Since Yu Yang had just come out not long ago, many people were lining up to enter. If Yu Yang were inside, they would have to wait a long time, so this was when the number of people was the highest. Sai, Yu Yang is already in 4 times gravity. I don't know when I'll reach his level. He's already a warrior, you should just enjoy moving freely under 1-time gravity for now. As people lined up, they discussed amongst themselves. At that moment, a student turned around, about to speak, when suddenly seeing a figure appear at the stairs, he showed a look of surprise. Qin Chen. Upon hearing the voice, everyone turned in unison. Seeing Qin Chen's figure, their expressions changed. It really is him, can't sit still any longer? Finally out. I wonder how much his strength has improved now. Everyone whispered among themselves. At that moment, the door of the gravity room opened with a click, but strangely, no one entered immediately, they were all watching Qin Chen. The person who just came out also saw Qin Chen coming, hurriedly took a few steps back, fearing they were blocking him. Classmates, may I enter first? Qin Chen smiled, appearing very amicable. Everyone quickly nodded. Although everyone felt that Yu Yang and Su Fei had surpassed Qin Chen, they still were far behind, not daring to disagree. Seeing everyone nodding in agreement, Qin Chen directly walked into the gravity room. Once inside, he began to examine the room. It was basically the same as the elemental training room, the only difference was that one was gravity, and the other was filled with elements. Without any delay, he turned to look at the adjuster beside him. There were many buttons on it, each marked with different numbers. Let's start from 1-time gravity. He did not act arrogantly, it was his first time here, so he naturally had to adapt step by step, and he also wanted to see how his body reacted to different gravity levels. Thinking this, he pressed the button for 1. It's begun. Outside, everyone saw a 1 appear on the door, indicating that Qin Chen has already activated double gravity. How much can he endure? 3 times, right? Instructor Yang said the limit for peak physical training is 3 times. A 1-star warrior, without practicing physical training martial arts, has a limit of 5 times. It's double now. Suddenly, someone looked at the number on the door and shouted. So fast? Someone's expression changed. Everyone who had been in the gravity chamber was shocked, they knew the horrors of the gravity room. Inside, it's the ultimate test for the body and internal organs. Entering the gravity chamber and doubling the gravity requires time to adapt, otherwise, sudden increases in weight can cause terrifying injuries. Qin Chen's speed in adapting to double gravity is truly too fast. This also indicates that double gravity has almost no impact on Qin Chen. He is indeed very strong. I wonder how long he will need to adapt to. 3 times. Before the person could finish speaking, they were interrupted by a gasp. Chapter 32, 6 times gravity, shocking everyone. Is he crazy? He is really crazy. Even if he can endure 3 times the gravity, he doesn't need to do it this fast. Looking at the number 3 on the door, everyone was shocked, not because the number was large, but because the change was too fast. 4 times. Suddenly, they saw the 3 change into 4 in an instant, and they all jumped in fright. Crazy, he is really crazy. Is it because he knows Yu Yang has broken through to become a warrior and he's getting carried away? Get out of the way, get out of the way. At this moment, Zhou Lei ran over quickly, shoving a few people aside, then came to the front. I heard my big brother is back. Sure enough, 4 times gravity is definitely not enough, my brother can reach 6, no, he can reach 7 times gravity. Zhou Lei originally wanted to say 6 times but thought he might be proven wrong, so he immediately changed it to 7 times. Quick, call Yu Yang. Someone has tied his record. Someone immediately took out their phone to call Yu Yang, completely disregarding Zhou Lei's words. 7 times gravity was seen as just a joke. You must know, the gravity chamber is not like the elemental training room, where the temperature gradually rises, it increases directly by doubles. The test for the body is truly terrifying. In a corner of the training ground, Yu Yang had just come out from Yangshui and arrived here. This was also a place where he often rested after training. He didn't like to rest in the lounge because his lounge was number 2, while he was always thinking about the lounge number 1. At this moment, next to Yu Yang sat 2 other students. Young Master Yang, you should have no problem in the star selection, right? Yeah, young Master Yang, now you are already the best in the training camp, and in Jiang Province, our own city has always been good. Other cities probably don't have any students who have broken through to become warriors. The 2 students just talked about the star selection. Yu Yang shook his head. I'm confident in Jiang Province, but when it comes to the final selection for the entire Western War Zone, it probably won't be so easy. There are so many geniuses in Long Country. Forget it, I'm just feeling bored, so I'm just saying. As he spoke, he stood up. He had recovered enough and was prepared to continue training in the gravity chamber, knowing that after the star selection, he must use all his time to strengthen himself. Just then, his phone suddenly rang. Speak. Seeing that the caller ID was a student's name, he picked up and spoke directly. Young Master Yang, something happened. You need to come to the gravity chamber quickly. A tense voice came from the other end of the line. Yu Yang frowned. I was just about to train. What could happen in the gravity chamber? Did a malfunction occur? The gravity chamber is not like the elemental training room with several at a time, there is always only one. Though training in the gravity room doesn't yield as many points as in the elemental training room, it's because the elemental training rooms are divided into many types, while the gravity room doesn't distinguish what element you master. Anyone can cultivate. So to take care of everyone, the points charged are lower than the elemental cultivation room, but its importance is much higher. Once the gravity room has a problem, they might not be able to practice inside for a long time, which will affect his cultivation speed. It's not the gravity room that's having an issue, but Qin Chen has entered the cultivation room. He has already activated 4 times gravity. The voice on the phone came through. Qin Chen? 4 times gravity? Yu Yang's face changed. He immediately hung up the phone and hurried towards the classroom building. The other 2 students saw him so anxious, they were first puzzled, but then they suddenly noticed that Yu Yang, as he walked, actually started to run. The 2 instantly realized something big was happening and hurriedly followed him. Inside the gravity room, Qin Chen stood straight in the room. Soon, his fists began to move. 4 times gravity has indeed surpassed the limit of single-type body cultivation peak. Qin Chen felt that powerful gravity acting on his body as he kept evaluating in his heart. However, with his current body strength, for times gravity only made him feel a little affected at first. He quickly adapted. Shaking his head, he directly pressed the button 5. Boom! Suddenly, a wave of pressure hit, acting on his entire body, making him sink sharply. The further you go, the more pressure increases by 1 time. That's terrifying. Qin Chen's body slightly hunched over, then he slowly straightened up. Then, he began to try raising his hand, then moving around, and slowly started to throw punches. Outside. Seeing the number on the door change from 4 to 5, everyone was shocked, some nearly jumped up. Instructor Yang said that 5 times is the limit for a 1-star warrior who hasn't practiced any body cultivation martial arts. How did Qin Chen accomplish this? He can't have broken through to a 1-star warrior, right? Someone suddenly said. Everyone immediately thought of this. Perhaps Qin Chen had already broken through to a warrior in the last fire elemental cultivation room. But even if he broke through to a 1-star warrior, it hasn't been many days. He couldn't possibly reach the limit so quickly, someone doubted. Yeah. Many looked at Yu Yang, who had just broken through to a 1-star warrior, but was only bearing 4 times gravity. 5 times had to be approached gradually. It was impossible for Qin Chen to keep increasing it like this. 5 times. Yu Yang looked at the number on the door. His face had already changed. How is that possible? After breaking through to a 1-star warrior, he always believed he had surpassed Qin Chen, but now thinking back, it seemed like a joke. Perhaps Qin Chen had really become a warrior, and a terrifying one at that, after breaking through. Maybe Qin Chen is already crushed flat, a student suddenly said. Everyone froze, and Yu Yang trembled all over. This situation was not impossible, because the room's alarm would only sound after someone was knocked out. Yes, he must have been crushed flat. If it were me, I could also activate 5 times gravity, but I would still be immobilized. He isn't stronger than me. Yu Yang's confidence suddenly surged. As long as Qin Chen didn't surpass him, he would still be the number 1 in the training camp. 6 times. However, a trembling voice completely shattered his sweet dreams. Everyone saw that the number on the door had changed to 6. Is he a monster? Someone couldn't help but say. The change in numbers proved that Qin Chen could still move under 5 times gravity and wasn't suffering too much, otherwise, he wouldn't possibly increase the gravity. Ha ha. Suddenly, a loud laugh echoed. I told you, when my boss appears, you will all tremble in shock, didn't I? 6 times, do you believe me now? Zhou Lei laughed heartily, looking at everyone's shocked expressions. He felt a sense of extreme pride. This was the result he wanted to see. A part of the people looked at him, eager to strike. This brat was too annoying. While others focused on Qin Chen's terror, he was mocking them. Chapter 33, 7 times gravity, testing body technique. In the gravity chamber, Qin Chen felt as if a mountain was pressing down on him, his body incredibly heavy. He could even feel his internal organs bearing an immense burden. This is still not my limit. Qin Chen slowly raised his hand. He could still move, although it was difficult, it didn't make it unbearable for him. I can slowly adapt, and then try for the real limit. Time passed little by little. Qin Chen kept moving, then began to attempt punching movements. At that moment, under the immense pressure, his 3 breathing techniques unexpectedly began to operate simultaneously. Hu. 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 Each breath from Qin Chen was clear to the ear. At this time, the speed of gathering his ice and wind element marks was continuously accelerating. It was as if the pressure was pushing him forward. Even the second divine pattern on the fire element mark was continuously taking shape. The gravity chamber has such an effect, no wonder Yu Yang broke through to a 1-star warrior. Qin Chen looked at the accelerating marks in surprise and disbelief. He had always thought the gravity chamber was a way to enhance the physical body. However, the gravity chamber did not accelerate infinitely. As he gradually adapted, he noticed the gathering speed began to slow down. An hour later, although he still faced difficulties in movement, the pressure had eased a lot, and the gathering speed returned to normal. At this moment, he looked at button 7, hesitated for 2 seconds, and then pressed it. Outside the gravity chamber. An hour has passed. Is he even human? How strong is he? Outside, people were gathered, all the trainees had come, even the staff from the first floor had arrived. Staying under 6 times gravity for so long, that's something only a 2-star warrior can do. Old Li looked at the number on the door, completely bewildered. How could Qin Chen last this long under 6 times gravity? He couldn't understand. If someone said Qin Chen was a 2-star warrior, he wouldn't believe it until death. A 2-star warrior under 18, if this were true, it would have been known by everyone. The people in their training camp couldn't possibly be unaware. The threshold for a 2-star warrior. Hearing Old Li's words, Yu Yang trembled all over. He had just broken through to a 1-star warrior and was filled with confidence, but now, that confidence crumbled in an instant. 7. A trainee suddenly pointed at the number on the door, unable to speak clearly. Everyone looked up, and a buzzing sound filled their minds. They were blank. He can still move and press the 7 times button. Damn, this is outrageous. Meanwhile, Yu Yang was retreating step by step, his face pale. I'm defeated. He screamed internally, feeling unwilling but had to admit that if it were him in there, he would be crushed to death. Let alone him. At that moment, Qin Chen in the gravity chamber was already lying on the ground. Damn it, 7 times gravity is terrifying. Qin Chen was shocked. At that moment, his body could barely move, only his fingers were able to move. Fortunately, I was prepared. When his finger pressed the 7 times gravity button, it instantly stopped at the button to turn off the gravity. Now, all he had to do was move his finger slightly to completely turn it off. However, he didn't press it immediately. Although the current pressure made his entire body numb, he found that the gathering speed of the marks inside him was increasing again. I can hold on for another minute. He felt that beyond a minute, his internal organs would be completely crushed by this pressure. Soon, a minute passed, he moved his finger and directly pressed the button. Instantly, his whole body relaxed. So comfortable. His body felt a wave of ease. What surprised him even more was the progress of his elemental marks gathering. The wind element reached 45%, while the ice element reached 52%. Additionally, the second divine pattern of the fire element mark reached 5%. It seems that before the star selection, not only can I make both wind and ice breakthroughs to a martial artist, but the fire element might also break through to 2 stars. Qin Chen's confidence surged. Although now, under 6 times the gravity, the speed of his marks and divine patterns condensing no longer increased. However, under 7 times the gravity, he could slowly adapt and it would also provide him with great progress. Is it about to come out? Suddenly a student noticed that the number on the gravity chamber door had disappeared. Everyone immediately began to step back, creating a space for Qin Chen. Crack! The door opened, and people saw Qin Chen stepping out, drenched in sweat and looking somewhat disheveled. However, no one truly thought he looked disheveled, instead, they showed awe. With 7 times the gravity, persisting for 1 minute was absolutely something only a 2-star martial artist could achieve. Boss, here you go. Zhou Lei was the first to react, handing Qin Chen the towel he had prepared earlier. Not bad. Qin Chen smiled, feeling that having such a little brother was worth it. Of course, being a little brother requires the awareness of a little brother. By the way, I just happened to guess you could activate 7 times the gravity. These people still don't believe it. As Zhou Lei spoke, he looked at the crowd with pride. This time, he had been lucky to say one more time, and he could finally hold his head high. Hearing Zhou Lei's words, everyone wanted to hit him. Was it really necessary to say it so directly? Furthermore, who would believe in 7 times the gravity if they didn't see it with their own eyes? Qin Chen smiled as well, not saying much, but glanced towards the other end of the corridor and then walked over. Is he going to the infrared room? Someone exclaimed in surprise after seeing the direction Qin Chen was heading. Quick, let's follow and take a look. Everyone immediately became excited, wanting to see if Qin Chen was just as terrifying in movement. In an instant, only Yu Yang stayed behind, looking at Qin Chen's back with a changing expression. 1 minute under 7 times the gravity, he probably still can't immediately adapt to 7 times the gravity. I still have a chance to catch up with him, even surpass him. Yu Yang's face gradually revealed determination. Yang Shui had said there was still some time before the real selection. Thinking of this, he turned and walked into the gravity chamber. However, this time, there would be no audience to witness his performance. Qin Chen entered the infrared room directly. After the door closed, everyone immediately fixed their eyes on it, eagerly waiting for the numbers to appear. And one person had a somewhat ugly expression, and that person was Su Fei. The infrared room could be said to be his exclusive territory. Previously, he didn't take it seriously when others entered. But now that Qin Chen had entered, he couldn't help but feel nervous inside. Inside the room, Qin Chen still first took a look around. It was quite similar to the gravity chamber, except there were many infrared sensors on the surrounding walls. Qin Chen looked at button 1 and pressed it without hesitation. In an instant, 3 of the infrared sensors moved slightly, and then 3 red lines shot out directly. His body moved, quickly dodging, and then the 3 infrared lines swept toward him as he moved. Chapter 34, I am already a martial artist. First level movement is not difficult. Qin Chen easily dodged the 3 infrared lines, with no effort at all. Soon, his figure moved toward the button, and once he arrived, he directly pressed the second level movement button. Swish, swish. The infrared lines increased by 3, turning into 6. Qin Chen's feet flickered continuously as the red lines began to intersect and sweep toward him. At this moment, Qin Chen's body directly crossed horizontally and then soared into the air. 3 minutes later, all the red lines stopped. Congratulations, you have passed the second level movement. A mechanical voice echoed in the room. It seems that the test for movement is 3 minutes. Qin Chen immediately understood. Then, he went to the button for the third level movement. He reached out and pressed down. Outside. Seeing the number on the door change from 2 to 3, everyone's expression changed. Level 2 has passed, now it's level 3. If level 3 passes too, it'll tie with Su Fei. Do you think he will break Su Fei's record just like he broke Yu Yang's record? People were discussing among themselves. Hearing this, Su Fei felt a tightness in his heart and fixed his gaze on the number on the door. Time passed slowly, and 3 minutes later, he widened his eyes and saw that 3 had changed to 4. Boom! It felt like a wave of heat surged through his brain, leaving him momentarily blank. When he recovered, he mumbled, "How is this possible? I am wind element, he is fire element. I should have an advantage." Moreover, he understood the levels of movement in the infrared room best. Level 3 was the limit of basic movement, while level 4 required a mastery of subtlety. Martial artists' training, whether in movement or martial arts, has varying levels of mastery. From basic to subtle, then to perfect, there is mastery of martial arts and mastery of oneself. But no matter which mastery, every step up is 1,000 difficulties. He didn't understand how Qin Chen managed to do it. Inside the room. At the moment Qin opened his level 4 movement, 15 beams of infrared light swept toward him, nearly causing him to fail. At this time, he had already used the wind breathing technique, his body had become significantly more agile, but every movement was on the edge of failure. Level 4 movement isn't just about more infrared beams, the speed has also greatly increased. Qin Chen finally understood the difficulty of level 4 movement. No wonder Su Fei couldn't pass, even he was really struggling now. One small mistake could lead to failure. However, to his surprise, under this high-intensity concentration and movement, his wind element mark began to gather faster. 41%, 42%. Boom! Suddenly, he felt his movement break through at that moment, his figure could naturally dodge those red beams. Subtle. Qin Chen was overjoyed, his movement had reached the level of subtlety. At that moment, he saw that his wind element mark had actually reached 50%, surpassing the ice element. In terms of wind element alone, it's even better than the effect in the gravity chamber. Unfortunately, after reaching subtlety, level 4 movement could no longer pressure him, causing his mark's gathering speed to slow down again. Thinking of this, he looked at the button for level 5 movement. Level 5 movement is still a test of subtlety but belongs to the intermediate stage of subtlety. I can't pass, but I still want to try. No longer hesitating, he pressed the button directly. At the moment he pressed down, he glanced at those infrared beams and found that more than a dozen moved simultaneously. Damn! Schwa! In an instant, 30 red beams shot out. My God! Outside, when the number on the door changed to 5, someone exclaimed. What a freak! Many people were numb, this Qin Chen seemed not to be human. Gravity crushing, movement crushing, they doubted whether he was the same carbon-based life form. I've lost. Su Fei said, his face pale. Movement is not cultivation, he clearly realized that even if he broke through as a martial artist, he couldn't directly pass level 4 movement. To pass level 4, one must first master movement at the subtle level. He roughly calculated that he would need more than a month at least. And in more than a month, Qin Chen would also be improving, plus the training camp was about to end, there was no way to surpass him. Inside the room. Qin Chen was dodging at his limit, now drenched in sweat. This is the limit, level 5 still cannot be fully passed. He shook his head inwardly. His wind element mark had now gathered 52%, but he could no longer hold on. But even if I can't pass, I will end this myself. His figure dodged while he moved toward the switch. Bang! Just as one of the red beams was about to sweep him. I pressed the close button. Click. The door opened, and Qin Chen looked at everyone's expressions, slightly taken aback. At this moment, upon seeing Qin Chen, surprisingly no one spoke, the scene was terrifyingly quiet, and the gazes directed at him were like those towards a monster. Boss. It was Zhou Lei who reacted first. He usually acted recklessly and had always regarded Qin Chen as an omnipotent person, so even though the 5th level movement technique was shocking, he felt it was reasonable. Qin Chen, I'm impressed. Su Fei stepped in front of Qin Chen, extended his hand, and sincerely said. Even when Yu Yang broke through to become a martial artist, he felt no emotional upheaval, believing he was still not inferior to the other. But now, facing Qin Chen, he truly respected him, unavoidably. Qin Chen smiled and extended his hand, you are not bad too. After shaking hands, Su Fei spoke again, you are the first genius I have ever seen, but I, Su Fei, will definitely chase hard, and there will be a day I catch up to you. He did not feel despair because of Qin Chen's strength, instead, a fighting spirit surged within him. Qin Chen did not discourage him, patting his shoulder, I believe in you, keep going. After saying this, he walked towards the stairs. There was only one gravity room and one infrared room, so the training camp's rule stated that each could only be used once a day. In fact, this was not only about fairness, but also to prevent some students from being too reckless. Although the training room was good, one could not enter continuously, otherwise it might lead to physical discomfort and leave hidden dangers. Qin Chen. Suddenly, Su Fei turned around to look at the departing Qin Chen and shouted, "Have you become a martial artist?" As soon as this was said, everyone showed curiosity. They had always thought that Qin Chen was only at the peak of body refinement, but after this series of shocks, they had already doubted that Qin Chen was a martial artist. Qin Chen stopped and turned his head. "I have long been a martial artist. Also, these days I was away to certify as a martial artist, and the result is out, 2 stars. Boom. The moment his words came out, everyone trembled in unison. They had thought Qin Chen was already a martial artist but never dared to imagine he was a 2-star martial artist. Chapter 35, Zhao Liang is ready to make a move. 7 times gravity, exquisite movement technique, 2-star martial artist certification. How much strength is Qin Chen hiding? In the command room, Luobin, who had just finished listening to the report, exclaimed in surprise. At this moment, Yang Shui was on the phone. After hanging up, she said, "I have just confirmed that the 2-star martial artist certification is complete. Combat power, 780. 780. Luobin was shocked again. This already exceeded most newly entered 2-star martial artists. In that case, can we confirm that this time the candidate for the star selection in the training camp is him? Luobin continued. With the strength of a 2-star martial artist, even if Yu Yang and Su Fei tried to catch up, they could not possibly do so in the remaining time. Yang Shui thought for a moment and shook her head. Not yet, let's stick to the original plan. I have already asked the battle zone to bring over a batch of extraordinary beasts. They might have already set off. Canceling others' selection at this time is not appropriate. Upon hearing this, Luobin nodded. If the extraordinary beasts were already on the way, it was indeed best to continue the selection, as it was a practical opportunity for the students. In the following time, the students in the entire training camp, perhaps stimulated by Qin Chen, became incredibly enthusiastic about training. Everyone used to think of themselves as geniuses, so a little relaxation didn't matter, but now, with the monster Qin Chen around, they realized how ridiculous their so-called genius was. So now, it seemed everyone carried a fire in their hearts, driving them to burn themselves out completely, unleashing their maximum potential. And during these days, Qin Chen did not idle. He went to the gravity room and the infrared room every day. Although the previously passed gravity multiple and movement technique did not accelerate his progress in mark condensation anymore. However, the adaptation to 7 times gravity. With the training of the 5-level body technique, his progress was still significant. In room 2. Recently, Yu Yang had been training like crazy, even to the point of desperation. Now, he could stand firmly under 5 times the gravity, but he still couldn't move freely. Only through experience did he realize how terrifying Qin Chen truly was. As soon as he felt a bit recovered, he immediately got up, ready to go out again. At that moment, the phone rang. Seeing the caller ID, he frowned slightly but still answered it. "Brother Yu Yang, congratulations on breaking through to a martial artist." A voice immediately came from the other end of the line. "Brother Zhao, just speak plainly. I still need to hurry and train." Yu Yang wasn't interested in any small talk. "Alright, I won't beat around the bush." The voice on the phone continued. "When does your training camp end?" "This is very important to me." The voice on the phone added. Yu Yang didn't think too much. "I'm not sure how much longer it will last, but there will be an assessment in 3 days. After that, it shouldn't take too long before it ends." "Okay, there should be someone named Qin Chen in your training camp. I want to ask you for a favor. During the assessment, find a way to kill him. I will give you the corresponding reward. Don't worry, if anyone finds out, I will use the Zhao family's connections to make sure you have no trouble." Zhao Liang finished what he wanted to say in one breath. Yu Yang's expression changed, and he took a deep breath before calmly saying, "Brother Zhao, I'm sorry, I can't help you with this." He directly refused, and not to mention that he wasn't Qin Chen's match. Even if he could kill him, he wouldn't do it. Zhao Liang's sweet talk about the Zhao family's connections would mean nothing in the end. Who besides his own family would care if he were to die? There was silence on the other end for a moment before the voice came back. "Brother Yu Yang, Qin Chen recently certified as a 2-star martial artist. I think you already know. Now in the entire training camp, he probably has the upper hand over you. If he dies, you'll be first." During this time, Zhao Liang had been probing for information about the training camp and knew quite a bit about the students inside, accurately understanding the competition between Yu Yang and Qin Chen, or rather, how Qin Chen had always overshadowed Yu Yang. A genius kept under pressure? He knew this was his chance to make the other side agree to him. "I want to clarify that Qin Chen is my opponent, not my enemy. We have competition but no hatred. I don't know the grievances between you, nor do I want to know. I can't help you with this. After Yu Yang finished speaking, he prepared to hang up the phone. Yu Yang. The voice on the other end suddenly turned a bit cold. I also want to tell you, if you refuse this, the Yu family will completely lose business with the Zhao family. The price is something you can't afford. Yu Yang stared at the phone, his expression turned ugly, but he still hung up without hesitation. Afterward, he pulled out a number and called it. Dad. Once the call connected, Yu Yang recounted the situation. Xiao Yang, focus on your training. Our Yu family won't starve without the Zhao family. His father's voice came from the other end. Dad, we know the Zhao family intends to act against Qin Chen. If something really happens to him, the Zhao family will certainly turn against us too. Be careful. Yu Yang reminded. He knew too well how the Zhao family operated. After hanging up the phone, he opened up Qin Chen's contact number. After thinking for a moment, he ultimately sent a message before stepping out of the training camp. In room 1, Qin Chen saw the incoming message and his expression changed slightly. The Zhao family. He had thought the Zhao family would intervene, but he didn't expect them to contact Yu Yang, planning to act during the training camp. He had to admit that their audacity truly knew no bounds. Zhao family. Young Master Liang, he refused? A lackey of Zhao Liang asked in astonishment upon seeing Zhao Liang's expression. Yu Yang rejected Zhao Liang's request, something that had not been anticipated before. Knowing that the business dealings between the Yu family and the Zhao family were very deep, once the Zhao family stopped cooperating, the Yu family's business would fall dramatically. Stop all cooperation with the Yu family, find someone to control Yu Liang, everything will be discussed once Qin Chen is dealt with. Also, investigate what kind of assessment the genius training camp will conduct. Zhao Liang said calmly. After hearing this, the subordinate nodded. Young Master Liang, since Yu Yang has rejected, who should we find to act? It is now too hard to find someone to deal with Qin Chen. First, due to Qin Chen's talent, the Martial Arts Association and the City Lord's Mansion are already paying attention. Secondly, Qin Chen himself has reached the level of a 2-star warrior. If he acts during the genius training camp assessment, the risks are huge, and no one is willing to take that risk. I will personally take action. Zhao Liang said calmly. Since Yu Yang has refused him, and it's not easy to find someone else, he will act himself. This. The subordinate was startled. Young Master Liang, I'm afraid Yu Yang has already revealed your plan to Qin Chen, and it might be hard to kill him. If Qin Chen is prepared, Zhao Liang is likely to face trouble. What are you worried about? I will assess the situation. If I can't kill him this time, then next time, I won't take risks. Also, remember, if I really take action this time, I will also try to kill Yu Yang. Yu Liang will have to be handed over to you then. Zhao Liang reminded. He wasn't sure if Yu Yang had recorded their conversation today. If he kills Qin Chen afterwards and uses the recording to threaten him, it will cause a lot of trouble. He won't leave any dangers behind if he has the chance. And once Yu Yang is dead, his father, Yu Liang, must also die. Chapter 36 Large-Scale Assessment begins. 3 days later, at the Ming Mountain Training Ground Square, there remained only 25 students, all standing here. In front of them were dozens of special iron cages, each containing different exotic beasts. Among them, 2 exotic beasts had already reached the level of 1-star demon beasts, while the others were all fierce beasts in the body refining stage, with most being in the early and mid stages, and about 10 in the late stage, with 5 at the peak. Yang Shui and Luobin were standing next to the iron cages, seriously watching everyone. Everyone! Luobin suddenly shouted, today is your first collective large-scale assessment in the training camp. The purpose of the assessment is very simple, to select the most outstanding person to participate in the subsequent star selection. Everyone listened quietly. They had heard about the star selection but knew it had nothing to do with them. Seeing that everyone was not discussing anything, Luobin suddenly said seriously, I know many are thinking that this assessment is to select the most outstanding, and it has little to do with themselves. But I want to tell you that this assessment is very important for all of you. Do you see them? He suddenly pointed to the dozen or so iron cages. In this assessment, all these exotic beasts will be released into Ming Mountain, and all of you will have to enter the dense forest of Ming Mountain and stay there until the next day. I hope you all take it seriously, otherwise, people will die. He emphasized the word die heavily. Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions changed as they instantly understood that this assessment could be a survival game. They must survive in Ming Mountain with dozens of exotic beasts until tomorrow. In this assessment, if you can kill exotic beasts, do your best to do so. This is your chance for practical combat, your opportunity before entering university. This will be your advantage after entering university. Luo Bin said. There are practical combats in university, but not many, and those who have seen blood before entering university will surpass 99% of the students. Of course, don't force yourself. If you clearly aren't a match for the exotic beasts, and you still want to go to your death, that's not bravery, it's foolishness. So I allow you to run away when you encounter exotic beasts. to run up the mountain or down the mountain, both are acceptable. At the foot of the mountain, we already have people stationed everywhere to prevent the strange beasts from coming down and harming the civilians. If they encounter an unbeatable beast, they can run to seek help. At this moment, everyone's expression was incredibly serious, instantly realizing that this assessment was no longer unrelated to them. Additionally, for this assessment, apart from the first place, we will reward everyone based on their performance, so, come on, boys. Luo Bin continued to speak loudly. Next, everyone saw dozens of soldiers in military uniforms emerge, lifting all the iron cages and heading toward the mountain's edge. Soon, one by one, the iron cages were opened, releasing all the strange beasts. The moment the beasts were released, they sensed the danger at the mountaintop and immediately ran down, diving into the jungle. After all the beasts were released, Luo Bin raised his wrist to check the time. A minute later, he looked up at everyone and said, "Good luck." All the trainees scattered, walking toward the edges of the mountaintop, and then one by one descended down the mountain, also diving into the jungle. Watching all the trainees disappear, Yang Shui and Luo Bin entered the command room. At this moment, the large screen in the command room displayed images of various strange beasts. Before these beasts were brought from the battle zone, small cameras were installed on each of them, and these cameras were also equipped with considerable explosives. Although Luo Bin had mentioned earlier that there might be deaths, they still took preventive measures. Once a trainee was killed by a beast, they would control the corresponding camera switch here and detonate it directly. After all, these are geniuses, they can be injured, and they can face the cruel reality, but if they are to die, it is best to die on the battlefield. "Boss, I beg you, let me follow you. I can help you," Zhou Lei said, following Qin Chen, his tone filled with pleading. "No need," Qin Chen replied while keeping an eye on the surroundings. Ming Mountain is not too big nor too small, with dozens of strange beasts released, it's not easy to encounter one. Therefore, this assessment is actually not that dangerous, with good luck, one might not even meet a single beast until the end. However, if bad luck strikes and they encounter those two one-star beasts, apart from him and Yu Yang, the others would probably face death, even Su Fei would only have the option to flee. "Please don't, boss, I still have some use. We will be here for 24 hours, and I can keep watch for you at night. You can get a good sleep, how nice is that?" Zhou Lei refused to give up, staying right behind Qin Chen. Qin Chen stopped and turned to look at him. "Following me is very dangerous." Zhou Lei was surprised and naturally did not believe Qin Chen's words. If there was anyone safe to follow, it would probably only be Qin Chen. "I want to follow even if it's dangerous. I'm your little brother, if I don't follow because of danger, that would be too disloyal," Zhou Lei said earnestly. "Do as you wish." Qin Chen shook his head and turned to leave. Zhou Lei was overjoyed and quickly followed him. "Zhao Liang, did you bring someone, or did you come by yourself?" Qin Chen was always alert to the movements around him. He didn't care about the strange beasts but had to guard against the Zhao family's actions. If Zhao Liang came alone, it could pose a great threat to him. But it was just a threat. After some time of training, his wind element mark had reached 80%, and the ice element was even at 82%. Moreover, the progress of the fire system's second divine pattern was already at 10%. His combat power had also reached 1100. With the blazing sun fist, even if Zhao Liang was a 3-star warrior, he wouldn't be able to kill him. As long as he couldn't be killed, he could use the training camp to have Yang Shui and Luo Bin deal with Zhao Liang. After all, if Zhao Liang really came in, even if Yang Shui killed him on the spot, the Zhao family wouldn't dare to make a sound. It all depends on whether you have that courage. "If you don't come, I'll just punch you to death next time." Once he breaks through both the ice and wind elements together, that newly advanced 3-star warrior, he could kill too. Roar! Suddenly, a strange beast jumped out ahead, staring fiercely at the two. Blood wolf. Zhou Lei was startled. In culture lessons, they usually talk about strange beasts. The blood wolf is a beast known for its speed, with blood-red fur, resembling a normal wolf, but much larger. Mid-stage body refinement, boss, let me handle it. He felt that if he wanted to follow Qin Chen, he had to show some worth. Qin Chen nodded. Zhou Lei had also broken through to the late stage of body refinement during training camp, so it should be fine. Whoosh! Zhou Lei immediately charged forward with a fierce posture. However, when the blood wolf roared and charged out, he let out a strange cry and quickly circled behind a nearby tree, using it for cover as he looked for an opportunity to attack, fighting quite sneakily. Qin Chen watched for a while and realized this kid was unusually cautious. Sometimes, when there was a 90% chance of hitting the blood wolf, he would give up, insisting on only striking when he was 100% sure. As a result, even with the suppression of realms, the battle lasted a full half-hour before it ended. Chapter 37, Zhao Liang appears. Boss, how did I perform? Zhou Lei dragged the blood wolf's corpse to Qin Chen and asked. Qin Chen nodded, not bad, but a bit sneaky. Sneaky? Zhou Lei was taken aback. Isn't it sneaky? Why not act when you have a 90% chance? Qin Chen questioned. About that, I think a 90% chance and certain death are pretty similar, Zhou said seriously. Qin Chen froze for a moment, looking at him carefully, realizing this kid was serious about that thought. He patted his shoulder. Not bad, keep it up. This personality has its benefits, at least his ability to stay alive is very strong. It's a pity, this blood wolf has no beast crystal. Zhou opened the blood wolf's head, but found no beast crystal inside, which made him feel a bit disappointed. After dealing with the blood wolf's corpse, the two continued walking through the jungle. Meanwhile, halfway up the mountain in the direction of Qin Chen, there was a simple tent. Zhao Liang was resting in the tent. He had been waiting there for a day and a night. More than 20 hours ago, after discovering the assessment method of the training camp, he took advantage of the lack of guards at the foot of the mountain and arrived early. Roar! Suddenly, a strange beast rushed into the tent, directly pouncing on him. Zhao Liang's expression turned cold, and he punched out. Bang! The beast's head exploded from the punch, blood mist filling the tent. Looks like the assessment has begun. Looking at the headless corpse of the beast, he took out a laptop from his backpack. Opening the laptop, countless small screens appeared on the display, showing scenes from various locations in Ming Mountain. Spent over 10 hours setting up these wireless cameras, hope they are useful, he stared carefully at each scene on the screens. Although the clarity wasn't very high and each scene wasn't large, if Qin Chen passed through these places, he could still spot him immediately. Before long, he saw some screens showing the figures of students, but it wasn't Qin Chen's, so he didn't care. Even when he saw Yu Yang's figure, he still didn't move. His goal was to kill Qin Chen first and then, if possible, kill Yu Yang. Time passed slowly. Zhao Liang stared at the screen, his body motionless, showing great patience. Finally, after a few hours, two figures appeared simultaneously on one of the small screens. Upon closer inspection, one of them was the Qin Chen he was looking for, while he completely ignored the other one. Quickly, Qin Chen disappeared from the screen, but he didn't panic. Instead, he carefully observed the scenes and terrain. And then, slowly, he began to recall in his mind. After a moment, he smiled in surprise. So close. When setting up the surveillance, he had roughly remembered the unique points of each location, and the place where Qin Chen had just appeared was less than a kilometer away from him. Furthermore, Qin Chen was heading straight toward him. Is it my luck, or should you die? He closed the computer, walked out of the tent, and without hesitation, headed straight for the place where Qin Chen was. At this moment, Qin Chen and Zhou had stopped. Beneath their feet was a beast from the early stages of body refinement. There's a beast crystal. Zhou said, cutting open the beast's skull in surprise. Boss, here you go. Zhou took the beast crystal out, cleaned it, and handed it to Qin Chen. Keep it yourself. Qin Chen waved his hand. A low-level fierce beast crystal had no use for him at the moment. Zhou chuckled and didn't refuse, directly putting it away. Bang! Suddenly, a large tree ahead shook violently, and then crashed down with a loud sound. A fiery red, long-haired beast glared fiercely at Qin Chen and Zhou, its eyes full of intense killing intent. Under its feet, a few dry leaves were slowly catching fire. Fire Cloud Tiger. Zhou's face changed when he saw the beast. This was a level 1 fire-type demon beast, one of the 2 level 1 demon beasts in this assessment. Am I too lucky? Zhou couldn't help but say. If he were alone now, he'd probably only have the option to run, and even then, escaping was still a question. Boss, let me handle this. You want to die? Qin Chen asked. Of course not. But you're here, right? If I can't do it, you can save me anytime. Boom. Before Zhou finished his words, the Fire Cloud Tiger pounced suddenly. Zhou's face changed drastically, instantly feeling the looming threat of death. Save me. Zhou turned and ran behind Qin Chen. Qin Chen watched the Fire Cloud Tiger's body and, as it lunged at him, threw a punch. The Fire Cloud Tiger's massive body was instantly knocked flying, crashing with a loud bang and breaking a large tree. The Fire Cloud Tiger fell to the ground, motionless. In the command room of the Ming Mountain Training Ground. A level 1 demon beast, not a threat to him at all. Luobin shook his head when he saw the Fire Cloud Tiger killed with a single punch. This kind of assessment was just child's play for Qin Chen. His current punch should be close to 1,000 battle power. Yang Shui said slowly, looking at Qin Chen on the screen. 1,000? Dual system, 1 at the peak of body refinement, 1 breaking through to 1 star. Could battle power really reach 1,000? Luobin asked, puzzled. The 2-star threshold is 700, which already surpasses 2 stars by a lot. I'm not dual system, so I don't know. Yang Shui shook her head. Luobin fell silent. Indeed, none of them were dual system, and they had no dual system people around them, so they didn't understand it fully. But the fact that Qin Chen had reached such a level was undeniable. Then who is that? Suddenly, Yang Shui looked at the screen where Qin Chen was and asked, her expression slightly changing. Luo Bin saw Yang Shui's expression and hurriedly looked over. Through the camera on the Fire Cloud Tiger's corpse, he saw a stranger approaching Qin Chen. Not a student, not one of ours. Luo Bin frowned as he looked at the person. Zoom in and connect to the computer. Yang Shui's voice turned cold. Luo Bin quickly operated the system. Soon, the image was zoomed in and compared with the database on the computer. In less than 2 seconds, another image popped up on the screen. Zhao Liang. Luo Bin's face changed. Has the Zhao family gone mad? They had previously investigated the grudge between the Zhao family and Qin Chen, but they hadn't paid much attention to it. After all, Qin Chen was now a martial artist and his family was safe. And Qin Chen himself was in the training camp, but they hadn't expected Zhao Liang to be so crazy, coming here to kill someone. Now, even if Zhao Liang could kill Qin Chen, they had the video footage. Zhao's family is bound to perish. Qin Chen cannot die. Go and kill him. Yang Shui's eyes were icy. Luo Bin said nothing, turned, and rushed out. With a crash, the command room's door shattered as he charged, his figure never slowing, heading straight for the mountain peak's edge. Chapter 38, Blazing Sun, A Punch to Kill. In the jungle, Zhao Liang's sudden appearance startled Zhou Lei. Who are you? Zhou Lei's face changed dramatically, even the appearance of a first-level alien beast didn't provoke this expression. Zhao Liang felt too dangerous to him, and he clearly came with malice. Zhao Liang completely ignored Zhou Lei and looked at Qin Chen. You killed the first-level Fire Cloud Tiger with one punch. Now, I am even more certain that you killed Zhao Quan. Qin Chen's power displayed earlier truly surprised him. You have no evidence that I killed him, and you come here to kill me? Qin Chen looked at him and asked calmly. Zhao Liang shook his head. Whether there's evidence or not doesn't matter, as long as we know you're the killer, that's enough. Finding evidence is troublesome, and my Zhao family dislikes trouble the most. Although there was no direct evidence that Zhao Quan was killed by Qin Chen, the surveillance footage, personal grudges, and Qin Chen's strength were enough to explain everything. That was sufficient. I'm curious, did you think about today when you killed Zhao Quan? Zhao Liang asked Qin Chen, looking down from a height. Although the Zhao family was not the top family in Rong City, few dared to provoke them. Qin Chen's father had an accident a year ago. For a year, the Qin family had endured, and now Qin Chen suddenly took action, surprising him. Shall I send you down to ask him if he thought about being killed by me when he found someone to crash into my father? Qin Chen smiled and said. Hearing this, Zhao Liang was not angry. Instead, he laughed. Your tongue is tough. I wonder if your strength is as tough. Boom! As soon as the words fell, his body surged like a fierce beast, charging towards Qin Chen, while his knife swept horizontally as he neared. Qin Chen's body dodged with a flash, and the massive tree behind him was sliced in half. Boom! The tree collapsed, its broken edge smooth as a mirror, causing Zhou Lei, who had retreated to a distance, to change his expression greatly. So strong, is he a 2-star or 3-star? He felt a tightening in his heart and quickly took out his phone to call for help. At this moment, Qin Chen, while dodging, punched straight for Zhao Liang's head. Zhao Liang's reaction was not slow. He crossed his knife to block. Clang! With a loud crash, his body was pushed back gradually. Once he stabilized himself, he looked at Qin Chen, eyes full of shock. You hid your strength before? Being able to force him back with one punch meant Qin Chen's strength was definitely not what he had investigated. It seems you found out my combat strength when I was certified by the Martial Arts Association. Qin Chen immediately understood. Zhao Liang likely believed his combat strength was still 780. Or the other party thought that even with his training during this time, it wouldn't increase much. Unfortunately, the other party underestimated his speed of improvement. Your strength is disappointing, a trash 3-star built up by medicine. Qin Chen suddenly said. Although they had only exchanged blows twice, he instantly judged that Zhao Liang was not a normal 3-star. The threshold for a normal 3-star warrior is a combat strength of 2000. Based on his investigation of the Zhao family, Zhao Liang had been a 3-star warrior for some time. However, the other party's combat strength was only close to 3-star, which was quite abnormal. Hearing Qin Chen's words, Zhao Liang's face changed. He indeed had relied on drugs to advance, and even Zhao Quan was built up that way. They merely spent a fortune to bribe the certification official during their assessment. The Zhao family needed to maintain the image of a big family in Rong City. Relying solely on his father wasn't enough. Thus, both of them relied on drugs to break through as warriors. This way, outsiders thought that the Zhao family had not just one 4-star Zhao Wanshi. And with Zhao Quan and geniuses like him, the Zhao family's position could be incredibly stable. What if it's through drugs? As long as I can kill you, that's all that matters. Zhao Liang gripped the knife and swung it toward Qin Chen again. Seeing Zhao Liang charging at him, Qin Chen stood still, not preparing to dodge. Instead, he said calmly, I thought you would pose a great threat to me, but you're such a waste. Then die. At that moment, Qin Chen clenched his fist. Boom! A huge ball of flame appeared on his fist. But this flame didn't look like a raging fire. It looked more like invisible sparks. From afar, Zhou Lei watched. It seemed like Qin Chen was completely engulfed in this giant flame, and with just one glance, his eyes stung with sharp pain. In the forest, a figure was flying toward them at high speed. Suddenly, he looked up and saw something in the distance, as if seeing a sun. What is this? Luobin's expression changed, and his speed increased. Command room. Yang Shui saw Qin Chen repel Zhao Liang and let out a small sigh of relief, but her expression still didn't relax. She knew that just now, Zhao Liang had only been trying to defend himself in a moment of panic. His real strength hadn't been shown yet. When Zhao Liang attacked again, her heart tightened, but the next moment, she saw Qin Chen clench his fist, and the entire screen was enveloped in bright light, making it impossible to see clearly. What kind of martial arts is this? She jumped up suddenly. Qin Chen being able to learn martial arts didn't surprise her, but this martial arts, even through the screen, she felt the overwhelming pressure. Die! Zhao Liang's knife swung down toward Qin Chen's head. But when Qin Chen threw his punch, Zhao Liang instantly couldn't open his eyes. The next second, he heard the sound of cracking, and the knife in his hand shattered. The fist, carrying terrifying flames, didn't stop for a moment and crashed directly into his chest. Boom! Zhao Liang felt an incredibly strong force enter his body. He even heard the sound of his own heart breaking. His eyes bulged, and his face turned pale. Bang! His body flew backward, smashing through tree after tree, eventually falling to the ground, unable to move. Qin Chen walked step by step toward him. Third-grade trash, just third-grade trash. No matter how much medicine you take, you'll never truly reach the real third-grade threshold. Zhao Liang looked at Qin Chen approaching, almost unable to believe that he had been defeated by a single punch. At the same time, his eyes were filled with hatred, not because of Zhao Quan, but because of himself. He couldn't accept that he was not Qin Chen's match. Even though he had become a third grade with the help of drugs, his true strength was only at the second grade, but he was at the peak of the second grade. How could someone who was under 18, with no family background, be stronger than him? It seems you're not satisfied? Reaching Zhao Liang's side, Qin Chen crouched down and said calmly. Zhao Liang wanted to speak, but he realized that his internal organs had been damaged, and he couldn't make a sound. You can't even speak anymore. Let me set you free. Qin Chen raised his palm and aimed for his head. Qin Chen. At that moment, a shout rang out. Don't kill him. However, Qin Chen's hand didn't stop for a moment. Bang! Chapter 39, Second Stage Task, 3 Elements, 1 Star. Is this really your true strength? In the command room, Yang Shui stood shocked in front of the screen, staring at Qin Chen on the screen without moving. At this moment, after killing Zhao Liang, Qin Chen turned around and looked at the arriving Luobin, showing a slight smile. Instructor Luo, you came so quickly. Luobin glanced at the corpse lying on the ground, then looked at Qin Chen's calm expression. His heart was already stirred with a storm of shock. Qin Chen had actually killed the third-grade Zhao Liang, almost killing him with a single punch. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, even with Qin Chen's recent bizarre performances, he wouldn't have believed it. Sigh, well, it's done, he's dead. Luobin calmed down and waved his hand. After thinking for a moment, he continued. Originally, the plan was to leave a survivor. If he confessed to what the Zhao family did to your father, and that Zhao Wanshi participated in the plot to kill you, we could convict Zhao Wanshi as well. Now, Zhao Liang is dead. Zhao Wanshi will surely say he was unaware and distance himself. Thank you, instructor. But just convicting them is not enough. Qin Chen shook his head. Conviction? Who knows what crime we would charge them with? As long as they're not dead, there will be a day they can come out. I don't want to leave any hidden troubles, even if that trouble is just an ant in my eyes. As long as you have a plan, that's good. Luobin seriously looked at Qin Chen. He didn't expect that Qin Chen was not only decisive in killing people but also ruthless toward potential enemies. Your assessment ends here. Luobin said. They originally had Qin Chen participate in the assessment to let him experience real combat. But now that he has killed a 3-star warrior without batting an eye, continuing the assessment has no meaning. In addition, for this assessment, I directly declare you the first. Luobin continued. Ding, congratulations on completing the first phase of the selection for the Star of War. Ding, rewards have been issued. The second phase of the task begins now. Task content, obtain the title of Jiang Province's #1 genius. Task rewards, 1 soil sensitivity enhancement pill, 3 talent enhancement pills, and a martial arts gift pack. The system's voice rang out, and upon learning about the new task rewards, Qin Chen felt overjoyed. The Earth Element Cultivation talent is here. He felt a bit excited. Currently, among his three elements, fire is the main attack element, wind can enhance his speed, while ice, although good for defense, is inferior to earth. So, if he cultivates the earth element, his defense will reach a new level, greatly increasing his strength. Moreover, with 3 talent enhancement pills, he could enhance his ice and wind element cultivation talents, significantly speeding up his future training. Alright, you go back to the training camp. I'll handle this. Zhao Liang's death was because he intruded here without permission. No one will trouble you, Luobin said and then walked towards Zhao Liang's corpse. What about me? Zhou Lei only just reacted and hurriedly asked. You continue. Luobin glanced at him casually. Zhou Lei originally planned not to participate in the assessment any longer, but seeing Luobin ignoring him, he had to carefully sneak away, observing his surroundings. Qin Chen did not leave immediately but walked over to the corpse of the fire cloud tiger. After breaking open its skull, he unexpectedly found a beast crystal. Beast crystal, fire element, level 1, can be devoured. The system's prompt made Qin Chen extremely happy. The fierce beast crystal can speed up body tempering, so the demon beast crystal likely speeds up the condensation of divine patterns. Instructor Luo, how much is this demon beast crystal worth? Qin Chen couldn't help but ask. Luobin turned and glanced at the level 1 fire crystal with surprise. This fire cloud tiger actually has a beast crystal. Level 1 beast crystal is worth around 500,000. You are quite lucky. 500,000? Qin Chen was taken aback. This price is not cheap. One premium fierce beast crystal is only about 100,000, which is 5 times the price. 500,000 isn't expensive. Luobin suddenly said seriously. It's possible that even 10 demon beasts might not produce a single crystal. And you must understand, each beast crystal could be the life of a frontline soldier. All official beast crystals sold are retrieved from the frontline. After selling them, the official takes out the costs during the sale, and then the remainder goes to the frontline soldiers. Thus, for a level 1 beast crystal, a soldier actually receives less than 500,000. Qin Chen nodded, I'll take my leave now. Without any more delay, he headed straight for the mountaintop. Half an hour later, he returned to his resting room. At this moment, he turned his gaze towards the system space. With a flip of his palm, 2 shard marks appeared in his hand. Without hesitation, he directly swallowed it in one bite. Ding, successfully devoured the wind element mark fragment. Your wind element mark condensation progress has reached perfection. Ding, successfully devoured the ice element mark fragment. Your ice element mark condensation progress has reached perfection. Boom. In that moment, Qin Chen felt the power of wind and ice attributes surging violently within his body. The next second, he sensed a wonderful change in himself. Double breakthrough, now, I am truly a 3-element warrior. Qin Chen clenched his fist, feeling his suddenly enhanced power. After a moment, he looked at another reward in the space. A special booklet lay inside, and with a thought, the booklet began to flip open automatically. Then, waves of information rushed into his mind, and once it was all received, the booklet disappeared by itself. Volume 1 of the Star Body Refinement Technique. Martial Arts Introduction, Treating the Human Body as the Universe, Volume 1, Star Body, a 9-grade martial art. The introduction was very simple, but no matter how Qin Chen looked at it, it felt extraordinary. Both the words universe and 9-grade shook him to his core. The universe was easy to understand, the space he was in, this world, was a part of the universe. However, this martial arts name, Star Body Refinement Technique, was evidently related to the stars in the universe. According to the information he received, completing the first volume could allow one to cultivate into the star body, where the body resembled a star. As for the 9 grades, it goes without saying, to his knowledge, the highest martial arts for all humanity was indeed 9 grade. This is just the first volume. What if the second volume is even higher? Qin Chen's heart stirred. Soon, he stopped thinking about it too much. For now, he would focus on cultivating the first volume. This martial art could be said to be tailor-made for him, as ordinary warriors would not be able to withstand the power it brought. And he, being a multi-element cultivator, had undergone the tempering of different elements, so there was no problem in cultivating it. Finally, Qin Chen took out the first-grade fire beast crystal and swallowed it in one bite. As the beast crystal entered his body, it began to digest rapidly. He quickly sat cross-legged and began to condense his divine patterns. Soon, he discovered that the energy from the beast crystal began to condense into fire divine patterns. Name, Qin Chen. Fire Attribute Realm, 1-star Warrior, 2nd Divine Pattern Progress 20%. Wind Attribute Realm, 1-star Warrior, 2nd Divine Pattern Progress 0. Ice Attribute Realm, 1-star Warrior, 2nd Divine Pattern Progress 0. Battle Power, 2,100. 500,000, gone. Looking at the Fire Attribute 2nd Divine Pattern condensing at 20%, Qin Chen felt both happy and worried. He was happy that he could devour beast crystals to condense divine patterns, and worried that he was too poor. A first-grade beast crystal cost 50,000, he thought he had over 200,000 now, considering himself wealthy, but he was still broke. Chapter 40, Entering the Command Room. Qin Chen cultivated the star body refinement technique in the lounge until the next morning, when a knock on the door made him stand up and end his training. After nearly 20 hours of cultivation, he felt he had taken the first step into the star body refinement technique, and his body strength seemed to have risen a bit more. He opened the door to find a soldier standing outside. "Qin Chen, Commander Yang wants you to go to the command room. Let's go." Qin Chen nodded. As expected, yesterday Luobin directly announced he had won first place, proving his time in the training camp was over. Next, he would soon be competing for the final qualification for the star selection with all the geniuses from Jiang province. A few minutes later, Qin Chen walked into the command room. This was his first time entering, and it was very different from what he imagined. He thought that as the chief instructor, the office environment would certainly be very good, but he never expected it to be extremely simple, just a desk, a few stools, and a big screen on the wall. Other than that, there was almost nothing else. "Instructor Yang." Qin Chen looked at Yang Shui in front of the desk. He had to admit, now that he was closer. Taking a closer look, Yang Shui was quite attractive, the kind of beauty that became more appealing the more you looked at her. "Sit down." Yang Shui pointed to the bench beside her. After Qin Chen sat down, she said, "Luobin has told you, right? This time, the first place is definitely you?" Qin Chen nodded. "This time I brought you here mainly to talk about the star selection. You should know the details. For the next 3 days, you can stay in the training camp to continue your training or go down the mountain to spend time with your parents. After 3 days, go to Yang City. This time, the selection for Jiang province will take place in Yang City," Yang Shui said. "Okay." Qin Chen nodded. Yang Shui was silent for a moment and then looked at Qin Chen. "Do you mind testing your battle power? Your explosive power." She had seen Qin Chen's punch on the screen before, but the process was obscured by strong light, making it impossible to see clearly. Later, she learned that Zhao Liang relied on drugs to gain his 3-star status, so she couldn't judge how strong Qin Chen's punch really was. For this star selection, Jiang province shouldn't have any problems, but she was unsure if there were any exceptionally strong competitors from the entire Western War Zone. If she could clearly understand Qin Chen's immense strength, she could get a sense of confidence by gathering information about other provinces' talents later. "Instructor Yang, I'm planning to go down the mountain tomorrow," Qin Chen suddenly said seriously. Yang Shui looked puzzled. Going down the mountain had nothing to do with testing battle power. Plus, testing battle power was only a matter of a few minutes, it wouldn't take long. Qin Chen smiled. "Since coming to the training camp, I haven't entered the combat room yet. How about I go before I head down the mountain?" Yang Shui then understood Qin Chen's intention. The mechanical puppets in the combat room ranged from body refining to 3-star warriors, and Qin Chen wanted to prepare for a real battle under extreme pressure against a 3-star opponent to test his true strength. "All right." Yang Shui did not refuse but reminded him, "Just a heads up, don't break the mechanical puppets. If you really have to break one, I will accept if you can defeat a 3-star puppet." It wouldn't be hard for Qin Chen to destroy puppets below 3-star, but she believed that he couldn't break a 3-star one. "Instructor Yang, don't worry, I'm not that violent," Qin Chen replied earnestly. Yang Shui gave him a glance. She didn't say anything, but in her heart, she scoffed at his words. He had already wrecked 10 of them just after entering the training camp. He had emotionlessly killed Zhao Liang yesterday. This was no longer a normal high school student. "Ha ha! I'm back. I passed the assessment." At that moment, a loud laugh echoed from outside. The first student had returned to the mountain's peak. Next, other students returned one after another. Qin Chen walked out of the command room and saw these students. Some looked exhausted, some were excited, and others had various injuries. About an hour later, all the students were back, and no one had died. It was a complete assessment. "Quiet." Luobin appeared, looking at everyone and shouted loudly. Once everyone settled down, he continued, "This time, everyone performed well. There were no major incidents, and no one fled down the mountain for help. This is your first assessment. Tomorrow, we will give you a ranking based on your performances. After the training camp ends, there will be another assessment, and if you rank higher than this time, there will be generous rewards." Upon hearing this, everyone looked excited. "Now, I announce one thing, the first place in this assessment. Qin Chen." Luobin looked at Qin Chen and announced solemnly. Everyone unconsciously looked at Qin Chen, their eyes filled with admiration, not envy or jealousy, because when someone surpasses you by so much, you can't feel jealousy anymore. The only one with a complex look toward Qin was Yu Yang. It was unclear what he was really thinking. Soon. When Luobin announced the disbandment, everyone hurried back to their own lounges. After a day and night of assessments, everyone needed to freshen up and take a good rest. But Qin Chen walked towards the building of the training room, aiming for the combat chamber. Upon entering the combat chamber, he discovered that it was much larger than the gravity and infrared rooms, several times bigger. At the back of the room, there was a row of mechanical puppets, each marked with their corresponding cultivation level. Moreover, the martial artist level mechanical puppets were further divided into more specific levels. For example, a 1-star martial artist had 3 levels: lower 1-star, middle 1-star, and upper 1-star. Among the row of mechanical puppets, the highest was the upper 3-star martial artist. These are different from the mechanical puppets back then. He noticed a row of buttons on the left wall, each corresponding to a mechanical puppet. When he first entered the training camp, the mechanical puppets within 2 meters activated themselves, but here, they were activated by switches. Qin Chen walked directly to the switch and pressed the one representing the upper 2-star puppet. Bang! As soon as he pressed it, a mechanical puppet was instantly activated and charged at Qin Chen. Qin Chen turned to face it as it approached and threw a punch at the moment it arrived. The mechanical puppet instantly burst into a cloud of black smoke and was completely destroyed. Now, even an offhand punch can reach the threshold of upper 3-star martial artists. Qin Chen was very satisfied with such strength. The terrifying power of cultivating 3 systems was now fully revealed. A 1-star martial artist was equivalent to 3 stars, something that had never appeared in his memory before. I destroyed one, that has nothing to do with me. Qin Chen looked at the destroyed mechanical puppet on the ground, remembering what Yang Shui had told him. But there was no way. He wanted to see just how far his casual punch could reach. If it was directly upper 3-star, it might not be testable. Then, he pressed the button representing the lower 3-star martial artist. Chapter 41, The Changes of Yu Yang, Shanghai Martial Arts Academy. In the command room. If there's something, just say it. Yang Shui glanced at the standing Yu Yang and slowly spoke. Instructor, I have made great progress recently. In yesterday's assessment, I killed a level 1 monster. I believe I can compete with Qin Chen again for this selection slot. Yu Yang said directly without hesitation. Very confident. Yang Shui praised him first and said lightly, Are you unhappy with my decision? Yu Yang's expression changed, and he quickly said, It's not dissatisfaction. After saying that, he fell silent. In his heart, he hadn't really thought about Yang Shui and Luo Bin's decisions. He just wanted to compete with Qin Chen again. Even if he lost, he wanted to lose convincingly. Yang Shui nodded. Watch a video. After you finish watching, if you still hold your opinion, I will let you compete with Qin Chen again. As she spoke, Yang Shui turned on the large screen on the wall. Yu Yang looked over with confusion. This assessment? As he saw the scene on the screen, he realized that it was the Ming Mountain Forest. At that moment, Yang Shui brought up one of the images and began to speed up the playback. Soon, he was astonished to see Qin Chen in the footage. Then, his pupils contracted as a familiar face appeared opposite Qin Chen. He really came. Yu Yang's heart trembled deeply. Zhao Liang actually entered their assessment scene to kill Qin Chen. Suddenly, he thought of something, and his expression changed. Zhao Liang was a 3-star martial artist, and now that Qin Chen returned, it meant Zhao Liang must have left or died. He glanced at Yang Shui. Could it be that Instructor Luo or Instructor Yang went to save him? Just as he was thinking. Suddenly, in the footage, Qin Chen and Zhao Liang exchanged 2 moves, and then he saw a scene that made his whole body tremble, something he would never forget for a lifetime. On the screen, Qin Chen. It seemed to transform into a sun, completely covering the whole scene. When the image restored, Zhao Liang lay on the ground like a dead dog, motionless. This. After the scene ended, he still stared blankly. Zhao Liang, he knew him well. The 2 families had frequent dealings because of business and often dined together. They were both geniuses and often discussed cultivation matters together. However, this time, the other party's request was too excessive, so he refused, but this did not undermine the other party's powerful strength. Is this really his true strength? Yu Yang's mind was filled with the final image of Qin Chen, and his heart trembled. Do you still want to compete with him now? Yang Shui looked at him and asked. I lost. Yu Yang gradually came to his senses and murmured. After saying this, he felt as if he had become much lighter. Letting go of obsession is a good thing. Yang Shui saw that Yu Yang did not become possessed by this incident and nodded in satisfaction. Previously, he did not tell Yu Yang because he was afraid that his inner belief would collapse and lead to a madness in his heart. For martial artists, once madness breeds in the heart, the future path can either be completely severed or lead to the evil way. Yu Yang was quite a good genius. If it weren't for Qin Chen, this monstrous talent, he would be number 1, so Yang Shui did not wish for him to encounter problems. Instructor Yang, I'm leaving now. Yu Yang turned and walked out of the command room. Qin Chen, being your peer is my luck, but also my misfortune. I look forward to seeing you at the peak one day. He took a deep breath, feeling as if the air had changed. Suddenly, he saw a soldier running anxiously towards him from a distance. Just as he was about to speak, the soldier rushed past him and entered the command room. Qin Chen. Immediately after, he heard Yang Shui's furious voice coming from the command room. What did he do again? Yu Yang's expression changed. Master, Qinghe Garden. At the foot of the mountain, Qin Chen hailed a taxi. With my current strength, in the 3-star lower level, I can explode using the Fierce Sun Fist, but in the 3-star middle level, I am still no match. Thinking of the situation in the combat room just now, he had a clear understanding of his current strength. The combat power threshold for 3-star martial artists is 2,000, and for 4-star, it is 10,000, the combat power gap is a full 8,000. When he used the Fierce Sun Fist, the explosive power was at the level of 3-star middle, it was impossible to blow up 3-star middle mechanical puppets. However, even so, he exploded 2 mechanical puppets, and these mechanical puppets were far more valuable than the 10 he had exploded when he entered the training camp, so he ran away early, or else he would have been dissected by Yang Shui. Qinghe Garden? After getting in the car, the driver sized up Qin Chen and suddenly exclaimed, "Are you Qin Chen?" Qin Chen touched his face, "Am I that famous?" "Ha, it's really you, I can't believe I picked up the #1 genius of Rome City." The driver, seeing that Qin Chen did not deny it, suddenly got excited. Without waiting for Qin Chen to speak, he continued, "Of course, you're famous. After that city announcement, how many people in Rome City don't know you? I see you're so young going to Qinghe Garden, and I heard that this year's genius training camp is at Ming Mountain, so I guessed you were Qin Chen. You have to sign for me later." The driver was very excited, the steering wheel was unsteady, making Qin Chen a bit nervous. All the way, the driver talked non-stop, and Qin Chen occasionally responded, mainly because he couldn't get a word in. After entering the city, Qin Chen kept staring out the window. Qinghe Garden was a new address, and he did not know which road to take. Before long, Qin Chen felt the car slow down. "Have we arrived?" "Not yet, in front is a street full of martial arts schools, and it's been a bit unstable lately, so drive slowly to avoid accidents." The driver quickly explained. "What's wrong?" Qin Chen asked curiously. A street full of martial arts schools was usually very peaceful, after all, they were all cultivators. They are all in business, and once a conflict arises, things often end badly. Recently, a person came from Yang City to open a martial arts gym here. Opening a martial arts gym is fine, but this person, in order to enhance their reputation and attract business, actually started challenging other gyms. Now, every day there are many people watching, and it seems that in the past few days, someone got injured, and the injury is not light. The driver explained. Qin Chen frowned, surprised that someone from Yang City had come. There is a street of martial arts gyms, all private gyms, usually located in their own cities. It is rare for someone to open a branch in another city. After all, it would be unfamiliar terrain, and if others band together to bully you, you have no way to defend yourself. This person, however, came and immediately started challenging other gyms. I don't know if they are just a hot-headed rookie or if they are brave because of their skills. Is there really no one here who can be their opponent? Qin Chen questioned. The driver shook his head. In these private gyms, the head usually is a 1-star warrior, at most a 2-star. I heard the person who came seems to have broken through to 3 stars, and then snatched the business from the private gyms in Yang City. Now they probably want to come here and snatch business from Rome City. Qin Chen nodded, taking business by force, that made sense. By the way, when you mentioned that someone from a martial arts gym got injured, do you know which gym it was? Qin Chen was very curious about which unlucky person got hurt. Generally speaking, challenges usually result in a defeat for the opponent, and injuries are rare. It seems it was the Mountain Sea Gym. Qin Chen's expression changed. Chapter 42, There are masters, but how high are they? At this moment, the Mountain Sea Gym sign had been taken down and trampled to pieces. The gym's courtyard was in chaos. In the gym's hall, a crowd was gathered, all wearing martial arts uniforms, each with different characters representing different gyms. Qin Chen stepped into the crowd. No one noticed him, and he did not speak, just standing there watching the two sides surrounded in the middle. One side wore martial arts uniforms with the words Mountain Sea on them. They were the members of the Mountain Sea Gym. However, among this group, the leader was not the head of the Mountain Sea Gym, Wang Shanhai, but rather Qin's classmate and friend, Wang Hai. At that moment, Wang Hai had a grim face and looked unkempt, appearing as if he had just been beaten. On the other side, their martial arts uniforms had the characters Dragon and Tiger. Qin Chen could not recall any gym by that name on this street. It was clear that these people had come from Yang City. Their leader was a middle-aged man with a bushy beard and a square face. At this moment, he looked imposing, looking down at Wang Hai. Mountain Sea Gym, are you coming out to take charge today? Is this the best gym in Rome City? The square-faced man said coldly, looking at Wang Hai. And you have so many gyms, yet none can fight back. You really disappoint me. He scanned the crowd of onlookers, speaking without courtesy. Suddenly, everyone from the surrounding gyms dared to feel angry but did not dare to speak. They had all been challenged. They came here today to discuss matters together, but upon arrival, the other side showed no respect and first attacked Wang Hai from the Mountain Sea Gym, establishing their authority before sitting down. Tianhu, you've already challenged us, and my dad is still lying in bed because of your beating. We haven't stopped you from opening a gym. What else do you want? Wang Hai looked at the square-faced man, asking with a grim face. Qin Chen watched Wang Hai in the crowd and noticed he had changed a lot. During the conversation, the disciples of the Mountain Sea Gym still recognized him quite a bit. I've already said that you should call Qin Chen over and transfer your Mountain Sea Gym to my Dragon and Tiger Gym. It's that simple. Tianhu said lightly. You? Wang Hai's face turned iron blue. Many people had already realized the other side's purpose. Since the Mountain Sea Gym had Qin Chen's name associated with it, their business had exploded, with people showing up to enroll every day. So the other side wanted to find Qin Chen to defeat him and gain fame. Moreover, they also wanted to directly change the name of the Shanghai Martial Arts Hall to Dragon Tiger Martial Arts Hall, so not only would they gain fame, but they would also keep the original location, achieving two goals at once. However, how could Wang Hai specifically look for Qin Chen for this matter? Let alone the fact that Qin Chen was still in the training camp, he didn't want this to affect Qin Chen. Even if Qin Chen came, it wouldn't solve the problem. After all, Tianhu was already a 3-star warrior. It seems you still don't want to. Tianhu looked at Wang Hai. That's fine, as long as you refuse for one day, the challenge will not stop for one day, until he comes. Also, all the martial arts halls on this street will be challenged every day because he doesn't come. Tianhu, you're going too far. Hearing Tianhu's words, the others from nearby martial arts halls couldn't help but shout angrily. Tianhu glanced at them. Since you opened a martial arts hall, you have to be prepared to be challenged. How am I going too far? If you're not strong enough, then don't open a martial arts hall. It's that simple. You? Everyone's faces turned ugly. What's the matter? Do you want to attack together? Do you dare? Tianhu smiled, completely unconcerned with the anger of the crowd. These people charged forward. Maybe he wasn't their match, but from now on, they wouldn't be able to open martial arts halls either. There are rules for martial arts halls. Being challenged is normal, but for different martial arts hall people to surround and attack one challenger, that would go against the rules. I'm calling. At that moment, Wang Hai took out his phone. Xiao Hai. Suddenly, a voice came from a room at the back of the hall, and then a disciple from Shanghai Martial Arts Hall helped a man out. Dad. Wang Hai saw the man and quickly went forward to support him. At this moment, Wang Shanhai had no color on his face. Xiao Hai, don't call. If you call Xiao Chen here, then you've fallen into his trap. At worst, this martial arts hall won't open. Wang Shanhai coughed a few times and said weakly. Dad, I'm not calling Qin Chen to solve the problem. I want to tell him that we are not using his name. At this point, it didn't matter whether the Shanghai Martial Arts Hall could continue operating. He didn't want to burden the other martial arts halls on this street. If the martial arts hall doesn't open, naturally, you won't be using his name. Wang Shanhai shook his head and said. That won't do. Suddenly, a voice sounded. Wang Hai's face changed. Then what do you want to do? Before he finished speaking, he felt something was off. Turning around, he saw Qin Chen walking out from the crowd. Qin Chen. He was immediately shocked. Everyone looked at Qin Chen in surprise. He is Qin Chen? A 2-star warrior under 18 years old, our Rongqing's #1 genius. Qin Chen's sudden appearance surprised everyone. Why are you here? Wang Hai whispered, his face anxious. With Qin Chen appearing at this moment, it was likely that today's matter wouldn't easily pass. Qin Chen smiled. You said you wouldn't use my name, and now you're saying you will. Have you considered my thoughts as the person involved? Don't mess around. Wang Hai said seriously. You are Qin Chen? At this moment, Tianhu spoke up. What? Does it not look like me? Qin Chen turned his head and glanced at the personnel information of Shanghai Martial Arts Hall on the wall of the hall. His photo, like Wang Shanhai's, was at the top row and was easy to see. Tianhu also took a look and nodded. Yes, indeed a handsome talent. However, such a genius is actually using a trash martial arts hall's name. As he spoke, he shook his head. Tianhu, what do you want? Wang Hai asked angrily when he saw Tianhu was relentless. Tianhu completely ignored him and continued to look at Qin Chen. Originally, I wanted to invite you to my martial arts hall, but after thinking, defeating you would be even more explosive. Inviting Qin Chen would naturally bring business to his martial arts hall, but defeating Qin Chen, once the news spread, would likely attract even more visitors. How are you going to defeat me? Qin Chen asked leisurely. Tianhu smiled. I know you are valued by some big figures in Rongqing. So the other side wanted to find Qin Chen to defeat him and gain fame. Moreover, they also wanted to directly change the name of the Shanghai Martial Arts Hall to Dragon Tiger Martial Arts Hall, so not only would they gain fame, but they would also keep the original location, achieving two goals at once. However, how could Wang Hai specifically look for Qin Chen for this matter? Let alone the fact that Qin Chen was still in the training camp, he didn't want this to affect Qin Chen. Even if Qin Chen came, it wouldn't solve the problem. After all, Tianhu was already a 3-star warrior. It seems you still don't want to. Tianhu looked at Wang Hai. That's fine, as long as you refuse for one day, the challenge will not stop for one day, until he comes. Also, all the martial arts halls on this street will be challenged every day because he doesn't come. Tianhu, you're going too far. Hearing Tianhu's words, the others from nearby martial arts halls couldn't help but shout angrily. Tianhu glanced at them. Since you opened a martial arts hall, you have to be prepared to be challenged. How am I going too far? If you're not strong enough, then don't open a martial arts hall. It's that simple. You. Everyone's faces turned ugly. What's the matter? Do you want to attack together? Do you dare? Tianhu smiled, completely unconcerned with the anger of the crowd. These people charged forward. Maybe he wasn't their match, but from now on, they wouldn't be able to open martial arts halls either. There are rules for martial arts halls. Being challenged is normal, but for different martial arts hall people to surround and attack one challenger, that would go against the rules. I'm calling. At that moment, Wang Hai took out his phone. Xiao Hai. Suddenly, a voice came from a room at the back of the hall, and then a disciple from Shanghai Martial Arts Hall helped a man out. Dad. Wang Hai saw the man and quickly went forward to support him. At this moment, Wang Shanhai had no color on his face. Xiao Hai, don't call. If you call Xiaochen here, then you've fallen into his trap. At worst, this martial arts hall won't open. Wang Shanhai coughed a few times and said weakly. Dad, I'm not calling Qin Chen to solve the problem. I want to tell him that we are not using his name. At this point, it didn't matter whether the Shanghai Martial Arts Hall could continue operating. He didn't want to burden the other martial arts halls on this street. If the martial arts hall doesn't open, naturally, you won't be using his name. Wang Shanhai shook his head and said. That won't do. Suddenly, a voice sounded. Wang Hai's face changed. Then what do you want to do? Before he finished speaking, he felt something was off. Turning around, he saw Qin Chen walking out from the crowd. Qin Chen. He was immediately shocked. Everyone looked at Qin Chen in surprise. He is Qin Chen? A 2-star warrior under 18 years old, our Rongqing's #1 genius. Qin Chen's sudden appearance surprised everyone. Why are you here? Wang Hai whispered, his face anxious. With Qin Chen appearing at this moment, it was likely that today's matter wouldn't easily pass. Qin Chen smiled. You said you wouldn't use my name, and now you're saying you will. Have you considered my thoughts as the person involved? Don't mess around. Wang Hai said seriously. You are Qin Chen? At this moment, Tianhu spoke up. What? Does it not look like me? Qin Chen turned his head and glanced at the personnel information of Shanghai Martial Arts Hall on the wall of the hall. His photo, like Wang Shanhai's, was at the top row and was easy to see. Tianhu also took a look and nodded. Yes, indeed a handsome talent. However, such a genius is actually using a trash martial arts hall's name. As he spoke, he shook his head. Tianhu, what do you want? Wang Hai asked angrily when he saw Tianhu was relentless. Tianhu completely ignored him and continued to look at Qin Chen. Originally, I wanted to invite you to my martial arts hall, but after thinking, defeating you would be even more explosive. Inviting Qin Chen would naturally bring business to his martial arts hall, but defeating Qin Chen, once the news spread, would likely attract even more visitors. How are you going to defeat me? Qin Chen asked leisurely. Tianhu smiled. I know you are valued by some big figures in Rongcheng. But now, as the master of the martial arts school, I challenge you, the honorary master. I think that even if I hurt you, no one will say anything. Are you ready? Before he could finish speaking, suddenly, his pupils shrank, seeing Qin Chen disappear from his spot and charge towards him. Looking for death. Tianhu coldly snorted, suddenly stepping forward, and a punch slammed towards Qin Chen's chest. However, in the next moment, a hand tightly gripped his fist. A surge of powerful force flowed through his arm, and he hurriedly clenched his other fist, but before he could strike, a sharp crack echoed, and he felt the sound of his wrist bone breaking. Ah! Tianhu screamed in pain, with one hand caught by Qin Chen, his body couldn't help but kneel on the ground. Master of the Longhu Martial Arts School, how do you plan to defeat me? Qin Chen asked this question again. Tianhu's face turned pale, unable to speak. Qin Chen continued, I heard that the Longhu Martial Arts School dominates Yang City. By the way, I will go to Yang City in 2 days, and I would like to learn from you then. You will regret going. Tianhu struggled to speak. It seems there are high-level experts, I wonder just how high. As the words fell, Qin Chen kicked out. Bang! Tianhu's body was directly sent flying out of the hall, crashing to the ground like a dead dog. Get lost now. Qin Chen coldly glanced at the other disciples of the Longhu martial arts school. A few of them shuddered all over, hurriedly ran out of the hall, lifted Tianhu, and without a moment's hesitation, dashed out of the martial arts school door. Chapter 43, Heading to Yang City, on the train. When the crowd saw the Longhu martial arts school members leave in defeat, they finally reacted completely. All eyes were stunned as they looked at Qin Chen, showing disbelief. Didn't they say he was a 2-star martial artist? The city announcement can't be wrong, but Tianhu was a 3-star martial artist, that's unquestionable. The people here were all challenged by Tianhu, and they knew very well the strength of Tianhu. Although he had just broken through to a 3-star martial artist, a 3-star is still a 3-star, his combat power reached the 2000 threshold. However, now, he was taken down by Qin Chen in an instant, and they were still trying to figure out how this happened. Wang Hai stared blankly at Qin Chen, first showing confusion, but soon he regained his composure. My brother, even the strongest isn't unbeatable. He thought of the recent changes in Qin Chen, a 3-star isn't invincible. Qin Chen looked at Wang Hai, now the martial arts school doesn't have to close, right? Of course, with you, who would dare to call for me to close? Wang Hai's voice suddenly rose, in this life, being able to meet Qin Chen was worth it. Everyone, the excitement is over now, you all can disperse, right? Qin Chen then looked at the other martial arts school members. Thank you, Master Qin. Thank you, Master Qin. One by one, the heads of the schools bowed to Qin Chen. If it weren't for Qin Chen today, perhaps not only would Shanghai Martial Arts School not be able to continue. Given the tyranny of the Longhu Martial Arts School, it wouldn't be long before martial arts schools on this street would be renamed Longhu Martial Arts School. Qin Chen looked at everyone and nodded. When everyone had left, he turned to Wang Shanhai, Uncle Wang, is the injury serious? It's fine, it's not a big problem, but he needs a few months to recover. This is actually good, it's a perfect opportunity for Xiao Hai to try managing the school on his own. Wang Shanhai said with a smile. During this time, he had seen Wang Hai's growth. Although Wang Hai had just entered the threshold of cultivation, it didn't hinder him from learning management first. I've entered the initial stage of body refining, I actually have quite good talent. Wang Hai said with a smile. By the way, stay here for a meal, I promised to treat you last time but didn't get to do it. Today is just right. Qin Chen waved his hand, glancing at the martial arts school, you should let someone take care of things first, eating can wait, but keeping the school running is the most important. This time I just happened to pass by here and need to hurry back. Wang Shanhai and Wang Hai could only nod. Next time, we must have a good drink. Wang Hai looked at Qin Chen's back as he walked out of the martial arts school, shouting loudly. After Qin Chen returned home, Qin Dai and Li Xiufen were filled with joy. Qin Dai's injuries started to improve gradually, thanks to a large amount of nutritional supplements. Qin Chen was very happy about this, he transferred 2 million from his card, leaving himself with just a little change. The supplements and medicines to treat old injuries are not cheap, but this money is worth spending. As for the beast crystal that could help him condense his divine patterns, he temporarily gave up on buying it, 2 million would not be enough to upgrade even half a level. For the next 3 days, Qin Chen stayed at home, not stepping outside even once. 3 days later, on the train from Rongqing to Yangcheng. Qin Chen sat by the window, opposite him were 2 girls, one looking elegant and graceful, while the other was slightly chubby with a few freckles on her face. Next to him was a boy, dressed stylishly, with long hair, sitting slightly away from Qin Chen, seemingly a bit disdainful. Did you guys hear about it yesterday? The head of the Yangcheng Longhu Martial Arts School was beaten, the boy said quietly to the 2 girls. I know, I heard it was that genius Qin Chen who did it, the freckled girl said excitedly, nodding her head, clearly eager to hear more. The other girl, however, did not respond, her gaze occasionally glanced at Qin Chen, who was looking out the window. Qin Chen did not seem handsome to her, but he had a special aura, his eyes seemed to possess magic, gradually drawing her attention. Although she did not know him, she inexplicably felt a sense of confidence and determination from Qin Chen, as if just sitting there gave her a feeling of safety. I clearly don't know him. Zhou Hui shook her head, trying to shake off her messy thoughts. It can't be Qin Chen, it's unlikely. You guys usually don't pay attention to Yangcheng, but I still know that Tian who had just broken through to a 3-star warrior before coming to Rongqing. Do you think a 3-star warrior can be defeated by a high school student? I heard he was taken down in an instant, it must be a strong fighter from Rongqing. The boy shook his head, a tone of disdain in his voice, although he was surprised by Qin Chen from Rongqing, he couldn't believe he could defeat Tian Hu. This must be a rumor spread by people from Rongqing, and rumors only get more exaggerated. Is that so? The freckled girl began to understand. Of course, the boy nodded and looked at Zhou Hui. Hui, what do you think? Just call me by my name. Zhou Hui said, annoyed as she looked at the boy, her voice rising a few tones without her noticing. Qin Chen, who was originally looking out the window, suddenly turned his head. Sorry, classmate, did I disturb you? Realizing her voice was too loud, Zhou Hui looked at Qin Chen, quickly apologizing, but her eyes showed a hint of nervousness because Qin Chen had looked at her. No problem. Qin Chen said lightly, turning his head back. The boy noticed that Zhou Hui had actively apologized to Qin Chen and showed that expression. He frowned. What they did not know was that not far from them, several members of the Longhu martial arts school were also present, clearly hearing their conversation. Go tell them to be quiet. Tian Hu said with a dark expression. His whole body still hurt. After healing a bit in Rongqing for 3 days, he had almost stopped thinking about the day he was beaten. Now hearing people talk about it made him unhappy. Several disciples immediately stood up and walked towards Zhou Hui. They were tall and robust, all trained fighters, and at a glance, they had a strong presence, attracting a lot of attention as they moved. The girl with freckles was the first to see them approaching, and just as the boy was about to continue speaking, she stopped him. When the boy turned his head, his expression changed. How could I run into them? Did they just hear what I said? The boy thought nervously, quickly lowering his head. The disciples of the Longhu martial arts school stopped beside their seats. Weren't you just discussing matters about my Longhu martial arts school? What's wrong? Not discussing it anymore? The freckled girl was so scared that her face turned pale. The few of them had also reached the threshold of cultivation, but compared to these disciples of the martial arts school, they were completely outmatched. Not everyone is a genius. They were still in the early stages of body refining, while these disciples of the martial arts school were all in their 20s or 30s, with skills at least in the middle stage of body refining. Seeing that the few of them did not dare to speak, one of the disciples said, I won't make it hard for you. You four go and apologize to our school's leader, and this matter will be over. Chapter 44, Are you talking about me? Okay, we will apologize. The boy breathed a sigh of relief at once. Apologizing wasn't a big deal, they were all from Yang City. If they offended the leader of the Longhu martial arts school, they might not face trouble on the train, but once they got off, their problems would come. He was well aware of the strength of the Longhu martial arts school. It was not just Tian who was the leader, there was also Tian Long, who had broken through to the 3rd star quite a while ago. Ever since the opponent broke through to the 3rd star, he had hardly managed anything regarding the Longhu martial arts school. However, regardless of whether he managed it or not, he remained the founder of the Longhu martial arts school. Most importantly, he and Tian Hu were brothers. Now that Tian Hu had asked them to apologize, it was already the greatest tolerance towards them. The freckled girl also stood up, ready to go and apologize. Why should we apologize? However, Zhou Hui did not prepare to get up. The martial arts school people frowned, looking at her with ferocity in their eyes. Zhou Hui was not frightened by them, instead, she defiantly said, Are they not telling the truth? Besides, I didn't say anything. Just now, she had been paying attention to Qin Chen and hadn't said a word about the Longhu martial arts school. If she apologized out of fear, it would be completely against her principles. Hui. The boy hurriedly tried to stop her from saying anything unpleasant. Zhou Hui completely ignored him and turned to glance at Qin Chen. She noticed that Qin Chen had not spoken the entire time, didn't even turn his head, and continued calmly looking out the window as if he was immersed in his own world, not hearing anything at all. Seeing that Zhou Hui ignored him, the boy's expression turned ugly. If it weren't for his good feelings towards her, he would immediately distance himself from her. The young girl has quite a temper. The people from the Longhu martial arts school saw Zhou Hui's firm attitude and their faces became a bit colder. I hope you can keep it up. After saying this, they turned to Qin Chen, who had not turned his head the whole time. Do you have a temper like hers? Are you talking about me? Qin Chen frowned and slowly turned his head. He had originally not wanted to pay attention. After all, one of the plans for this trip to Yang City was to go to the Longhu martial arts school, so he would have run into them eventually. He hadn't expected these people to push their luck. Seeing Qin Chen's expression, the faces of the Longhu martial arts school disciples changed drastically, and one person even staggered slightly, almost losing balance. Wei. The previously arrogant person felt a tightness in his heart. What are you doing? Suddenly, a trained safety officer noticed a group of people gathered together, and the atmosphere seemed wrong as he walked over from a distance. Seeing him coming, the Longhu martial arts school disciples seized the opportunity as if they had found a lifeline and quickly nodded, We'll leave right now, we're going. They did not dare to linger for a moment and quickly turned to leave, casting a terrified glance at Qin Chen before departing. After the group left, the boy and the freckled girl finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness the safety officer came, otherwise, apologizing in front of everyone would have been too embarrassing, the boy said, still feeling scared. Yes, but these people from the martial arts school are so scared of the safety officer, it's a bit unexpected. The girl with freckles glanced at the few members of the Longhu martial arts school who had returned to their seats and spoke softly. The boy smiled, it's normal. Don't be fooled by how weak the safety officers seem. They are all official personnel. If these people really don't listen to the safety officer, it will get reported. After they get off the train, there will definitely be official strongmen to take them away. Who knows, even the martial arts school's business might be affected. Upon hearing this, the girl with freckles nodded, looking as if she understood. At this moment, the boy turned to Zhou Hui. You were too impulsive just now. Did I say something wrong? Zhou Hui already had no good feelings toward the boy, and at this moment, her feelings dropped sharply. That's not what I meant. The boy hurriedly explained when he saw Zhou Hui was unhappy. Then he looked at Qin Chen, wanting to shift all the blame onto him, yet Qin Chen simply shot him a cold glance, instantly making him swallow his words. Zhou Hui also looked at Qin Chen. She always felt that the reason those martial arts school members left in such a panic was not because of the safety officer, but because of him. Hello, my name is Zhou Hui. Zhou Hui inexplicably introduced herself to Qin Chen. After saying this, her face suddenly turned red, feeling incredibly embarrassed. Qin Chen turned to her, hello? Upon hearing Qin Chen's response, Zhou Hui finally breathed a sigh of relief, and immediately mustered up her courage to ask, can you tell me your name? Qin Chen. Qin Chen, you are Qin Chen? Zhou Hui looked at Qin Chen in shock. The girl with freckles also widened her eyes, you really are Qin Chen. They had heard the name Qin Chen too many times in Rongqing over the past few days. Every time people mentioned him, it was always with awe. At that moment, the boy saw Zhou Hui talking to Qin Chen, and he was already furious inside. You are Qin Chen? The boy suddenly acted surprised as well, looking at Qin Chen. I heard just a few days ago, you injured Director Tian. Just now, those members of the Longhu Martial Arts School came, and you seem not to know them? His tone was sarcastic, making Zhou Hui frown instinctively. Indeed, I don't know them. Qin Chen nodded. They were just a few apprentices from the martial arts school, he hadn't even remembered their faces. He. The boy chuckled, but didn't say anything. He naturally did not believe such nonsense. How could someone who heard a director not recognize them? More than 10 minutes later, with the announcement of the arrival station, they finally arrived at Yangcheng, and the train slowly slowed to a stop. A few minutes later, everyone got off the train, and the members of the Longhu Martial Arts School got off right after them. Qin Chen didn't turn back but could still feel Tianhu's murderous gaze. He calmly walked toward the exit. Seeing him walk away, the boy followed. Qin Chen, wait a minute. He intentionally emphasized Qin Chen's name, raising his voice quite a bit. Zhou Hui frowned, but she quickly followed after, thinking about getting away to contact him. Seeing that both of them were following, the girl with freckles had no choice but to follow as well. At the back, the members of the Longhu Martial Arts School helped Tianhu and quickened their pace a bit. Did you make the call? Tianhu's voice was deep. Yes, the dragon director should already be at the exit, one disciple said. On Qin Chen's side, the boy was like a little tail, sticking close behind him, and soon they arrived at the station exit. As soon as they stepped out, they saw a group of people standing not far away, the one in the lead resembling Tianhu very much. Brother! At that moment, Tianhu shouted from behind, that's him who injured me. As Tianhu shouted, he pointed at Qin Chen. Tianlong also fixed his gaze on Qin Chen, walking closer, so, it's you who injured Tianhu? At this point, the boy following Qin Chen was already scared silly. He looked at Qin Chen in horror, no longer daring to stay close, continuously backing away, scared to be associated with Qin Chen. The girl with freckles looked at Qin Chen with the gaze of someone who had discovered a new continent. Curiosity and admiration. Zhou Hui stared blankly at Qin Chen, and at this moment, she finally confirmed that her previous feeling was not wrong. Those disciples from the martial arts school left in a hurry because of Qin Chen, not because of the safety officer. I did it. Qin Chen nodded. You have guts, you hurt someone, and you still dare to come to Yangcheng and even ride in the same car as Tianhu. Tianlong looked coldly at Qin Chen, even he felt that Qin Chen was too reckless. It's fine. Qin Chen continued to nod. Seeing Qin Chen's nonchalant expression, Tianlong was furious. He waved his hand directly, control his few companions. Then, he pressed towards Qin Chen, since you're here, you might as well lie down for a few months. Qin Chen looked at Tianlong approaching, without the slightest hint of retreat. Just as the two were about to make a move, a shrill screech of brakes sounded, followed by a rugged vehicle sliding over. Chapter 45 I don't know him. Both of them changed their expressions when they saw the vehicle approaching and stepped back. Tianlong was about to explode, but when he noticed the license plate, he instantly shut his mouth, his face showing shock. Military plate. He was tense inside. Then, the car door opened, and a figure in military uniform, striking and valiant, stepped down. She first glanced at Tianlong, then looked at Qin Chen. What are you doing here? Instructor Yang. Qin Chen saw the newcomer and suddenly smiled. Nothing much, just ran into an acquaintance, planning to give a hug and say hello, but you ruined it. Yang Shui showed an expression of indifference and couldn't be bothered with more. Then Greek next time. For now, you need to go where you should. After saying this, she turned and got back into the vehicle. Qin Chen looked at Tianlong, shrugged, and then obediently followed. As soon as he got in the car, he suddenly remembered something, looked at the other three being captured, and said to Yang Shui, I have 2 friends, can we take them along? Yang Shui frowned but still nodded. Qin Chen waved to Zhou Hui, and when Zhou Hui saw this, she started to struggle. The martial arts personnel, seeing Yang Shui also looking over, dared not hold her anymore and released her directly. Once Zhou Hui was released, she pulled out the freckled girl and then ran toward the off-road vehicle. As soon as the two got in, Yang Shui stepped on the gas and shot out. What about me? I don't know him. Qin Chen's voice came from the off-road vehicle. The boy watched the off-road vehicle drive away, terrified. Bring him to me. Tianlong shouted. No, I don't know him. I don't know him, the boy yelled. Don't know? Don't you sit together on the train with him? And you got off together all the way to here? Tianhu slapped him. In the back of the vehicle, Qin Chen saw in the rearview mirror that the people from Longhu Martial Arts captured the boy and dragged him into a Jinbei van, which then drove off. Sitting in the back, Zhou Hui and the freckled girl turned pale. Fortunately, they were not taken away, or they would have certainly been hospitalized with serious injuries. After driving 2 kilometers, the off-road vehicle stopped by the roadside. Qin Chen looked at Zhou Hui and the others. I'll just drop you off here. Zhou Hui nodded. She looked at Qin Chen, hesitated, and when the off-road vehicle started, she finally mustered the courage. Can I have your contact number? She knew that the gap between herself and Qin Chen was vast. If she didn't ask, it would be hard to see him again in the future. She didn't want to regret because of her own withdrawal. Qin Chen looked at her. Maybe fate will bring us together again. After saying that, the off-road vehicle drove away. He glanced in the rearview mirror and found Zhou Hui still standing there, staring at the vehicle, looking dejected, but he merely shook his head and smiled. You are quite decisive. Yang Shui suddenly spoke. Qin Chen smiled. If you are not decisive, what can you do? Someone as excellent as me will definitely encounter such things often in the future. When it's time to cut ties, just cut. Hearing this, Yang Shui said nothing, only showing a look of disdain. By the way, where are we going? Qin Chen asked in confusion. Yangcheng Sports Center. This time, all who are participating in the star selection are gathered there. Is it time to prepare for the selection? Yang Shui nodded. Originally, we were supposed to wait for 2 days, but recently there have been some abnormalities on the front lines, so it was moved up. After this selection is over, we will immediately follow up with the final star competition. Qin Chen's heart jolted. Matters on the front line are never trivial. Is it serious? He asked. Yang Shui shook her head. It's not a big problem. It's likely that the strange beasts will have a level 4 outbreak soon. Though it's only level 4, just to be safe, we still need to prepare, so we have no choice but to move the selection up. Hearing about the level 4 outbreak, Qin Chen nodded. He learned in cultural classes that beast outbreaks are classified into 10 levels, with level 10 being the highest, while level 4 is considered middle to low, not a disaster. However, every outbreak, no matter the level, requires all-out effort, which is why the battle zone decided to hasten the selection. Otherwise, they would have to wait until after the college entrance examination. However, after the college entrance examination, every student's grades will be clear, and at that time, the competition for talent will not only involve the battle zone. In Longhua, there is a regulation that prohibits any force from poaching students before their college entrance exam, but the military is an exception. First, every year's genius training camp has personnel from the military as instructors. Second, the military is responsible for national security. They invest a lot, so they gain this advantage. However, even though the military has the right to preferentially recruit geniuses, it is only a broad recruitment. Students still need to continue to attend university, so even if recruited, it does not guarantee entry into the military after graduation. There is an advantage, but it is not absolute. About half an hour later, the two arrived at the sports center. At this moment, more than 10 students, both male and female, had already gathered at the stadium for this selection. You came so early. Qin Chen looked at these people and realized that he was actually the last one to arrive. Do you think everyone is like you? These people take this selection very seriously. They all arrived in Yangcheng a day early. Yang Shui shot an annoyed glance at Qin Chen. She had previously told Qin Chen that the selection would be in 3 days, thinking he would come early too, but he insisted on waiting until the 4th day, forcing her to go pick him up at the train station. Does it matter if they take it seriously? Qin Chen smiled. Are you very confident? Just look at this bunch of odd fruits. I can take them out with 1 punch each. Qin Chen looked at that group of people. It's not that Qin Chen is arrogant. Those people might have undergone training in the genius training camp. Some might have become martial artists, but they are certainly not many. Most are only at the peak of body refinement. Examining with them really feels a bit like bullying. Don't be careless, this assessment is a bit different. Yang Shui reminded. What's different? Qin Chen was stunned. You will know soon, in any case, don't capsize. Yang Shui didn't explain further. Qin Chen knew his strength, he could kill Zhao Liang with one punch. But after analyzing that video, he realized Zhao Liang's abilities were boosted by drugs. While Qin Chen relied on martial arts, he could meet the 3-star threshold, but without martial arts, he would probably be just above 1,000. Under normal circumstances, Qin Chen would have no problem in this assessment, one punch for one kid. But this time, the assessment method had changed unexpectedly. Qin Chen took a glance at Yang Shui and sensed a hint of conspiracy. Soon, Qin Chen arrived on the field, and as soon as he did, he immediately drew everyone's attention. Looking at their expressions, Qin Chen had already confirmed that this assessment definitely had a conspiracy, and it was targeted at him. Not long after, more than 10 people in military uniforms walked over and stood in front of everyone. These individuals are all instructors from each genius training camp, and Yang Shui is among them. Qin Chen glanced at their military ranks. Yang Shui had the highest, while the others were the same as Luo Bin. Everyone. Yang Shui was the first to step forward, looking at the crowd. This time, we originally planned to use a week to conduct various different forms of assessments. But, due to some situations at the front line, it has been moved forward, and there is only one-way chaos. As soon as the words were spoken, Qin Chen immediately understood why Yang Shui had advised him not to take things too lightly earlier. He glanced at the dozen people around him and found that they showed no signs of surprise. Clearly, they all knew about the format of this assessment long ago. At that moment, he noticed that everyone was looking at him, either intentionally or unintentionally. Are they planning to gang up on me? He couldn't help but smirk slightly at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 46:18 must be tidy. Ganging up. Qin Chen smiled faintly. He had already guessed that Yang Shui must have discussed the matter of him killing Zhao Liang with these instructors. And to prevent him from easily securing the top spot in the selection, the instructors changed the format to a chaotic battle. When he killed Zhao Liang, his combat power was indeed just above 1,000, although using the Sunfire Fist caused his power to soar. He couldn't just rely on that during the assessment, it wasn't a life-and-death battle. So, having a combat power just above 1,000 combined with being ganged up on would indeed bring him some trouble. However, Qin Chen confidently smiled. I am not the same as before. Now, I will announce the rules of this assessment. Yang Shui continued. First, it is a chaotic battle, and inevitably, there will be injuries, but you can admit defeat, and once someone admits defeat, no one may attack them again. Second, your stage is this lawn, anyone who leaves the lawn will be eliminated. Third, this assessment has no time limit, until only one person is left standing. Do you understand? Understood, the crowd shouted loudly. Yang Shui and the many instructors smiled at the enthusiasm of the crowd and then turned to walk off the lawn, heading to the track. One of the instructors took out a starting pistol and fired it with a bang. The assessment officially began. However, at that moment, the people on the field did not rush to attack, but looked at each other, finally all turning to look at Qin Chen. Qin Chen smiled and delivered a punch, knocking out a person beside him. In martial arts, speed is unbeatable, what are you all waiting for? He saw through it. Everyone, attack together, someone suddenly shouted. Ha ha. Qin Chen laughed heartily. If he didn't see through their little act, that would truly mean he was useless. Watching the group rush at him, he still stood his ground without any attempt to evade. Instructors! Qin Chen suddenly shouted. The instructors looked at him in confusion as they heard his shout. A smile gradually appeared on Qin Chen's face. You all understand me well, this kind of assessment is exactly what I want. After speaking, he gazed at the person rushing at the front, and suddenly, his fist shot out. The student at the very front paled when he saw Qin Chen's punch. Before the punch even reached him, he felt a wave of heat, as if a strong pressure was crashing down upon him carried by the wind. He forced himself to suppress his fear, raising his hands in preparation to block the punch. However, in the process of raising his hands, the punch seemed to speed up, and before he could fully raise them, it broke through his defense, arriving at his chest. Bang! His body was immediately sent flying backward by the overwhelming force, knocking down several people behind him, and he fainted. Thud! At that moment, Qin Chen stepped forward, quickly moving a few steps to stand in front of everyone. The dozen or so people immediately hesitated, and after surrounding Qin Chen, they shrank back timidly. Don't be afraid, it's just one punch. Qin Chen flashed, with the wind swirling around him, suddenly appearing in front of one person, and in that person's terrified gaze, he threw a punch. Bang! Another person fell unconscious. Everyone attacked together, don't let him take us down one by one. Seeing that Qin Chen had already knocked down 3, with 14 remaining, they could not sit back any longer. One person shouted loudly, realizing that if they kept hesitating, soon everyone would be knocked out. Immediately, everyone gritted their teeth and rushed toward Qin Chen. This is how it should be, it's interesting. At this moment, Qin Chen swung his arm. Bang! The first one fell down. Then, the second, the third. With every punch he threw, one student would fall down and never get back up. Suddenly, with a bang, a fist hit Qin Chen's back. Ha ha! I hit him, I hit him. A loud voice came from behind Qin Chen. Qin Chen turned around and looked at the person who was proud. Not bad, just a bit lacking in power, keep it up. After saying that, he slapped his hand forward, hitting the person's head, and that proud face immediately went blank and fell unconscious. At this moment, on the field, besides Qin Chen, there were only 3 people left, surrounding him in 3 separate positions. But the bodies of the 3 seemed uncontrollable, taking 1 step forward but stepping back 2. What is happening? This is terrifying. The hearts of the 3 went numb, too scary. They were just a dozen people, and within 10 minutes after the assessment started, only 3 of them remained. Among those who had fallen, a few were first-star martial artists, while the 3 of them were just at the peak of body refining. How could they fight? Outside the lawn, more than 10 instructors were also stunned, their eyes wide open, unable to believe what they were seeing. Wasn't it said his combat power is just over 1,000? One person looked at Yang Shui. Others also turned their heads, filled with confusion. If his combat power was really just over 1,000, it couldn't result in the current situation. Even if Qin Chen were to win in the end, it wouldn't be like this. It was simply unstoppable and overwhelming. He has gotten stronger again. Yang Shui could only say this. She was also dazed. Just now, the display of Qin Chen's combat power, if it wasn't above 3rd star, at least it was very close. And this was his usual power, not the explosive force after using martial arts. Got stronger again? So fast? The instructors were surprised. It had only been 3 days, right? Yang Shui did not speak. She also didn't know whether Qin Chen was hiding his strength before or if he had broken through in these 3 days. But whichever it was enough to be considered monstrous. In the field, Qin Chen looked at the 3 people. Come at me together. Yet as soon as he finished speaking, the 3 actually turned around and ran away without hesitation. Qin Chen was stunned, then he fixed his eyes on one person and chased after him. A team should be united. Bang! That person hadn't run a few steps before collapsing in terror. Then, Qin Chen looked at the other person. That person turned around, saw Qin Chen watching him, and then saw Qin Chen chasing him. His face changed drastically. I admit defeat, he yelled. Admitting defeat is shameful. Qin Chen shouted while chasing. No, losing to you is not shameful. That person ran for his life. No way, you can't admit defeat. The instructor said we can admit defeat. That person was almost going crazy. He had already admitted defeat, but Qin Chen was still chasing him. The instructor didn't say that. No, the instructor said it. Instructor, I admit defeat. That person turned his head to shout toward the instructor's position. He saw one instructor was about to speak, his heart filled with excitement. However, in the next second, Qin Chen's attack arrived. Rolling his eyes, he felt his consciousness sinking into darkness. What a shame, you were so close to succeeding. Qin Chen shook his head and looked at the last person. That person was about to run out of the lawn. Once he ran out, he would be automatically eliminated. In the next moment, Qin Chen unleashed his speed, chasing after him with all his might. I did it, I did it. The last female student saw the track right in front of her, joy filling her heart. She had already sensed the other 2 had been knocked out. As long as she stepped out of the lawn and onto the track, she would be eliminated too, and she would be the only one still conscious this time. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but smile. Classmate, what are you smiling about? Suddenly, a voice came from beside her, causing her to tremble all over. Bang! A powerful force hit her, her body softened and began to fall. In that moment, she swore she had never felt such despair. The next thing was simple. Qin Chen naturally secured first place. As for the others, they had already been taken away for treatment. In a large room, more than 10 instructors stared at Qin Chen as if he were a monster. Everyone, there's no need to look at me like this. Qin Chen felt a bit embarrassed. Tell me, what is your actual strength? Yang Shui spoke seriously. At that moment, she completely couldn't gauge Qin Chen's strength. Could a dual-system warrior really be that terrifying? I'm a 1-star warrior, Qin Chen answered. Be honest, Yang Shui glared. 1-star warrior? Are you joking? I've never seen such a freak among 1-star warriors. I'm a dual-system 1-star warrior. Qin Chen, seeing their disbelief, had no choice but to say helplessly. As for being a 3-system warrior, he naturally didn't mention it. Although dual-system warriors were rare, there were still some in Dragon Country, and there had been cases of dual-system warriors breaking through simultaneously before. So both systems have broken through, no wonder. At that moment, one instructor who appeared to be the oldest spoke up. The others turned to look at him. His name was Xia Jun, the oldest and the first to join the military department among them, so he surely knew more than they did. Seeing the puzzled looks from everyone, Xia Jun didn't explain right away but said, "This matter is a secret, all of you are military elites, so knowing it doesn't really matter. However, Qin Chen, if you wish to listen, just consider joining the military department, if not, forget what happened today." Of course. Qin Chen nodded. He definitely wanted to join the military. The beast crystals could help him rapidly improve his strength, and to obtain a large amount of beast crystals, he had to enter the military and go to the front lines. Otherwise, he'd need a lot of money to buy them, and he certainly didn't have that much money. Seeing that he agreed, Xia Jun nodded and continued, "You all know that in Dragon Country, there are 4 great martial saints." Everyone nodded. Warriors above 9 stars were called martial saints. And in Dragon Country, there were 4 in total, one of whom was the founder of the military department, revered as the military god, Xian. The military god Xia is actually not above 9 stars but a dual system 9-star. The words from Xia Jun were like a deep water bomb, shocking everyone to their core. They had never seen Xian, but in their impression, he was a martial saint, a powerful figure above 9 stars. However, the truth was hard to believe. Being above 9 stars meant being a martial saint, and the very word saint demonstrated immense power. Yet a 9-star was also called a martial saint, which was unimaginable. A dual system, this is truly frightening. Many instructors couldn't help but exclaim. So I think, in the case of simultaneous breakthroughs in dual systems, it's really not an exaggeration. Xia Jun looked at Qin Chen. Qin Chen quickly said, "Instructor Xia really knows a lot." He hadn't expected the other party to explain it to him voluntarily. However, what the other party said was also not correct. He was a 3-system warrior, which was why it was possible. A dual-system warrior definitely didn't have his current strength. This was also because Xia Jun was not a dual-system warrior. The comparison with Xian had overlooked that Xian was a 9-star, and multi-system cultivation only became harder over time, requiring a lot of time, hence growing stronger in the end. Alright, everyone now knows Qin Chen's true strength, but when submitting Qin Chen's information, just say he is a 1-star warrior. Yang Shui suddenly smiled. The other instructors also showed mischievous smiles, agreeing. They were all from Jiang Province and naturally hoped that the next star would come from Jiang Province. Concealing Qin Chen's information would also catch others off guard. Before long, the other instructors left the room, leaving only Qin Chen and Yang Shui. Yang Shui looked at Qin Chen. "This time, there's a reward for the assessment. If you want money, it's 4 million, and if you want martial arts skills, it can be converted at an equal value." "So much?" Qin Chen asked in surprise. He had expected a reward for the assessment, but the amount stunned him. After all, it's always like this, but a direct reward of 4 million is still unexpected. Yang Shui said calmly, 4 million, it's not too much. This is the reward for the first place in the entire Jiang province. Our military department is tight on funding, but it never hesitates to cultivate geniuses. The military department can be said to be the place in the Dragon Country that desperately needs geniuses. Aren't you afraid that I won't join the military department in the future? You can choose not to join, but you definitely have to pay the money back. Yang Shui smiled. The military department is not a fool, they wouldn't be so generous. The reason for rewarding such a large sum now is to create a sense of gratitude in the recruited geniuses, so later on, their desire to join the military department would be even greater. That's very reasonable. Qin Chen nodded. So, have you thought it over? Do you want money, martial arts, or weapons? Yang Shui asked. Qin Chen shook his head, none of those, I want beast crystals, level 1 beast crystals. Yang Shui was taken aback, looking at Qin Chen seriously, and finally said, what do you want beast crystals for? I suggest you take something that can directly enhance your strength. Beast crystals can only be used to make special equipment, which takes a lot of time. If you want equipment, you can just ask directly. After pondering for a moment, Qin Chen slowly said, Instructor Yang, you may not know this, but the reason I have achieved this is actually... What is it? Yang Shui asked quickly. She had been curious about why Qin Chen was improving so quickly, but some things are personal secrets, and if others don't say, she wouldn't ask. It was the first time Qin Chen saw her so curious. He smiled. Actually, I have a master who has been teaching me, that's why I'm improving so fast. The reason I want beast crystals is actually because my master needs them. He is very fond of researching beast crystals, saying he wants to use them to help warriors undergo some changes and become stronger. Or to study some special martial arts to give warriors more powerful strength. Hearing this, Yang Shui's heart shook, and she couldn't help but show a hint of admiration. Your master. My master is just a warrior who wants to focus on his research, and does not want people to know of his existence. But he has said that when one day his research achieves great results, he will certainly make it public. Qin Chen hurriedly interrupted Yang Shui's words and spoke proactively. At this moment, Yang Shui's expression became complicated, and after a long time, she said, Your master is very great. She knew that in the Dragon Country, there are some warriors who focus on research. They are anonymous but contribute greatly to the entire country. Take the current martial artists, for example. Many martial arts actually come from the hands of these people. Even the emergence of dual attributes in warriors is not necessarily innate. Decades ago, there was a dual attribute master who used himself for research and eventually developed a special medicine. After taking it, there is a possibility for one to have dual attribute talent, similar to the sensitivity-enhancing pill Qin Chen obtained from the system. It's just that the success rate of this medicine is very low, so there are not many dual attributes now. However, there are still some who succeeded. Yang Shui knew that the master warrior and his disciple are now in some unknown place, researching medicines with a higher success rate. My master mainly studies 3 attributes, Qin Chen suddenly added. He felt that he could prepare for a future reveal of multi-attributes. Yang Shui looked at Qin Chen in shock and finally nodded. In that case, I will convert your reward into the corresponding level 1 beast crystals. Yang Shui opened her mouth and proactively offered to help. Qin Chen felt delighted and quickly said, then thank you, Instructor Yang. My master is also fire attribute, so fire attribute would be the best. Chapter 48, 2-star fire warrior, headed to martial arts hall. After returning to the arranged accommodation, Qin Chen finally looked at the system. The rewards for the second stage of the star selection have been allocated to the system space. In addition, the task for the third stage has also begun. Task content: obtain the Star of Command in the Western Combat Zone. Task reward: Earth System Imprint Fragments *3. Qin Chen looked at the task reward and felt quite satisfied. Even though it was just Earth System Imprint Fragments, there were 3 of them, allowing him to directly elevate his Earth System realm to 1 star, saving him quite a bit of time. Shaking his head, he flipped his palm, and an Earth Sensitivity Enhancement pill appeared. After swallowing it, he instantly felt a connection with the Earth elements in the heavens and Earth. Ding, your Earth sensitivity has increased, reaching level 8. Ding, your Earth talent has been upgraded to SS. Qin Chen did not stop. 3 more pills appeared in his hand, which were talent enhancement pills. Moreover, with these 3 talent enhancement pills, Qin Chen could clearly sense the elements of wind, ice, and earth. Without any hesitation, he swallowed them all. Ding, your wind element talent has been upgraded to SSS. Ding, your ice element talent has been upgraded to SSS. Ding, your earth element talent has been upgraded to SSS. The 3 talents instantly reached the highest level, filling him with joy. Although his cultivation could be improved by devouring beast crystals, learning martial arts relied on himself. Good talent not only hastens cultivation but also greatly boosts understanding of various martial arts. Therefore, the upgrade of talent was a huge benefit for him. Time to open a mystery box again. Looking at the martial arts box in the system space, Qin Chen's heart filled with anticipation once more. With a thought, the box opened, and soon, a piece of information surged into his mind. Ice Finger. Martial Arts Introduction, 7th grade martial arts, extinguishing enemies with fingers, limited to ice warriors. Still a simple introduction, but it is a master-level martial arts. The difference is that Ice Finger does not mention being an upgradable martial arts, so it is only a master martial art. Even so, Qin Chen could still use it for quite some time, at least before reaching master level. It could provide him with formidable combat power. Now, my martial arts, except for the 4th grade one sent by the City Lord's Mansion, are all above the 7th grade. Qin Chen felt very satisfied with his current training. As for the martial arts sent by the City Lord's Mansion, it was also a fire system martial art, but he had not practiced it at all, as it was of no use and unnecessary to waste time learning. Being multi-system, he had to make the most of every moment, unable to afford any waste. In the following time, Qin Chen began to comprehend Ice Finger, and the time slowly passed. Until the next day, there was a knock on the door. When he opened it, he found it was someone sent by Yang Shui, holding a wooden box, which was the fire system beast crystals he needed. Thank Yang Instructor for me, Qin Chen said to the soldier delivering the things. Yang Shui was quick. She just mentioned it yesterday, and today she had already come early in the morning. He couldn't help but say that she truly cared, and his mysterious master was quite useful. I will. The soldier nodded and then left. After bringing the wooden box into his room, Qin Chen slowly opened it. 9. Qin Chen looked at the number of beast crystals in the box and was slightly taken aback. By the reward of 4 million, it should be 8 pieces. He carefully examined the 9 beast crystals. They were all fire system and had no issues. However, the one in the center caught his attention. This is a 2nd-level beast crystal. Qin Chen was a bit surprised. He picked it up and found a small note under the beast crystal. After reading the note, Qin Chen showed a strange expression. It was left by Yang Shui, and the meaning was simple. This beast crystal was purchased with her own money and was a gift to Qin Chen's master, to show respect. Ha ha! Qin Chen couldn't help but burst into laughter. Yang Shui looked cold and distant on the surface, but unexpectedly, he was a big fool. However, this level 2 beast crystal doesn't show information in the system because my fire element is only 1 star right now, so I can't absorb a 2 star? Qin Chen felt somewhat confused. He quickly put down the beast crystal and picked up a level 1 instead. Immediately, the system displayed the information that it could be devoured. Without further delay, he swallowed it in one bite. Soon, the familiar sensation returned again. Ding, successfully absorbed level 1 beast crystal, your fire element's second divine pattern progress has reached 30%. As the system's voice rang out, Qin Chen felt a significant change in the mark within his body. Then, he began to absorb the second, third. After swallowing all 8 beast crystals. Ding, your fire element's second divine pattern progress has reached perfection. Boom! At that moment, Qin Chen's clothes seemed to be inflated by a powerful airflow. The entire room was filled with intense heat, and the intangible fire elements danced in the air. When everything finally stabilized, Qin Chen felt a clear boost in his strength. Battle power, 3,800. Seeing the battle power information in the system, he was shocked inside. Though the fire element provided the greatest increase in battle power, a jump of over 1,000, nearly 2,000, still surprised him. By this calculation, even if the other elements didn't match 4 stars, it would be incredibly close, especially the wind element, which might not add much in terms of battle power, but its boost to his agility was an unseen strength. Next, he looked again at the level 2 beast crystal. After holding it in his hand, this time, the system provided information. Level 2 fire element beast crystal can be absorbed. Without hesitation, he directly swallowed it. Soon, on his fire element mark, the third divine pattern began to condense. After digesting all the beast crystal energy, the progress reached 10%. My battle power has increased again. I wonder if now, without martial arts, I can directly defeat that Tianlong. Qin Chen thought to himself. Tianlong was stronger than Tianhu. He had been at 3 stars for almost a year, but for someone nearly 40 years old to just become a 3-star warrior, their talent couldn't be too great. In a year, he probably wouldn't even qualify as a mid-level expert within the 3 stars. I'm about to go to the military district for the final selection. I should go check out the Longhu Martial Arts School. Qin Chen walked out of the room, and after getting outside, he took a taxi straight to the street of martial arts schools in Yang City. The martial arts school street had almost no other businesses, so it was usually very quiet. When the taxi arrived at the street, Qin Chen got out directly. He walked into the street and took a look. On both sides, there were signs for the Longhu Martial Arts School. He didn't enter right away but continued walking forward. The entire street was about a kilometer long with nearly 30 martial arts schools, but only one did not bear the Longhu name. This one was at the very end of the street and was currently putting up a sign, looking as if it had just been kicked out. The previous sign had been smashed. Qin Chen walked over and looked at the sign being changed, destroying Tiger Martial Arts School. This name is good, Qin Chen said. The man changing the sign turned around with a smile upon hearing this. The man, seeing it was a young boy, smiled. This name is what I just came up with. It wasn't this name before. Are you the director? Qin Chen asked. The man nodded while installing the sign. Yes, but now I'm just a lone director. His tone sounded very ordinary, but Qin Chen could hear the helplessness in it. Understanding quickly, he realized this street had all been taken over by the Longhu Martial Arts School, and this one was sure to be targeted by them. I see that the other martial arts schools on this street have already become Longhu. Why do you insist on staying? Qin Chen asked curiously. Although the Longhu Martial Arts School was overbearing. Even if other martial arts schools were forcibly changed into their own, they would definitely still need martial arts masters. Most of the original school leaders would likely stay. So, although the school leader was lost, at least he could still be a martial arts master. And if one was unwilling to change, they would end up like this man. Although the martial arts school still existed, there were no students at all, the sign was often smashed, and it was simply impossible to run it normally. Given time, even life would be problematic. The man heard Qin Chen's words, fell silent for a moment, as if wanting to express what he had been holding in his heart, and then he spoke. This martial arts school was left by my father. And I was raised by my father since I was little. Actually, I have thought about giving up, but when I think about how he told me to carry on the martial arts school when he left, I cannot give up. Although my skills are not high, I still have some spirit. Upon saying this, he suddenly realized, are you here to learn martial arts? Yes. Qin Chen nodded. Do you really want to learn? The man asked in surprise. It wasn't surprising for someone to want to learn martial arts, but coming to him instead of the Longhu Martial Arts School caught him off guard. In recent days, many had come by, but without exception, they never returned the next day. He could guess it was because they were beaten by the people from the Longhu Martial Arts School. Of course. Qin Chen said seriously. To kick down the school, one must have a status. Although he now had the identity of a martial arts master from the Shanghai Martial Arts School, it was just a title. A nominal martial arts master could intervene when others came to challenge, but proactively kicking down the school wasn't allowed. Of course, he could forcibly challenge, but that would be a challenge among martial artists, and others could refuse. What he wanted was for everyone from the Longhu martial arts school to have no choice but to accept his challenge. So he needed the identity of a martial arts school member, even if just an ordinary student. The martial arts school is open, you wouldn't refuse to do business, right? Qin Chen asked. Of course not. The man saw that Qin Chen was serious and hurriedly fixed the sign, stepping down from the ladder. My name is Shin Gang, now I will take you to register, from now on, you will be my student, as for tuition. The tuition, I need to observe for a day first, if it's good, we'll discuss it then. Qin Chen quickly replied. Shin Gang nodded, alright. There was no way around it, these days were not like before, just having one student was already quite good. About the tuition, he didn't dare to demand immediate payment. Soon, he led Qin Chen into the martial arts school and registered him on the computer. In the future, if you truly want to stay and learn martial arts, I will teach you my unique skill, the Iron Mountain Lean. After registering, Shin Gang painted a big dream for Qin Chen. Qin Chen smiled, not paying much attention, but said, Director Shin, I feel that the name of our martial arts school is not powerful enough. Oh? Shin Gang was taken aback. He thought, the name Destroying Tiger Martial Arts School was something he had quickly decided upon. It implied the ability to destroy the Longhu Martial Arts School. Having the courage to take this name was already significant, and he thought the words Destroying Tiger were quite powerful. Then what do you think it should be called? Shin Gang asked. Killing Dragon, Destroying Tiger. Qin Chen said lightly. Shin Gang's face changed slightly. He now realized that Qin Chen seemed to want to destroy the Longhu Martial Arts School even more than he did. Alright, then it's Killing Dragon, Destroying Tiger, huh? Shin Gang suddenly laughed out loud, then said, I'll go change the sign right now. Qin Chen quickly stopped him, I'll go. After saying that, he walked directly outside the martial arts school. Shin Gang stared at his back, feeling that something was a bit off. After leaving the martial arts school, Qin Chen didn't go to make the sign. Instead, he found a school that made martial arts outfits and got a complete set of martial arts clothing, then returned to the front of the Longhu Martial Arts School. He looked up at the sign of the Longhu Martial Arts School, jumped lightly, and instantly grabbed it in his hand. Then, he walked into the entrance of the martial arts school. As soon as he entered, he threw the sign he was holding out. Bang! The sign crashed against the front desk in the hall, instantly shattering into pieces. Immediately, the people in the hall turned their heads to look over. Even if other martial arts schools were forcibly changed into their own, they would definitely still need martial arts masters. Most of the original school leaders would likely stay. So, although the school leader was lost, at least he could still be a martial arts master. And if one was unwilling to change, they would end up like this man. Although the martial arts school still existed, there were no students at all, the sign was often smashed, and it was simply impossible to run it normally. Given time, even life would be problematic. The man heard Qin Chen's words, fell silent for a moment, as if wanting to express what he had been holding in his heart, and then he spoke, This martial arts school was left by my father. And I was raised by my father since I was little. Actually, I have thought about giving up, but when I think about how he told me to carry on the martial arts school when he left, I cannot give up. Although my skills are not high, I still have some spirit. Upon saying this, he suddenly realized, Are you here to learn martial arts? Yes. Qin Chen nodded. Do you really want to learn? The man asked in surprise. It wasn't surprising for someone to want to learn martial arts, but coming to him instead of the Longhu Martial Arts School caught him off guard. In recent days, many had come by, but without exception, they never returned the next day. He could guess it was because they were beaten by the people from the Longhu Martial Arts School. Of course. Qin Chen said seriously. To kick down the school, one must have a status. Although he now had the identity of a martial arts master from the Shanghai Martial Arts School, it was just a title. A nominal martial arts master could intervene when others came to challenge, but proactively kicking down the school wasn't allowed. Of course, he could forcibly challenge, but that would be a challenge among martial artists, and others could refuse. What he wanted was for everyone from the Longhu Martial Arts School to have no choice but to accept his challenge. So he needed the identity of a martial arts school member, even if just an ordinary student. The martial arts school is open, you wouldn't refuse to do business, right? Qin Chen asked. Of course not. The man saw that Qin Chen was serious and hurriedly fixed the sign, stepping down from the ladder. My name is Shin Gang, now I will take you to register, from now on, you will be my student, as for tuition. The tuition, I need to observe for a day first, if it's good, we'll discuss it then. Qin Chen quickly replied. Shin Gang nodded, alright. There was no way around it, these days were not like before, just having one student was already quite good. About the tuition, he didn't dare to demand immediate payment. Soon, he led Qin Chen into the martial arts school and registered him on the computer. In the future, if you truly want to stay and learn martial arts, I will teach you my unique skill, the Iron Mountain Lean. After registering, Qin Gang painted a big dream for Qin Chen. Qin Chen smiled, not paying much attention, but said, Director Qin, I feel that the name of our martial arts school is not powerful enough. Oh? Qin Gang was taken aback. He thought, the name Destroying Tiger Martial Arts School was something he had quickly decided upon. It implied the ability to destroy the Longhu Martial Arts School. Having the courage to take this name was already significant, and he thought the words Destroying Tiger were quite powerful. Then what do you think it should be called? Qin Gang asked. Killing Dragon, Destroying Tiger. Qin Chen said lightly. Qin Gang's face changed slightly. He now realized that Qin Chen seemed to want to destroy the Longhu Martial Arts School even more than he did. Alright, then it's Killing Dragon, Destroying Tiger, huh? Qin Gang suddenly laughed out loud, then said, I'll go change the sign right now. Qin Chen quickly stopped him, I'll go. After saying that, he walked directly outside the martial arts school. Qin Gang stared at his back, feeling that something was a bit off. After leaving the martial arts school, Qin Chen didn't go to make the sign. Instead, he found a school that made martial arts outfits and got a complete set of martial arts clothing, then returned to the front of the Longhu Martial Arts School. He looked up at the sign of the Longhu Martial Arts School, jumped lightly, and instantly grabbed it in his hand. Then, he walked into the entrance of the martial arts school. As soon as he entered, he threw the sign he was holding out. Bang! The sign crashed against the front desk in the hall, instantly shattering into pieces. Immediately, the people in the hall turned their heads to look over. Kill the dragon and destroy the Tiger Martial Arts Academy students, come to challenge. Silence. Qin Chen scanned the surroundings and, seeing no one react, calmly said, Is no one willing to fight? As soon as he spoke, everyone finally realized that someone had come to challenge, and their eyes instantly turned fierce. I'll do it. With a loud crash, a student rushed forward without any hesitation. At the moment the student charged in front of him, Qin Chen threw a punch, and with a bang, the person flew backward and crashed onto a table, unconscious. Not good. Qin Chen shook his head in disdain. The faces of the others changed dramatically, and they exchanged glances, not daring to step forward. The student who had just attacked was in the middle stage of body refinement like them, yet was knocked out by one punch. Anyone among them who stepped forward would meet the same fate. The Dragon and Tiger Martial Arts Academy dominates a whole street in Yang City, and even goes to Rome City to challenge, and now it's like this? Qin Chen looked at the crowd cowering in fear and shook his head. I allow all of you to come at me together. As he spoke, he took steps closer to them. Come on, let's go together. One person couldn't help but shout. However, before he could finish, a fist landed on him. Bang! His body slammed heavily onto the ground, unable to move. Others turned pale. Just now, they hadn't even seen how Qin Chen had approached the last person. If you won't fight, then I will. Qin Chen pressed forward, his fist already swinging. Stop! A loud shout rang out. Then, 3 figures walked toward them, followed by more than a dozen students. Master Luo, Master Zhang, Master Zhao. When the students saw the 3, they quickly shouted. The 3 merely nodded faintly and then looked at Qin Chen. If you want to challenge, state your background. Kill the dragon and destroy the Tiger Martial Arts Academy, just a newly admitted student. Qin Chen looked at the 3, his eyes calm as water. Kill the dragon and destroy the Tiger Martial Arts Academy? The faces of the 3 masters changed. In their impression, there was no such martial arts academy, and the name clearly targeted the Dragon and Tiger Martial Arts Academy. Master, I saw Qin Gang changing the sign before. It's called the Destroy Tiger Martial Arts Academy, a student whispered. The 3 masters looked at Qin Chen, and one of them coldly asked, Are you a new student of Qin Gang? I guess so. Qin Chen nodded. Very good, you came forward voluntarily, saving us the trouble. If you want to challenge, then come to the martial field. After speaking, the 3 masters turned and walked toward the location of the martial field in the Martial Arts Academy. Chapter 50, Destroy the Tiger. At the martial field of the Dragon and Tiger Martial Arts Academy, Qin Chen stood alone on one side, while on the other side, dozens had gathered, yet he showed no change in expression, standing there at ease. Are you coming one by one, or all at once? He said in a calm voice. Arrogant. Everyone was furious. Master Luo let out a loud shout, and in an instant, his figure disappeared from the spot, taking the lead in attacking Qin Chen. His steps continuously leapt forward, while one hand stretched out and flapped in the air, making the sound of the air being pushed aside audible to everyone. Today, I'll see how a little kid dares to come and challenge. As he spoke, Master Luo had already closed in on Qin Chen, his palm slapping toward Qin Chen. Qin Chen focused on the incoming attack, and the moment it approached, his body vanished from the spot. Master Luo's pupils constricted, then he heard a voice next to him, Your speed is too slow. Smack! A palm landed on him, instantly making his head ring. You! Master Luo staggered backward and finally thudded to the ground. At this moment, the faces of the people opposite him completely changed, especially the two masters, realizing that Qin Chen was not as simple as he seemed on the surface. Are you Qin Chen? Master Zhao suddenly asked in shock. Some of the students might not know about Tianhu's incident, but these masters were very clear. So young, yet with such strength and specifically coming to challenge, it could only be Qin Chen. Seems like you're not stupid. It's you who will continue to accept my challenge. Should we still call the person in charge? Qin Chen looked at the remaining two martial masters and said lightly. No need for them to call. A voice suddenly sounded. Everyone turned their heads and saw two people walking from a distance. Director Long, Director Hu. As the two approached, the students of the Longhu Martial Arts School and the two martial masters respectfully called out. Tianlong and Tianhu merely nodded, then looked at Qin Chen. In Tianhu's eyes, there was hatred, while Tianlong had a look of mild interest. I didn't expect you to really come. Qin Chen's appearance was indeed a surprise to him. Since the last time at the station, he had thought that Qin Chen had been taken by the military and wouldn't come back. He had also prepared to swallow this humiliation. After all, the military had shown up, and if he took action again, he might offend the military. He never expected Qin Chen to appear on his own and even come to challenge the school. This way, if he took action, the military wouldn't come after him. If I didn't come, I was afraid that next time you heard my name, you'd be too scared to show up. Qin Chen said casually. Seeing that Qin Chen still had that calm demeanor, Tianhu, standing next to Tianlong, couldn't help but speak. Qin Chen, you're a genius, a terrifying genius. But it's precisely because of this talent of yours that it has inflated your arrogance to this point. Have you ever thought about it? If you dare to come as a martial arts school student, you'll never leave again. Tianhu's eyes showed a ruthless gleam. Challenges between martial arts schools members, even occasional deaths, were normal. It's just that usually, no one would push things too far. But since Qin Chen dared to come, they dared to keep him here for good. Even if Qin Chen was valued by the military, at that time, the military wouldn't do anything about it. The military had its own rules, and the martial arts schools had their own rules. The military's rules were set by the martial saint, but the martial arts school rules were also set by the martial saint. In the Dragon Kingdom, all martial arts schools belonged under the Qinsheng Martial Arts School, and the founder of Qinsheng Martial Arts School, just like the founder of the military, was the martial saint. Private martial arts schools could apply to become a member of Qinsheng Martial Arts School once their director became a 4-star martial artist. Even though they hadn't become 4-star martial artists yet, they were still reserve members of Qinsheng Martial Arts School. Therefore, the military would never come to ruin their martial arts school's rules for someone like Qin Chen. So, how do you want to fight? Qin Chen asked with some interest. Very simple. Tianhu said coldly, we'll determine who's superior, and also decide life and death. Exactly what I want. Go! Without any more words, Tianhu waved his hand, signaling for dozens of students to make their move. He wasn't planning on fighting Qin Chen one-on-one. If he could gang up on him, he wouldn't go for a one-on-one. The dozens of students, hearing Tianhu's command, had their expressions change. One of the students gritted his teeth and charged forward first. Qin Chen stepped forward, throwing a punch. Boom! The person's body was bent from the impact, his face turning pale in an instant. Put! A mouthful of fresh blood was spat out, his eyes bulging with fear and unwillingness. Slowly, he collapsed, breathless and dead. The other students were about to charge when they saw the person dead, their faces changed drastically, and they immediately stopped. Qin Chen coldly stared at them, since it's life and death, be ready for death. Now, anyone who takes a step forward will be considered my opponent in this challenge, to the death. Hearing this, no one dared to move forward. They even began to step back continuously. They were just here to learn martial arts, they paid for tuition, but dying here wasn't worth it, and they weren't responsible for sacrificing their lives for the Longhu Martial Arts School. A bunch of useless trash. Tianlong snorted coldly and personally stepped forward. His feet moved rapidly, quickly closing in on Qin Chen. Tianhu, you come as well. After shouting, his palm began to glow red, as if it had turned into 2 chunks of red-hot iron. Qin Chen, let you die under my talent skill, the blood iron palm. Buzz. Tianlong's palm struck out, the air crackling under the force. Tianhu saw Tianlong directly using his talent skill. He was slightly startled and quickly took action. The gifted skill awakens after becoming a martial artist, and Tianlong awakened it when he became a 3-star martial artist. However, as long as the gifted skill is used, it will enhance one's combat power. Unlike martial arts, which only provide a momentary boost in explosive power and have a huge cost for continuous use, the gifted skill maintains a terrifying battle state. So when Tianlong used his gifted skill, Tianhu knew this was meant to kill Qin Chen in one strike. He did not hold back at all, circling to Qin Chen's side to attack with all his strength. Qin Chen fixed his gaze on the incoming palm. In his eyes, that palm was breaking through the air and growing larger, many times bigger than a normal hand. He could sense the terrifying power coming from it, even feeling a hint of oppressive pressure, but it was only a hint. Boom! His fists tightened, and in everyone's eyes, countless flames appeared. He looked like a blazing sun, terrifying power about to erupt. At that moment, his combat power soared wildly. As the palm arrived, his fist struck out. In the next second, fist and palm collided. Qin Chen's body swayed slightly, but his fist remained steady as a mountain. Tianlong's expression changed dramatically, the blood-red palm showed cracks. Bang! Suddenly, the enormous palm shattered like glass. Ah! Tianlong screamed, horrified to see his palm vanishing. At this moment, Qin Chen flickered and dodged Tianhu's attack, then appeared at his side. Your speed is too slow. After saying this, Qin Chen reached out, and with a crack, Tianhu had no power to resist as his neck was snapped. After tossing him aside, he turned to look at the pale-faced Tianlong. Chapter 51, Killing the Dragon, Heading to the Military District. Silence. Deadly silence. Seeing Tianlong's pale face, having lost a hand, everyone's hearts trembled. Just looking at him was painful and unbearable. When they looked at Qin Chen, they felt like they were staring at a devil that was so young. Qin Chen walked step by step toward Tianlong, his expression calm. Tianlong trembled all over. Qin Chen, spare me. However, Qin Chen shook his head. You set the rules of life and death. I don't like those who back out. After saying this, he raised a finger and gently tapped Tianlong's forehead. Tianlong's eyes widened instantly, an extreme chill made his whole body icy. This chill quickly penetrated into his body, freezing his internal organs. You are ice. Tianlong's eyes widened. At this moment, he finally understood why Qin Chen was so strong. He had investigated Qin Chen before, a dual-element genius, yet the dual elements were fire and wind. Now, as Qin Chen used ice martial arts to kill him, he realized Qin Chen also had the ice element. Yet, in his eyes, there was not only fear, but also confusion. Why would someone with 3 elements appear? Bang! Before he could think clearly, he fell down completely dead. The ice finger, a finger that annihilated the dragon. Looking at the corpses of Tianlong and Tianhu, there was still no fluctuation in his eyes as he turned to walk outside the martial arts hall. After taking a few steps, he suddenly stopped, turned his head, and said, You handle this. Yes, yes, yes. The martial hall students trembled all over, very quickly nodding. At the same time, in the Destroy Tiger martial hall, Shen Gang had waited for so long without seeing Qin Chen return. He feared that Qin Chen could not find the place to make the sign, so he walked outside the martial hall. When he stepped out, he immediately saw Qin Chen walking out of the Longhu martial hall, heading in another direction. He hurriedly ran forward, wanting to call out to Qin Chen, to tell him the place to make the sign was not in that direction. But soon, he noticed something unusual about the Longhu martial hall. He was astonished as he approached the entrance of the Longhu martial hall. He saw the students inside in a panic. Then, he saw a student carry out a corpse. When he looked closely, his face changed dramatically. Looking again at the already distant Qin Chen, he recalled the other's words. To kill dragons and exterminate tigers, he really killed a dragon and exterminated a tiger. Shingang took a deep breath, then turned around and quickly arrived at a sign-making shop. And this sign was, Kill dragons and exterminate tigers. It didn't sound very imposing, even a bit childish, but he still firmly used this sign. What he didn't know was that this sign would bring him booming business in the future, and even fame in the martial arts world. After leaving the martial arts hall, Qin Chen went to the energy mall, bought 3 premium beast crystals of the earth type, and then returned to his residence. In the room, Qin Chen swallowed the 3 beast crystals, and as the energy of the crystals was digested, his earth cultivation was continuously rising. Soon, his earth realm directly reached the peak of body refining. What a pity, condensing the imprint takes time. There is an earth element training room in Yang City, but time may not be enough, and I don't have the money to go. Qin Chen shook his head. Previously, in the fire element training room, he spent a full 12 hours to completely condense the imprint. And at that time, he had already practiced the fire element. So, to condense the earth element imprint, it would take at least 12 hours. Now, Yang Shui over there wants him on standby at any time, and he might set off to participate in the final selection for the generals at any moment. The most crucial thing is that it is too expensive to cultivate in the element training room. This is not like the training camp, which is free. The money spent on a single visit is enough for him to buy a first-level beast crystal. The next day, early in the morning, Qin Chen heard a booming sound, and he stepped outside to find a military vehicle in front of him. Get in! A head stuck out and looked at Qin Chen, shouting loudly. Yang Shui didn't come? Qin Chen asked in surprise. The person in front of him was an instructor from another province. She is a colonel and left first. The person replied. The higher the rank, the more powerful. Qin Chen nodded. The person looked at Qin Chen once and said, "You can call me Yen Jia, Yen of Yen, Jia of Jia." Qin Chen looked at him confused. This person must be a chatterbox. Yen Jia continued, "The frontline beast riot may happen earlier, so we need to speed up this time." After finishing, he slammed down on the gas pedal. Qin Chen was startled. Is there new information about the beast riot? Previously it was said to happen earlier because of the beast riot, but there was still some time. Now it is happening again sooner. Clearly, the riot is not far away. Yen Jia nodded. "If nothing unexpected happens, it will be in the next few days, so we must hold your selection first." "Can I go and see it then?" Qin Chen asked tentatively. If possible, he wanted to hunt some beasts to improve his strength. "Of course not." Yen Jia glanced at Qin Chen. "Don't say you're not yet an adult. Even if you are, you'll be studying in the recruit camp first. There's no precedent for going directly to the battlefield, so don't even think about it." Yen Jia understood that the other asked this not casually and definitely had some thoughts, so his attitude was very firm. Qin Chen helplessly nodded. "Okay, I was just asking." Yen Jia smiled and did not continue this topic but said, "This time we are going to the 9th district. You will undergo your final assessment there, and if you can make it into the top 3, there will be incredibly generous rewards. Even I am tempted. And if you get first place, the reward will be the highest, and you'll be the first star of the Western Theater. Entering the military officially after that means becoming a major, leading thousands of soldiers." Saying this, he looked at Qin Chen. "Are you excited?" "I am quite excited." Qin Chen nodded. Yen Jia suddenly looked a bit speechless. She really could not see any sign of excitement from Qin Chen. Shaking her head, she said, "Forget it. Let me tell you about this opponent." This time, a total of 18 people are participating in the selection, each one a warrior, and some are even 2-star warriors. The exact strength, even I do not know. After he finished speaking, he carefully observed Qin Chen's expression, only to find that there was no change at all, not even a ripple in his eyes. Don't be careless. I know both of your skills have reached 1 star, and your strength has hit the 3-star threshold. But this time, all of them are geniuses, especially those who have reached 2 stars, their strength is probably close to the 3-star threshold," he reminded seriously. In this world, Qin Chen is not the only genius, and from what she knows, some have already entered 2 stars for a while. Such geniuses absolutely push towards 3 stars. Chapter 52, Double Attribute Genius, Thunder Attribute. "I know, I will take it very seriously." Qin Chen nodded. Yen Jia saw him so casual and felt a bit helpless, ultimately too lazy to say more. "Which sub-war zone are we going to this time?" Qin Chen suddenly asked. After the great change in heaven and earth, void cracks appeared all over the world, and all 4 directions of Long Country had them. So, the frontline people often talk about is not the border of Long Country but those places where void cracks appeared. In the Western War Zone, a total of 9 cracks appeared in different cities. Thus, at first, the Western War Zone was divided into 9 districts. However, after so many years of battle, 2 of the cracks were completely cleared by humans, so now the Western War Zone has become 7 districts. But to be safe, there are still some soldiers stationed at the locations of the 2 cleared cracks, because the cracks cannot be repaired, and no one knows whether any changes will occur. Fortunately, after so many years, no abnormalities have been found. "This time, we are going to Bin City," Yen Jia said when he saw Qin Chen interested in the destination. "What's so good about assessing there?" Qin Chen felt a bit disappointed. One of the 2 cleared cracks was indeed in Bin City. "When you get there, you will understand. I can't explain it in detail. In short, this assessment will definitely be related to alien beasts, otherwise, there would be no need to send you to Bin City," Yen Jia slightly reminded. Qin Chen nodded. "That does make sense. Although the crack in Bin City has been cleared, it was at least once a battlefield, so it can let this group of geniuses feel it firsthand." Not knowing how long it had been, the car began to slowly approach Bin City. He looked out at a glance. The city had towering walls, over 100 meters high and incredibly thick. Inside and outside the city were numerous buildings. Looking closely through the gate, the buildings in the city were also extremely hefty. It was clear that both the city and the buildings inside were built with special materials. The buildings outside the city were more ordinary, but still much sturdier than those high-rise buildings in the back. "So, how is it?" "Impressive, right?" Yen Jia said calmly as he looked down. "It really is impressive." Qin Chen nodded. This was the first time he had seen the military district, and it was completely different from what he had imagined. "Do you see that crack in the city?" Yen Jia pointed to a spot in the center of the city. Qin Chen looked closely and indeed found a massive crack there, at least 100 meters long. However, the color of the crack was similar to that of space. If one did not look closely, they would not notice it at all. "How can it be so big?" Qin Chen exclaimed. The cultural studies did not specifically describe the void cracks. He always thought that a crack was merely a gap, and now he realized that this was no ordinary crack. It could simply be called a void cave. "What do you think? Otherwise, we could just guard the crack. If a few alien beasts came out, we would just kill them." Yan Jia shook his head. Qin Chen finally reacted. If the crack is small, then the strange beasts will come out one by one, and even if a few come out at once, human warriors outside the crack can gradually kill them all. But now, with such a large crack, thousands pour out at once, making it very difficult to guard the entrance. This city took countless resources to build, and there are 40 such cities in the entire Dragon Kingdom, with 9 in the western battle zone. The purpose of building them was to trap the strange beasts and prevent them from entering the rear cities. Over the years, we have successfully kept the strange beasts trapped within the cities. Do you see those buildings? Those buildings are where the warriors rest. Yan Jia continuously introduced to Qin Chen, proving he was indeed a talkative one, probably arranged this way by Yang Shui to keep him from getting bored. Soon, the car drove into the city. The car door opened, and the two got out. At this moment, Luo Bin also walked over with a smile. You finally arrived, everyone else has come. Luo Bin looked directly at Qin Chen, and before he could speak, continued, this time 3 major generals, 2 lieutenant generals, and 1 general are here to watch the assessment. Are you confident? Hard to say. Qin Chen shook his head. So humble? Luo Bin was surprised. Yang Shui had told him about Qin Chen's performance in Yang City, with such strength, yet he still said he was unsure. What if there's a hidden boss? So, I think I can't be 100% sure. Qin Chen shook his head. Luo Bin's eyes widened immediately, feeling tricked. If it wasn't 100%, that meant it was very close, just waiting for the final results of the competition. Forget it, talking to you can make someone die of frustration. Luo Bin said helplessly, I'll take you to a place to rest. Soon, Luo Bin led Qin Chen to a resting area in the city. Yo, Colonel Luo, is this the genius from Jiang province? As they walked, a man in a lieutenant colonel's uniform, accompanied by a young boy, approached them. San DePeo, your voice is still so loud and sarcastic. Luo Bin said to the man bluntly. Song Li laughed without care, a loud voice suits a soldier's demeanor. He then looked at Qin Chen, the genius from Jiang province seems pretty good, although he looks delicate, he resembles a scholar. Upon hearing this, Luo Bin's face turned dark, but he quickly recovered and then looked at the boy behind him. So this is your genius from Chongshan province. He looks quite ordinary. Luo Bin retorted. The boy appeared indifferent, his stature was not tall, and he didn't seem special at all. Song Li didn't argue, he just turned to the boy, Yulu, come, show us what you can do in front of Colonel Luo. Upon hearing this, the boy stepped forward and stretched out his hands. Boom! Boom! One instant flame appeared on one hand, and a spark of lightning appeared on the other. Seeing this, Luo Bin's pupils shrank. Once the boy withdrew his hands, he looked upset and said, Song DePeo, are you playing tricks? The genius information for this selection in the Western Battle Zone had all been submitted here and shared among everyone. So, they all had seen each other's genius information. Luo Bin had naturally seen the genius from Chongshan province, but it hadn't mentioned being dual element. Haha, who's playing tricks? The information I submitted states that Yulu is a 1-star warrior, and indeed, he is 1 star. Song Li laughed heartily and then took Yulu away. Luo Bin's face turned as dark as a pot bottom. Qin Chen also turned to look at the indifferent back of Yulu, realizing he was dual element and both had broken through to 1 star, a talent already quite frightening. Interesting. Interesting? Luo Bin's eyes widened. He had received information from Yang Shui that Qin Chen's dual elements had also broken through to 1 star. But there is still a big difference between the two. The fire element is not to be mentioned, as everyone is the same, but Yulu is from the lightning element, a strong attack type, even stronger than fire in attack. And Qin Chen is from the wind element, which belongs to the agile type. When it comes to combat power, he is indeed not as strong as the other. Chapter 53, Initial Ranking 11th. Now, how much confidence do you have? Luo Bin asked curiously. Not even 10%. Qin Chen smiled. Dual elemental? As long as the assessment dares to fight one-on-one, he would dare to knock them out with 1 punch. Forget it, just pay attention to him when the time comes. Also, there is another 2-star named Zhang Chang, who is the strongest among this batch of 2 stars. I heard that he subdued everyone just a few days after entering the genius training camp, Luo Bin continued to remind him. As they spoke, the two arrived at a building. This is your resting room, prepare well. After saying that, he turned around and hurriedly left, clearly preparing to inform Yang Shui of what they just encountered. Qin Chen carefully observed the room. He saw countless claw marks on the walls, all from previous cracks when the strange beasts emerged and attacked. After entering the room, he saw several bunk beds, a table, and a cabinet divided into several compartments, but nothing else. He walked over to one side of the wall and punched it. The wall showed no damage, not even losing a bit of skin. Given the hardness of this room, Qin Chen estimated it could withstand an attack from a level 6 strange beast. Although the room was sturdy, he could imagine that when the soldiers were sleeping inside, they were definitely not at ease. After looking around, he casually chose a bed and lay down. Bang! 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 As soon as he lay down, the door was knocked on. He got up and opened the door to see a boy, about the same age as him, looking very spirited. "Hello, the instructor said I should rest in this room," Li Yun said to Qin Chen, a bit shy. He didn't understand, there were clearly many rooms here, and each person could have had their own room, but they were still sharing. "Come in." Qin Chen turned around. Li Yun hurriedly stepped through the door, looking at Qin Chen. He nervously asked, "Classmate, my name is Li Yun, what is your name?" Noticing Qin Chen was somewhat aloof, he inexplicably felt a sense of pressure from Qin Chen, making him a little tense. "Qin Chen." Qin Chen said casually. "Qin Chen?" Li Yun thought for a moment. "You're ranked 11th. Huh?" Qin Chen turned his head in confusion. Li Yun explained, "The instructors submitted the data of all the participants in this assessment. Based on this information, they made an initial ranking of us 18. I just saw your name, it seems like you are ranked 11th, while I am 16th. 11th? Not bad." Qin Chen nodded. "It is not bad, you are a 1-star warrior, right? Among the 18, there are 9 2-star warriors, all ranked in the top 9. The 10th is someone named Yulu. I heard he is lightning-based, and you being ranked 11th is already the second strongest among 1-star warriors." Li Yun looked at Qin Chen with admiration in his eyes. He was also a 1-star warrior and the strongest in their province, with strength close to that of a 2-star warrior. Originally thinking he could be invincible among 1-star warriors, he didn't expect that after coming here, he ranked 16th, with 6 1-star warriors stronger than him in front. "Who is the first?" Qin Chen asked curiously. Li Yun did not answer directly but took out his phone, flipped through the album, and found a photo with a smile. "I took a photo of the rankings, take a look." Qin Chen took the phone and looked at the ranking in the photo. First place, Zhang Chang, Fire Element, 2-star warrior. Second place, Bai Tao, Ice Element, 2-star warrior. Qin Chen glanced at it roughly. His ranking was indeed 11th, Fire type, 1-star warrior. Pretty accurate. Qin Chen returned the phone to Li Yun, nodding as he spoke. "Yeah, I think it's quite accurate too. I even specifically inquired about this Zhang Chang. I've heard he is on the verge of breaking into 3 stars, and his strength is very close to 3 stars. With martial arts, his combat power is definitely beyond the 3-star threshold." Li Yun showed a look of shock as he continued, 3 stars, that's really abnormal. He will definitely break through before entering university, and by then, he'll enter as a 3-star. Even some sophomores won't be able to compare. He's indeed quite strong. Qin Chen nodded. "Hey, don't feel disheartened. Zhang Chang is strong, but we are not bad either. At least we are already the most talented in the province." Li Yun comforted Qin Chen. Qin Chen smiled and shook his head, then lay down to rest. Li Yun shook his head, then also began to rest. Time soon reached 1:30 in the afternoon. Qin Chen and Li Yun walked out of the room, and 10 minutes later, they arrived before the enormous crack. Qin Chen looked at the crack ahead, his expression serious. It was here that he realized the shock of the crack. Inside the crack was a pitch-black void, as if a black gas was swirling around. Just a glance made one's heart race involuntarily. A sense of fear of the unknown arose. When all 18 people arrived, everyone looked at each other. Only one person, dressed in all white, stood at the very front. He had a calm expression, merely looking up at the void crack, showing no interest in the crowd. "This person is Zhang Chang," Li Yun said next to Qin Chen. At that moment, a female officer in military uniform walked over. She held a list in her hand, and after scanning the crowd, she said, "I will explain the rules of this assessment. In this assessment, you need to enter the crack. Inside, there are exotic beasts we have placed. The assessment time is limited to 3 hours. Additionally, if you feel you are at a disadvantage after entering, you can run back. This way, you can save your life. Next, I will call out names. Those whose names are called, step forward and enter the crack. Once inside, your assessment will officially begin." The female officer looked down at the list in her hand, ready to speak, when a student raised his hand and loudly said, "Instructor, I have a question. Why don't we enter together? If we enter one by one, won't the first ones go first, making it unfair for those entering later?" The student spoke earnestly. Others silently nodded in agreement. Although the time gap for entering the crack might not be long, the first and last to enter might only differ by a few minutes. However, for these geniuses, a few minutes could determine their ranking. Although only the top 3 would receive rewards, even those behind wanted to compete against each other. After listening to the words, the female officer nodded. "I'm glad you thought of this issue. However, you don't need to worry. This void crack has been modified by the military god. Although you are entering the same crack, you will not encounter each other. Each person has their own assessment space. Finally, your final results will be discussed by us, and a final ranking will be given. Additionally, if anyone is dissatisfied with the ranking at the end, you can voice it. Upon hearing the last statement, everyone no longer had any questions. Alright, now I will call out names to enter the crack. Zhang Chang. The white-clad youth at the front immediately walked towards the crack without any hesitation, smoothly crossing into the crack. At the same time, in a huge command room at the military base, there were 4 screens, 1 large screen and 3 smaller screens. At this moment, the large screen displayed the scene inside the crack. How are the safety measures this time? Sitting at the front, a man with 3 stars on his shoulder quietly asked. Report, Chief, there are not many issues with safety. Once someone is in danger, they just need to run back, and the exotic beasts will not chase once they leave the current space. Additionally, we have prepared personnel. If any anomalies arise, they will enter the rift immediately to minimize any potential casualties. A lieutenant colonel quickly added. The man nodded. At that moment, Zhang Chang appeared on the screen, and everyone fell silent. Chapter 54, Who was this? In the rift, as Qin Chen entered, he immediately saw 3 exotic beasts at the peak of body refinement ahead of him. However, the 3 beasts did not charge at him. Instead, they looked at Qin Chen vigilantly. Qin Chen, however, paid them no mind, and instead began to observe his surroundings. He discovered that this was completely a small space. Originally, the rift was a space channel. He guessed that at the other end of this channel should be another unknown world. And the exotic beasts had come through this channel from another world to their own. However, now this space channel seemed to be divided into different small spaces. After he entered, he didn't see anyone else, clearly because the female officer had asked them to enter one by one, allowing them to be in different small spaces. What surprised him was that a martial saint could actually alter the channel within the rift. If that military god didn't control space elements, Qin Chen couldn't imagine how strong a martial saint really was. Roar! At that moment, the 3 exotic beasts, seeing Qin Chen lost in thought, charged straight at him. Qin Chen just smiled slightly. Instead of retreating, he advanced, took a few steps forward, and with both fists struck out. In almost an instant, the 3 exotic beasts lay on the ground. After checking the corpses of the exotic beasts and not finding any beast crystals, he walked towards the space wall in front of him. Arriving at the wall, he directly slammed into it, but his figure just flashed and disappeared from the spot. When he appeared again, he found himself in another small space. This space channel, I wonder how many segments it has been divided into by Xian and Tian. If I pass all levels, will I be able to see the other world? Qin Chen was a bit curious. Of course, he did not hold much hope. After all, this was an assessment, not a death sentence. 3 exotic beasts at the peak of body refinement, 1 first-level monster. Qin Chen looked at the 4 exotic beasts in the second layer of space, slightly surprised. The second level had a first-level monster and 3 ferocious beasts at the peak of body refinement. An ordinary first-star martial artist could not make it through. Seeing Qin Chen appear, the 4 exotic beasts quickly charged at him together. Qin Chen's face remained calm, and in less than a minute, the 4 exotic beasts lay at his feet. In the command room, many officers were closely watching the large screen in front of them. The screen was divided into 18 subscreens, corresponding to the 18 examination candidates' images. And the 3 small screens next to it showed no images and remained black. Suddenly, 1 subscreen in the large screen disappeared, and then, among the 3 small screens, 1 directly lit up. The image from the disappeared subscreen appeared above. Someone has passed the 3rd layer. Once someone passed the 3rd layer, the image would automatically appear on the 3 small screens. This was specially prepared for the top 3. It was also to allow them to better observe the performance of the top 3 candidates. General Su, this is Zhang Chang, a 2-star martial artist, and not far from 3 stars. His strength has completely reached the threshold of 3 stars. He is one of the most outstanding students I have trained. One lieutenant colonel spoke up. He was the instructor from the genius training camp where Zhang Chang was. Fire element, and his attacks are very decisive, not bad. Su Pengfei nodded. And at that moment, another split screen disappeared, and a small screen lit up. Everyone looked, and a boy dressed in black continuously struck with his palm. Each strike, once it hit the alien beast, caused the beast's body to freeze as if it were paralyzed, and taking advantage of this opportunity, the boy unleashed a powerful punch, completely killing the alien beast. Dongning Province, Bai Tao, an ice-type 2-star warrior, his cultivation is also close to 3 stars, another major said. And he was indeed the instructor of this Dongning Province genius training camp. Su Pengfei paused for a moment on Bai Tao, nodding slightly. Suddenly, just as everyone had not yet diverted their gaze from Bai Tao, a figure appeared on the 3rd small screen. One hand wielded fire-type attacks, while the other wielded lightning-type attacks, instantly drawing everyone's attention. Dual Element 1-star warrior. Upon seeing Yu Li's attack, many people showed astonishment. Both elements broke through 1 star, such talent was not inferior to Zhang Chang and Bai Tao. Ha ha. Suddenly, Song DePeo laughed, "This is my student, I didn't expect this kid to be a dual-element warrior, he tricked me." Upon hearing this, the crowd revealed disdainful expressions. If they believed it, they would be fools. Song DePeo must have concealed information. Not bad. Su Pengfei nodded, saying a word. Song DePeo proudly said, "Sir, the top 3 this time should be these 3, next, let's see who can gain the title of General Star." Su Pengfei nodded, and everyone's attention mostly focused on these 3 small screens. At this time, the upper right corner of the small screens displayed numbers. Zhang Chang's screen showed 1, Bai Tao's showed 2, and Yu Li's showed 3. This also represented the progress rankings of the 3. Although all 3 were in the 4th level space now, through big data analysis, specific rankings were given to them. Then, after a minute passed, all 3 in the small screens passed the 4th level space and arrived at the 5th level. Suddenly, in Yu Li's screen, the ranking number changed to 2, while Bai Tao's directly changed to 3. This Yu Li's fire-type attack is stronger than the lightning type, he's about to break through to 2 stars, right? Someone exclaimed in surprise. Fire-type and lightning-type belong to pure attacks, but normally, lightning attacks would be stronger. However, now, Yu Li's fire attack was indeed stronger than lightning. The only explanation is that the fire-type is on the verge of a breakthrough. And because of this, his strength was a notch above Bai Tao. This boy is not bad. If he can become a general star, the military can fully nurture his dual elemental powers. Even if he can't become a general star, as long as he joins the military, they can provide him with resources, a lieutenant general said. The power of dual elements is best exemplified by the war god. Thus, they wanted to cultivate another war god. This way, the military would truly become powerful. Don't think the military is strong now. However, without a martial saint, even though General Xia possesses martial saint strength, no one knows how strong he really is. The military has always wanted to cultivate a real martial saint, so they wouldn't have to worry about being weaker than other forces. However, becoming a martial saint is extremely difficult. The final step is akin to an impassable chasm, while dual element 9 stars, as long as enough resources are available, could certainly shorten the time. After all, becoming a 9-star can be achieved, regardless of single or dual elements, it is merely a matter of time. Above the 9 stars, that is a realm that can only be encountered by fate. Others nodded, and one lieutenant general also spoke out. Indeed, while Zhang Chang is slightly stronger, based on current performance, there is no possibility for him to become a martial saint. However, Yu Lu might have the potential to become dual element 9. Suddenly, before he finished speaking, the screen where Bai Tao was located flickered, and his figure disappeared, replaced by another young boy's figure. That boy, in the 5th level space, was directly surrounded by alien beasts. He showed no signs of panic, his figure weaving through the beasts effortlessly. During this, he kept throwing punches, each one taking down a different beast. He never hit the same beast twice, whether it was a body-forging savage beast or a demon beast, it didn't matter. Who is this? Su Pengfei looked on, his expression moved by the youth's domineering punches and remarkable footwork. Who is this? Not only was Su Pengfei puzzled, but others also asked in confusion. They had seen the data, but they were most concerned about the top few. Yu Li's sudden appearance had already taken them by surprise, and now, here came another one. Moreover, in the footage, the youth's attacks were so sharp, making them marvel in astonishment. This footwork, it's subtle, a major general exclaimed. Only footwork at the subtle stage could move so freely among these strange beasts. Not only that, this boy's footwork integrates wind elements and his attacks. Did you see that? It's also fire type, but much stronger. Another major general stared intently at the youth's moves, analyzing seriously. Everyone looked on, inevitably comparing him to Yu Lu. Clearly, Qin Chen's fire-type attacks were stronger, and despite using no martial arts, the power was completely different. A 2-star fire warrior. Su Pengfei suddenly said, his tone carrying surprise. He could clearly tell that the youth's wind element had surpassed 1 star, while his fire element was a full 2 stars. Both dual elements, and in terms of realm, he was higher than Yu Lu. A 2-star fire warrior. Even Yang Shui was stunned. Wasn't he just 1 star back in Yang City? And Song DePeo turned to look at Luo Bin beside him. Damn it, you've been hiding information about the students too, and hiding so much, he cursed. Qin Chen's information had shown 1 star, but now not only was he 2 star, but also dual element. This was even more outrageous than him hiding Yu Li's information. At this point, Luo Bin was also stunned, but quickly regained his composure. Ha ha. You're allowed to hide things, but not me? He then looked at Su Pengfei. Chief, this person is from Rong City. He's a student of mine and instructor Yang, named Qin Chen. He quickly added, after Qin Chen reached 1-star warrior, he's certified as a 2-star warrior the very next day. Everyone stared at the screen showing Qin Chen, and after hearing Luo Bin's words, their surprise grew. Just then, the screen showing Qin Chen changed again. The number became 2, and immediately, the number on Yu Li's screen changed to 3. In the footage, both Zhang Chang and Qin Chen had entered the 6th level space. They were facing 5 peak body forging beasts, 3 first-level demon beasts, and 1 second-level demon beast. When facing these demon beasts, Zhang Chang's attacks became more cautious, no longer as reckless as before.
This Zhang Chang is quite clever, Zhang Chang's instructor said.
However, no one responded to him, for at this moment, everyone was focused on Qin Chen's footage. There, Qin Chen remained calm, as if the demon beasts in front of him were no different from those before. He walked forward slowly, letting them charge at him.
Bang! Bang! Still those domineering punches, one for each beast.
Even when the second-level demon beast charged, he didn't change his attack in the slightest.
Buzz!
The screen changed, and Qin Chen's ranking became first. He continued toward the next space. At this moment, Zhang Chang had just killed a peak body forging beast.
Rip!
A series of gasps echoed through the command room.
It was too fast.
Qin Chen killed the strange beasts as if he were crushing ants.
The second-level demon beast had no ability to fight back.
After breaking through 2 stars in fire, is he really this strong? Someone asked with doubt. Yu Lu was also dual element, though he hadn't reached 2 stars. Yet he was a dual attacker, and his fire element was nearly at 2 stars. But this gap was just too huge. Su Pengfei furrowed his brows. He couldn't judge specifically, but his thoughts differed from those of the old instructor earlier. He is now an 8-star martial artist, knowing how difficult it is to improve to the next level of cultivation, and he clearly understands that every step up increases strength in a terrifying way. Therefore, he thinks that 2 9-stars can match a martial saint, but 2 1-stars matching 3 stars seems unlikely. Could it be that the wind system is also 2 stars? He secretly speculated, staring more closely at Qin Chen's image. At this moment, everyone's gaze was focused on Qin Chen, while Yu Lu and Zhang Chang were completely ignored.
In the cracked space.
After Qin Chen entered the 7th layer, 3 level 1 monster beasts appeared in front of him, 2 level 2 and 1 level 3. The 7th layer is a huge threshold. This assessment is probably meant to stop everyone participating here. What a pity, he suddenly smiled. The level 2 monster in the 6th layer had reached the strength of level 2, which an ordinary 2-star martial artist could not defeat.
Moreover, with an additional level 1 monster and several peak physical refiners, he felt that even Zhang Chang would find it very difficult to pass.
Yet he, on the other hand, found it very easy, able to kill instantly without any martial arts. However, the 7th layer was a chasm. Without martial arts, it was simply impossible. The faint aura emanating from that level 3 monster was at least one of the stronger existences among the level 3s. If it came to combat power, it was probably over 5,000. Looking at the fierce monsters in front of him, he suddenly looked up and smiled slightly at the special monitor. Now, my true battle has just begun. At this moment, he no longer intended to hide his 3rd system, the ice system. Previously, he had blown wind to Yang Shui just for this moment. He wanted the military to truly recognize his value, so he could receive more rewards after obtaining the star. There was no way, multi-systems were too difficult, and even with the system, he felt that time was completely insufficient. Since he couldn't directly go to the front lines now, this was the best opportunity to ask the military for more beast crystals.
Next, let you witness history.
At this moment, Qin Chen seemed to transform into another person. His momentum had never been like this before. In the command room, everyone saw Qin Chen look up, their expressions all solidified. Especially Yang Shui, who had never seen Qin Chen so serious before.
Boom!
Suddenly, on the small screen, it seemed as if a layer of flames appeared around Qin Chen in an instant, and surrounding the flames was a gust of wind. Then, something shocking happened. Gradually, frost appeared in the outer layer of the wind. Whether it was fire, wind, or ice, they were not the kind of substance usually seen, but appeared in a visible elemental state. But this was the mark of a martial artist. Fire represented fire martial artists, while ice represented ice martial artists.
3 systems.
In the command room, one by one, the officers stood up, looking at Qin Chen on the screen in disbelief. Even Su Pengfei straightened his body in an instant, his hands unconsciously tightening.
3 systems, how could it be 3 systems?
Still 3 systems 1 star, he slowly spoke. Sir, should we immediately stop the assessment? A major general asked immediately.
Stop what? Forget about the 3 systems for now, continue watching the assessment.
Su Pengfei shouted sharply. Everyone's expression became serious, no one had any objections. At this moment, Qin Chen in the image moved, he charged forward like a fierce beast. Then, using the Sun Fire Fist, with just one punch, he smashed the first 3 level 1 monster beasts. Then everyone saw Qin Chen raise one hand high and point a finger, seemingly telling everyone that he indeed had 3 systems. Then, his fingertip turned to ice, swiftly pointing out to directly hit the 2 level 2 monster beasts.
Accompanied by 2 miserable cries.
The 2 level 2 beasts trembled all over and collapsed. Suddenly, in the whole scene, only one person and one beast were facing each other. Chapter 56, Everyone Has Their Thoughts, The Military Gods Challenge. Strange beasts, all kinds, there are more than millions of types, but in terms of ability, they are also divided into categories like attack type, defense type, agility type, just like humans. And the level 3 beast facing Qin Chen, with its black fur, blood-colored eyes, and strong limbs, is a well-known black shadow leopard among the beasts, terrifyingly powerful in both attack and agility. Also a level 3, ordinary human warriors would fall into extreme trouble when encountering such a beast, a careless moment could leave them torn to shreds. However, at this moment, the black shadow leopard looked at Qin Chen, though its eyes were fierce, it did not charge forward immediately but instinctively started to retreat. The level 3 beast has developed a bit of intelligence, realizing how terrifying I am.
Qin Chen's expression remained calm.
Suddenly, he stepped forward, and the black shadow leopard instantly took a step back. Thus, one person advanced while the other retreated. After retreating a certain distance, the black shadow leopard had nowhere else to go, it knew it must kill the person in front of it to survive, and it could only rush towards Qin Chen. However, at this moment, its proud speed did not allow it to succeed, Qin Chen easily dodged out of the way.
Even more terrifying was that the boy actually dared to clash head-on with it.
Its claws, which were unstoppable, collided with the boy's attack, unable to inflict any damage at all.
Now I roughly understand the strength of a level 3 beast, next, I'll send you to your end.
At that moment, Qin Chen used the solar fist.
Boom!
His fist hit the black shadow leopard's claws, directly sending it flying. Before the black shadow leopard's body could land, he stepped forward a few steps, and his finger jabbed into its abdomen.
Puff!
A chill rushed into its body, causing it to stiffen, instantly freezing its internal organs completely.
Bang!
The corpse fell.
Qin Chen calmly squatted down, starting to examine the beast's body. In the command room, silence reigned. This is the power of a level 3. Watching Qin Chen almost instantaneously kill all the beasts, everyone was shocked. Some officers even showed expressions of horror, unable to recover for a long time.
Yang Shui looked at Qin Chen, who was inspecting the beast's corpse, and her body couldn't help but tremble slightly.
My master's research direction is level 3.
She thought of Qin Chen's words and finally understood why he was so strong and so confident in this assessment. She had been mistaken, Qin Chen was not dual type but triple type. All 3 types had entered the warrior level, with the fire type even reaching 2 stars.
Is he a monster? A major general finally couldn't help but express his true feelings.
All 3 types have broken through to the warrior level, and one even reached 2 stars. This was all happening in someone who wasn't yet 18, making it impossible for him to understand there wasn't enough time for such training.
Sigh.
Suddenly, a sigh broke the silence. Luobin spoke up.
You all don't know how hard this guy has worked.
During the training camp, I can say that I watched him train. Besides training in the training room, he also never rested in the rest area. Other than eating and basic relaxation, he likely didn't waste any time at all. A genius is also the result of hard work. Upon hearing Luobin's words, everyone fell silent for a moment. Luobin looked at everyone's expressions, feeling relieved, and turned his gaze to the screen.
Kid, I can only help you to this point.
He didn't know how Qin Chen trained, but this was the only explanation. He spoke out this explanation because he didn't want some people to overthink, which could be detrimental to Qin Chen. Even if the military personnel were united and wouldn't harm Qin Chen, he was still worried that someone with bursting curiosity would go too far in questioning him, which would also affect Qin Chen's training. This boy, our military will definitely claim him. No matter the cost, we must let him in, Su Pengfei finally spoke up.
Dual system training is hard, triple system training is even harder, but so what?
If we can make Qin Chen a triple system 9-star, the military will surely become the #1 in Dragon Country. Hearing Su Pengfei's words, Yang Shui and Luobin both laughed, while Song Depeo wore a face of despair. He looked again at Yu Lu on the screen, suddenly feeling that this guy was just so ordinary.
In the second screen,
Zheng Chang finally killed that second-level demon beast, and at this moment, several wounds appeared on his body, but it still could not dampen his excited mood. Who can take the Star General from my hands this time, he thought proudly. To kill a second-level demon beast while being interfered by 3 peak body-refining fierce beasts and 2 first-level demon beasts, one must have strength surpassing the 3-star threshold. Even the explosive power must exceed the 3-star line directly.
In the third screen,
Yu Lu, with one hand on fire and the other on lightning, finally completely killed that last second-level demon beast. His face turned pale, and his injuries were even worse than Zhang Chang's, his standing body even swayed a bit. However, he was still very satisfied with his performance. Although it was somewhat difficult to pass this level, I eventually made it. From the perspective of strength, Zhang Chang might pass. And that Bai Tao, as long as he is cautious, might also pass, but even if he does, he will lose half his life. Anyway, I have hope for first place, and even if worse, I can be second.
Thinking of this, he looked up at the special surveillance and smiled slightly. On the big screen, Bai Tao saw all the strange beasts in front of him, but he himself was half kneeling on the ground, his face pale, with blood continuously flowing down his body. Although I passed, I can no longer proceed to the next level. He looked at the space wall ahead with some regret, but he had to endure his injuries and walk towards the crack. He had to treat himself quickly, otherwise, he would die here. However, he was also very satisfied with his performance. This time, first place is a possibility, and second place is very stable. Every participant in the assessment had their own thoughts. Those in the top few ranks were thinking of being in the top 3, even first. While those falling behind were thinking of their ranks, hoping to move forward a bit, not wanting to be behind others. Yet in the command room, no one was interested in watching their performance but instead focused on the screen where Qin Chen was, afraid of missing anything. The 7th level space, there seems to be nothing here? People saw that when Qin Chen entered the 7th level space, there was nothing in his place, only himself. No, there is a painting over there, someone suddenly pointed to a corner of the screen. Everyone immediately saw that in the screen, there really was a painting floating in the air, but that painting was very strange, hazy, and unclear without careful observation. This is the last challenge set by the war god. Su Pengfei looked at that hazy painting and slowly said. The war god said it? Upon hearing this, everyone was immediately surprised. The war god had not appeared for a long time and rarely handled military affairs. The last time he acted was decades ago during the level 10 beast rampage. Unexpectedly, a selection for star generals could lead him to personally set the challenge. Chapter 57, The Young War God. This last challenge is both a test and an opportunity. Su Pengfei looked at that hazy painting and said, originally, the war god set this challenge on a whim. If someone could really reach this level in future selections, it might be a great chance. I didn't expect that in the first session, a genius would appear. The star general selection is actually the intention of the war god, but merely passing the first assessment and becoming a star general does not necessarily mean being a star general in the war god's heart. Even passing the 6th level is? To be recognized as a military god, one must enter the 7th layer and truly obtain the chance left by the military god. Su Pengfei looked at the scene of Qin Chen, revealing expectation. If you have the ability to obtain that chance, you will leave an impression in the heart of the military god. Inside the crack. After entering the 7th layer, Qin Chen also saw the floating painting. Is this the military god? He approached step by step, and in the painting was an old man in military uniform, his expression serious. Even just as a painting, one could see the vigor in his eyes, as if he were alive. Buzz. Suddenly, the painting shot out streams of aura, rushing straight towards Qin Chen. His expression changed, and he suddenly struck out. Boom! One aura made his body continuously retreat. A 3-star strong attack. Qin Chen was shocked. Just one aura was more powerful than his punch. At that moment, several other auras came in an instant, and Qin Chen also unleashed his blazing fist, continuously pounding away. Boom! Boom! Punch after punch, the auras were constantly dispersed. When everything calmed down, his body had retreated to the spatial wall, just 2 steps away from completely exiting. But at that moment, the painting fell into silence and no longer issued any attacks. Just then, the old man in the painting seemed to move. Qin Chen looked closely and suddenly found his consciousness seemed to enter another space. In front of him was a young phantom, dressed casually, looking carefree. However, Qin Chen could feel a bit of pressure from him. This is the military god in his youth. Qin Chen looked at the young man, realizing that his appearance was quite similar to the military god, but he was a bit more youthful and less restrained. Swish! Suddenly, the young military god charged towards Qin Chen, arriving right in front of him in an instant, while his fist was already swung forward. Qin Chen's figure flickered as he pointed forward. Boom! Both of them stepped back simultaneously, the young man looking at Qin Chen with surprise. He waved his hand as if shaking off the cold that had entered his body. And Qin Chen also looked at him in surprise. 3 stars. This was the phantom of the young military god as a 3-star warrior, and not dual element, only possessing the fire element. How strong is a double 9-star, or how strong is a martial saint, that they could leave behind their youthful phantom here? Qin Chen once again gained a new understanding of the power of the martial saint. Moreover, the other side only left a fire element phantom here, the other element was not present. Boom! At this moment, the young phantom charged again. And Qin Chen did not retreat at all, stepping forward as well. He wanted to see how strong the military god was as a 3-star with a single element. And just as they were within 2 meters of each other, suddenly, Qin Chen felt the surrounding air fill with explosive fire elements. His whole body felt as if it were soaking in flames, and these fire elements were crazily invading his body. Domain! Qin Chen's face changed. The young military god, even as a 3-star, had comprehended the domain of fire. At that moment, Qin Chen finally understood why this military god became a double-element 9-star. Such talent was probably extremely rare among all humanity. The domain of fire was something that one would only begin to comprehend when breaking through to 4 stars. This was also why there was such a huge gap between 4 stars and 3 stars. 4 stars had elemental domains, while 7-star masters had the true meaning of elements. A 3-star had comprehended the elemental domain, which shocked Qin Chen greatly. Boom! Qin Chen blasted out a punch. The young military god waved his hand, and countless invisible fire elements fiercely rushed towards Qin Chen, causing his body to feel uncomfortable, and his punch paused slightly. Within my domain, I am invincible. The young military god spoke for the first time, without any emotion, as if he were a program. Invincible, have you asked me? Qin Chen smiled. A light shout, ice. His body, as if the ice element was instantly activated, collided with the opponent's fire element. Wind. At the same time, the wind element also began to stir. At this moment, Qin Chen's body felt considerably relieved from the onslaught of the fire element. Today, I will defeat the young military god. Qin Chen suddenly charged towards his opponent. The young military god, though a 3-star, only had 1 element here, while he now had 4 elements, and the fire element had broken through to 2 stars, neither had a clear advantage. The two figures instantly collided together. In the command room, everyone only saw Qin Chen standing in the 7th layer of space, completely motionless. What is he doing? An officer asked, puzzled. No one answered him, as no one knew what was happening with Qin Chen, nor understood the situation of this challenge. Even Su Pengfei frowned. Earlier, when he saw Qin Chen withstand the pressure, he thought Qin Chen had passed the military god's test. But now, he was somewhat confused. Zheng Chang and Yu Lu have both failed. At this moment, in the other 2 screens, Zheng Chang and Yu Lu, when that powerful pressure was unleashed on the first strike, were completely knocked out of the 7th layer of space, retreating to the 6th layer. Moreover, when they tried to return to the 7th layer again, they found it was impossible to enter, and could only end the assessment. Outside the crack, Zheng Chang and Yu Lu almost came out simultaneously. They exchanged glances, and Zheng Chang smiled. However, Yu Li's expression changed slightly. The injuries on the other person were clearly lighter than his, which proved that the other had likely had an easier time in the 6th layer of space. Have you all come out? Zheng Chang looked at the crowd ahead. He focused on Bai Tao and noticed the other's face was pale, and his wounds had been treated, clearly indicating serious injuries. He shook his head secretly. He previously thought that the only one who could put some pressure on him was Bai Tao. But now, he knew the distance between him and Bai Tao was quite far. Instead, it was Yu Lu who surprised him, though he still felt the other was not as strong as himself. Soon, he stood at the front of the crowd and took his place in line. Yu Lu also noticed Bai Tao's situation. His eyes held both regret and joy. The joy was that he was sure he was stronger than Bai Tao, while the regret was that this time, the star selection would probably slip past him. Chapter 58, The Domain of Fire. In the 7th layer of space, Qin Chen had one hand in a fire fist and the other in an ice finger. Simultaneously, his figure flickered under the influence of the wind element. Boom! Puff! A punch struck the young military god's body, while a finger pointed at his forehead. In the end, the young military god was still no match for Qin Chen and slowly faded away. However, just as he disappeared, suddenly, the phantom seemed to turn into a current of air, surging into Qin Chen's body. What is this? Qin Chen was immediately startled. This was not just any current, it was a wealth of information, a massive amount of information. He quickly sat down cross-legged, and as he digested this information, he gradually began to accelerate his understanding of the fire element. Strictly speaking, this information was actually the military god's understanding of the fire element during his time as a 3-star warrior. Among the military god's elements, one was fire. These insights should be his opportunity, a precious experience of cultivation, and now, this experience had been uniquely passed on to Qin Chen. It was like the transmission of skills in martial arts films, except, this was not a skill but an experience, a transfer of the military god's understanding of the fire element as a 3-star warrior. The domain of fire. Qin Chen was filled with excitement. The most important part of this information was the military god's understanding of the domain of fire when he was a 3-star warrior. Is this to let me comprehend the domain of fire at 2 stars? Qin Chen was somewhat excited. With this experience, he could rapidly grasp the domain of fire. And once he possessed this domain, his strength would rise to another level. He quickly began to focus on digesting this information. Outside the crack, everyone has lined up, waiting for the upcoming ranking announcement. This star selection result will come out soon, so everyone is very eager and tense. At this moment, Bai Tao in the crowd is secretly watching Zheng Chang and Yu Lu. When he noticed their condition, his face darkened. Both of them are clearly less injured than he is, especially Zheng Chang, whose original rank was already higher than his. Now, coming out of the crack after him, it is clear that he has passed the 6th round. This time, the star will probably not be him. 2nd place, or 3rd place, he begins to guess his own rank. As for Yulu, he cannot determine whether the other has passed the 6th round or exited midway. After all, Yuli's original rank was too low. At this moment, the female officer from the command room walked over. Everyone saw that she was holding a new list in her hand. It's here, the rankings have probably come out. This time, it's the rankings given by several generals, and according to their eyes, this ranking will show our true strength. The strong and the weak have been concluded. Who do you think the star is? Someone suddenly asked softly. No one answered him because many people had lost hope for the star, instead caring more about their own ranking and whether it was higher than before. The female officer stood before everyone and scanned them. Now, the rankings are out, and they are in my hand. Overall, the performance was good, befitting your genius status. So, I hope that no matter your ranking in the future, don't be arrogant, nor discouraged. Now, I announce the rankings of this assessment. Everyone fell silent, their expressions tense. Even Zhang Chang, who was sure he was first, could not remain completely calm. Report. Suddenly, a voice rang out. The hearts of everyone, just lifted, fell instantly at this voice, and they turned to look, displeased. Li Yun felt the gazes from the crowd, and his face flushed red. Speak. The female officer looked over. Reporting, Commander, one person is still not out. Li Yun replied. Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned and began to count, only to find that indeed, one person was missing, leaving only 17. Who is it? Everyone showed surprise. Now, although there is still quite a bit of time until the assessment deadline, if someone could pass, they would have already been out, and those who couldn't pass would have already exited voluntarily. That person wouldn't be trying the written exam, would they? Oh, someone complained. In a written exam, one can take their time on problems because you can think deeply and maybe suddenly remember the answer, and after finishing the questions, you can check. But the martial exam is different. If you can't win, there's no second chance. Zhang Chang, Yulu, and Bai Tao all felt a tightness in their hearts. It seems to be a person named Qin Chen, who is ranked 11th. Suddenly someone spoke. Ranked 11th? What is he doing? Did he die inside? Upon hearing the 11th rank, everyone was indifferent, and Zhang Chang and the others breathed a sigh of relief. An 11th rank posed no threat. However, Li Yun felt a bit worried, recalling how he had encouraged Qin Chen earlier, saying there was a possibility he could enter the top 10. Could it be that to get into the top 10, he really died in there? Li Yun looked toward the crack, and guilt began to rise in his heart. Silence! The female officer shouted sternly. Now, the rankings have been determined. With one person remaining, there's no need to wait, it won't affect the ranking. 18th, Li Liang. 17th, Wang Chun. The female officer read quickly, and upon hearing their own rank, some were happy while others were anxious. The closer it got to the last rankings, the more tense the expressions were. 4th, Bai Tao. Boom! As soon as Bai Tao's name was announced, everyone showed surprise, almost simultaneously turning to look at Bai Tao. Bai Tao's originally pale face suddenly lost all color. How is this possible? How could I be 4th? He couldn't understand. His minimum expectation was 3rd, 4th, he had never thought of it. Even Yulu and Zhang Chang's pupils shrank. Bai Tao is 4th? Who are the top 3? Could it be? Suddenly, everyone reacted, there was another person who hadn't come out. Impossible. This was the thought that instantly sprang into everyone's mind. 3rd. At this moment, the female officer's voice sounded like a spell, startling everyone, especially Yulu and Zhang Chang, who shook all over. Yulu. Buzz. Yuli's mind went completely blank. 2nd, Zhang Chang. Zhang Chang's face instantly changed drastically. Impossible, impossible, he kept mumbling. Quiet, the female officer said coldly. This is the ranking given collectively by several leaders in the command room. If anyone has a problem, wait until the last person comes out before voicing your concerns. The female officer's words made everyone quiet down. Zhang Chang, Yulu, and Bai Tao all showed expressions of disbelief. Meanwhile, Li Yun was still in a daze. He thought Qin Chen would die inside for the top 10, yet he turned out to be the first. Chapter 59, 2-meter no-go area, Dragon Blood. Why hasn't he come out yet? The assessment time is almost over? At first, everyone was looking forward to what was happening with Qin Chen, who was still inside. But as time went on, impatience grew, it was taking too long. 3 hours of assessment time had now passed 2 hours. Was he really clearing the level? Zhang Chang kept staring at the crack, his face serious. It should have been his star of general, now, it only made him second, and he wanted to see what this person who overshadowed him was capable of. Just then, a figure appeared at the mouth of the crack. At the moment they saw him, everyone's expressions changed, even the female officer's gaze suddenly sharpened. He looks like a ball of fire, someone whispered in disbelief. Qin Chen was clearly a human form, and at that moment, he looked just like them, with nothing special about him. However, they looked at him and inexplicably felt as if they were facing a blazing fire, as if he were a burning sun. After Qin Chen came out and saw everyone, he walked step by step toward the crowd. Zhang Chang, in the front row, kept his eyes on him. As he got closer, he was about to step forward to see just how strong this first place truly was. However, just then, Qin Chen was already within 2 meters of him. Zhang Chang's face changed instantly, countless fire elements surged toward him, engulfing him in an instant, making him feel uncomfortable. The next second, he felt he couldn't bear it anymore and involuntarily retreated, until he stepped back 2 meters away from Qin Chen. The terrifying fire elements finally disappeared. Zhang Chang is retreating. The people behind saw Zhang Chang retreating while Qin Chen was closing in, and they showed expressions of surprise. From others' perspectives, at this moment, Zhang Chang was secretly competing with Qin Chen, yet with every step Qin Chen took, Zhang Chang retreated a step. The battle hadn't even begun, and it seemed like Zhang Chang had already lost. Field. The female officer, seeing this situation, felt a strong shock in her heart. Zhang Chang couldn't get within 2 meters of Qin Chen, only the field explained this. Now, Qin Chen had unwittingly activated the fire field, forming a 2-meter no-go area. Field, very useful against these people. Qin Chen suddenly withdrew the field. He had digested the insights of the youth military god, relying on his vast experience, and had comprehended the fire field in the crack. Just now, he was verifying the uniqueness of this field, and it certainly didn't let him down. Even the strong Zhang Chang could not withstand it. After withdrawing the field, Qin Chen directly walked into the crowd, and when he passed by Zhang Chang, the latter had no reaction at all. Qin Chen stopped only when he reached Li Yun's side. "Qin Chen, you're first?" Li Yun looked at Qin Chen, confused, and asked. "If I'm not mistaken, it should be so. You all should not be able to take it." Qin Chen nodded calmly. You were 11 before, did you deliberately hide your strength?" Li Yun asked. Qin Chen shook his head. It wasn't intentional, just the instructor's behavior. "With these people, there's no need for me to hide my strength, or catch them off guard." Li Yun's body jolted instantly. Among these people was him. This sentence was a brutal hit, cutting to the heart. At this moment, the female officer saw Qin Chen standing still before she spoke loudly. "First, also from the military, first session of the Stellar Awards, Qin Chen." After announcing, the female officer looked at everyone and found that no one spoke. Everyone stood there, momentarily falling into silence. "If anyone has questions, you may raise them now," she asked loudly. Still no one spoke. Some people secretly looked at Zhang Chang, especially Yulu and Bai Tao, both expecting each other to say something. However, they were disappointed. Zhang Chang stood there with no reaction at all. They weren't fools. Zhang Chang's performance was too strange. Since the others had no issues, they wouldn't raise any, as the Stellar Award wasn't theirs anyway. Since there are no problems, then disband. Later, someone will arrange your rewards. The female officer waved her hand. Although it was said this time that only the top 3 would get rewards, there were still some consolation prizes for others. Everyone dispersed, and the female officer came directly to Qin Chen. "Come with me, the superior wants to see you." Soon, Qin Chen followed her to a room, and the female officer quickly left. Qin Chen pushed open the door and saw Su Pengfei sitting inside. Su Pengfei waved to Qin Chen, "Just find a place to sit." After Qin Chen sat down, he went straight to the point. "You're a tri-elemental?" Qin Chen nodded, "Yes." "How did you do it?" "I have a master." Before he could finish, Su Pengfei raised his hand to interrupt him. "I heard from Yang Shui about your master. Did your master succeed?" Hearing this, Qin Chen sighed in relief. Yang Shui was indeed a good person. He was afraid the other party wouldn't believe him, but it seemed now that after Yang Shui spoke, there were no doubts. "Yes, but not quite." Before Su Pengfei could ask, he continued, "The medicine my master developed has only succeeded in me. He has tried many other people, but they all failed, so he is still researching." Su Pengfei nodded. "Since it has succeeded once, I believe the real results are not far away." "Maybe." Qin Chen could only nod. "You are the first tri-elemental, very good. You must seize this opportunity." Su Pengfei suddenly said seriously. Qin Chen puzzled. Does the superior not think that the tri-elemental will waste time? In high school, if one was dual elemental, teachers would suggest first mastering one element, and only when hitting a bottleneck, to study the other. But Su Pengfei contradicted this. Su Pengfei smiled. "What waste of time? With dual elements, or even your tri-elemental talent, why give up training? That would be wasting talent. Those who make others temporarily give up one element are either foolish or malicious. The path of a warrior is to overcome all obstacles. Moreover, multi-elements are not obstacles but opportunities. We in the military never think multi-elements are burdens.
His words were extremely serious and earnest, making Qin Chen have a new understanding of the military.
Alright, you don't need to think too much about multi-element matters.
Su Pengfei waved his hand, continuing, you are this time's stellar award winner and have passed the 7th level of the military gods test.
Thus, besides the original stellar award, I can also grant you one request. Tell me, what do you need?
Qin Shen's heart leaped with joy. He didn't expect there would be extra rewards.
He quickly said, Superior, I want to understand what the rewards for the stellar award are this time? And repeating the same words as rewards would be a big loss. Su Pengfei smiled and said, Dragon blood. Dragon blood? Qin Chen didn't know what the dragon blood was.
His first reaction was the blood of the dragon from myths and legends, but clearly that was impossible.
However, just the name indicated that this dragon blood was definitely not simple.
It is not the dragon that people imagine, but the blood of a peak 9th level demon beast, the Black Earth Dragon, Su Pengfei explained.
9th level peak? Qin Chen was suddenly shocked.
You should know, the most precious thing about every beast is its beast crystal. Su Pengfei looked at Qin Chen. Qin Chen nodded. The uses of beast crystals are numerous, for making various weapons and equipment, and they can also be used for research. Some martial arts today are inspired by beast crystals, and through studying beast crystals, humans can change their cultivation methods.
For example, some people can thus become dual system cultivators. But not every demon beast has a beast crystal, so they are precious. And the blood of demon beasts is actually equally precious.
Of course, the demon beasts referred to here are those above level 4, below level 4, they are not valuable.
However, you have to know that every demon beast has blood.
The greatest use of demon beast blood is that it can make a martial artist's body stronger.
Qin Chen nodded.
This he could understand. The greatest advantage of demon beasts is their body strength, which is stronger than human martial artists, while human martial artists mainly focus on learning body refining martial arts. However, this type of martial arts is not only scarce but also extremely difficult to practice. Qin Chen had obtained the star refining body technique for some time now, yet his progress was not significant.
Chief, there can't be many 9th level peak demon beast blood, right? You actually took it out this time? Qin Chen asked curiously.
The military's willingness to spend is simply staggering.
In the entire dragon country, how many 9-star martial artists are there?
There are also not many demon beasts, otherwise, humans would have been defeated long ago.
Indeed, there are not many 9th level peak demon beast blood, and the blood of the Black Earth Dragon is even rarer.
You could say that in the current military, and even the entire dragon country, there is only one sample of this blood. Moreover, let me tell you, the blood of the Black Earth Dragon is one of the most effective among all demon beast blood. Su Pengfei said seriously.
Qin Chen was even more surprised. Since that's the case, why would it be given as a reward this time?
Su Pengfei saw his doubt, because this is the first star selection by the military. Additionally, originally, if you hadn't shown up and Zhang Chang had come in first, then the reward would have been just a small portion of dragon blood. But now, I can tell you, you can absorb as much as you can.
So good? Qin Chen was amazed. This treatment had too much of a difference. This is the will of the war god, you have gained the opportunity he left behind, so why not let you gain a greater chance? Su Pengfei looked at Qin Chen, even feeling a bit envious.
He knew that he was an 8-star martial artist but still could not obtain the chance given by the war god. You are very lucky, or rather, your talent has granted you such treatment. You must know that this dragon blood is not an ordinary Black Earth Dragon, it is a demon beast that is about to break through to the martial saint level. In the beginning, it was the war god who spent a great deal to slay it, so I hope you can still enter the military in the future and not disappoint the war god's regard for you. Such a great opportunity offered, to be honest, even Su Pengfei felt a bit distressed.
If he could decide, he definitely wouldn't do this.
After all, Qin Chen had not yet entered the military, no one could say how he would choose in the future.
I will think about it carefully. Qin Chen nodded and did not directly express his stance. Su Pengfei nodded.
By the way, I just said I would agree to one of your requests.
Tell me, what do you want?
The so-called request is naturally also a reward.
I want beast crystals. The more, the better.
Qin Chen directly said.
You speak very boldly and are not polite at all. Su Pengfei smiled and said, is it because of your master's research?
He had also heard from Yang Shui that Qin Chen's mysterious master always needed beast crystals, so it was not surprising. However, Qin Chen thought of his master in every situation, which made him very gratified. At least, he was not an ungrateful person. Even if Qin Chen didn't enter the military in the future, the gratitude would still remain. Yes, my master is very important to me, without him, there would be no today's me, so I care deeply about his research. Qin Chen said calmly, without a change in his expression.
Tell me, what kind of beast crystals do you need? Su Pengfei also did not waste time. Qin Chen was delighted and quickly took out a list he had prepared earlier. When Su Pengfei took the list and looked at it, his eyes widened in shock. The list was quite simple. Earth type, wind type, ice type, fire type beast crystals, the more, the better. How is it? Is it too much to ask? Qin Chen smiled and asked. Too much? Do you think beast crystals are like cabbages? Su Pengfei was speechless after hearing Qin Chen's words. The military indeed had the most beast crystals among all the forces in the dragon country, but it also consumed the most. Many beast crystals had already been used to make various equipment, there were some in stock, but it didn't mean they could provide as many as needed. How about this? I can agree to your request for a reward of 50 million, which is the maximum you can get from the Western Theater. You can convert it into beast crystals. For first level beast crystals, no matter the type, I will give you 500,000 each, for second level, 1 million, for third level, 2 million. You can write a specific list according to these prices. As for beast crystals above level 3, I cannot provide them for now, as it requires a process and takes a lot of time. If you are willing to wait, you can. Su Pengfei explained to Qin Chen. Qin Chen nodded and then began to write the list, quietly calculating his needs. A few minutes later, he had a specific list ready. He did not include any beast crystals above level 3 on it. One third level crystal was 2 million, a fourth level would likely double that, which was completely unnecessary. He couldn't use them at his current level. Su Pengfei picked up the list and glanced at it. Is it just these 4 types? The beast crystals on the list were fire, wind, ice, and earth, with no other elemental types. Qin Chen nodded, just these. I mainly only have 50 million, and my master asked me to become a triple elemental practitioner. His current focus is on wind, fire, and ice. As for the earth type, he said I could occasionally try to research it, so I also need some. Su Pengfei didn't think too much about it, as he wasn't familiar with research. Alright, I will prepare the things as soon as possible. Also, he took out a medal from his body. This is the General Star Medal. With it, you are a military general star and equivalent to a major general rank. If you officially enter the military in the future, your rank will be a major general. Qin Chen took the medal. Ding, you have completed the 3rd phase of the General Star mission. Ding, your reward has been granted. All General Star missions completed, additional reward, a martial arts manual. Chapter 61, Earth Type 1 Star, Star Skin. After Su Pengfei left, Qin Chen looked at the system rewards this time. He first took out the 3 Earth Element imprint shards and then swallowed them whole. The elemental imprints quickly started to digest. Ding, successfully devoured Earth Element imprint shard. Your Earth type imprint has reached perfection. Boom. At this moment, Qin Chen could clearly feel that his body had become much stronger due to the Earth Element's influence. And at this moment, his battle power directly broke through the 6,000 barrier, taking another step closer to the 4-star threshold. Name, Qin Chen. Fire type realm, 2 stars, 3rd divine pattern progress, 10%. Wind type realm, 1 star, 2nd divine pattern progress, 0%. Ice type realm, 1 star, 2nd divine pattern progress, 0%. Earth type realm, 1 star, 2nd divine pattern progress, 0%. Battle power, 6,300. Then, he looked at the extra reward given. I wonder what kind of martial arts it is. He thought for a moment, and soon, the martial arts information was received and rushed into his mind. Martial Arts Introduction, Earth Spirit Armor, Rank 7 Martial Arts, only for Earth Warriors to use. A piece of information was quickly digested by him, and again it was a Rank 7 martial art. This martial art is a defensive type, and once mastered, it can instantly form a layer of hard earth armor on the surface of the body. Star Body Refining Technique, plus Earth Spirit Armor, I feel like I am a monster. Qin Chen couldn't help but think to himself. It was truly impossible to stay low-key. The Star Body Refining Technique is a Rank 9 martial art, enhancing one's physical body. And the Earth Spirit Armor forms defense on the outside of the body. With this double defense, perhaps even a true 4-star warrior wouldn't be able to break through his defense. Next, there's Dragon Blood. Qin Chen felt a bit excited. Dragon Blood also increases physical strength and complements the Star Body Refining Technique. According to his guess, absorbing Dragon Blood should speed up the progress of the Star Body Refining Technique. The first volume of the Star Body Refining Technique, Star Body, is divided into Star Skin, Star Bone, and Star Blood, and right now, he hadn't even perfected the Star Skin. So, he was very hopeful that Dragon Blood would bring him tremendous effects. That night, Qin Chen didn't practice. Instead, he fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, he was led by a soldier to the command room. At that moment, in the command room, there were 3 major generals, 2 lieutenant generals, and Su Pengfei. Additionally, there were 3 instructors, one of whom was Yan Shui. After Qin Chen stood properly between Yulu and Zhang Chang, Su Pengfei spoke up. This time, your reward is all beast blood. You all know what type of beast blood it is since yesterday. Now, your instructors will take you to soak in it. How much you can absorb depends on yourselves. After saying this, the three major generals took out a small bottle from their bodies. This bottle contains beast blood, just pour it out to use. The small bottles were handed to Yang Shui and the others. Qin Chen stared at the small bottle, looking surprised. This should be a magical spatial bottle that seems small but might hold several cubic meters inside. He learned about this bottle in cultural studies. It is something humanity has been researching, named a spatial bottle, as well as things like spatial bags. It is the latest achievement of human research, but up to now, the largest only holds 5 cubic meters. Of course, martial sages have their own space storage items. These are meant for warriors below the martial sage level. Let's go. After Yang Shui got the dragon blood, she said a word to Qin Chen and turned to leave the command room. Seeing this, Qin Chen hurriedly followed. Soon, the two arrived in a room with a prepared wooden tub inside. Yang Shui walked directly to the wooden tub, opened the small bottle, and poured the dragon blood inside. Qin Chen saw the dragon blood continuously pouring into the tub. When it filled a third, Yang Shui put the bottle away. Don't be stingy, fill it up. Seeing only a third full, Qin Chen spoke up. Fill it up? You think it's just water? Yang Shui replied unkindly. This is the blood of a rank 9 beast. One will produce a lot, but it roughly fills this wooden tub. That's fine, the commander said I can absorb as much as I can, so pour it full. No problem. Qin Chen reached out to grab the small bottle. Yang Shui quickly stepped back 2 paces. Let's absorb it first. This rank 9 beast blood is very violent, and if you are not careful, it can burst your body. Also, if there is too much, you can't absorb it all, which is a waste. Seeing Yang Shui so stubborn, Qin Chen felt somewhat helpless. He suddenly bulged his eyes. I now command you to fill it up. Now he was a ranking star with a major general rank, while Yang Shui was just a colonel. However, Yang Shui merely rolled her eyes at him and then turned to leave. Qin Chen shook his head helplessly, then approached the wooden tub and reached out to touch it. The system didn't respond. It seems that even if I devour this dragon blood, it has no effect. After realizing devouring was useless, he took off his clothes, then entered the wooden barrel. As soon as he got in, Qin Chen felt a surge of energy drilling into him through every pore of his body. So magical, so pure this energy is. Qin Chen was a little shocked. At this moment, he also understood why so many human researchers were now studying the beast crystals of exotic beasts. The blood of exotic beasts was already so magical, then beast crystals were surely the most valuable thing to study. As Qin Chen soaked longer in the blood, he felt his body growing stronger and stronger, but when it reached its limit, suddenly, the star body refining art began to activate on its own. The energy in the blood started wildly strengthening his skin. In just a few minutes, his skin changed again and again, and he couldn't help but try to touch it. It felt like a layer of iron. Very soon, the energy in the blood inside the wooden barrel became less and less, and not long after, it was completely used up. And his skin had become so strong that even he himself couldn't have imagined it before. Star Body Refining Art, Volume 1, Star Skin, still a bit short. He was a bit shocked. This star body refining art was so terrifying, such a strong skin, yet the star skin hadn't fully formed. Instructor Yang! Qin Chen shouted out loud. What do you want? Yang Shui pushed open the door, asking impatiently. Add dragon blood. Add what? Absorb what you have first. It's gone. Qin Chen spread his hands. Yang Shui frowned, but still walked to the wooden barrel. Only then did she find the dragon blood had completely changed. She couldn't feel even a trace of spirit. Really used up? She was shocked. That was too fast, only a few minutes. Before, Su Pengfei had told her that this dragon blood was extremely fierce. For a normal martial artist like Zhang Chang, just applying a little on the body was enough. Qin Chen was special, but even then, Su Pengfei only let her pour out 1/3. Su Pengfei thought 1/3 was more than enough for Qin Chen to soak for several hours, and fully raise his body to its current limit. But now, she doubted whether Su Pengfei had been saving dragon blood. Chapter 62, Starbone, One Punch Breaks 10,000. You wait a moment first. Yang Shui turned around and left. She had no choice. Su Pengfei had told her to only use 1/3. She didn't dare to act on her own. If this stuff was used without permission, she couldn't afford it. Command room. What did you say? Used up? Su Pengfei suddenly stood up. Yes, used up. Yang Shui nodded. Then add more, I see he's really fierce. Su Pengfei said angrily. No choice, he had already made bold promises. Qin Chen could absorb as much as he could. Now the person could still absorb, and the dragon blood was still available, he couldn't go back on his word. Alright. Getting Su Pengfei's approval, Yang Shui nodded. Wait, I'll go take a look too. I don't believe he can really absorb this much. Su Pengfei said. The two quickly arrived at Qin Chen's room. Yang Shui didn't waste words, she directly began to drain out the blood in the barrel that had lost its spirit. Instructor Yang, maybe let Commander Su do it. Qin Chen looked down at his body and spoke softly. I'm not afraid, what are you afraid of? Yang Shui said coldly. But at this moment, her heart was pounding. This was her first time looking at a man like this. However, to show her authority, she acted like she didn't care at all on the outside. Qin Chen had no choice and kept quiet. Very quickly, the energy-absorbed dragon blood was drained clean, and Yang Shui took out a small bottle and poured dragon blood again. This time, still 1/3. Qin Chen didn't say anything more and began to absorb again. Boom! When half the energy of the dragon blood was absorbed, he felt his skin reach a limit. That star body refining art started to operate madly again, and this time, it began to guide the remaining energy into his bones, hammering non-stop. Another few minutes passed, and the energy in the dragon blood inside the wooden barrel was once again completely absorbed. Instructor Yang, continue. Qin Chen shouted again. At that moment, Su Pengfei couldn't hold back and directly approached the wooden barrel, looking at the lifeless dragon's blood, his face instantly darkened. Are you a gold-eating beast? He said impatiently. The dragon's blood that Qin Chen just absorbed, in terms of value, is at least in the billions. And there is no market for it, this stuff is unique in the country. Even if there are other beast blood of equal value, the effects may be different. The commander won't go back on his word, right? Qin Chen hurriedly said. There was no way, now he realized how terrifying the value of this dragon's blood was. In just a few minutes, who knows how much training time it saved him. The star body refinement technique was originally difficult to cultivate, extremely difficult. To reach starry bone from slowly training, who knows how much time that would take. Now, he naturally didn't want to miss this chance. Since there's still more, he had to make the most of it. Next time, such a good opportunity might not come again. Going back on my word? Do I, Su Pengfei, do such a thing? Su Pengfei felt severe pain in his heart, but still spoke, Kid, if you don't join the military in the future, watch how I deal with you. After saying that, he took the small bottle directly from Yang Shui's hand and promptly poured it all down in one go. Suck it to death. He. Qin Chen chuckled, then continued to absorb. At the same time, in another room, Zhang Chang was also absorbing beast blood, but his was at the 7th rank. At this moment, Zhang Chang in the wooden barrel endured the terrible pain brought by the blood, while his body's strength kept increasing. Bang! Suddenly, the wooden barrel exploded, and the lifeless blood splattered everywhere. Zhang Chang quickly put on his clothes, his eyes filled with undisguised joy. Although I haven't broken through to 3 stars, my strength now exceeds 2,000 battle power with an ordinary punch. At that moment, with powerful confidence, he couldn't help but think of Qin Chen. Am I his opponent now? Soon, he shook his head. When that thought crossed his mind, he already knew deep down that he still wasn't Qin Chen's opponent. He recalled the strong sense of pressure Qin Chen brought when he was close to him before, which inevitably filled him with some despair. Instructor. Zhang Chang looked at Songli, which room is Qin Chen in? Songli looked at him, knowing he wanted to secretly compare with Qin Chen, and said, in the next room. Zhang Chang nodded, then walked out of the door, arriving at the entrance of Qin Chen's room. At this moment, Yulu was also here, they all looked toward Qin Chen in the room. Boom! At this time, Qin Chen finished absorbing the last bit of dragon blood energy, stood up from the wooden barrel, and the barrel unexpectedly exploded on its own. It's a pity, I'm still a bit short of fully mastering Starry Bone. He felt a bit regretful, but then thought about it, Starry Bone was originally harder to cultivate than Starry Skin. To have reached this level was very good. After putting on his clothes, he looked up at Yang Shui, Instructor Yang, take one of my punches. After speaking, he charged like a human-shaped Tyrannosaurus, and with a loud bang, punched toward Yang Shui. His fist was accompanied by terrifying flames, as if he had struck out a sun. Yang Shui's expression changed slightly, and she quickly threw out a punch in response. Bang! The immense force collided, and Qin Chen's body kept being pushed back. Yet, Yang Shui remained standing, although the astonishment on her face was unprecedented. Instructor Yang, you really are amazing. Qin Chen said after stabilizing himself. Amazing? You're just a freak. Yang Shui couldn't help but speak out. Su Pengfei beside them voiced his confusion. Just now, with their exchange, he could only make a rough judgment, but specifics, only those involved would know best. Commander, that punch just now has already reached the 4-star threshold. Yang Shui explained. What? Zhang Chang and Yulu at the door exclaimed. The 4-star threshold is 1,000 battle power. Zhang Chang was just thinking whether he was Qin Chen's opponent, and now he felt that his thoughts How childish. And Yu Lu, who previously didn't know how terrifying Qin Chen was, only because of Zhang Chang's attitude did he grow curious to understand, now trembled all over. 4-star threshold. Even Su Pengfei was astonished. He could see that Qin Chen hadn't broken through in his cultivation, the fire system was still 2-star. Even if it were 3 systems, with combat power breaking 3 stars, he could understand. Or if Qin Chen had broken the 3-star in fire system, with combat power breaking 4 stars, he could understand, but breaking 4-star threshold from 2 stars still felt unbelievable. After all, the difference between 3 stars and 4 stars is vast, let alone consecutively crossing 2 levels from 2 stars. At least you owe my whole bottle of dragon blood something. Su Pengfei finally nodded. He has already left us far behind. Zhang Chang murmured. Yula nodded in agreement, not just behind, it was as if they couldn't even see the tail lights anymore. They were also top talents in a province, but compared to Qin Chen, just thinking about it made people despondent. Did you hear just now? The commander said he absorbed a whole bottle of blood. Yu Lu whispered. Zhang Chang nodded, opportunities are available to everyone, although our exotic beast blood isn't as good as his, what's more frustrating is, he absorbed more than we did. The two sadly realized, it was despairing enough already, but even more despairing was that when the opportunity was right in front of them, he could grab the whole thing, while they could only grab half. Chapter 63, Sudden Rise in Strength, 5-star Combat Power. After Qin Chen returned to the dormitory, he saw Li Yun quickly sitting up from the bed. You seem to be a bit afraid of me? Qin Chen looked at Li Yun. It's not fear, just a bit nervous. Li Yun couldn't help but avoid looking at Qin Chen. Qin Chen smiled, understanding that the other person's personality was the shy and introverted type, combined with how terrifying he had just appeared, it was understandable. I'm not some terrible monster, relax, go get some rest. Qin Chen walked to him, patting his shoulder, and spoke. Li Yun breathed a sigh of relief, nodded quickly, and then fell back to sleep. The earlier assessment had indeed drained a lot of his energy, now they just needed to rest before being taken back to their respective cities by their instructors. Qin Chen also planned to rest, but then the phone rang. After picking up, Su Pengfei told him that the beast crystal he wanted had arrived and asked him to go to the command room to collect it. A few minutes later, he arrived at the command room, where Su Pengfei was sitting, and on the table in front of him was a suitcase. The beast crystals you wanted are all here. Su Pengfei patted the suitcase. Qin Chen couldn't wait to step forward to the table. With a click, the suitcase opened. He immediately saw that the suitcase was neatly filled with beast crystals. Wind system, ice system, earth system 1-star beast crystals, 10 each, worth 15 million. 2-star beast crystals, also 10 each, worth 30 million. Additionally, 9 pieces of fire system 2-star beast crystals, worth 9 million. Total value, 54 million, kid, you owe me 4 million. Su Pengfei looked at Qin Chen, smiling. This reward was given by the Western Theater, valued at 50 million, but Qin Chen had previously told him to try to gather as much as possible for him. No way, he found Qin Chen quite likable, so he satisfied the other's request, even dipping into his own pockets to make up the difference. Does the commander still lack this little money? Qin Chen closed the suitcase and said with a smile. Nonsense, 4 million, do you think it's 400 bucks? Su Pengfei said irritably. Although he was a general, 4 million wasn't easy to come by, the main reason was that he had already used the beast crystals obtained from killing beasts before, and a martial artist's cultivation consumes a lot of resources. This 4 million was pretty much his entire savings. Commander, don't be so stingy. Qin Chen picked up the suitcase and turned to leave. When he got to the door, he turned around and said, Thank you, Commander. You kid, just get lost. Su Pengfei waved his hand, scolding with a smile. When Qin Chen returned to the dormitory again, Li Yun was already snoring. He went to the bed, opened the suitcase, and first picked up a 1-star wind system beast crystal. Grade 1 wind element beast crystal, can devour, for wind warriors only. He had no hesitation and directly swallowed it. As the beast crystal digested, he could clearly sense that on the wind element mark, the second divine pattern was rapidly forming. After that, he picked up one after another, devouring them. Ding, your wind element marks second divine pattern, progress complete. Boom! The power within him wildly surged, and it felt as if countless gentle breezes swept through the entire dormitory, quickly returning to calm. Qin Chen glanced at the sleeping Li Yun and smiled. Wind element realm, 2 stars. Slightly feeling the enhanced power within him, he continued to pick up the grade 2 wind element beast crystal. Soon after, his wind element realm smoothly broke through to 3 stars. Next, he picked up the ice element beast crystal. Before long, the ice element quickly broke through until 2 stars, and the temperature in the entire dormitory plummeted sharply. Li Yun immediately turned over, and just when Qin Chen thought he would wake up, he heard snoring again. Sounds like he sleeps soundly. Seeing that Li Yun didn't wake up, Qin Chen didn't delay and started to devour the earth element beast crystal again. Before long, the dormitory was filled with earth element, and a feeling of suffocation suddenly appeared. Li Yun's snoring stopped instantly, but the sensation of suffocation quickly vanished, and Li Yun continued to sleep soundly. Qin Chen shook his head. He had never seen someone sleep so deeply. Grade 2 Fire Element Beast Crystal. Qin Chen picked up the Fire Element Beast Crystal. Then, he swallowed them one by one, and the third divine pattern on the Fire Element mark rapidly condensed. Boom! When the divine pattern's progress reached completion, the temperature in the entire dormitory suddenly rose, and a choking sensation more intense than before surged through the air as if all the oxygen had been burned away. What's going on? Li Yun suddenly sat up from the bed, looking around in confusion. His face turned pale. Just now, he felt as if someone was choking his neck, unable to breathe. It's nothing, you were dreaming. Qin Chen quickly retracted the fire elements that had been emitted during the breakthrough. Dreaming? Li Yun asked, puzzled. But he was clearly having a beautiful dream, and that feeling just now was so real that he even thought he was going to die, still feeling uneasy. You just missed witnessing the rise of an incredible freak. Qin Chen added. What do you mean? Li Yun asked, confused. Qin Chen smiled and didn't speak. Instead, he looked at his system. Name, Qin Chen. Fire Element Realm, 3 stars, 4th Divine Pattern Progress 0. Wind Element Realm, 3 stars, 4th Divine Pattern Progress 0. Ice Element Realm, 3 stars, 4th Divine Pattern Progress 0. Earth Element Realm, 3 stars, 4th Divine Pattern Progress 0. Combat Power, 83,000. Looking at his combat power, Qin Chen felt shocked. His combat power had directly crossed the 5-star threshold. For warriors, after reaching 4 stars, the combat power gap is enormous, and upon reaching master level, it becomes terrifying. Thus, the further it goes, breaking through shortly after becoming a significant challenge even for battles at the same level. New breakthrough warriors find it hard to defeat those who have advanced much longer. And now, Qin Chen had just broken through to 3 stars, not only being able to fight above his level but directly exceeding 2 levels. For elements breaking through, plus the effects of the stellar body refinement technique showing after my cultivation breakthroughs, reaching the 5-star threshold isn't unexpected. Qin Chen thought. The abnormality of the stellar body refinement technique lies in that the higher your cultivation, the more obvious the effects become. Now, he was thinking more about that military god. The combat power gap between 4 stars and 5 stars is vast, so one can imagine how terrifying the difference is between 9 stars and Martial Saint. However, having a double 9 stars opponent is equivalent to a Martial Saint, which is truly frightening. He either has special trump cards, or he is already at the peak of 9 stars, even infinitely close to Martial Saint, otherwise, it wouldn't be possible. Qin Chen thought firmly. Qin Chen, what's wrong with you? Li Yun saw Qin Chen in a daze and asked. Qin Chen snapped back to reality from his surprise and shook his head. It's nothing. By the way, Li Yun, do you want to understand my strength? Qin Chen suddenly asked. How to understand? Li Yun asked. To be honest, he was really curious about Qin Chen's strength. Although Qin Chen came first this time, besides those officers, no one saw Qin Chen's specific performance. It's simple, come on, use your strongest strength and punch me. Qin Chen said. Huh? Li Yun looked confused. Come on. Really? Really, come on. Qin Chen nodded. Li Yun became nervous instantly, but he still nodded. You be careful. After saying that, he suddenly rushed towards Qin Chen, then aimed at his chest and punched. You better do something. Li Yun shouted when he saw Qin Chen standing still, but his fist was already too late to retract. Bang! A punch hit Qin Chen's chest, his face changed drastically, as if his punch crashed against a heavy iron block. Then he saw Qin Chen's body lightly shudder, and his own body instantly flew out the door. Bang! Li Yun's head tilted, and with a terrified look in his eyes, he fainted. Chapter 64, 9 Holy Academies, Yu Yang's Request. The next day. What are you going to do next? On the helicopter, Yang Shui looked at Qin Chen and asked. What else is there to do? Of course, it's time to prepare for the college entrance examination, it's coming soon. During this time, I will stay at home and spend time with my parents. Qin Chen said without thinking. The college entrance examination is approaching, and although he hasn't decided which university to go to after the examination, it will definitely not be in Rong City. Once he goes, he may not be able to return for a long time. Additionally, it's time to visit the Zhao family. After killing Zhao Quan and Zhao Liang, the Zhao family seemed very quiet, but he knew that Zhao Wancher would definitely not give up on taking revenge on him, and he would not allow such an opponent to live. After the college entrance examination, which martial arts academy are you planning to go to? Yang Shui asked curiously. With Qin Chen's current strength, he could go to any martial arts academy in Long Country. Do you have any suggestions, Instructor Yang? Qin Chen asked. Yang Shui fell silent for a moment. It depends on you. Let me tell you about the martial arts academies in Long Country. Before Qin Chen could speak, she continued, in Long Country, there are many martial arts academies, big and small, but the top ones are 9. Qin Chen nodded, he knew this. These 9 martial arts academies in Long Country are called Holy Academies, founded by one of the divine warriors of Long Country, Suzhan, Su Divine Warrior. The names of the academies are simple, just from the first Holy Academy to the 9th Holy Academy. According to Qin Chen's understanding, the heads of these 9 Holy Academies are all 8-star Grandmasters, and the total director is Su Divine Warrior. Among them, the first 5 Holy Academies are in the capital, and the last 4 are in the Magic City. These 9 Holy Academies enroll the best students every year. The 9th Holy Academy enrolls almost half of the provincial champions. And the worst is the first Holy Academy. To my knowledge, they haven't recruited a provincial champion in 10 years. The best they get are city champions. Yang Shui simply outlined the enrollment situation for each year. In fact, the quality of the Holy Academies can be seen from their enrollments. Of course, since they are 9 Holy Academies, even the worst can't be too bad, because every year, each Holy Academy accepts only a few thousand students. So, 9 academies together in the whole Long Country enroll about 10,000 people each year. You could say, each one is elite. If I go to the worst first Holy Academy, is there a chance to gain rewards? Qin Chen asked tentatively. Very difficult. Yang Shui shook her head. The 9 Holy Academies won't actively recruit. After all, they only take in those students. Even if you are a national champion, they don't care. If you want to come, fine, they only lose a genius at most. You must remember, the Holy Academies are different from my military department. My military department needs geniuses, but the Holy Academies do not need them that much. After all, the Holy Academies only teach martial arts and educate people, and do not need so many teachers. All right. Qin Chen nodded, but he still didn't give up. He still planned to give it a try. In fact, the Holy Academies, and even all the martial arts academies in Long Country, have a good relationship with my military department. Many people from the military department. They all come from the Martial Academy. So, it doesn't matter which Holy Academy you enter, but if you want to give yourself some pressure, go to the 9th Holy Academy in the Demon City, where you will know that geniuses gather. Yang Shui suggested to speak up, but she did not insist, because Qin Chen had his own way of cultivation. Whether he chose to go to the 9th Holy Academy with pressure or to the 1st Holy Academy easily, it still depended on Qin Chen himself. Qin Chen nodded and suddenly had his own plan. While talking, the helicopter arrived at the top of Ming Mountain. The genius training camp had not yet ended. Luo Bin returned early and ran out upon hearing the roaring sound. Oh, the Star of War has arrived too. Luo Bin said mockingly when he saw Qin Chen. Attention! Qin Chen shouted as he got off the helicopter, addressing Luo Bin. Luo Bin's body automatically straightened as a reflex, but he quickly reacted, and his face turned dark instantly. So embarrassing. Qin Chen held the rank of Major General, but now he had not formally entered the military camp, lacking real power. It was equivalent to just a nominal military rank. Ha ha ha. Qin Chen laughed heartily, a good soldier, unlike some people. He glanced at Yang Shui, only to find that she had no reaction whatsoever. At that moment, the others from the genius training camp heard the commotion and all ran over. Boss! Zhou Lei saw Qin Chen, tears welling in his eyes as he quickly ran over, arms outstretched to hug Qin Chen. However, he was kicked back by Qin Chen in an instant. Everyone, long time no see. Qin Chen looked at the others. He could see that these people had all changed. They had gotten darker, but they had also become stronger. Qin Chen, congratulations! Congratulations! One after another stepped forward to greet him. In the end, only one person was left, Yu Yang. He stood at a distance, looking at Qin Chen, hesitating for words, and finally walked in front of Qin Chen. Qin Chen, can I follow you? As soon as these words came out, everyone was surprised and looked at Yu Yang. Qin Chen frowned. He knew this person, who was quite proud. At that time, when Zhao Liang asked him for help, given the Zhao family's power, Yu Yang had also refused. Yet now, he said he wanted to follow him, and he said it publicly without any hesitation. This was unbelievable. Yu Yang, what's going on with you? Even Luo Bin and Yang Shui looked at him in confusion. It's nothing. Yu Yang shook his head, explained, Qin Chen is now the Star of War, following him is not shameful. His words did not make everyone understand. Even if Qin Chen was the Star of War, after all, he was still an underage student and was only a 2-star cultivator. A genius, even if he had huge potential, could not simply follow anyone, especially someone like him. Talk alone? Qin Chen spoke up. He felt that Yu Yang must have something else going on. Sure. The two quickly walked to a deserted place. The others saw this and did not follow, but everyone was secretly guessing. Speak, why? Qin Chen asked. At this moment, Yu Yang's expression suddenly changed, his eyes filled with great hatred. He slowly said, "My dad is dead." "Ha?" Qin Chen's expression changed. "Do you remember the last time Zhao Liang called me?" Yu Yang asked. Qin Chen instantly reacted, "Zhao family?" Yu Yang nodded. "On that day, I did remind my dad to be careful of the Zhao family, but unexpectedly, something still happened." "You are a warrior, your family should be safe," Qin Chen said. He worked hard to become a warrior so that the Zhao family would not take revenge on his family. And Yu Yang was also a warrior. His living situation, if not safer than Qinghe Courtyard, was definitely safe. It would be almost impossible for the Zhao family to act against him. Yu Yang shook his head. "My dad knew Zhao Wancher, and since he is a businessman who travels often, Zhao Wancher always had opportunities to deal with my dad." Qin Chen's expression grew serious. This matter was ultimately related to him. He did not ask Yu Yang how his dad was killed, but just said, "Do the City Lord's Mansion and the Martial Arts Association know about this?" The City Lord's Mansion and the Martial Arts Association belong to the same group, and for such matters, the City Lord's Mansion would definitely send someone to investigate. "I've investigated, there is no evidence, but I know for sure it was Zhao Wancher's doing," Yu Yang said firmly. Qin Chen nodded, knowing the other person wasn't one to talk nonsense. He also believed it was Zhao Wancher who did it. "I'll go to the Zhao family." Qin Chen patted Yu Yang's shoulder. As for having someone follow him, he didn't agree. He didn't need any little brothers. Zhou Lei was just for fun, and not truly following him. Chapter 65, Preparations before going to the Zhao family. Yu Yang's expression changed. He told Qin Chen about this not to have Qin Chen rush to the Zhao family. After all, Zhao Wancher was still a 4-star warrior, and Qin Chen going there would be of no use. Moreover, without evidence, even if he went, he couldn't do anything. Openly killing someone in the city was impossible even for Qin Chen, a star of war. "If you want revenge, go prepare a bit. I can wait for you until tomorrow to go down the mountain together," Qin Chen said calmly without explaining. "Okay." Yu Yang didn't say more. He understood Qin Chen wouldn't do pointless things without confidence. Since he was going, even if he couldn't kill Zhao Wancher, he certainly had other purposes. After Yu Yang went to prepare, Yang Shui found Qin Chen. "Is it about the Zhao family?" Qin Chen looked at her in surprise. Instructor Yang is truly sharp. Yang Shui knew about Zhao Liang's incident and that Yu Yang was involved, but she guessed it so quickly still surprised Qin Chen. "I understand Yu Yang, if he can say he wants to follow you, something major must have happened. But I have to remind you, Zhao Wancher's 4 stars are not built with drugs. It's better to wait until your cultivation improves before making plans," Yang Shui reminded. After Zhao Liang's death, she had investigated the Zhao family and knew a lot about Zhao Wancher's situation. Qin Chen just nodded on the surface and didn't explain anything. He didn't know if he could punch Zhao Wancher to death or not. The next morning, Yu Yang directly withdrew from the genius training camp and went down the mountain with Qin Chen. "You go back first, have a meal with your family, comfort them a bit, and just say, unless something goes wrong, Zhao Wancher will die today." Once they arrived in the city, Qin Chen said to Yu Yang as he got out of the taxi. Yu Yang looked at Qin Chen in shock. He didn't understand where Qin Chen got his confidence. He originally thought Qin Chen might request help from the military to secretly kill Zhao Wancher, but now he hadn't seen Qin Chen consult anyone and was going straight to the Zhao family. Clearly, he intended to kill the opponent openly. But there was only the method of a martial artist challenging him openly. However, Zhao Wancher could refuse, and even if he accepted, how would Qin Chen respond? "By the way, be at the Zhao family by noon at 12, don't be late," Qin Chen reminded before walking into the Qinghe Courtyard community. Yu Yang looked at Qin Chen's back. "I won't be late." After Qin Chen returned home, he saw his parents sitting on the sofa watching TV. The old couple was living a leisurely life now, but during this time, Qin Chen still advised them not to leave the community, even for grocery shopping. They specially hired someone. He originally wanted to hire a nanny, but as a retired soldier, Qin and Li Xiaofan, who had lived a hard life, couldn't get used to it, and the nanny only lasted 2 days before being let go. "Xiao Chen, why are you back?" Seeing Qin Chen come in, the couple was both surprised and delighted. I'm back. The Star of War selection has ended, I'm back to prepare for the college entrance examination." Qin Chen nodded. "It's over? How was the result?" Qin hurriedly asked. Qin Chen had told them about the Star of War thing over the phone, and Qin was very concerned about the result. "Of course, I was selected." Qin Chen smiled. He took out the medal. Li Xiaofan was about to reach for it when Qin hurriedly said, "Don't move." "What for?" Li Xiaofan said unhappily. Qin stood up and carefully held the medal in his hand. "This is the first star medal from the military, although it's just symbolic, its meaning is immense. In the future, when our son enters the army, with this, he will truly be a major. I tell you this and you don't understand. In all those years I spent in the army, I only saw a major level person once, do you know?" Qin Dade was somewhat excited, flipping the medal back and forth like a priceless treasure. I don't understand, but you do. Li Xiufan said irritably. Qin Dade ignored her and looked at Qin Chen. You want to join the military, right? What military? Li Xiufan interjected, with our son's grades, he can have a good position in the Rongqing Martial Arts Association. What do you know? A man should join the army. Qin Dade shouted. Qin Chen quickly stopped them. This matter is still early, let's talk about it after graduation. By the way, where is the evidence against the Zhao family for Dad? Xiao Chen, do you want it? Qin Dade suddenly thought of something and looked at Qin Chen in surprise. Yes, the Zhao family should pay the price thoroughly. For more than a year, in order to let the Zhao family be punished, Li Xiufan often collected some evidence. However, this evidence was still insufficient to make the Zhao family suffer, so it was kept hidden and not brought out. But? Dad, there are no buts. I know the evidence isn't enough. What I want isn't their official punishment, it's from my own personal vendetta. Qin Chen interrupted him. Qin Dade and Li Xiufan were both honest people. In their eyes, even if the Zhao family paid a price, it should come from the regulations of this society. However, what Qin Chen wanted was not that. After several attempts on his life, they should only be punished by their own hands. Okay. Qin Dade finally nodded. He would leave this matter to Qin Chen. Qin Chen's performance during this time had proven that he was not a reckless person. Li Xiufan didn't understand much, but she knew her son was preparing to take action against the Zhao family. She hated the Zhao family to the core and said nothing more. Soon, they took out some evidence collected over the past year. It was all simple evidence. Once Qin Chen received it, he wasted no time and went straight out, then took out his phone. Qin Chen, what made you think of calling me? As soon as the call connected, Su Hua's voice came through. I'm back, Director Su. Please give me Lord Zhou's phone number, I need to talk to him about something. Qin Chen directly stated his purpose, without any pleasantries. Lord Zhou's? Su Hua's voice was filled with doubt, but he didn't ask and said, okay, remember this number. After hanging up, Qin Chen directly dialed the number he received. Hello? On the other end, Lord Zhou's voice rang out. This was his personal number. Lord Zhou, I'm Qin Chen. Qin Chen spoke calmly. Qin Chen? You're back? On the other end, Qin Chen could hear the surprise in Lord Zhou's tone. As the city lord, a genius of Rongqing, he often followed Qin Chen's progress in the genius training camp and was fully aware of the star selection process. However, he did not expect Qin Chen to return so quickly. Yes, city lord, I would like to ask you for a favor. Qin Chen got straight to the point. On the phone, Lord Zhou's smiling voice came through. The number one genius of Rongqing, the first star medal from the military, this favor is something others can't even ask for. Just say it, as long as I can do it, I'll do my best. Qin Chen smiled. In the eyes of many in Rongqing, Lord Zhou was an unattainable figure, one of the few six-star powerhouses in Rongqing. The former Qin Chen also thought he was unattainable, but as his fame grew, such a person was not as distant as people imagined. I want to go to Rongqing prison and find Yuan Hao. Qin Chen said. Chapter 66, One day, I will trample this rule underfoot. Yuan Hao, a year ago, was bribed by Zhao Quan and then drove into Qin. Logically, a family like the Zhao family would not take risks for a beast crystal, but knowing that both Zhao Quan and Zhao Liang relied on drugs to pile up their cultivation, he understood. Zhao Quan probably had been this way for a long time, his humanity twisted, he must have often done things like forceful robbery. After Qin Day's accident, Yuan Hao was caught. He was sentenced to life, and in this parallel world, life means life, there's no talk of reduction. So, Yuan Hao saw no hope of getting out and wanted to rely on the Zhao family to secretly take care of him, so he never admitted that Zhao Quan was the one who instigated it. Half an hour later, Qin Chen arrived at the entrance of Rongqing prison. As soon as he got out of the car, he saw a man in uniform waiting at the door. As soon as the man saw Qin Chen get out of the car, he came over. Qin Chen? Qin Chen nodded. The man immediately became enthusiastic. The city lord called and said you would come, told me to wait for you here. Also, Yuan Hao has already been brought out. By the way, I'm Zhou Kai, the warden here. Thank you, Warden Zhou. Qin Chen nodded. Quickly, the two walked into the prison. Along the way, some prison guards were surprised to see the warden personally leading someone. A few minutes later, the two arrived at a visiting room. It's right inside, the warden said. Qin Chen nodded, pushed the door open, and saw a man in prison clothes sitting inside. The man looked up when he heard, and Qin Chen immediately said, "Do you remember me?" Yuan Hao stared at Qin Chen, Qin Day's son. How could he not remember Qin Chen? The first time he harmed someone was the other's father, and at that time, Qin Chen had looked for him. That's good, you should know why I came to find you today, right? Qin Chen directly sat in front of him. Yuan Hao's expression changed, he had already made guesses but didn't speak.
Qin Chen smiled, in this more than a year, you haven't revealed the person behind you, you're quite good.
Do you know who this person with me is?
Hearing this, Yuan Hao looked up, and when he saw it was Zhou Kai, he immediately stood up, Warden. In prison, although he hadn't spoken to Zhou Kai, it didn't stop him from recognizing him. At this moment, when he looked back at Qin Chen, his expression completely changed, filled with a bit of fear.
Now, can you talk? Qin Chen said calmly. Yuan Hao's face changed again and again. Finally he spoke, if I say, will there be a chance to go out?
In prison, normally the Zhao family used some means to help him live reasonably well here, at least he had never been particularly targeted and lived better than many others. But if Zhou Kai wanted to do something, he would be doomed. Even with the Zhao family it wouldn't work because this place was controlled by the other party. Even secretly letting him out would not be a problem.
No.
Qin Chen didn't hesitate, not only no, but after saying it, you will be sentenced to death.
What?
Yuan Hao's face changed, he looked at Qin Chen in disbelief, then why would I say? Qin Chen smiled, because if you don't say, you will wish you were dead. As soon as he said that, Yuan Hao immediately felt a chill run through him. He looked at Zhou Kai, hoping to see some dissatisfaction with Qin Chen's words on his face. However, he was disappointed. Zhou Kai's expression was neutral as if he hadn't heard anything. I'll give you 3 seconds. Qin Chen's voice turned cold.
I'll say it. Zhou Kai didn't hesitate any longer. At that time, it was indeed Zhao Quan. No.
Qin Chen directly interrupted him, shaking his head, it wasn't Zhao Quan, but Zhao Wanshi. Zhao Quan was already dead and insignificant. Now, to deal with Zhao Wanshi, they needed to pin the crime on him. Yuan Hao stared at Qin Chen in shock, then turned to Zhou Kai. This was openly transferring the blame. However, he found that Zhou Kai still did not speak. At this moment, he realized just how terrifying Qin Chen was, as a warden personally came forward, and whatever Qin Chen said was law. This, the Zhao family, could not compare at all. Yes, it's Zhao Wanshi, Yuan Hao said, completely deflated and with difficulty.
Qin Chen stood up, great.
Then, he looked at Zhou Kai, took out the prepared evidence, and smiled, Warden Zhou, with his confession plus this evidence, Zhao Wanshi's involvement in my dad's affair can be completely established, right? Zhou Kai merely glanced at it and nodded, strong evidence. Qin Chen nodded, it was very realistic. When he hadn't succeeded back then, the evidence he had prepared was completely useless. Even if Zhou Kai admitted it, it probably wouldn't have mattered much. But now, this evidence had become very useful, even becoming strong proof. This was the benefit of status. This wasn't Zhou Kai's fault, nor anyone else's, the whole world was like this. Now, I will call the city lord's mansion and let them know Zhao Wanshi can be arrested, Zhou Kai said. He could see that Qin Chen was eager to make Zhao Wanshi pay the price.
Qin Chen smiled, arrest?
Why arrest? We are all warriors, we should follow the rules of warriors.
Rules of warriors?
Zhou Kai was taken aback at first, then he nodded. In the Dragon Nation, there is a rule that warriors cannot kill at will. If discovered, there are 2 ways to resolve it. First, one can go through the official channels to arrest the other party, and then the officials will decide on the appropriate punishment for the murderer. Second, one can challenge the murderer in a warrior's way, where the challenge has no rules concerning life and death. The first method is mainly for ordinary people because ordinary people cannot use the second method, which is also a protection for them. The second method is for warriors, it shows respect for warriors, allowing them to take revenge themselves. Moreover, the victim can invite others to fight for them, as long as you can convince someone, even a master, it's possible, and the other party cannot refuse. This rule was jointly established by the 4 great martial saints of the Dragon Nation, and only those 4 can break it. This is also why Qin Chen went to such lengths to come to the prison, and only after becoming a general star could he do so, because only then Zhou Kai, and even the city lord's mansion, would give him face. And only with Zhou Kai giving him face, personally accompanying him, would Yuan Hao give up his final resistance. If it weren't for this rule, Qin Chen could simply go to the Zhao family directly.
One day, this rule will be trampled underfoot by me. Qin Chen silently vowed.
His path as a warrior, he could see it, below the martial saint, there were no bottlenecks, as long as he didn't die, reaching the 9 stars was just a matter of time. Only becoming a martial saint, he was uncertain because the path of martial saints was too mysterious. However, with his multiple systems, becoming 9 stars wouldn't lose to a martial saint, and naturally, he could ignore the rules. Just in time, I have nothing to do, I will go take a look, Zhou Kai smiled. He wanted to see who Qin Chen had invited to deal with Zhao Wanshi. If a master from the military stepped in, then this trip would be very valuable.
Even watching the master fight would be of great benefit. Chapter 67, Big Shots Gather in Rongqing.
After leaving the Rongqing prison, Qin Chen got into Zhou Kai's car and headed toward the Zhao family. At this moment, at the Zhao family, Yu Yang had already arrived, holding a box in his hands and standing in the courtyard of the Zhao family, with several bodyguards of the Zhao family lying on the ground. However, in front of him, there was now a second-grade warrior blocking his way, preventing him from advancing even a little.
In the villa hall, there was currently an old man and a man sitting there. Aren't you going to handle this? The old man looked at Zhao Wanshi, frowning. Zhao Wanshi shook his head. No need, let him make a scene. It would be best if he couldn't help but kill someone, that way, I could kill him directly. Yu Yang's father was indeed killed by him, and Yu Yang's talent was good, ultimately still a future trouble. What he wanted was for Yu Yang to cause a bigger commotion, preferably to kill. Otherwise, even if he acted now, he couldn't directly kill Yu Yang. If he couldn't, he naturally wouldn't act. You invited me here today just to see him, the old man said calmly. Old Meng, do you know Qin Chen? Zhao Wanshi asked. He was certainly not here for Yu Yang, but for Qin Chen. Old Meng nodded. Of course, I heard the city announcement last time. Why? Just for a 2-star warrior? Zhao Wanshi shook his head helplessly. He knew the other person rarely cared about these things, so it was normal that he didn't know about Qin Chen's later matters. He explained, Qin Chen being a 2-star, that was before. Later he entered the genius training camp in Rong City. My sons Xiao Quan and Zhao Liang were both killed by him, and then he participated in the military's general star selection. Just yesterday, he came back. Soon, he spoke about the general star selection. Since learning that it was Qin Chen who killed Zhao Quan, he had been keeping an eye on Qin Chen. Later, after Zhao Liang was killed, he spent a considerable cost trying to find information about Qin Chen and had people monitor Qin Chen's parents. However, he couldn't act regarding Qinghe Garden, so during this time, he focused on Qin Chen himself. With Qin Chen back at the genius training camp yesterday, he guessed that Qin Chen would definitely find a way to deal with him, so today, he invited old Meng. So what if he's back? You, a 4-star, are you afraid of him? Old Meng said softly, with some disdain in his eyes, a disdain for Zhao Wanshi's caution. He knew that Zhao Wanshi had come this far because of his caution, and it was also due to his excessive caution, fearing that the Zhao family would lose power, which led him to use drugs to bolster his 2 sons. However, in his eyes, a 4-star warrior being so cautious against a still underage person was no longer a matter of caution, but of cowardice. I'm not afraid of him, Zhao Wanshi shook his head. Now Qin Chen is valued by the military, I fear the military will act for him. Is this the real reason you joined my Eternal Life Martial Arts Hall? Old Meng looked at Zhao Wanshi, his tone suddenly cold. He was the head of the Rong City branch of the Eternal Life Martial Arts Hall. He had welcomed Zhao Wanshi's joining before. But now, it seemed the other side was using the Eternal Life Martial Arts Hall as their backing. Zhao Wanshi's heart raced, and he quickly said, Old Meng, you've misunderstood. I joined the Eternal Life Martial Arts Hall mainly for myself. Now, my 2 sons are dead, my wife has left, and I'm the only one left in the Zhao family. Joining the martial arts hall was my own reason, only now, due to this matter with Qin Chen, I was forced to ask for your help. Old Meng looked at him, not fully believing his words. However, he still said, since I agreed to let you join, if someone strong is invited on Qin Chen's side, I will intervene. But remember, after this, your life belongs to the Eternal Life Martial Arts Hall. The hall can help you settle some matters, but you also need the heart to die for the hall. Thank you, Old Meng. Zhao Wanshi sighed in relief inside. Maybe Qin Chen has evidence and can invite someone to deal with him, but he also has evidence that it was Qin Chen who killed his son, so he could also invite someone. Meng Changqing is now a 6-star warrior. As long as Qin Chen doesn't invite a master, they could handle it. Unless Qin Chen personally challenges him. I need to find a way to make him act himself. This way, I can personally resolve this major threat. Zhao Wanshi's mind was already thinking about how to make Qin Chen act on his own. Bang! At that moment, a figure flew back, smashing through the window and landing in front of the 2 men. Zhao family head, Qin Chen has come to visit, a voice called from outside. Zhao Wanshi's face changed, and he quickly stood up. Walking towards the outside. Meng Changqing frowned and also stood up. When Zhao Wanshi arrived in the villa courtyard, he saw Qin Chen and Yu Yang standing together, along with a man in police uniform. Director Zhou, you are here too. Zhao Wanshi looked at Zhou Kai and instantly understood what was going on. Qin Chen had probably really found evidence and pinned the crime on him. Come to take a look. Zhou Kai smiled. Zhao Wanshi ignored him and turned to Qin Chen. Without military personnel here, you are very brave. Qin Chen only brought Zhou Kai, which surprised him. If the other party only invited Zhou Kai to act, then Qin Chen would definitely stay here today. If you aren't brave, how can you become strong? Qin Chen said casually. Young man, you speak well, but being brave can also lead to death. At that moment, Meng Changqing walked out. Director Meng? Zhou Kai frowned when he saw Meng Changqing come out. Qin Chen turned to look as well. He had never met Meng Changqing, but upon hearing Zhou Kai's title, he guessed the other party's identity. Director Zhou, just a reminder, Zhao Wanshi is now with the Changcheng Martial Arts Academy. Are you going to take action? Meng Changqing glanced at Zhou Kai and spoke indifferently. Zhou Kai's expression changed. He was only a 5-star martial artist and hadn't expected that Qin Chen wouldn't bring anyone. Now, he found himself in a difficult position.
Qin Chen was valued by the city lord and definitely shouldn't die here, but he wasn't a match for Meng Changqing. Such a lively scene. Suddenly, a voice came from outside the courtyard, followed by a sturdy man with a square face striding in. Each of his steps seemed incredibly solid. City Lord Zhou. Zhao Wanshur's pupils shrank. The city lord of Rongqing actually came in person. Meng Changqing's expression changed. Zhou Taixian was famous in the dragon country for his iron fists, and even he felt some apprehension. Director Meng, it's been a long time. Last time, I'm sorry, I accidentally made you cough up blood, huh? Zhou Taixian laughed heartily. Meng Changqing's face turned ashen. The last time he mentioned was several years ago at the Rongqing Martial Arts Conference. Qin Chen looked at City Lord Zhou in surprise, not expecting such a backstory. Zhou Taixian walked up to Qin Chen and whispered, "Why didn't you invite anyone?" He had always thought Qin Chen had invited military personnel. He came just to watch the excitement, and didn't expect Qin Chen to come alone. That was really too brave. Just as Qin Chen was about to speak, another voice came from outside. "Zhou kid, it's not ethical of you to bring up Director Meng's sad past." As the voice fell, an old man in a long robe walked in. Zhu Yuan. Meng Changqing's face completely changed when he saw the other party. Zhao Wanshur, on the other hand, wore a gloomy expression. The president of the Rongqing Martial Arts Association also came in person. Qin Chen, seeing Zhu Yuan arrive, didn't know what to say. He had planned to act himself, but now all 3 6-star experts from Rongqing had shown up. Things seemed a bit complicated. Chapter 68, Cold Icefinger, sending Zhao family head to the afterlife. Zhu Yuan walked directly to Qin Chen, didn't invite military personnel to take action? Like Zhou Taixian, he came to watch the excitement. They were both 6-star martial artists and had been in 6 stars for quite some time. Perhaps seeing a master take action could enlighten them. Didn't invite anyone. Qin Chen shrugged. Forget it. Zhu Yuan waved his hand. He didn't know what hidden cards Qin Chen had, maybe the military provided some powerful weapons or something. However, no matter how powerful a weapon was, it was ultimately an external object. Moreover, the stronger the weapon, the harder it was to control if one's cultivation was low. So, if Qin Chen wanted to rely on external forces to kill Zhou Wanshur, he would need a stroke of luck. Once he missed, he would be counter-killed. You can choose one between me and Zhou Kit to take action. Meng Changqing, we can beat him up. Zhu Yuan said. Although his voice was deliberately lowered, it was still loud. Everyone heard it very clearly. Zhu Yuan. Meng Changqing's face was filled with anger. Zhu Yuan looked at Meng Changqing. What, do you doubt my strength? To be honest, the reason I'm willing to step in is that I can't stand your Changqing martial school. What's the problem? The rules are set this way, as long as Qin Chen needs it, I can beat the crap out of you and then kill Zhou Wanshur. At that moment, Zhu Yuan seemed to have become a different person, no longer as restrained as he was when he visited Qin Chen's home. It seemed that he was really displeased with the people from Changqing Martial School. Qin Chen thought for a moment, and actually understood. Among the 4 great powers of Dragon Country, the military was fighting on the front line to ensure peace at home. The Warrior Association and City Lord's Mansion were there to serve and manage the warriors, preventing random killings and maintaining social order. The Martial Academy, on the other hand, was responsible for training batch after batch of talents, making a huge contribution to the continuation of martial arts in Dragon Country. Only the Changqing Martial School was more about private interests. Although they had trained many warriors, these were all paid for by others to learn. Even the ones who stayed in the martial school in the end still did so for their own sake. One could say that without the military, the Warrior Association, or the Martial Academy, Dragon Country would likely face problems, but without the martial school, the impact wouldn't be too big. So, who do you choose? Zhu Yuan looked at Qin Chen. Zhou Taixian also looked over, waiting for Qin Chen's choice. Although this time he couldn't see the master take action, he still made a good favor by stepping in himself. Qin Chen did not speak but took a step forward. Everyone, my purpose for coming today is very clear, it's to kill Zhou Wanshur. Now, the evidence of Zhao Wanshur harming my father is sufficient. Moreover, Zhao Quan and Zhao Liang also participated in my father's matter, so I also admit that I killed them. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent, just quietly listening. Qin Chen and Zhao Wanshur's enmity was irreconcilable, no one could change that. But, I have already made a decision on how to kill. Qin Chen spoke earnestly, this is my path as a warrior. Zhou Taixian and Zhu Yuan's faces changed at the same time. What does he want to do? Zhou Taixian frowned. Zhu Yuan shook his head. At that moment, he saw the determination in Qin Chen's eyes. Even if they tried to persuade him, it probably wouldn't work. Sighing inwardly, he could only watch how the situation would develop. At that moment, Qin Chen turned to Meng Changqing. Director Meng, today, I want to make my own move. Do you want to stop me?
Meng Changqing looked at Qin Chen with an unprecedented seriousness. At this moment, he realized that Qin Chen's terror was not due to his cultivation level, but that determination, that invisible aura he exuded. This child actually has the aura of a master. He felt a tremor inside. At this moment, he wanted to step in and personally kill the opponent, but he couldn't act. Zhou Taixian and Zhu Yuan were present. If he made a move, the two would surely follow suit. Why should I stop you? Meng Changqing looked at Qin Chen and spoke softly. Then, he quietly whispered in Zhao Wansher's ear, kill him. Zhao Wansher felt delighted, thinking Qin Chen had inflated to the point of wanting to fight 2-star against 4-star. Kid, I'll help you fulfill your wish. Zhao Wansher took a few steps forward, facing Qin Chen, slowly beginning to speak. His heart was almost bursting with excitement. Killing Qin Chen was not just for avenging his two sons. He would also be the first to kill the #1 genius of Rome City, remembered by the world for a long time to come. I hope Master Zhao can really fulfill this. Qin Chen stood still, calmly watching him come closer step by step. So you really want to die? Seeing Qin Chen not moving, Zhao Wansher spoke softly, do you feel the pressure of 4 stars? However, Qin Chen still stood there, his face incredibly calm. In fact, he smiled slightly, I don't feel the pressure of 4 stars, instead, I felt the excitement of about to kill. No, I didn't regard you as a human, to be precise, it was the excitement of killing. Ha ha. Zhao Wansher laughed heartily, are you ready? Ready, but tell me, Zhao family master, are you ready to go to death? Zhao Wansher's face turned cold, go to death? I am already ready. Good. Before Zhao could finish his sentence, suddenly an endless cold energy seemed to erupt from Qin Chen's body. The temperature around them instantaneously turned biting cold. At the same time, his body felt like it had grown larger, his skin became as hard as iron in that moment. His bones, in an instant, gleamed with a faint golden color, a violent power as if about to explode his body. Ice type. Starry body refinement. At this moment, an overwhelming force radiated from Qin Chen, sweeping across the entire area. Yu Yang, with a look of terror, kept retreating, and even Zhou Kai's face changed dramatically as he also stepped back slightly. The 3 6-star warriors looked from shock to confusion, fear, and disbelief. Ice finger. Qin Chen raised his finger, instantly turning to ice. Send Zhao family master on his way to the west. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Chen pointed out. At the same time, he finally took a step forward, pressing towards Zhao Wansher. Zhao Wansher felt a strong threat of death, his face changed drastically, and his body instinctively wanted to retreat. However, before he could take a step back, Qin Chen had already appeared beside him, and in the next moment, his finger landed on his forehead. Bang! His body was struck away by an irresistible force. During the backward flight, an extreme cold surged into his body, instantaneously freezing his blood and internal organs. He wanted to scream madly, but no sound came out, all he had in his eyes was fear. Soon, a layer of frost appeared on the surface of his body. Boom! His body hit the ground with a crack, as if an ice block had shattered, and then, his body turned into fragments. The entire place fell into a deathly silence. Chapter 69, The Hidden Card is One's Own Strength. The few of them stared into the distance, watching as the ice melted. Zhao Wansher's body turned into pieces, blood slowly flowing, sending chills through them. Ugh! Yu Yang spat it out. Even though he had killed strange beasts before, he could not hold back any longer, it was too brutal. You! Meng Changqing looked at Qin Chen, his eyes had completely changed. A boy who was not yet 18 had instantaneously killed the 4-star Zhao Wansher with a single move. What was more terrifying was the ruthlessness and bloodthirst of such a method, while the opponent remained perfectly calm. Meng director, seems like you are quite angry? Qin Chen looked at him and slowly spoke. Meng Changqing, he understood. This person had a narrow mind. Today, he was probably dissatisfied with him in his heart. After all, Zhao Wansher had just joined the Changcheng Martial Arts Hall. And he had killed him on the spot. Even if there were grievances between them, with the other party's temperament, it was impossible for nothing to happen. Humph. Meng Changqing snorted coldly, flicked his hand, glanced at Zhou Taiquan and Zhu Yuan, and walked out of the villa courtyard. Meng director, safe travels. Qin Chen shouted loudly. His voice finally brought the 2 great leaders of Rome City back from shock. They looked at Qin Chen as if looking at a freak. This could no longer be described as genius. Another Xia Junshan? This was the first thought that occurred to the 2 of them. It was difficult for martial artists to battle above their level, but Xia Nantian did it, and now Qin Chen had done it too. Qin Chen, what is your cultivation level? Zhou Taiquan was dumbfounded. He knew that when Qin Chen went to the star selection, he broke through to 2 stars and had 3 types. However, this alone should not have allowed him to defeat Zhao Wansher, let alone kill him instantly. Qin Chen smiled, I happened to break through to 3 stars on the way back, that's why I dared to come to the Zhao family without asking anyone. He did not say he had completely broken through to 3 stars, only speaking vaguely, yet he did not lie. 3 stars? Just happened? Zhou Taiquan and Zhu Yuan's eyes widened. Was this drinking water? Breaking through just like that, how could it be just happened? Forget it, this is just an incomprehensible freak. Zhu Yuan waved his hand. He was too lazy to guess, having seen it with his own eyes, the truth was right in front of them. Qin Chen killed a 4-star warrior in an instant. And Zhao Wancher was not simply a newly entered 4-star, when it came to combat power, he had at least reached 30,000. The trump card, so this is his trump card. Zhu Yuan was already at a loss for words. He and Zhou Tietuan's earlier worries were truly unnecessary. Qin Chen was not relying on any powerful weapons provided by the military. It was actually his own strength that no one had considered. Alright, let's go, someone from the Zhao family will come to handle this, and this matter is completely resolved. Zhou Taiquan said. He and Zhu Yuan both knew that in Qin Chen's heart, a heavy stone had always weighed him down, and this stone was the Zhao family. Now, with Zhao Wancher dead, the Zhao family issue was finally settled. Qin Chen nodded, but deep down, he was not as calm as he appeared. Zhao Wancher was dead, but there was still one person from the Zhao family that he had not seen. That was Zhao Wancher's wife, Huang Lingsu. She was just an ordinary person, she had left the Zhao family, and perhaps in the eyes of others, she seemed to pose no threat. But Qin Chen did not think so. Even if she was not a threat, she had lost 2 sons and her husband, she would undoubtedly harbor immense hatred in her heart. Who knows what might happen in the future? So for him, it was best to eliminate any threats completely. He walked to Yu Yang, leaned in close, and whispered, Zhao Wancher is dead. Although you didn't do it yourself, it counts as revenge. Also, Huang Lingsu, you need to investigate. You can kill her yourself or tell me, but in any case, try to find her. Qin Chen patted his shoulder and walked out of the villa with Zhu Yuan, Zhou Taiquan, and Zhou Kai. Yu Yang watched Qin Chen's back and nodded imperceptibly. Earlier, he wanted to follow Qin Chen, but now that Qin Chen did not mention it, he knew that the other had not agreed. Perhaps it was because he was not excellent enough, he was determined to find Huang Lingsu to prove his worth. After that, he turned to look at Zhao Wancher's broken body. Holding that box, he walked to the dismembered corpse and placed the box down. Dad, Zhao Wancher is dead, your revenge has been fulfilled. Next, I will embark on my own martial path. The Yu family will no longer do business, only practice martial arts. In Yu Yang's eyes, there was an unprecedented determination. Business people, especially those from large families, seem to hold a significant position in society, but compared to martial artists, they are nothing. Even if the dragon country has order and rules, martial artists still stand above others, killing someone is really not a difficult task. How about it? Shall we go eat at the city lord's mansion? The 4 of them exited the villa, and Zhou Taiquan smiled at the other 3. Zhao Wancher is dead, what feast are you talking about? Zhu Yuan retorted, then looked at Qin Chen, your family must be waiting for you, hurry back and let them know you're safe. Zhu Yuan, being older, was more discerning and sensible than Zhou Taiquan, he could see that Qin Chen wanted to head home directly. This time, thank you all so much. Qin Chen sincerely expressed his gratitude to the 3. Zhou Kai did not retreat when Meng Changqing appeared. The arrival of Zhou Taiquan and Zhu Yuan gave him even more confidence. Meng Changqing's appearance was unexpected for him. Without these 3, if Meng Changqing acted recklessly, it would have been hard to say what the situation would have been. Of course, such a probability was low. Without revealing his own strength, Zhao Wancher would not ask Meng Changqing to act personally. And after he suddenly killed Zhao Wancher, Meng Changqing would not dare to break the rules and act. But that possibility still existed. At that moment, he thought of Zhou Lei. With that kid's style of doing things, he would probably first find a bunch of experts to help. But that's not my path. Qin Chen shook his head. Everyone has their martial way, some are cautious and even always hide. But he, while not reckless, also wouldn't hide from being invincible. There is no right or wrong, only what suits and what does not. By the way, President Zhu, I want to go for the warrior certification. Qin Chen suddenly said. Currently, his certification is only 2 stars, and if he doesn't continue to certify, it means he will lose money every month. Certification? What are you certifying? I'll directly give you 4 stars, the certificate will be delivered to you. Zhu Yuan waved his hand. 4 stars are already a big deal, so there's no need for extra trouble. 4 stars? Isn't that too little? What? As soon as Qin Chen finished speaking, the 3 of them turned to look at him in shock. Do you have 5-star combat power? Zhu Yuan couldn't help but ask. Just now, the punch Qin Chen used to kill Zhao Wancher indeed had the pressure of 5 stars, but how much exactly could not be seen. Moreover, Qin Chen used martial arts, which belongs to explosive power, not the regular combat power tested by the Martial Arts Association. And now, Qin Chen was saying that 4 stars weren't enough. He didn't think Qin Chen was bragging because there was absolutely no need to do that. Just now, I could have killed Zhao Wanshi with just one careless punch, Qin Chen said calmly. The reason he used martial arts was just to test how strong his explosive power actually was. After all, the system had given an evaluation of his usual combat power. The 3, who had just calmed their hearts, were once again shaken. I'll give you 5 stars. Zhu Yuan waved his hand and turned to leave. He really didn't want to stay with Qin Chen any longer. 6 stars was already his psychological limit. Ha ha. Zhou Taizhan laughed heartily, patting Qin Chen. You are truly amazing, brother Qin. After saying that, he also turned to leave, casting a glance at Zhou Kai. You see him off. Chapter 70, bragging in front of his son's idol. In the end, it was Zhou Kai who drove him back to Qinghai Garden. On the way, Zhou Kai was completely different from before. He didn't know what topic to talk about, even though he himself was also a 5-star warrior, but he was inexplicably nervous. Qin Chen, however, was fine. He took the initiative to speak and even left his phone number for Zhou Kai, bridging some distance between them. When they got home, Qin Dai and Li Xiufen were sitting on the sofa. This time, they didn't watch TV but anxiously waited for Qin Chen. Seeing Qin Chen come back, both stood up simultaneously. Are you okay? Li Xiufen came to Qin Chen and asked with concern. Although Qin Dai didn't speak, his worried expression was clear for all to see. Qin Chen shook his head. I'm fine. That's good. Li Xiufen sighed in relief. Qin Dai kept staring at Qin Chen, and Qin Chen smiled. Don't worry, it's solved. From now on, there won't be the Zhao family in Rongqing anymore. But, Mom and Dad, you should still avoid going out of the community for a while. Qin Chen continued. As there was no certainty about Huang Lingsu's side, it was hard to say if the other party would come up with any trouble. There's really no need to go out. Qinghai Garden is enough for us to walk around. Qin Dai nodded. Formerly injured, he rarely left the house, and Li Xiufen was the same. Now it's a bit better, but they've also become accustomed to not running around. Besides, Qinghai Garden is very large, and they still haven't finished exploring it. After the college entrance exam, I'll take you on a trip, Qin Chen suddenly said. Both were stunned, and Li Xiufen said, Where are we going for a trip? Although she said that, it was clear she was very happy. First to the Magic City, see the situation, then to the capital. Qin Chen said without hesitation. Traveling, of course, isn't just for tourism. He needs to see what the Sacred Institute in the Magic City is like, and he also wants to talk things over. If he decides not to enter that Sacred Institute, he will go to the capital to take a look. That's fine. Qin Dai nodded. He knew that after Qin Chen finished the college entrance exam and entered the Martial Institute, he would rarely come back. Moreover, given Qin Chen's current potential, if he later joins the military, the chances of returning will likely be even less. In the following time, Qin Chen rarely went out, almost always staying at home, with just a trip to the Shanghai Martial Institute in between. Now, the business of the Shanghai Martial Institute could only be described as outrageous. Half of the street where the martial arts hall is located had already been taken over by Wang Hai. It wasn't forced. Instead, those martial arts schools actively joined in. Time quickly came to June. In June, besides Children's Day, there were several significant days, including the college entrance examination day that concerned tens of millions of people. In Dragon Country, the college entrance examination is divided into a martial arts test and a literary test. The martial arts test comes first, lasting only 1 day, while the literary test follows, lasting a total of 3 days. This arrangement serves the purpose that those who fail the martial arts test or feel unsatisfied with their performances, and think they have no hope in martial arts, can still take the literary test. If they do well in the literary test, they can find a stable job afterward, and life can still be decent, though plain, it is stable. On June 5, Qin Chen went to school to pick up his examination permit. At the same time, his phone received a message that informed him of the martial arts test location and his identification number for the test. Time really flies. Qin Chen glanced at the system and shook his head. During this time, he hadn't forgotten about his training. However, the results weren't significant. Though he had top-tier talents in all 4 elements, practicing together caused the speed to drop significantly, roughly equivalent to someone with a single element S-level talent. On June 6, he got up early in the morning. Qin Dai and Li Xiufen offered to take him to the exam site, but he politely refused. In his words, only kids would let adults take them. After leaving the house, Qin Chen first found a breakfast shop and ate a bit before calmly taking a taxi to the exam site. The martial arts exam site was highly centralized, located at the Rongqing Sports Center. Rongqing has a total of 2 sports centers, and his was at the number 1 sports center. Young man, are you going for the martial arts exam too? The taxi driver asked enthusiastically. Yes, Qin Chen nodded. The driver glanced at Qin Chen. You don't look nervous at all, you must be very confident, right? My son is also taking the martial arts exam today. Like you, he isn't nervous at all. He told me he has no problem getting into a martial arts school. Upon saying this, the driver spoke with pride and joy. Getting into a martial arts school could totally change the future. Your son is impressive. He's alright, as long as he can get into a martial arts school, that's glory for us, the driver said with a smile. Though he said this, he was very proud of his son. On the way, Qin Chen just listened to the driver talk about how excellent his son was, even mentioning that he was among the top 10 in their school. Is your son Liao Yang? Hearing the driver's mention of his son's name, Qin Chen was quite surprised. You're from the same school, right? Looks like you know him too, the driver smiled. He continued, he's waiting for me not far ahead. When we get there, I'll let him meet you. After about 10 minutes, indeed, a young figure appeared by the roadside ahead. The taxi slowly came to a stop. Dad, why are you so late? The young man directly opened the front passenger's door, got in, and said somewhat displeased. I was just passing by, so I gave someone a ride. By the way, he's from the same school as you and seems to know you, the driver said with a smile. The young man turned his head in surprise to look at the back seat. When he saw clearly, his expression changed. Qin Chen, why are you here? Liao Yang almost shouted. He still vividly remembered being knocked away with one punch during that practical class. What? He is Qin Chen? The driver was startled, almost losing his grip on the steering wheel. He of course knew who Qin Chen was. He had heard about the city announcement and Liao Yang often mentioned him. Every time he spoke, it revealed a kind of admiration. In front of his son's idol, he felt a mixture of pride and embarrassment. Thinking about what he just said to Qin Chen, he could not help but step on the gas and increase the speed. Liao classmate, long time no see. Qin Chen smiled and said. Long time no see, Liao Yang replied, momentarily at a loss for words and feeling a bit tense inside. Though he had been knocked down before, he didn't really mind since it was a practical lesson. Moreover, later on, Qin Chen's feats were talked about repeatedly back at school. He even felt that being able to participate in the practical lesson with Qin Chen at that time was. It is an honor. Now at the first middle school, Qin Chen has become a legend among the students, and it's hard to see him. Before long, a taxi stopped not far from the number 1 sports center. How much? Qin Chen asked. No need, the driver hurriedly rejected. Qin Chen took out $50, placed it on the back seat, and then got out of the car. Qin Chen, what's your number? As the two walked towards the entrance of the sports center, Liao Yang asked. Number 78. Mine is 935. I heard from the teacher that this time there will be 100 people per group. I'm going to find my group first. Okay. Qin Chen nodded. After Liao Yang left, Qin Chen arrived at the entrance of the sports center and took a glance. It was a sea of people. Among them, there were even more parents than students. Son, study hard. Mom and Dad have prepared a surprise for you this time. Daughter, don't be nervous. You must do well. Mom believes in you. What? You forgot your exam admission ticket? What are you doing? Qin Chen heard various noisy voices ringing in his ears. Shaking his head, he walked directly to the staff, showed his admission ticket, and entered the sports center. Chapter 71, The Place is Strange, Supervising a Freak. After entering the exam room, there were many guiding signs and several staff members, who could be consulted at any time. Qin Chen easily found his group. When he got there, many people had already lined up. In front of the crowd, there was a room with a sign that read 1 to 100, representing candidates numbered 1 to 100, and this is where the assessment would take place. The martial arts exam was simple. It only tested 2 things, ordinary combat power and explosive power. Among these, ordinary combat power had a higher weight, as the Martial Academy placed more importance on it during enrollment. After all, it represented a person's potential, while explosive power was related to martial arts, so even though it would be tested, its weight was lower. At this moment, standing in front of everyone were 2 examiners and 2 security guards maintaining order. Do not whisper, there are 20 minutes until the official exam starts, so everyone should prepare and calm their nerves, one of the examiners said loudly as he looked at the crowd. Additionally, from now on, numbers 1 to 10 will be lined up as one small group, and so on. After the exam starts, we will take you into the exam room in batches. Immediately, everyone began to line up according to their numbers. It was uncertain whether everyone was too nervous or what, but suddenly the scene became a bit chaotic. Standing in the crowd, Qin Chen frowned as he was bumped into one after another. Suddenly, his fire domain activated. The next second, as people approached within 2 meters of Qin Chen, they immediately felt a scorching discomfort. Soon, around him, it was empty, and the looks of the people toward Qin Chen changed. What's going on over there? The examiner noticed the empty space around Qin Chen and frowned. He immediately walked over and grabbed a nearby candidate. This space is so wide, don't you know to stand here? And you. He pointed at the candidates one by one, his expression was very unsightly. Having been an examiner for several sessions, he had never encountered such a foolish candidate before. Examiner, it's not that I don't go, it's that place is very strange. Other nearby candidates quickly nodded, they also thought it was strange. As soon as they got close, it felt like they were being baked inside a furnace, from the inside out. The examiner frowned, what's strange about it? He said this and then approached Qin Chen, but as soon as he got close to 2 meters, his face changed dramatically. Domain. He looked at Qin Chen in surprise. He was a 4-star, and although he hadn't completely mastered the domain, he clearly recognized that this was the domain, the fire domain. Freak, I'm supervising a freak. He forcibly suppressed his shock and politely addressed Qin Chen. Classmate, tone it down. Qin Chen glanced around, and once everyone was lined up, he then retracted his domain. The examiner finally breathed a sigh of relief, and his curiosity about Qin Chen's identity began to grow. Alright, everyone, come forward and line up.